Wang Ye traversed into the realm of a novel, acquiring a formidable system that enhances his strength through the act of writing book reviews. Dear protagonist, something feels amiss. You ought to exhibit tenderness akin to flowing water towards the male lead. You should admire and adore the male lead. Yet, how is it that you appear even more fearsome than I, the great antagonist? At long last, the male lead is poised to deliver a blow to my pride. Do hasten, refrain from posturing, for after our encounter, I wish to indulge in gaming, and I lack the leisure to squander time. Dear heroine, your character has unraveled. You ought to despise me. How can you possibly assist me? Might I request that you show some respect for my persona as the great antagonist? As the book reviews proliferated, the heroine's character disintegrated entirely, deviating from all established norms. Chapter 1. A Being Within the Book. By Xu Wei, this time you shall find no escape. Having consumed my specially concocted potion, haha. Prepare to scream until your throat is raw. Haha. Yi Liang Shun, I eagerly await to see how you will rescue her this time. The great antagonist Wang Ye let out a maniacal laugh, lunging towards the soft, inviting bed. Wang Ye, engrossed in his reading, could not suppress a chuckle. This book is truly amusing, and he casually penned 2 reviews. Ha ha, foolish male lead. I am about to revel with your woman, and you still cling to life. Are you hiding in the restroom consuming filth? Hurry up, come out and flaunt your bravado. Otherwise, you shall truly become a green-haired turtle. Bang! The male lead Yu Liangshan kicked open the restroom door, making a grand and imposing entrance. With a wicked smile, he recited an impressive soliloquy of 200 words, and then brandished his sword. Thud! The great antagonist Wang Ye met his demise. The book concluded. Witnessing the demise of the antagonist who bore his name, Wang Ye nonchalantly tossed his phone aside. At last, he had finished, now to sleep. In the next moment, he found himself in a vibrant nightlife venue, clutching handfuls of cash to lavishly disperse. This opulent scene felt astonishingly familiar to Wang Ye. Something feels off. This appears to be the world of the novel. From the perspective of the great antagonist Wang Ye, how did I end up in the very novel I just read? This dog system, you lack integrity. It was supposed to be that reading would grant me strength. Yet instead of gaining power, I've been thrown into the narrative? Wasn't there supposed to be a reward for completing the novel? Where's the reward? Damn, do not toy with me like this. I have elderly grandparents in their 80s and parents in their 40s who depend on my support. Below me are 3-month-old kittens and puppies that require my care. You have cast me into the world of a novel, and I have yet to complete my winter vacation assignments. Ugh, I mean my niece's winter vacation assignments. In any case, dog system, I beseech you to expedite my escape from this place. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the most popular novel on the internet. Your reward is to traverse into the role of the great antagonist within the book. This system's mission is complete and is now uninstalling. Ding. System uninstallation complete. May you enjoy your life in the world of the novel. Damn it. System, are you giving up on me? After enduring the agony of finishing this brainless novel, you toss me into this world as the main antagonist and then uninstall yourself? How can you bully an honest person like this? Is it truly so heartless in this day and age? Ah, what a regret. I shall never again indulge in such wish-fulfilling novels. They have led me to this predicament. The title of this novel is The Dragon King's Release. The story revolves around the male protagonist, Yi Liangshan, who, due to a rivalry with a wealthy second-generation antagonist over a woman, is wrongfully imprisoned for 5 years. In a world where laws are so well established, how could he have been wronged to such an extent that he ended up in prison for 5 years? The author merely glosses over it, attributing the blame to Wang Ye. How ridiculous! Am I, a distinguished national-level wealthy heir, truly going to such lengths for a woman? Just this point alone is utterly irrational. Yet the author has set it up this way. I am depicted as the villain, my every appearance branded with the word bad. Meanwhile, the male protagonist commits murder and arson, engages with multiple women, yet remains the virtuous hero, consistently portrayed as wronged, innocent, and benevolent. As for the female protagonist, she is a paragon of chastity and virtue, as pristine as a bottle of Master Kong purified water. Within the prison, Yi Liangshan has taken an elderly mentor, acquiring unparalleled martial skills and the legacy of the Dragon King. Upon his release, he adorns himself in worn and somewhat unclean work attire, complete with yellow safety shoes, embodying the very essence of the humble laborer, so understated in his demeanor. Upon encountering the female protagonist, she shows no disdain for his attire, and together they attend an engagement banquet arranged by her family, where he humiliates me, the antagonist. This marks Yi Liangqin's inaugural display of bravado post-incarceration, earning him the favor of the female protagonist. The subsequent plot is predictable, with me, the antagonist, continuously engaging in mindless schemes while Yi Liangqin flaunts his superiority, playing the role of the wolf in sheep's clothing. I, having been struck once yet failing to learn my lesson, present my face once more, inviting not just a second, but a third humiliation. Damn it! Being the villain seems even more arduous than playing a mere supporting role. Damn it! Since you won't let me return and insist on making me the villain. What kind of madness is this? With my wealth, why must I play the sycophant to the female protagonist? Unless my brain is addled, no sane person would do such a thing. An 18-year-old model, is she not alluring? If one is not enough, then 2 will suffice. 100 should be more than adequate. With such thoughts, Wang Ye instantly liberated himself from restraint, disregarding everything to indulge in the moment. Whoosh! Another stack of cash was thrown into the air, igniting a frenzy in the dance floor. Countless sycophants cheered. Young Master Wang is amazing. Young Master Wang is magnificent. Young Master Wang, let's go. Just as Wang Yi reveled in the company of 2 nightclub beauties, enjoying his happiness. Ding! Detection of host's moral decline requires system intervention, activating the writer review to gain strength system. Ding! Writer review to gain strength system is now bound. Please, host, play the role of the antagonist according to the novel's plot and write a review. As long as you play the antagonist and write a review, you will receive system rewards. Huh? Another system? The last one tricked me into reading a terrible novel and then tossed me into this fictional realm without granting any rewards. Without my consent, it uninstalled itself. That unscrupulous entity. And now another one appears. Is it destined that I will only attract trouble with systems? Damn it! How reliable can this system be? Forget it. I shall disregard it. What matters is to enjoy myself. Tonight, I will indulge thoroughly. Future matters can wait. Ladies, inform the front desk that tonight, everything is on me. Let's have an unforgettable time. Wang Yi stuffed wads of cash into the bosom of a nightclub beauty. Sure thing, young Master Wang. Soon after, the announcing beauty declared to the crowd, tonight's expenses are all covered by young Master Wang. Let's celebrate young Master Wang. Ladies, what are you waiting for? Hurry and drink with young Master Wang. The atmosphere was electric. In an instant, Wang Yi felt surrounded by softness, as if enveloped in clouds of cotton. After a night of wild revelry, Wang Yi finally experienced the lavish life of a wealthy heir. Upon waking the next day, he tidied himself up, ready to continue his extravagant lifestyle in his sports car. Playing the role of a sycophant? That is out of the question. Ding! Please, host, follow the plot's development and report to work at the company, and write a review. Accompanied by the system's notification, a transparent box for writing a review appeared before Wang Yi. Indeed, yet another insipid system. It demands that I follow the plot's progression, clearly intending to trick me into playing the role of a sycophantic antagonist. Damn it, in my own right, I'm a strikingly handsome, wealthy heir. Why must I play the sycophant? The absurdity of this novel's premise is simply unreasonable. I refuse to go to work. I refuse to play the sycophant. Let's see what you can do about it. ZZZZ. In the next moment, electricity coursed through my body, causing Wang Ye's hair to stand on end and his mouth to twist in agony. First level electric shock punishment complete. Please, host, follow the plot's progression, report to work at the company, and write a review. Otherwise, second level electric shock punishment will be imposed. Damn it, you wretched system, After regaining my composure, Wang Yi felt an overwhelming urge to unleash a torrent of curses. Chapter 2. Lousy is more agile than a loach. At that moment, the phone rang, and Wang Yi immediately understood that it was his father calling to inform him about the engagement banquet at the female protagonist's residence that evening. The dinner was orchestrated by the female protagonist's parents, who were coercing her into binding herself to Wang Yi through an engagement. This afternoon, the male protagonist, Yi Liangqin, would be released from prison and subsequently seek out the female protagonist, leading the two to the event. Wang Yi anticipated being publicly rejected by the female protagonist, only to continue his futile admiration for her while scoffing at Yi Liangqin, who would retaliate with fierce humiliation. The very thought of this melodramatic plot was utterly absurd. Hello, Dad. Wang Yi answered the phone. Have you left for the company yet? Not yet, but I shall be heading there shortly. All right. You're invited to Uncle Bai's for dinner tonight. Remember to bring a tasteful gift. Uncle Bai mentioned that your affair with Shuawei might be settled this evening. Understood, thank you. Dad. After ending the call, Wang Ye reluctantly started his car and headed towards the company in which he had invested. On the way, while waiting at a red light, he idly scribbled a few book reviews. The mere thought of being humiliated by Shuawei and Yi Liangshan at the engagement banquet tonight is infuriating. I absolutely detest playing this role. Bai Shuawei, despite her fair skin and beautiful long legs, is utterly brainless. What difference does it make? I'm far younger and much more vibrant. The premise of this novel is mindless, riddled with unreasonable elements. After completing his reviews, Wang Ye felt an inexplicable surge of vitality, as if his body had been invigorated with a stimulant, filling him with an exhilarating sense of strength. This newfound vigor significantly alleviated his mood, and he mused that perhaps this energy was a reward from the system, which seemed to be far superior to the previous one. Upon arriving at the company, Wang Ye exuded confidence, striding with an air of authority. Numerous female employees gasped in admiration, exclaiming how handsome and charismatic he appeared today. As he entered his office, he cast a casual glance at the beautiful CEO, Zhong Shutong. This company was co-founded by Wang Ye's mother and Zhong Shutong, with the latter assuming the role of the head while Wang Ye served as her deputy. Despite being only 4 years her junior, Wang Ye was expected to refer to her as Aunt Zhong. Zhong Shutong, a distant cousin of Wang Ye's mother, was strikingly beautiful and possessed a figure that was undeniably alluring, epitomizing the quintessential femme fatale. However, her mindset was somewhat conservative, as she always dressed conservatively. But since encountering the male protagonist, Yi Liangshan, her style had transformed. She had become more fashionable and daring. Back in the vice president's office, Wang Ye felt a wave of ennui. The author had hastily summarized his arrival at the company and had left a gaping void during the day, only to reappear at the evening engagement banquet. With time dragging on, he summoned the window to write book reviews. Aunt Zhong is currently dressed far too conservatively. It's such a waste of her stunning figure not to wear a dress. She only starts to dress provocatively after the male protagonist, Yi Liangshan, appears. What an absurd narrative. It's evident that Aunt Zhong remains a paragon of purity. If she were otherwise, it would be quite abnormal. She must reserve her best for the male protagonist. Until she meets him, she must remain tightly wrapped up. I'm dying of laughter at this ridiculous premise. The male protagonist's woman must remain a virgin, even if she is 60. As Zhong Shutong prepared to begin her workday, she suddenly sensed several lines of text resembling book reviews manifesting in her mind, clear and vivid. She was momentarily taken aback. What is this? Am I hallucinating? Overwhelmed by the bizarre situation, she struggled to process what was happening. Yet, the words lingered in her mind, making it difficult to ignore. With a mixture of confusion and curiosity, Zhong Shutong read through the entire content. What? This guy actually criticized my conservative attire? And he thinks I'm a virgin? How does he know? I'm dressing this way in anticipation of the male protagonist, Yi Liangshan. No matter how beautiful or alluring I might be, I must remain covered up for him. According to this guy's reasoning, am I merely existing for Yi Liangshan? How could that be possible? Meanwhile, Wang Ye sat comfortably in his office chair, legs crossed, sipping tea with utter contentment. After all, there was little to occupy his time. He scrolled through TikTok, watching amusing videos to pass the time. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully checked in with your book review today. You have received a reward, the Lingbo Weibo technique. Upon hearing this unexpected reward, Wang Ye's eyes lit up with excitement. Wow, this system is quite impressive. It actually delivers rewards, and Lingbo Weibo at that. Amazing. I wonder how effective this technique is. How fast can I run? With this skill, if Yi Liangshan ever tries to attack me, he won't even be able to touch a hair on my head. In the novel, there existed a world of ancient martial arts, from which the male protagonist, Yi Liangshan, had inherited a powerful lineage while in prison, mastering the illustrious techniques that enabled his rise to prominence. Just as Wang Ye was reveling in his exhilaration, a warm energy erupted throughout his body, enveloping him in a soothing embrace. This sensation was indescribably pleasurable, far surpassing the previous night's indulgences. He mused that this warm energy was likely the qi cultivated by ancient martial artists. Subsequently, the methods and specific moves associated with Lingbo Weibo appeared in his mind. Overjoyed, Wang Ye eagerly cleared a space in the office to practice. He became somewhat addicted to the training. He moved with the agility of a loach, darting around the office with astonishing ease. Just as he was about to execute a stunning flip, the office door swung open unexpectedly. Wang Ye froze mid-jump. Chapter 3, The 99 Yuan Jade Guanyin and Golden Buddha. You deserve to own them. With a sudden loss of balance, Wang Ye tumbled to the floor in a most undignified manner. He could hardly believe his eyes. The typically conservative Zhong Shutong had transformed, now adorned in a stunningly fashionable outfit. This was entirely incongruous. The narrative had not unfolded this way. Coughing lightly, Zhong Shutong noticed Wang Ye staring at her in shock from the ground. Hastily, he scrambled to his feet. "Aunt Zhong, what brings you here? Is there a task you need me to attend to?" Zhong Shutong regarded Wang Ye with a curious expression, finding nothing particularly extraordinary about him. Yet she was perplexed as to why the words he had penned appeared in her mind. It was all very strange indeed. "Xiao Yezi, you ought to focus diligently on your work during office hours. What are you frolicking about in the office for? If you're yearning for fitness, there's a gym downstairs." "Ha ha, I was just caught up in the moment. Aunt Zhong, would you care to join me? I could teach you some poses." "Ahem, no need. I merely came to inform you that I just had a phone call with your mother. She has invited me to attend your engagement banquet. I shall accompany you to the Bai family after work today. Is everything prepared, including the gifts?" "Oh, I see. Don't worry, Aunt Zhong. I'll get the gifts ready right away." "Well then, that settles it." Zhong Shutong, exuding an air of aloof elegance, turned and departed from Wang Ye's office. As she left, Wang Ye plunged into contemplation. This attire is so unlike Aunt Zhong's usual style. What is going on? Even when meeting distinguished figures, she typically dresses very conservatively. Regardless of the important meetings, she always dons a meticulously tailored suit, which appears rather staid. Yet just now, having merely come to notify me about the engagement banquet this evening, she suddenly presents herself in such a fashionable and striking manner. Goodness, could it be that Aunt Zhong has secretly harbored feelings for me, and upon learning of my engagement to the female protagonist, has become envious? Is she deliberately seeking me out to probe my intentions? But no, she is one of the female leads. How could she possibly develop an interest in me, the antagonist? Her character seems to have deviated. Departing from the office, Zhong Shutong wore a playful smile. Intrigued by the prospect of seeing whether Wang Ye would indeed face rejection from Bai Shuowei and Yi Liangchen that evening. Wang Ye's reviews on the road had also caught Zhong Shutong's eye. She was astonished yet increasingly curious. Can Wang Ye truly foresee events of the future? Will he really be humiliated at the engagement banquet tonight? Is this world genuinely that of a novel? Am I merely one of the many female protagonists crafted by the author? To uncover the truth, Zhong Shutong decided to call Wang Ye's mother. Upon hearing that Zhong Shutong was available today and wished to visit, Wang Ye's mother casually invited her to the engagement banquet. Wang Ye's mother had her own agenda. She was well aware of Zhong Shutong's formidable background, which was far more complex than it appeared on the surface. When the Bai family learns that Zhong Shutong is also attending, they would undoubtedly feel even more apprehensive. The two women were perfectly in sync regarding this matter. Time swiftly passed, and evening arrived. Zhong Shutong, with a designer handbag slung over her shoulder, knocked on Wang Ye's office door. "Xiao Yezi, it's time to clock out." Wang Ye stretched languidly at his desk, exiting his game. "All right, Aunt Zhong, I'll be right there." He donned his attire and gathered the gifts before stepping out of the office. Seeing Zhong Shutong again, Wang Ye was slightly taken aback. This time, not only was she dressed even more stylishly, but she also adorned a beautiful necklace, her makeup more alluring than before. Wang Ye thought to himself, this woman, usually clad in conservative attire, is truly captivating. She certainly embodies the essence of a leading lady. Compared to the protagonist Bai Shuowei, it seems I admire this version far more, mature and alluring. Any man would surely find her irresistible. "Xiao Yezi, why are you dawdling? Let us go." Zhong Shutong's lips curved into a delightful smile as she strode confidently, her high heels clicking against the floor as she made her way to the elevator. Wang Ye casually draped his suit jacket over his shoulder and followed suit. Descending, Zhong Shutong exhibited no intention of driving herself. Wherever Wang Ye went, she followed. This left Wang Ye in a state of bemusement. "Aunt Zhong, your character has certainly shifted. Please be mindful of your persona. You are meant to be the aloof ice queen. According to the novel's premise, you should only ride in your Maybach, never accepting a ride from any unfamiliar man. You ought to wait for the male lead, Yi Liangchen, who should arrive in a Wuling Hongguang. Yet here you are, not only dressed provocatively, but also treating me with an attitude that is far from your usual cold demeanor. By the way, Aunt Zhong, please refrain from calling me Xiao Yezi in the future. Those who know us might think we share an overly close relationship, while those who don't might assume I'm a eunuch." Wang Ye jested as he opened the passenger door of a flashy red Ferrari. Zhong Shutong smirked, settling into the car, and remarked, "All right then, I shall call you Xiao Yi from now on." Wang Ye was momentarily speechless. Why does that sound so much like a name? I would rather be called Xiao Yezi than that. I prefer to be a eunuch. He entered the vehicle, wearing a wry smile. "Let us just leave the name as it is. You may call me whatever you wish." Witnessing Wang Ye's rare moment of defeat, Zhong Shutong's smile widened. Before long, the pair arrived at the Bai family villa. After parking the car, Wang Ye and Zhong Shutong entered together. Bai Shuiwei's parents greeted them with exuberance as they stepped inside. In the living room, a grand table was set, with several relatives of the Bai family already seated. Upon their entrance, Bai Shuiwei's father, Bai Chongrong, joyfully introduced Wang Ye to all present, saying, "Ladies and gentlemen, please quiet down. This is none other than young Master Wang Ye from the Wang group, and soon we shall all be family." The relatives of the Bai family gazed at Wang Ye with glinting eyes. Young Master Wang's charisma truly speaks of immense worth. They could hardly contain their eagerness to rush forward and shower him with adulation. After all, he was the much-adored young Master Wang, the nation's heartthrob who made countless young women swoon. It was said that even his pet dog would be worth millions. "Greetings, esteemed elders. This is a small gift for my future in-laws. I hope you will accept it." Wang Ye flamboyantly placed the gift box on the table, dramatically unveiling its contents for all to see. One box contained a golden Buddha, while the other housed a jade guanyin. The two boxes sparkled brilliantly, captivating the eyes of all the Bai family members present. Young Master Wang's generosity was truly evident. This golden Buddha and jade guanyin must be worth no less than 20 million. Wang Ye reveled in the admiration of the Bai family members. In reality, these items were merely replicas he had purchased at a Buddhist store during lunch, costing less than 99 yuan altogether, complete with a fake certificate and gift packaging. After all, they were merely props for his performance. Wang Ye had no desire to waste time on such trivialities. Wang Ye's parents shot him a disapproving glance, pulling him into a chair just as the main character, Bai Shuiwei, made her entrance. Accompanying her was a burly young man clad in yellow safety shoes and worn work attire, his pants patched up, and a notably large copper ring on his thumb. Indeed, he was none other than the dazzling male lead, Yi Liangchun. Chapter 4. A Swarm of Ants. Are you teaching me my duties? The copper ring on Yi Liangchun's thumb held significant weight in the novel. It was the emblem of his identity, the Dragon King's Order. Countless formidable individuals revered the Dragon King's Order as though they were meeting the Dragon King himself. In essence, while it may appear ordinary, its significance is anything but trivial. Today marked Yi Liangchun's first day out of prison. Having just been released, he sought out Bai Shuiwei and arrived at the engagement banquet to confront his own fate. In this novel, The Dragon King's Release, the male protagonist's first display of bravado unfolds dramatically. Indeed, as Bai Shuiwei and Yi Liangchun make their entrance together, the entire Bai family is left utterly astounded. Some with mouths agape, others with wide eyes. They can scarcely believe the reality before them. The scene mirrors the narrative of the novel perfectly, as the Bai relatives take turns belittling Yi Liangchun, attempting to sway the female lead, Bai Shuiwei. They incessantly remind everyone of his 5-year incarceration, branding him a worthless individual unworthy of Bai Shuiwei, let alone comparable to the affluent young Master Wang from the Wang family. In contrast to young Master Wang, Yi Liangchun is likened to mere refuse, a pitiful wretch. They hurl every derogatory remark imaginable, reducing Yi Liangchun to a state of utter humiliation. Listening to the Bai family's relatives, as they shower Yi Liangchun with scorn while simultaneously extolling themselves, Wang Ye can no longer suppress a chuckle. It is an authentic laugh that wells up from within. It seems that this moment is indeed my time to shine as the antagonist, just before the male lead delivers a resounding slap to my face. After the relatives' tirade, Wang Ye recalls his lines and feigns a deeply affectionate demeanor as he steps before Bai Shuiwei. "Shuiwei, you look stunning today. However, I must say, your bodyguard leaves much to be desired. Perhaps you should send him away. Today marks our joyous engagement, and we cannot allow such a person to disrupt our celebration. Wouldn't you agree?" Upon uttering these words, Wang Ye suddenly realizes he has become quite the performer. His prior experience in scripted games has honed his acting skills remarkably. With a gaze filled with longing and a disdainful, yet dignified expression, he wonders who could possibly rival his mastery of the moment. "Wang Ye, you ought to abandon this foolish hope. What does my beauty have to do with you? I will not consent to this engagement." Bai Shuiwei casts a disdainful glance at Wang Ye, resolutely declaring, "Allow me to introduce him. This is Yi Liangchun, my boyfriend." Although Bai Shuiwei is also aware of the unfolding narrative, she lacks the astuteness of Zhong Shetong. She merely perceives her busyness as a distraction, dismissing Wang Ye, the sycophant, as a mere figment of her imagination. Thus, she chooses to ignore the chaos, acting solely according to her own desires. In that moment, the expressions of everyone in the room freeze, especially Zhong Shetong, who is left in utter disbelief. Good heavens, could it be true? It has come to pass. Wang Ye truly possesses the ability to foresee the future. Is it possible that this world is indeed, as he described, a realm within a novel? I, Bai Shuiwei, and all those present are merely characters within this story. Are fates preordained? Am I, Zhong Shetong, destined to become the partner of this insufferable Yi Liangchun? The thought is infuriating. If that were the case, I would rather endure any hardship than let him have the satisfaction. At this moment, the Bai family is utterly shattered. Consumed by despair, Wang Ye's father, Wang Yunzong, feeling thoroughly insulted, erupts in fury. With a resounding slam of his palm on the table, he rises to confront Bai Changrong. Bai Changrong, are you toying with me? Do you look down upon my son, Wang Ye, or my family? As the head of a publicly traded company worth over 100 billion, Wang Yunzong's imposing presence instills fear in every member of the Bai family. Bai Changrong nearly breaks down in tears, hastily groveling in apology. Mr. Wang, I sincerely apologize. It was my failure to raise my daughter properly. I had no idea such a situation would arise. I am truly sorry. Bai Shuiwei's mother, trembling with fear, quickly follows suit, pleading with Wang Yunzong not to be angry. At this juncture, Yi Liangshan strides forward with undeniable charisma, revealing a signature devil-may-care smile, activating his display of bravado. Silence. Shuiwei is my woman. Not a mere commodity for you wealthy individuals to barter. He proclaims, fortunes may shift, but do not belittle the youth in poverty. Today, as I stand as the Dragon King, you are all unworthy to aspire to my station. With that, Yi Liangshan shatters a chair with a single blow, demonstrating a terrifying strength. The members of the Bai family are collectively taken aback. Even Wang Ye's parents regard Yi Liangshan with astonishment, speechless. Wang Ye smirks inwardly at last. It seems my time to step into the limelight has arrived. This plot is utterly nauseating. Were I to deviate from the script, employing my swift martial prowess against Yi Liangshan, I wonder what consequences would ensue. Would I face another electric shock? Contemplating this, Wang Ye deliberately delays his entrance. Yet, the next moment, a surge of painful electric sensations courses through his body. Damn it, the system is indeed a troublesome force, compelling me to play the role of the antagonist. Huh, Yi Liangshan, a simple-minded brute. What right do you have to compete with me for my girlfriend? I advise you to scurry off, or I'll summon security. After delivering this line, Wang Ye casts a disdainful glance at Yi Liangshan, then swiftly turns to Bai Shuiwei, instantly shedding his sycophantic facade. Gazing lovingly at Bai Shuiwei, he implores, Shuiwei, I love you. I would do anything for you. Why? Why is it not enough? I have poured my heart out for you, forsaking all temptation, even compelling the entire Wang family to bow before you. Is that not sufficient? In the end, you would reject me for this rustic? Look at him, a pitiful wretch unworthy of even carrying my shoes. Why would you choose him as your boyfriend? What does he have that I lack? After reciting his lines, Wang Ye dramatically feigns heartbreak, wiping away tears. This absurd author has truly done me a disservice, painting me a super-rich heir in such a pitiful light. Bai Shuiwei grits her teeth, addressing Wang Ye. I simply do not like you, no matter how well you treat me. I cannot force myself to like you. I do not like you as a person. Wang Ye retorts, why? Is it because I lack the charm of Yi Liangshan, or the affluence he possesses? Am I not as caring as he is? In what way am I inferior? Bai Shuiwei replies resolutely, you are wonderful in every aspect. But I just do not like you. Is that acceptable? Her declaration is unwavering, her disdain palpable. Meanwhile, Zhong Shatong, who has been observing the unfolding drama, is once again taken aback. She recognizes that Wang Ye is merely performing, yet she is astonished by the authenticity of his portrayal. He would surely shine as an Oscar-winning actor. How could someone so indifferent to Bai Shuiwei's feelings deliver such a heart-wrenching performance? This young man must have been an actor before his journey here. Who else could perform so masterfully? Wang Ye's mother, witnessing her son's plight, feels a surge of indignation. Bai Shuiwei, as a young lady of your standing, do show some decorum. My son has humbled himself for 5 years to pursue you, supporting you in every way. While it is your prerogative to not reciprocate his feelings, must you resort to such cruel words? Do you not understand how deeply words can wound? Under her mother's ire, Bai Shuiwei nearly breaks down in tears. Yi Liangshan, pulling her protectively behind him, deliberately displays his Dragon King's ring, declaring with pride, a horde of ants dares to instruct me? My woman, Yi Liangshan's woman, is not subject to your judgment or scorn. Confronted with the male lead's display of arrogance, Wang Ye understands that according to the script, he must present his face for the protagonist to strike. However, Shuiwei is mine. She belongs to me. You destitute bumpkin. Release my Shuiwei at once, or I shall make you pay dearly. Wang Ye bellowed imperiously. Secretly employing the art of Lingbo Weibo, he launched himself towards Yi Liangshan. Fists clenched. Chapter 5. The female protagonist was bewildered after reading the reviews. As he engaged with this particular plot, Wang Ye was left with a profound impression. He distinctly recalled being sent flying by Yi Liangshan's punch, bedridden for 3 days, a truly lamentable experience. Now, armed with Lingbo Weibo, it was imperative to put it to use. His intent was not to vanquish Yi Liangshan, but rather to safeguard himself. Yi Liangshan, witnessing Wang Ye's audacity, couldn't help but chuckle. Seeking death, are we? The corners of his mouth lifted in a sinister smile. An insect. Do you think yourself worthy to contend with me, Yi Liangchen? I possess 100 ways to eliminate you, yet for a wretch like you, a mere basic tactic suffices. Bang! As Yi Liangchen's fist descended upon Wang Ye. Mere centimeters from his face, Wang Ye managed to slap his palm against the punch, nearly exclaiming, "Got it. Thanks, my good fellow." In a flash, Wang Ye was sent hurtling backwards. Yi Liangchen furrowed his brow, perplexed. How could this insect be so weak? Merely swept away by my punch's wind? Yet, he dismissed these details, displaying a victorious smirk as he departed with Bai Shuowei. Wang Ye, clutching his unscathed face, wailed pitifully, with the other hand grasping at thin air, tears brimming as he gazed longingly at Bai Shuowei's retreating figure. "Ah, Yinzi, please don't leave me. How can I live without you?" Zhong Shutong observed Wang Yi's theatrical performance, nearly bursting into laughter. She longed to inform him, "Little Yi, you've gone overboard with your act. Your lines are all wrong. It's not Yinzi, it's Shuowei." What a farce it was. The charade concluded as Wang Ye's parents forcibly pulled him away. On the journey home, Wang Ye appeared surprisingly composed, devoid of sorrow, perhaps even slightly elated. Wang Yunzong earnestly offered counsel. "Wang Ye, a man should not dwell on trivial romantic matters. Aspire for greater ideals and ambitions. In this world, there is no shortage of good girls. One like Bai Shuowei, possessing mere beauty but lacking intellect, is better left alone." Wang Ye nodded vigorously, rubbing his uninjured cheek. This prompted an inexplicable sense of maturity in Wang Yunzong, as if the punch had not been in vain. Very well. Progress is commendable. As they departed from the Bai residence, Zhong Shutong took the wheel of Wang Ye's sports car. On the road, she messaged him, "Little Yi, your acting was impressive. Tell me, from which world did you traverse? How will the story unfold?" However, to her astonishment, upon sending the message, it inexplicably vanished. Never to be sent. She attempted a voice message, but the moment she pressed the button, words eluded her. At that moment, Zhong Shutong was utterly shaken. How could this be? This world was truly bizarre. Just then, her mind began updating with reviews again. "Finally, we've completed the engagement break-off scene, and it's rather amusing. Yi Liangchen, that fool, had no idea he missed me, huh? Seems your skills aren't as formidable as you claim. Bai Shuowei, that airhead. Just thinking of you makes me laugh. Haha, do you really think I'd perish without you? Ridiculous. Oh, and Yi Liangchen's line about 30 years on the East Bank and 30 years on the West Bank. Don't deceive the youth? Oh my, if it weren't for my superb acting, I would have burst out laughing right there. Yet, that is how the author has set it up. What can one do? Bai Shuowei, that airhead, seems quite moved, huh?" As Zhong Shutong read through the lines flashing in her mind, she gripped the steering wheel, barely steady. Simultaneously, she became even more convinced that every word Wang Ye had spoken was indeed the truth. This world was a novel created by an author, and she was merely a character within it, her fate preordained. No, why should I accept a predetermined fate? Why must I be one of Yi Liangchen's harem? That arrogant fellow, so full of himself, becoming part of his harem? I would rather perish. I shall resist this fate. I refuse to comply. You wish for me to approach Yi Liangchen? I shall instead draw near to Wang Ye. Meanwhile, upon returning to her apartment, Bai Shuowei was left dumbfounded, feeling as though she had been bewitched. What was happening? Why were strange messages flooding her mind once more? And these messages seemed to be penned by Wang Ye. So, it wasn't a mere illusion after all, could it be? Most importantly, based on the timestamps, Wang Ye had already known about today's engagement banquet, about being cast aside, about being humiliated. He never truly liked me. He had been pretending all along. And he even called me an airhead. But that wasn't the crux of it. The real issue was that the world I lived in was a fictional realm. My destiny had already been scripted by someone else. Yi Liangchen would have other women, and I would merely be one among them. This is utterly unacceptable. It truly is beyond comprehension. Just as Bai Shuowei managed to calm her racing heart, her mind was invaded by fresh reviews. Next, Bai Shuowei's uncle will bring a host of relatives to her apartment, intending to coerce her back home, forcing her into an engagement with me. Yet, Bai Shuowei will refuse to comply, driving her relatives to desperation. At the critical moment, the male lead, Yi Liangchen, will appear. The pretentious, charming Yi Liangchen will first flash a devilish smile, showcasing the classic expression of a crooked-mouthed dragon, then disdainfully address all of Bai's relatives, declaring, "My woman is not for you to meddle with." Haha, this ridiculous line makes me laugh out loud. However, what does this have to do with me? Bai Shuowei, that airhead, will probably be moved to no end, willingly becoming one of Yi Liangchen's harem. I have no interest in such foolishness, haha. In truth, the male lead is merely putting on a show. After reading these 3 reviews, Bai Shuowei was once again left in shock. What? My uncle will come here with Bai's relatives to find me, and then to allow Yi Liangchen to show off before me, to move me, to make me submit to him? How could this be? Why must my fate be dictated in such a manner? Indeed, why should I agree to be Yi Liangshan's girlfriend? Did I truly like him that much? It seems not. I was merely vehemently opposed to Wang Ye and didn't wish to be forced into marriage by my family, which is why I sought Yi Liangshan's assistance. How did I so foolishly end up developing feelings for him? This line of thought is terrifying. It feels as if I have been ensnared by some unseen force. Today, upon Yi Liangshan's release from prison, I found myself inexplicably moved. How infuriating. I realize now that I have been scripted. If I break up with Yi Liangshan and deviate from this narrative, will my destiny change? At that moment, I did not require Yi Liangshan to stand up for me. Instead, I intended to accompany my second uncle back home. What would the outcome be? Just as Bai Shuowei was lost in a myriad of thoughts, a series of knocks echoed from outside the door. The corridor was filled with a cacophony of voices. Could it be that they arrived so swiftly? Chapter 6. Bai Shuowei. My destiny shall be determined by me alone. With a heart laden with doubt, Bai Shuowei approached the door and opened it. Shuowei, my dear, you are utterly thoughtless. Do you realize the immense trouble you have brought upon the Bai family today? Your parents are nearly tearing their hair out in worry. The Wang family is not one we can afford to provoke. Come, return with your second uncle at once. Do not throw a tantrum like a spoiled young lady. Her second uncle exclaimed, his face etched with urgency. The group of Bai family relatives behind him chimed in, each urging Bai Shuowei not to indulge in her capriciousness and to hurry home. At that moment, even if Bai Shuowei remained skeptical of the thoughts swirling in her mind, she could not deny their veracity. Everything had come to pass. Yet, her inherent stubbornness made her reluctant to concede. Even she was unaware of the intense aversion she felt. She believed Yi Liangshan would not show up, for after returning her to this place, he would presumably be off to the market to sell lamb skewers and earn a little profit. He must be at the hardware store or a furniture market. Certainly not returning here. Thus, Bai Shuowei resolutely rejected the pleas of her second uncle and the relatives. Predictably, her uncle and the relatives grew increasingly exasperated, intent on forcibly dragging her away. At this critical juncture, a figure appeared at the end of the apartment corridor. A man wielding a baseball bat, adorned with a devil-may-care smile, positioned himself before the Bai relatives. Let her go? She is my woman, and you have no right to dictate her. In that moment, Bai Shuowei, no matter how fierce her disposition, could not help but believe every word Wang Ye had spoken, as they all rang true. Even the lines seemed to have been scripted. Bai Shuowei clenched her teeth in frustration. She was acutely aware that according to the original plot, she would be overwhelmed with emotion and rush into Yi Liangshan's embrace. It was highly likely that tonight would see the development of a substantial romantic relationship between them. But then, the thought of the series of events she could not accept washed over her. No, I refuse to be bound by such a predetermined fate. My destiny. I shall take charge of it myself. Yi Liangshan, who gives you the right to dictate my life? Who claims to be my man? Please, spare me your delusions. I hereby declare, we are finished. Yi Liangshan, who was still awaiting the female protagonist to fall into his arms, was momentarily stunned. Huh, what is happening? My woman has betrayed me? Shuowei, how could you say such things? Shuowei, I spent 5 years in prison, and you waited for me all that time. Now that I am free, the moment I take your hand, I promise to offer you a lifetime of splendor. Tell me, is Wang Ye coercing you into saying this? Has he threatened your family? Yi Liangshan's fists were clenched tightly, his face a mask of fury. Bai Shuowei found herself at a loss for words. Are you suffering from a persecution complex? You dare to blame Wang Ye for this? It's my decision to end our association. What is wrong with you? I said we are finished. You can go wherever you please, just don't obstruct my path. Uncle, I promise I'll go home now. With that, Bai Shuowei pushed Yi Liangshan aside and hurried forward. The Bai relatives were overjoyed. It seemed the young lady had finally come to her senses. They hurriedly followed her out. This left Yi Liangshan, who remained rooted to the spot, utterly bewildered. How could this be? I, Yi Liangshan, the formidable Dragon King, have returned from my imprisonment. Bai Shuowei, you are my woman. You loved me so fiercely that for 5 years you refused to entertain any male affections. Yet now, you mention a breakup. Wang Ye. Yes. This must be the little imp orchestrating this betrayal behind the scenes. It is the Wang family exerting pressure on your parents and the Bai family that has compelled you to act thus. Huh, the Wang family. Wang Ye. Very well. You have provoked me, Yi Liangshan. You shall pay. With this realization, Yi Liangshan flashed a devilishly charming smile and turned to pursue Bai Shuowei down the stairs. Just as Bai Shuowei settled into a vehicle, Yi Liangshan lightly pressed the key fob. With 2 beeps echoing, he mounted his electric scooter and, brimming with inexplicable confidence, called out to Bai Shuowei, Shuowei, fear not. The emperor takes turns reigning. This year, it's my family's turn. A mere Wang family, an inept second-generation rich kid. They are finished. My woman is not someone anyone can toy with. Bai Shuowei frowned at his words and instructed the driver to set off immediately. The vehicle sped down the road. Bai Shuowei's mind was a tumult of confusion, akin to a tangled ball of yarn. She understood that all of Wang Ye's assertions were indeed true. This world, as Wang Ye had described, was a narrative crafted by an author. She was one of the protagonists within this tale, and Yi Lianchun was the male lead. Her fate had been predetermined from the very beginning. At that time, she had failed to comprehend, but now, the thought of the future she would be forced to accept filled her with overwhelming resistance, even a hint of nausea. Why must I be shackled to a scoundrel like Yi Lianchun? Are all the men in this world gone? Am I truly so wretched? That despicable author. How could they craft a plot so shamelessly? Why should my destiny be dictated by your whims? I refuse to be with Yi Lianchun. I shall fight against this damned fate to the bitter end. Upon returning home, Bai Shuowei suddenly knelt before her parents. Dad, Mom, I'm sorry. My stubbornness has brought you trouble. I was wrong. Chapter 7. Has the protagonist lost her mind? Faced with this unexpected Bai Shuowei, Bai Changrong and his wife were left speechless. They had initially intended to elucidate the gravity of the situation to their daughter, to inform her that the Wang Group was a publicly traded company. Comparing their family to them was akin to contrasting an ant with an elephant. For the heir of the Wang Group to take an interest in her was indeed a blessing beyond measure. Marrying Wang Ye would certainly not lead to misfortune. Countless girls would compete for the chance to enter such a prestigious family, yet she, their foolish daughter, was blissfully unaware of her fortune. However, now they stood frozen, astonished by Bai Shuowei's demeanor. Noticing her parents' bewilderment, she quickly stated, Mom, I've come to a realization. I agree to your wishes. I am willing to become engaged to Wang Ye. Is it too late for us to apologize to the Wang family? On the way back, Bai Shuowei had made a secret resolution. I shall see what kind of person Wang Ye truly is. He pretends to be utterly dependent on me, yet behind my back, he mocks me as foolish. How infuriating. Am I truly so inadequate? You hypocritical performer, I will not yield to your wishes. If you do not wish for me to become engaged to you, I shall do so. Upon hearing his daughter's words, Bai Changrong was overcome with emotion, tears nearly streaming down his face. Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. At long last, my daughter has matured and grown up, just as it ought to be. Consequently, he hastily picked up the phone and dialed Wang Yunzhong, Wang Ye's father. The first call went unanswered, and with a heavy heart, Bai Changrong made a second attempt. It was only on the third call that Wang Yunzhong finally answered, his tone notably cold. Mr. Bai, your daughter is far too noble for my son. He is unworthy. You needn't apologize, for I shall not accept it. Listening to these words, Bai Changrong felt a cold sweat break out. He understood that if this misunderstanding could not be resolved, the Bai family would be in dire straits. A mere trifling action from the Wang Group could lead to their ruin, especially with Wang Yunzhong's current indifferent demeanor. It was highly likely that he would not spare the Bai family. Bai Changrong quickly adopted a more humble attitude, saying, Brother Wang, please do not be upset. My daughter was momentarily blinded by folly, but she now recognizes her mistake. She is willing to become engaged to your son and extend her apologies to you and your family. She understands her error. I implore you, Brother Wang, grant us a chance to give these two children an opportunity. What say you? After Bai Changrong finished speaking, there was a prolonged silence on the other end of the line. Moments later, Wang Yunzhong replied, Apologize? Get engaged? I have no time for this. Discuss it with my son. I have matters to attend to. Goodbye. The call ended with a harsh click, leaving Bai Changrong's countenance grim. He could not ascertain whether Wang Yunzhong would take action against the Bai family, and thus placed his hopes on Wang Ye. If only he could earn Wang Ye's forgiveness, perhaps all would be well. Shuowei, hurry, call Wang Ye and apologize. If he does not hold a grudge against us, this matter may be resolved, and your engagement to Wang Ye will surely come to fruition. Bai Shuowei nodded and picked up the phone to dial Wang Ye. At that moment, Wang Ye was in the gym of his luxurious villa, diligently practicing his martial arts. He was keenly aware that the protagonist, Yi Lianchun, had been cultivating a technique known as the void body refining technique while imprisoned. The initial progress of this technique was slow, which is why Yi Lianchun had remained relatively low-key, as the technique had only just begun to manifest its power. However, as he advanced to the mid and later stages, Yi Lianchun's strength surged dramatically, rendering him nearly unstoppable. By the final stages, he would be so formidable that one man could easily overpower an entire army, effortlessly catching missiles as if they were mere buns. Meanwhile, Wang Ye, the antagonist, had always relied on his family's wealth and hired various experts to confront Yi Lianchun, ultimately meeting a tragic end at the hands of Yi Lianchun's wicked smile. Now that the system had granted him a chance to grow stronger, why not seize it? After all, he would inevitably cross paths with Yi Lianchun as the story unfolded. With superior strength and immunity to harm, he could merely play his part, relishing the performance. However, Just as Wang Ye was energetically moving about the gym, his phone rang. The display read by Shuowei. Wang Ye was taken aback. What on earth? According to the plot, isn't Bai Shuowei currently with Yi Liangshan? They should be in her car. Preparing for an intimate moment when Yi Liangshan's phone rings with a distress call from his distant cousin. Following that, they would return to the Yi family, flaunting their success, humiliating his uncle and a host of sycophantic relatives, and reclaiming their ancestral home, all while including that beautiful cousin as one of his future romantic interests. So, why is Bai Shuowei contacting me now? This is illogical. Despite his confusion, Wang Ye adjusted his demeanor and answered the call. Hello, Shuowei, is this really you? Seeing your call has moved me deeply. I used to call you, but you never answered. Now you've called me. Am I dreaming? Wang Ye's attitude rendered Bai Shuowei momentarily speechless. Acting. Always acting, and so extravagantly at that. You detestable transmigrator. Bai Shuowei had intended to confront him about his pretense, but found herself unable to articulate her thoughts, barely managing to utter a "you." What is it, Shuowei? Have I done something wrong? It's fine. Please, speak. I will change. You are wonderful. I am sorry for today's events. I've caused your family embarrassment. And you were hurt because of me. It is my fault, and I apologize. Upon hearing Bai Shuowei's words, Wang Ye was utterly bewildered. Apologize? What? Has the heroine lost her mind? What is going on? Why are you apologizing to me? I am the antagonist, and I should be beneath your contempt. How can you apologize to me in this manner? Your character is off. Apologies? Shuowei, you need not apologize to me. You are always in the right. Thank you. As long as you do not hold it against me. By the way, do you have time tomorrow? I would like to take you to dinner so we can discuss the engagement. I've made up my mind. I am willing to become engaged to you. What? Shuowei, what did you just say? The signal is poor. I can't hear you clearly. Wang Ye hastily ended the call, exasperated. For heaven's sake. You are the heroine. Why are you not basking in love with the male lead? Why are you involving me, the antagonist? And you want to get engaged to me? What is this madness? If this continues, how will I navigate the plot? Your character is collapsing. What if I get electrocuted? To prevent Bai Shuowei from calling again, Wang Ye promptly turned off his phone. He then resumed practicing his martial arts in the gym. With Wang Ye's storyline now absent, Yi Liangshan would address the family matters, which would occupy at least 2 chapters. Thus, in the following 2 days, Wang Ye found himself in a lull, free to engage in activities he enjoyed, such as clubbing, playing ball, or indulging in massages at a spa, all appealing options. Meanwhile, Yi Liangshan rode his electric bike down the street, contemplating how to take revenge on Wang Ye. At that moment, he received a call from his distant cousin, who informed him that his uncle and the greedy relatives of the Yi family were planning to sell his ancestral home. I've tried to stop them, but they won't listen and even threatened me. I heard you were released from prison, so please come back and check it out. Otherwise, we won't be able to save your house. Yi Liangshan's anger flared. It was one thing for the incompetent Wang Ye to bully him, but now these relatives dared to look down on him as well. Very well, you've successfully provoked my ire. Liangshan does not mind playing with you. After concluding the conversation with his cousin, Yi Liangshan promptly rode his electric bike back to the Yi family home. Once there, he was met with a barrage of ridicule and humiliation from his family, who called him worthless and a failure, their scorn only fueling his resentment. Yet, Yi Liangshan refrained from exploding. He was merely biding his time, for his hatred level was not yet maxed out. Overwhelmed by humiliation to the point of no return, even his cousin, who had attempted to assist him, was left bloodied at the corners of her mouth, weeping. Cousin, I can only help you this far. At this moment, his reservoir of hatred reached its zenith, and the male protagonist erupted in fury, instilling terror within his entire family, silencing those who dared to rise against him and serving as a warning for the others. The family trembled in fear, their bodies quaking in dread. This continued until the late hours of the night, when Yi Liangshan finally completed his family's grand display of arrogance. He sat in the dilapidated shack, clutching his parents' portraits, his fists clenched tightly. Memories of his parents' struggles and their tragic fates flooded his mind, and after enduring 5 years of imprisonment, the sudden death of his parents reignited his fury. To those scoundrels responsible for his parents' demise, you may continue your lives unimpeded. Yet know that your days will no longer be tranquil. I shall make you understand that I, Yi Liangshan, never utter empty threats. Yi Liangshan vowed through gritted teeth. Unfortunately, he remained oblivious to the identities of those who had harmed his parents and could only issue veiled threats for the time being. Indeed, as the formidable Dragon King, he commanded the Dragon King Hall, yet remained unable to discern the culprits behind his parents' deaths. Such is the absurdity of the author's plot. The purpose of this narrative is straightforward: to incite insatiable curiosity among readers regarding the identity of those responsible for Yi Liangshan's parents' demise. The more you ponder, the less I shall reveal. Just for fun. I shan't tell you. After much contemplation, Yi Liangchen retrieved his blue-screen smartphone and dialed a mysterious number. Mei Ying, I have been released from prison. What progress has been made in the investigation? Dragon King, the matter you requested has yielded some results. It is now certain that your parents did not die of natural causes. They met with foul play, and the number of individuals involved is limited, leaving scant evidence, thus complicating the investigation. Yi Liangchen's lips curled into a sinister smile. How intriguing. So, are you suggesting that my parents' demise is unrelated to my uncle and his ilk? That is a reasonable assumption, but until a formal investigation has been conducted, we cannot draw definitive conclusions. Then continue the inquiry. Those who dared to take my parents' lives shall face utter ruin. Understood, Dragon King. I shall ensure this matter is thoroughly investigated. By the way, are you engaged to Miss Bai? Engaged? Yi Liangchen's expression darkened with a malevolent grin, his lips curling into a sneer of hatred. Mei Ying, there seems to be an issue with Bai Shuowei. Please investigate. What issue could Bai Shuowei possibly have? Isn't she at her engagement banquet? On the other end of the line, Mei Ying initially intended to relay the information she had gathered in her mind. However, as she reached the critical point, her voice faltered, as if a hand had gripped her throat, her mouth opening but producing no sound. In that moment, she was utterly stunned. What was happening? The bizarre information flooding my mind was already perplexing enough, but why could I not speak now while reporting to the Dragon King? Could it be that the information released by the time traveler, Wang Ye, is something I am unable to disclose in this world? Is this world truly a fictional realm? Is the Dragon King the protagonist of this narrative? And Bai Shuowei, as well as the Zhong Shutong mentioned by Wang Ye, are they all part of the Dragon King's harem? And what of me? Could I also be one of them? After all, according to the novel's premise, any woman who is alluring, beautiful, pure, and admires the male protagonist is undoubtedly a candidate for the harem. And it seems that I currently fit that description. Oh my, this cannot be. How can I become someone else's concubine? Mei Ying, you may be mistaken. In any case, I need all the information on Bai Shuowei, the more detailed, the better. Please assist me. Understood, Dragon King. I have already gathered 90% of Bai Shuowei's information. I merely need a week or two to complete the remaining details and can send it to you shortly. Excellent. Send it over. The woman I, the Dragon King, have set my sights on shall not fall into the hands of that scoundrel Wang Ye. Mei Ying promptly dispatched Bai Shuowei's information to Yi Liangchen via email. Upon receiving the notification of the email on his blue-screen smartphone, Yi Liangchen nodded in satisfaction. Mei Ying, you have performed admirably. I greatly appreciate your efforts. Are you busy at the moment? If not, come meet me in person. After conversing online for so long, I am quite curious about your appearance. Upon hearing this, Mei Ying's mind buzzed with confusion. Internally, she cursed, damn. Why not just call yourself the Sea King instead of the Dragon King? So soon to invite me out? Indeed. You harbor ulterior motives. It seems that I am destined to become one of the Dragon King's concubines as crafted by the author. How infuriating. Chapter 9. She consumed what she should not have. Dragon King, I have other matters to attend to, so I shall hang up. Beep, beep, beep. Mei Ying hastily ended the call, her heart racing. As a prodigious detective, Mei Ying had limited interactions with those within the Dragon King Hall. Yet her exceptional abilities earned her a prominent reputation. Thus, she was assigned to liaise with the Dragon King. Initially, Mei Ying was exhilarated. After all, he was the esteemed Dragon King, reputed to be young, handsome, and remarkable. She had long anticipated meeting him. However, since the appearance of one cryptic message after another in her mind, and the continuous updates that followed, her admiration for Yi Liangchen had waned. To validate Wang Ye's assertions, she had proactively reviewed extensive documentation and ultimately confirmed that all of Wang Ye's predictions had come to pass. Reluctantly, she was compelled to acknowledge that Yi Liangchen was indeed the protagonist of the story, and Wang Ye was a time traveler. Now, it appeared that she was also one of the female leads, part of Yi Liangchen's harem. In a bid to reverse this dismal fate and uncover the truth, Mei Ying swiftly operated her computer, uncovering Wang Ye's WeChat ID, QQ number, and even his phone number. She attempted to add him as a friend, only to find her WeChat request returned as an invalid number, QQ similarly confirmed as non-existent, and phone calls met with silence. This left Mei Ying bewildered and even slightly terrified. Could it be haunted? Yet, recalling her recent conversation with Yi Liangchen, she understood that while she could grasp the information Wang Ye provided, she was unable to articulate it as a character in this narrative. Wang Ye, how intriguing. You are increasingly captivating my interest. The following morning, Wang Ye awoke naturally, refreshed and ready to embrace the day. After attending to his morning routine and donning a flamboyant pink suit, he smiled, welcoming the beauty of the day. Not in the mood to work, he decided against it, as he had no personal plot to pursue. But what should he do instead? Perhaps go fishing? Or indulge in some frivolous spending with a few friends? Or call up some models for entertainment? All options seemed appealing. Wang Ye strolled into his garage and casually entered a Rolls-Royce, starting the engine. At that moment, a prompt to write a book review appeared before him. Right. I haven't penned a review today, he exclaimed. No rush. Let me jot down a few reviews before I head out for some fun. Yesterday, the female lead by Shuawei must have had a lapse in judgment. She actually called me. Damn, that startled me. Truly, a chesty yet brainless bimbo. And she wants to get engaged? Sister, could you please take a look in the mirror? You are the heroine. You ought to be with Yi Liangchen. Why must you bind yourself to a villain like me? The truth is, I have no affection for your type. Yi Liangchen is likely preening himself again. Perhaps engaging in a scuffle with some petty thugs, then flirting with another heroine, teasing and charming her, huh? In any case, it bears no relation to me. Today, the sun shines brilliantly, and without my presence in the narrative, it is simply splendid. Off to revel. After writing several reviews, Wang Ye casually clicked to publish. Ding. Congratulations. Host, your review has been successfully published, and you have received a blue pill, along with its prescription. At that moment, a bottle resembling a pack of Xianmai chewing gum appeared in Wang Ye's hand. What the? Is the system truly this considerate? Although I wish to gallivant in this regard, I am young and vigorous, and do I truly require such a thing? You mischievous system, indeed rather unprincipled, a bit of a co-conspirator in vice. Despite internally protesting my distaste for this item, a smile betraying my amusement crept onto my lips. Upon opening the bottle, I discovered an instruction manual, which was essentially the prescription. Wang Ye glanced through it. The ingredients and preparation method listed seemed quite wholesome, comprised entirely of traditional Chinese medicinal herbs. Some of these herbs appeared rather expensive, and the preparation process seemed somewhat intricate, incomprehensible to anyone unversed in traditional Chinese medicine. Wang Ye paid it no mind. Starting the car, he set off. If the allure of long legs proved overwhelming, he would simply try one of these blue pills to test its efficacy. After all, the system's products should not disappoint. What Wang Ye could not have anticipated was that as soon as he backed out of the garage, a flamboyant red Ferrari parked right in front of his home, the very car he had driven just yesterday. The door swung open, revealing a sultry lady clad in silver high heels, black stockings, a form-fitting skirt, and a white blouse. Her cascading waves danced in the wind, exuding an unparalleled mature allure. Upon seeing this woman, Wang Ye felt his heart sink. What the? How is it Zhong Shutong? Aunt Zhong, your path seems increasingly askew. Your character design is clearly mismatched. You should have transformed after meeting Yi Liangchen. Why are you suddenly embracing a seductive persona ahead of schedule? Moreover, just yesterday your hair was elegantly styled. Today, it's an extravagant wave. Most critically, your skirt appears even shorter than the one from yesterday. And those legs, glistening black, could blind me. Aunt Zhong, I urge you to reconsider. This is quite tempting for a villain like me. I cannot comprehend your transformation, dear heroine. Good morning, Aunt Zhong. Wang Ye greeted as he exited the vehicle. Good morning, little Yi. Your sports car has a rather stiff suspension. It's south quite jarring to drive. I still prefer a more comfortable ride. Let us take your current vehicle instead, she replied, striding towards him with a confident gait. Wang Ye was baffled. Why would Zhong Shutong make a special trip to deliver the car to him? Has she truly taken an interest in me? Aunt Zhong, my sports car isn't much to boast about. Very well, you can take the passenger seat. With a nod, Zhong Shutong settled into the car. Just as they were about to depart, an astonishing development occurred. She casually picked up the blue pill Wang Ye had left on the center console. Little Yi, what brand of gum is this? I've never seen it before. With curiosity, she inspected the bottle, uncapped it, and without hesitation, popped a pill into her mouth. The action was so natural. After consuming one, she casually returned the bottle to its place. Wang Ye was left in a state of bewildered amusement. What to do? If Aunt Zhong reacts, it could become quite stimulating. Chapter 10. Aunt Zhong, this woman is extraordinary. It seems the car cannot leave the villa. If she ignites with passion on the streets, it could lead to an accident. Perhaps it would be best to wait in the villa's courtyard? If the effects set in, I could take advantage of the situation before departing. However, this seems to veer dangerously off script. If I were to engage with Aunt Zhong, her character would undoubtedly unravel entirely. Little Yi, why are you dawdling? Drive. Zhong Shutong adjusted her seat back, reclining comfortably. Aunt Zhong, wait a moment. I forgot to grab my water bottle. I'll be right back, Wang Ye said, opening the door and dashing back inside. Observing Wang Ye's frantic return, Zhong Shutong couldn't help but smirk. Little Yi, you're hiding quite a bit. I'm curious to see what you do when the plot doesn't involve you, she mused. As she awaited his return, Zhong Shutong gradually felt a warmth coursing through her body, accompanied by an inexplicable surge of energy that left her exhilarated. It was as if she had transformed, brimming with vitality, and even her mood felt delightfully uplifted. What is happening to me? Why this peculiar sensation? It's rather pleasant. Quite intriguing. Damn it. Zhong Shutong consumed my blue pill, This leaves me flabbergasted. You are one of the heroines. How can your character crumble like this? What will Yi Liangchen do later? You're creating dilemmas for me, the villain. Zhong Shutong sensed the emergence of two reviews in her mind, causing her expression to shift dramatically. Blue pill? Could it be that I just ingested a type of drug disguised as gum? Oh no, Wang Ye, you shameless little rogue. Truly unprincipled of you to leave such things lying about. Who would think to regard it as anything other than gum? Infuriating. Bang. An exasperated Zhong Shutong kicked the car door open and strode purposefully towards the villa, moving with a fierce determination. At that moment, Wang Ye, watching from the window, realized with dread that Aunt Zhong was onto him. Her face filled with fury. She must have figured out what he had done. This is truly disastrous. Wang Ye lamented, patting his forehead in resignation. He dashed to the rooftop of the villa to hide, then discreetly opened his phone to check the surveillance. Zhong Shutong entered the villa, calling for Wang Ye as she searched each room. After thoroughly searching the first floor, she stormed up to the second, then the third. Wang Ye was astounded. Aunt Zhong, your stamina is astonishing. Even in high heels, you seem to be flying. Ultimately, Zhong Shutong reached the top floor of the villa, her complexion unflushed and breathing steady. Still brimming with energy, devoid of any wants or desires. Only her physical strength had intensified. At that moment, she suddenly realized that the blue pill may not be a substance that inflates desire, but rather a tonic that enhances vitality. So, perhaps she had misunderstood? However, it shouldn't be the case. Wang Ye appears to be quite guilty. Otherwise, why would he be hiding? Wang Ye, are you still concealing yourself? Come out this instant. If you don't, I shall call your mother right away and inform her that you deceived me into consuming that kind of medication. Let us see how you explain that to her. Wang Ye, ensconced in a black plastic bag beside the rubbish bin, felt a throbbing in his head. Aunt Zhong. Oh, Aunt Zhong, you are truly remarkable. My admiration for you grows ever stronger. Your persona has utterly collapsed. With a sudden flourish, Wang Ye ripped the plastic bag away and tossed it into the bin. With a beaming smile, he greeted Zhong Shuaing, holding a cup of water in one hand and his phone in the other. Aunt Zhong, why aren't you in the car? Why did you come upstairs to find me? My water cup is so unfortunate. It was casually thrown into the upstairs trash by the cleaning lady this morning. Isn't that strange? I searched for ages before I finally found it. Zhong Shuaing turned to face Wang Ye, who approached her as if nothing were amiss. She felt an overwhelming urge to give him a good thrashing. Humph. Indeed, he is quite the dramatist. Wang Ye, what exactly did you make me consume earlier? This is merely a stamina-enhancing supplement. What is the matter, Aunt Zhong? Are you feeling unwell after taking it? Is it truly just a stamina booster? You're not deceiving me, are you? Not at all. Wang Ye, never tell lies. Well, it seems I may have misjudged you. I thought it was that kind of drug, and I panicked for a moment. But now that I reflect on it, I feel fine. It truly does enhance stamina. I've been wandering around your house for quite a while, and even climbed 3 flights of stairs without feeling fatigued. This medication is indeed impressive. It wouldn't happen to be a stimulant, would it? Wang Ye observed that Zhong Shuaing's complexion was quite normal, which left him somewhat disappointed. I had prepared myself for a fiery encounter, and this is all there is? System, you are utterly useless at critical moments. It appears that this blue pill provided by the system simply invigorates one's physical energy, rendering them full of vitality. With that thought, Wang Ye felt emboldened. Of course, it's not a stimulant. It's a particularly rare medicine. If it weren't for you, Aunt Zhong, inadvertently taking a pill, I wouldn't have revealed it to anyone. Since you've discovered it, let us go. I can show you the prescription. It's entirely composed of pure traditional Chinese medicine and is exceedingly healthy. Zhong Shuaing became intrigued and promptly followed Wang Ye downstairs. He retrieved the prescription from the medicine bottle and showed it to her. After carefully examining each ingredient, Zhong Shuaing nodded repeatedly. Indeed, this prescription is quite exceptional. Formulated entirely from traditional Chinese medicine with no Western pharmaceutical components. It seems you were right. This is a valuable item. It would be a shame not to monetize such a treasure. Monetize? Wang Ye looked at Zhong Shuaing with curiosity. Aunt Zhong, what brilliant scheme have you devised to make a profit? With an air of confidence, Zhong Shuaing replied, if this prescription were produced and marketed through conventional channels, the entire process would be excessively lengthy. By the time one sees a profit, it would likely be next year or even the year after. At that point, should the prescription leak, a multitude of pharmaceutical companies would attempt to replicate it, leading to numerous complications and marketing issues, resulting in minimal profits. Conversely, if we pursue an alternative approach to monetization, not only can we earn more, but we can do so swiftly. Most importantly, once produced, it will sell itself, with people clamoring to purchase this medicine. Upon hearing this, Wang Ye couldn't help but give Zhong Shuaing a thumbs up. Aunt Zhong, you truly are a business genius. Please, enlighten me. Noticing the curiosity on Wang Ye's face, Zhong Shuang leaned back against the passenger seat instead of divulging her thoughts. I'm so tired. Running around your house has worn me out, and it seems my stockings have been worn thin. I suppose I'll have to buy a new pair at the mall. Little Yi, you will accompany me to the mall to buy stockings, one to you? Chapter 11. The Medicine God Society. Aunt Zhong, you are acting quite oddly. Wang Ye, what the hell? Aunt Zhong, your schemes are becoming increasingly intricate. Do I have to accompany you to buy stockings to learn your money-making strategy? Truly, this woman is no simpleton. She is quite the player. No wonder she will become Yi Liangqin's right-hand woman, aiding him in managing an entire business empire. Her intellect and emotional acumen are impressive. If only that brainless Bai Shuawei had half your cleverness. That works. Let us go to the mall. I happen to be free. Wang Yi agreed, starting the car and setting off. Upon arriving at the mall, Zhong Shuang's shopping style was markedly different from that of other women. She was highly purposeful. Entering an upscale brand store, she effortlessly purchased over 20 pairs and then browsed for bras and other intimate apparel. Wang Yi stepped into the women's lingerie section, momentarily dazzled by the array of feminine garments. Zhong Shuang would occasionally ask him, do you think this one looks good? How about this one? And that one? Wang Yi awkwardly nodded. They all look great, Aunt Zhong. With a figure like yours, you would look good in anything. Yet, internally he mused, Aunt Zhong, this behavior is a bit audacious. Is this considered overtly flirtatious? The female lead is becoming increasingly peculiar. After purchasing stockings and a few pieces of lingerie, Zhong Shuang didn't seem inclined to let Wang Yi off the hook. She expressed her desire to buy several dresses. Wang Yi nodded vigorously. Let us buy. Zhong Shuang's character may be eccentric, but as long as the system doesn't shock him, he was fine with it. Their official interactions were still far off, and even if her character skewed a bit, it wouldn't affect the current plot. Matters of the future could be addressed later. While shopping for dresses, Zhong Shuang would occasionally dart into the fitting room to try on an outfit, parading before Wang Yi. The sight left Wang Yi parched, with blood rushing to his head. This woman, Zhong Shuang, was indeed extraordinary, especially in those revealing, tantalizing dresses. The mere sight was overwhelming. A woman seeking to entice a man often finds that the best method is to have him accompany her while shopping for dresses. This tactic was indeed quite effective. Having purchased 7 or 8 dresses, the time swiftly passed to noon, signaling that it was time for a meal. Little Yi, it seems you haven't truly looked at me this morning. Are you only focused on your money-making plans? Zhong Shuang teased, having noticed Wang Yi's distraction. Wang Yi exclaimed, what is the point of just looking? You're not letting me take part. I'm not some loser who stares blankly at beautiful women, drooling. There are plenty of beauties around. I have grander aspirations. I've seen you. Aunt Zhong, you are the most beautiful. That hot pot restaurant over there looks good. Let us just go there. We've already spent enough time shopping for clothes. Now you're being picky about where to eat? I really can't handle it anymore. How about we just go to that hot pot place? Haha, since you're so flattering. All right, let us do it your way. The two entered the hot pot restaurant. As a divided pot was placed before them, an array of meats, vegetables, and mushrooms filled the table. Aunt Zhong, can you now reveal your money-making plan? You've kept me in suspense all morning, Wang Yi said while picking up lamb rolls to place in the pot. Although Wang Yi is not lacking in wealth, it does not imply that he is indifferent to the allure of earning more. Even the most affluent individuals harbor a desire for financial gain, as the pursuit of wealth can indeed bring joy. This plan is remarkably straightforward. The establishment of the Pharmaceutical Deity Society, which clandestinely sells this medication within affluent circles, akin to the sales strategies employed by micro-businesses. The mere mention of the Pharmaceutical Deity Society left Wang Yi utterly astonished. A society dedicated to pharmaceuticals? Goodness. Aunt Zhong, you truly are unconventional. According to the unfolding narrative, this society would only come into existence after you and Yi Liangqin solidified your romantic connection. As the Dragon King, it is only natural for Yi Liangqin to possess profound medical knowledge, along with a plethora of prescriptions at his disposal. Utilizing her prodigious commercial acumen, Zhong Shetong has ingeniously rebranded these medications, infusing them with novel concepts and definitions. Medications produced at minimal cost swiftly become the objects of desire among the wealthy. Upon its inception, the Pharmaceutical Deity Society boasts an astonishing capacity for wealth accumulation. Its members, primarily affluent ladies and socialites, eagerly purchase the medications for personal use, gifting, or reselling. The prices of even the most modest offerings from the society soar to exorbitant heights, starting at a minimum of 50,000. Yet each new release is met with frenzied demand. Moreover, as the plot progresses, the Pharmaceutical Deity Society rises to prominence as a leading medical organization, becoming one of Yi Liangqin's substantial economic backers. Consequently, Aunt Zhong, if you intend to launch the Pharmaceutical Deity Society right from the outset, what role remains for Yi Liangqin? And what of my dear self? Are you willing to join forces with me to establish this society and profit from the wealthy? After outlining her ambitious plan, Zhong Shutong turned her gaze towards Wang Ye. This is a splendid idea, and Zhong, you truly are a commercial genius. As long as the medication proves effective, this approach to generating income is undoubtedly efficient and lucrative. However, but I, Wang Duoyu, am reluctant to invest in this venture. I fear that should I earn too much, my father may perceive me as anything but a good-for-nothing rich heir and drag me back to inherit a vast fortune. Oh, what a dilemma, Zhong Shutong retorted. Huh? This bravado is rather unexpected. Interesting, little Yi. Your nonchalant attitude is rather charming. I find myself rather drawn to it. What should I do? Cough, cough, little Yi. Let us set aside the jesting for now. I speak earnestly. For some time, I have been preparing to establish the Pharmaceutical Deity Society and have already procured several prescriptions. Yet, those medications fail to astonish. They lack a sensational impact. This has hindered the execution of my plan. However, your medication is truly remarkable and will undoubtedly captivate all. The most astonishing aspect is that it is a purely herbal formula with no additives. Once released, the wealthy will go mad for it. If you could join me in managing the Pharmaceutical Deity Society, I believe we could amass an extraordinary fortune. Gazing into Zhong Shutong's eager eyes, Wang Ye realized she was genuinely interested in collaborating on the Pharmaceutical Deity Society. She placed significant value on the prescription for the blue pill. However, Wang Ye found himself in a quandary. The system punishes him with electric shocks for even slight deviations from the narrative. If he were to establish the Pharmaceutical Deity Society with Zhong Shutong, it would undoubtedly disrupt the plot. The entire storyline could collapse, and the system might reduce him to ashes. To play it safe, if Zhong Shutong wishes to establish the society, she may proceed without his involvement. But he would not oppose her. After all, he would be doing nothing. It would be the female lead taking the initiative. If the plot were to collapse, it would not concern him in the slightest. Indeed, that seems the best course of action. He would sell her the prescription at a reasonable price. And Zhong, your idea is splendid, and I wholeheartedly support it. However, I am accustomed to a life of leisure, and managing my mother's company is already quite burdensome. I believe I would not excel in the role of a partner in the Pharmaceutical Deity Society. Instead, why not pursue it independently? I will sell you the prescriptions, and I will continue to provide you with new ones as they arise. How does that sound? Zhong Shutong was momentarily taken aback. What was he thinking? Chapter 12. When did Bai Shuowei become so cheap? Do you truly not wish to seize this opportunity for easy wealth? It is a guaranteed profit, and a substantial one at that. Indeed, I am disinterested in earning money, for making money is the simplest pursuit in this world. I harbor no interest in wealth whatsoever. Cough, cough. Consider today as hot pot as my treat, but you must pay. Think of it as the price for my prescription. Ah, is this even permissible? Of course it is. Ha. After enjoying lunch, Wang Ye escorted Zhong Shutong back to her company before driving to a private club. 3 skilled female therapists, well-versed in their craft, approached him effortlessly. Young Master Wang, would you prefer a heavier touch? Young Master Wang, how is the temperature? Is it too hot? Young Master Wang, I will apply more pressure now, please bear with me. The therapists catered to Wang Ye, leaving him utterly relaxed. Amidst the comfort, he began to ponder, while I, the antagonist, revel in such indulgence. What is the protagonist Yi Liangshan up to? Ah, he recalled. Liangshan was on the street, shirtless under the sun, selling lamb skewers. The stall was likely named Liangshan Barbecue. If memory serves, it should be nearby. The illustrious Dragon King grilling skewers must produce quite delectable fare. Although he was not hungry in the slightest, he worried that if Yi Liangshan's business was poor, he might turn his focus to revenge after a few days of unsuccessful sales. This simply would not do. He needed to show more concern for Liangshan, ensuring he thrived and enjoyed the fulfillment and joy of being a business owner. Liangshan, you must always remember that you are the protagonist. You must stand tall. Go. Buy 500 skewers of grilled lamb. Make sure to purchase from Liangshan's barbecue. At this sudden request from young Master Wang, the 3 beautiful therapists exchanged glances. Heavens! 500 skewers? Such a hefty order. Can you possibly consume that much, young Master Wang? Wouldn't that be excessive? 10 people could hardly finish that. The therapist repeatedly confirmed with Wang Ye that he indeed wanted 500 skewers. Once assured, they promptly set about fulfilling the order. After enjoying his massage, Wang Ye reclined in a chair, feeling utterly content as he began to compose a review. Protagonist, look how much I care for you. I understand that you are selling lamb skewers to impress others, so I arranged for the purchase of 500 skewers to support your business. I believe you will have a fulfilling and joyful afternoon. Tomorrow evening is the day you attend the class reunion with Bai Shuowei. You will ride your electric bike, wearing that tattered apron from grilling lamb skewers. Haha. I wonder if you have $5 left in your pocket to woo that girl who costs $4.50. At the reunion, fortuitously, Your classmates will post pictures of you selling lamb skewers in the group, and everyone will mock by Xu Wei and ridicule you. Oh, how I hope the character of the female lead, by Xu Wei, does not falter. If she does, I will be unable to make my entrance. I have been eagerly awaiting to adorn your ring finger with the 10-carat glass diamond ring I procured for just 99 yuan from Pinduoduo. Zhong Shutong. Your character as the female lead is crumbling too severely. You must hold strong and not falter further. You are Yi Lianshan's woman. Henceforth, you shall kneel and worship him. Do you understand? Observe how dashing Lianshan looks while grilling lamb skewers. You must fully leverage your business acumen to assist him in amassing wealth, while simultaneously ensuring that the other female leads are lured into his harem. Zhong Shutong. Go for it. I believe you can excel in the role of Yi Lianshan's devoted admirer. You will undoubtedly be the finest of all. Uft. Sitting in her office, sipping tea, Zhong Shutong burst into laughter, nearly spilling her drink all over the table. As she read the first half of the messages, she guffawed heartily, even slapping her thigh in amusement, exclaiming, "Little Yezi, you truly are a gem. I thank you on behalf of Yi Lianshan, huh?" However, upon encountering the portion concerning herself, her expression instantly soured with fury. With a forceful jab of her finger, she tore a hole in the newly purchased stockings. What the hell? The subsequent plot twist suggests that I, Zhong Shutong, am to be the one groveling before this insufferable loser? Which foolish author concocted such a mindless storyline? Ugh, how infuriating. Have you no sense? How could you arrange this? Do you even understand women? This is driving me mad. I wish I could twist your head off and kick it like a ball. Assistant. Secretary. Get in here now. Zhong Shutong bellowed, her temper boiling. President. What is the matter? Is everything all right, President? In an instant, her assistant, secretary, and several employees rushed into the office. Now, immediately, go to this address and buy lamb skewers, and they must be from Lianshan's grill. Gather all 20 of our security guards to line up together. Each one must purchase at least 100 skewers. Take turns buying. Do not let him have a moment's respite. If that foolish idiot isn't exhausted, don't return. The employees, taken aback by Zhong Shutong's explosive rage, exchanged bewildered glances. Some even contemplated questioning her, wondering why they were targeting a small vendor and why they needed to buy so many skewers while dragging along over 20 security guards. But Zhong Shutong had no intention of explaining. She merely curtly and politely told them to get lost. On another front, by Xu Wei, who had just made plans with her best friend to attend a reunion the following evening, turned pale upon envisioning the reviews flashing through her mind. Oh, this idiot actually went and sold lamb skewers. You, the male lead, selling lamb skewers? How utterly absurd. This ridiculous novel, what a dreadful plot. On the very first day of selling lamb skewers, Yi Lianshan has already been photographed by my classmates. Tomorrow, they'll humiliate me by sharing it in the group chat. Damn it, I can't take it anymore. I must post something on social media to clarify my relationship with this fool. I can't let everyone think I'm dating someone like him. And you, Wang Ye, you've gone too far. Just because you don't like me doesn't mean you can dismiss me with a mere $99 broken glass. When did I, by Xu Wei, become so cheap? Villain. Humph. Chapter 13. Wang Ye, I refuse to take the blame. At this moment, a long queue formed at the corner of the old street in Jiangqing. In front of Lianshan's barbecue stall, Yi Lianshan, grasping 2 hefty bundles of lamb skewers, couldn't he help but tremble slightly. Why is my business booming like this? I merely wished to maintain a low profile and find a little work to do. Yet now, it was clear that business was thriving. And I was utterly exhausted. How can I possibly keep grilling? My arms are aching from the labor, and the smoke is causing my eyes to water. How infuriating. Here I am, the illustrious Dragon King, serving these insignificant ants. Finally managing to grill 30 more skewers, he handed them to a young man, who promptly demanded, "Hurry up. Keep going, boss. Grill 400 more, and my 500 will be sufficient." Yi Lianshan, feeling a surge of annoyance, waved his hand dismissively. "I'm out of lamb. Go buy from another vendor." The cheerful ant from the neighboring stall approached him with a bucket brimming with pre-skewered lamb, ready for grilling. "Bossy, if you're out of lamb, just say so. I have plenty. Here, take it. I have a whole truck of it." Yi Lianshan replied, "Auntie. Haha, excellent. You've got guts. My irresistible charm truly spans all ages. Even a stranger like you is willing to lend a helping hand. Why should I not continue grilling? Well then, I shall indulge you today. You poor souls have likely never tasted authentic lamb skewers, and here you are, utterly captivated by the ones grilled by this Dragon King. Alas, the capable are burdened with more work. My extraordinary talents ensure that I shine wherever I go. In truth, I desire to remain low-key, but circumstances beg to differ. My prowess simply does not allow for it. Very well. Let me show you what it means to unleash my full potential." Yi Lianshan, not one to shy away, graciously thanked the neighboring ant, then seized 30 skewers of lamb. Quietly invoking the void refinement technique, the skewers that would typically take 10 minutes to grill now blazed with fire upon hitting the grill, requiring only 2 minutes to perfection. As the grilling speed intensified, Yi Liangchen felt increasingly fatigued, drenched in sweat. Yet the applause from the crowd grew louder, with chants of, "Boss is amazing. Boss is formidable. Keep grilling, boss." Even the neighboring aunt excitedly exclaimed, "Boss Yi, you're incredible. So impressive and handsome. Don't worry about a thing. I'll arrange for 10 more trucks of lamb to come over." Yi Liangchen smirked, "You flatter me. Thank you." Throughout the afternoon, Yi Liangchen felt as if he were soaring, tirelessly outputting skewers, nearly on the verge of collapse. Just then, he received intel from Mei Ying. "Dragon King, you needn't continue grilling. Those people are not ordinary customers. They are employees and security personnel from Wang Ye's company. Even the aunt from the neighboring stall has been bribed. No matter how hard you work, you cannot keep up." Mei Ying had long gathered the information but delayed reporting it, curious to see if the Dragon King would catch on. Ultimately, being the Dragon King, he adhered to the principle that the customer is king and diligently served. This is what it means to be the male lead, responsible, bold, unafraid of toil, and resilient. Mei Ying found this both amusing and exasperating. As the sun began to set, the Dragon King continued grilling. Reluctantly, she decided to report the situation. If she failed to act soon, the Dragon King might end up humiliated, and she would face repercussions from above. "Wang Ye, you really are considerate. What a good person. And Zhong Shutong, you are truly ruthless. It seems you will soon be under scrutiny for Wang Ye's messages." Upon reading the intel, Yi Liangchen's head began to throb with anger, threatening to explode. "Damn it, you think you can toy with me? Before I take action, all of you disappear from my sight." The crowd waiting in line, feeling guilty, hurriedly fled with their lamb skewers. Even the neighbor stall owner, who had been fervently cheering them on, wisely decided to make her exit, pushing her cart away. This infuriated Yi Liangchen, who thought, "Did I not make it clear that I wanted you all to vanish? How can you truly just disappear? I am on the brink of losing my temper. Do you not understand that I am itching for a fight? You dare not give me face, Dragon King. A bunch of Wang Ye's sycophants, just wait." With a frustrated cry, he picked up an iron rod and smashed his own barbecue stall in front of onlookers. His anger was overwhelming. He had been toyed with by that despicable Wang Ye for an entire afternoon. "Wang Ye, have some decency." After destroying his stall, Yi Liangchen left with the over 20,000 he had earned, gritting his teeth. 5 yuan per skewer, totaling 4,000 skewers. Was this even humanly possible? If not for the void body refinement technique he practiced, which drastically shortened the cooking time, he would have needed 2 full days to grill that many lamb skewers. Holding the money in his hands, he felt an immense sense of humiliation, weighed down by 2 hefty stacks of shame. He wanted to throw it away but couldn't he bring himself to do so, for it represented an afternoon of sweat and toil. I am truly incensed. How can I, the illustrious Dragon King, stoop to using the void body refinement technique to earn money grilling meat? That shameless Wang Ye. Very well. I shall remember this humiliation. Just then, a message from Mei Ying arrived. "Dragon King, by Shuowei just posted on her social media, clarifying that she has no relationship with you from now on. She also stated that her affections lie with Wang Ye, and that they will be getting engaged in the future." Yi Liangchen was stunned upon reading the message. If anger had levels, he had undoubtedly reached the maximum. "Wang Ye, again it's you. I, Yi Liangchen, will not rest until I have my vengeance against you." In a fit of rage, he suddenly burst into laughter while riding his electric bike, startling several passers-by. "What the hell? Has he lost his mind? Laughing like a fool. Is there a mental hospital nearby that hasn't locked its doors?" Yi Liangchen exclaimed. "Wang Ye, what a cunning ploy. You actually forced Shuowei to post such a thing. Toying with me is one thing, but to insult my woman and make her promise to be with you? You've truly crossed the line." He let out all the pent-up anger and boundless hatred towards Wang Ye, as he felt the gentle breeze beneath the streetlights. It took him a while to calm down. The Dragon King truly lived up to his title. No matter how great the humiliation, he could revive himself in an instant. Once his emotions settled, he decided to call by Shuowei. Dialing her number, he was met with silence. He called again, still no answer. "Wang Ye, very well. You have some nerve. Threatening my woman behind my back, and now she won't answer my calls." He dialed again and again until finally, it connected. "Hello, Shuowei. Please tell me where you are right now." Chapter 14. Cracking walnuts on my forehead is quite amusing. "I'm at home, very safe, no need for you to worry. Please don't call me. We have no relationship now. As long as you're safe at home, I'm relieved. I know Wang Ye must be threatening you. The Wang family is pressuring your family, which is why you posted that on social media. Shuowei, don't be afraid. With me, Yi Liangchen, no one dares to harm you." Cough, cough. Are you out of your mind? I genuinely want to cut ties with you and will be engaged to Wang Ye in the future. Seriously, I mean it. Stop fantasizing, okay? All right, Shuewei. Don't say any more. I understand. Soon enough, I will bring that wastrel Wang Ye and the Wang family to their knees at my feet. At that time, no one will threaten you. Take care of yourself. Goodbye. As she heard the dial tone, Bai Shuewei was left bewildered. Isn't it clear enough what I said? With that level of intelligence, how can he even consider himself the protagonist? What was I thinking to get involved with someone like him? Ugh, I can't stand him. I must inform Wang Ye about Yi Liangshan's plans for revenge. After failing to reach Wang Ye on the phone the previous day, this was the perfect opportunity. Exiting a private club, Wang Ye was leisurely driving home when he saw Bai Shuewei's name flash on his phone. He had no intention of answering. So he muted the call, waiting for it to end automatically, and then promptly turned off his phone. Bai Shuewei truly is dense. Why on earth is she calling me at this hour? Does she think I want to dine with her? Not a chance. You're the leading lady. Remember your place. You are part of Yi Liangshan's harem. You should be looking forward to tomorrow night's reunion, not contacting me. I have no interest in you. Tomorrow night. After Yi Liangshan embarrasses your snobbish classmates, he will gift you a precious ruby necklace called the Heart of the Earth Flame. It's bound to be impressive. And wearing it, you will undoubtedly be the center of attention at the reunion. Most likely, Yi Liangshan will make quite the scene. My plot is finally unfolding. Wang Ye mused. Oh my, Wang Ye, you're amazing. I'm increasingly eager to meet you. Holding the ruby necklace, Mei Ying felt a rush of thoughts about the reviews swirling in her mind, leaving her speechless. Wang Ye seemed to know every detail about the unfolding events. Even the fact that the Dragon King intended to present a ruby necklace. Perhaps he was also well aware of my future fate. I can hardly wait to meet him. What would happen if I sought him out now? Most likely, the Dragon King's followers would consider me a traitor. No, for now, I must observe more closely. But, you mentioned that the Dragon King might kill someone. Who could that be? At present, there are no signs indicating that the Dragon King is inclined towards violence. The next day, Wang Ye sat in his office, sipping tea while watching the performances of internet celebrities in a live stream. Rocket launches and the like were merely casual distractions. The chat was filled with messages like, "Thank you, Daddy Wang. I love you, Daddy Wang. Moi? And you're the best, Daddy Wang. I'm head over heels. What would you like to see next, Daddy Wang? I'd change outfits just for you." At that moment, Lu Haoran, a wealthy second-generation sycophant, called Wang Ye. "Boss, it's been a few days. What have you been up to?" "Just having fun, what else? If you have something to say, spit it out." "Haha. As straightforward as ever, boss. So, I've organized a gathering tonight at my dad's resort, inviting my high school classmates. Bai Shuewei will be there too. Do you need me to do anything?" Upon hearing this, Wang Ye feigned excitement. "Oh? Shuewei will be there? Haha, great, I got it. I shall prepare meticulously. For after your gathering concludes, I intend to orchestrate a grand confession to her. Once my endeavor succeeds, you shall undoubtedly reap the rewards." "Very well, dear Yi. You need not concern yourself with the arrangements. I shall take care of everything. The ambience will be set with lights, flowers, and music, creating an atmosphere that is simply enchanting. All right then, I appreciate your assistance in this matter. By the way, remember to return home for lunch with your parents today." Why? I must accompany my new girlfriend. I have no time. Whether you have time or not is your own affair. Lately, I have taken a liking to befriending those who honor their parents. If you do not have lunch with your parents today, I suggest we cease our acquaintance thereafter, understood? Beep, beep, beep. Without waiting for Lu Haoran to respond, Wang Ye abruptly ended the call. After the conversation, Wang Ye found himself disinterested in the alluring online influencers. It was merely a source of amusement. Stretching lazily, he began to write a book review. "Lu Haoran, you fool. Tonight you shall be vanquished by Yi Liangshan, and yet you still have the gall to pursue women. Once you are gone, your father will not be far behind. How peculiar. In that fleeting moment, I felt a twinge of pity for you, demanding you share a reunion meal with your parents. I fear I am not a worthy antagonist. I bear guilt. Sigh, what torment. Tonight I must perform yet again. Bearing flowers and donning an ostentatious pink suit to confess to Bai Shuewei. To confess to this dim-witted heroine is exhausting to contemplate. How shall I compose my expression? 3 parts infatuation, 3 parts discomfort, and 3 parts arrogance? If possible, I might add another 3 parts loneliness. Regardless, it matters not what I say. This brainless girl will undoubtedly regard me with disdain and hurl the flowers in my face. Ha. What constitutes a heroine? This is what a true heroine embodies. And Zhong, you ought to learn from Bai Shuewei. Observe her unwavering loyalty to Yi Liangshan, then reflect upon yourself. Alas, it is futile to critique. After completing and uploading a series of reviews, Wang Ye rose from his office chair to stretch his limbs before heading out for lunch. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your review has been successfully published. Reward, Iron Head Technique. What the heck? Iron Head Technique. Damn system, can you not be more serious? Why reward me with an Iron Head Technique? Am I to use my head to smash into people? Or to crack walnuts? Just as Wang Ye was internally lamenting, the iron head technique began to meld into his consciousness. Simultaneously, Wang Ye felt a warm energy enveloping his head. As this energy surrounded him, he patted his head, pinched his cheeks, and tugged at his ears, all remarkably firm. Not a single hair was moved. Goodness, quite hard indeed. Let me test your resilience. Wang Ye casually grabbed a walnut from his desk and brought it to his forehead. Smack! The walnut shattered. Yet on his head, it felt akin to a cotton ball gently brushing against his brow, barely registering as a tickle. Ah, impressive. This iron head technique is rather useful. Smash, smash, smash. After shattering one walnut, Wang Ye found himself unable to stop. This act of cracking walnuts against his forehead was surprisingly entertaining. Chapter 15, The Number 1 Underling. In the presidential office of the Bai Group, Bai Shuawei, engrossed in reviewing blueprints, angrily tossed the documents aside and approached the window. Humph, that insufferable Wang Ye. Do you so easily dismiss me? What right do you have to mock me? You frequently call me foolish. Yet who is the true fool? Your entire family, perhaps. Oh, so you think being a transmigrator makes you exceptional, knowing the plot? I am, after all, hailed as the most beautiful woman in Jiangxing. Am I lacking in any way? Not in the slightest. Were it not for your deceitful proclamations of affection that have stirred up such a ruckus, suitors would be queuing beyond the Great Wall. You know nothing of me. How can you presume to understand my fidelity to Yi Liangchen? Fidelity, my foot. It is a disgrace. I have grown to loathe him. You dare assume I will reject your confession tonight and hurl flowers in your face? Humph. Let us await the outcome. I, Bai Shuawei, am no puppet. I will resist fate. I shall be myself and live my own brilliance, never to be anyone's harem. Had Bai Shuawei been privy to the reviews swirling in her mind, she might have unwittingly followed the narrative of the novel. Yet now, having learned of many future events, she inexplicably began to detest Yi Liangchen, while conversely, her interest in Wang Ye grew exponentially, especially when recalling Wang Ye's unwavering pursuit over the years. It was indeed quite moving. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, her assistant's voice interrupted her reverie. Come in. President Bai, Yi Liangchen is here, claiming he seeks his girlfriend, Bai Shuawei. However, the security outside has detained him. He has not caused a scene, merely requesting the front desk to notify you of his presence. Upon hearing this, Bai Shuawei's expression darkened instantly. How dare he show up? Why is he not out selling lamb skewers during the day? Why come looking for me? Just tell him I'm not here. If he wishes to wait, let him do so. He shall not be allowed inside. Bai Shuawei spoke in a frigid tone. President Bai, isn't that inappropriate? I find Yi Liangchen to be quite approachable, and I have heard tales of your past. He was framed by Wang Deshao and imprisoned for 5 years, during which he thought of you. A true man indeed. I admire him. Why do you hold such an opinion of Yi Liangchen? Do you truly know him? Just because you think he is good? The secretary was momentarily taken aback, unsure how to respond, mumbling, well, President Bai, I just think Yi Liangchen seems like a nice person. Bai Shuawei sighed internally, thinking, no wonder he is the protagonist. The halo effect is indeed powerful. His character is irrelevant to me. I simply do not like him. You may leave now. Oh, understood, President Bai. Downstairs. Upon learning that Bai Shuawei was not at the company, Yi Liangchen's lips curved into a charming smile as he glanced at the security guard. Excellent. You are a competent guard. I shall remember you. With that, Yi Liangchen strode out of the company building. At that moment, a man in black trailed behind him, producing a package and presenting it to Yi Liangchen. Dragon King, this is from Lord Meiying. I was instructed to deliver it to you. Yi Liangchen nodded, a sly smile gracing his lips as he accepted the package and entered a nearby tobacco shop. Boss, 1 pack of cigarettes and a lighter. Certainly, coming right up. The moment the shopkeeper laid eyes on Yi Liangchen, his expression transformed dramatically. The shopkeeper recalled a long-buried memory from 5 years ago when Yi Liangchen would frequent his shop to buy cigarettes while waiting for Bai Shuawei to finish work. Today, he has returned. The shopkeeper had always viewed Yi Liangchen as a devoted man, holding great admiration for him. With a mischievous grin, Yi Liangchen reminisced with the shopkeeper for a full 500 words. Nonchalantly, he pointed out 2 spots on the shopkeeper's body, saying, you have old injuries here. Do you require my assistance in treating them? The shopkeeper was taken aback, exclaiming, Brother Liangchen, you are truly remarkable. Thus, the shopkeeper, with tears in his eyes, revealed his true identity. Once, he was the unrivaled king of Jiangcheng, thriving in its underbelly with unparalleled intellect, cunning, and strength. However, his deep affection for a woman led him to seek a clean break, only to be betrayed by his subordinates, resulting in a splintering of power in Jiangxing. The woman he longed to protect ultimately suffered a tragic fate. Now, he finds himself in this dire situation, waiting for the male protagonist to arrive and resurrect him, becoming the chief lieutenant in the protagonist's quest to dominate the dark forces of Jiangxing. Yi Liangchen swiftly tends to his old wounds, successfully acquiring his #1 subordinate. With tears in his eyes, the subordinate kneels, vowing loyalty to Yi Liangchen, determined to reclaim Jiangxing and assist him in becoming its sovereign. Yi Liangchen smirks devilishly, picks up a pen from the counter, scribbles a name on a cigarette box, and hands it to his #1 subordinate. Before dawn tomorrow, eliminate him. Show me your capabilities. Chapter 16, The Exquisite Beauty in Red. No problem. After years of dormancy, the blade has rusted. It is time to taste blood again. As he gazes at the two characters on the cigarette box, his subordinate, Zhou Zhenghua, displays a glint of malice in his eyes. Very well, I must caution you. This fellow has a formidable background and may have protection nearby. Wait for the opportune moment to strike. Rest assured, I know this individual quite well. After their conversation, Yi Liangchen leaves the convenience store with satisfaction, riding away on his electric bike, disappearing into the streets. Meanwhile, seated in the vice president's office, Wang Ye, having consumed a plethora of walnuts, glances at the clock, noting it is 5:30 p.m. There are still 2 hours until Yi Liangchen and Bai Shuawei attend the class reunion. As for confessing his feelings to Bai Shuawei, that will occur after the reunion. Around 10 p.m. With this in mind, he considers how much time he has. What should he do? Perhaps indulge in a fine meal to satisfy his palate before heading to the vacation resort. He is not particularly curious about the events of the reunion, but he cannot shake the feeling that something is amiss with Bai Shuawei. She has called him several times, which is unusual given her previous disdain for him. To be safe, he decides to check on her. Better to be prepared for any unexpected changes in her demeanor. With this resolution, Wang Ye dresses in a suit and strides out of the office with gravitas. By chance, he encounters Zhong Shutong. Oh, little Yi, you look quite formal. Last time I saw you, you were in a black suit. How did you suddenly switch to pink? Well, obviously, I'm dressing up to confess to my beloved Shuawei. You saw the engagement party fiasco. If it weren't for that poor country bumpkin Yi Liangchen's interference, Shuawei and I would have been engaged long ago. This time, I must succeed in my confession and pursue the woman I adore. Wang Ye speaks with a lovesick expression, embodying the essence of a devoted suitor. That sounds promising. I believe you will succeed. Take me along. I'll be free after work and can cheer you on. How about it? Is that appropriate? Zhongyi, you are so busy. Didn't you mention something about a pharmaceutical conference yesterday? You have no time. Nonsense. I am not busy at all. Your matters are my matters. All right then, Wang Yi concedes. Just wait a moment. Let me change my clothes, and we can set off. Wang Yi muses to himself, Zhongyi, you've not only strayed from your character, but your personality seems to be evolving as well. Since when did you become so eager for excitement? The two depart the company together, heading to a spicy noodle shop in the old streets of Jiangxing. Wang Yi initially planned to dine at a high-end restaurant under his family's enterprise. However, Zhong Shutong passionately endorses this quaint establishment, claiming it offers an authentic and unique flavor he has never experienced. Reluctantly, Wang Yi acquiesces, and they enjoy a delightful meal of beef spicy noodles, which proves to be exceptional. Wang Yi relishes a generous bowl, thoroughly satisfied, and promises Zhong Shutong they will return. After dinner, at 6:30 p.m., they make their way through the narrow alleys of the old street toward the main district. Suddenly, a man in a black mask and baseball cap approaches from behind. In an instant, he swings a machete at Wang Yi's head. However, rather than the anticipated gruesome outcome, the blade shatters upon impact. The man is left dumbfounded. How is this possible? Is this fellow's head made of steel? Or perhaps someone intervened at that critical moment with a concealed weapon? This cannot be. Wang Yi instinctively senses a touch on his head. What the hell? Who dares to touch my head? He turns abruptly, ready to unleash his wrath. Kid, stop pretending and die. The assailant, with a fierce glare, lunges again, aiming for Wang Yi's chest. Zhong Shutong gasps, her face paling, while Wang Yi reacts instinctively, preparing to employ his evasive skills. Just as the man closes in, a flying dagger strikes his chest. The man stands stunned, disbelief etched on his face. You were clearly a master, yet you've been pretending all along. A second dagger pierces his shoulder blade. Wang Yi retorts, brother, you must be seeing things. If I were a master, you would have been finished by now. This sudden turn of events leaves him questioning the identity of his would-be assassin and the source of the flying daggers. It is all too surreal. This scene is not in the novel. Why is there suddenly an attempt on my life? Just then, as the man, grimacing in pain, prepares to flee, a woman, approximately 1.7 meters tall, clad in flowing red, appears before him. Without allowing the man a moment to react, she delivers a swift kick that sends him crumpling to the ground. He is rendered incapable of even a pained cry, the agony coursing through him as he curls up in a ball, clutching himself. Pathetic. I have always detested those who resort to underhanded tactics. The woman in red approaches Wang Yi with a cold smile. Her beauty is breathtaking, her figure statuesque, exuding an ethereal grace. She is the epitome of a flawless goddess. In awe, Wang Ye finds himself questioning everything. How can this be her? Chapter 17. Sister, why the urgency? Tang Zimei, an incredibly formidable female antagonist, possessing terrifying combat prowess and adept in the art of stealth weapons. She harbors a deep-seated vendetta against the Dragon King Hall. At the tender age of 3, a formidable warrior from the Dragon King Palace ruthlessly slaughtered Tang Zimei's family, including her parents, uncles, and aunts, in a single night. The young girl was violently kicked, sent flying over 10 meters, crashing against a wall, where she spat blood and fell unconscious. Miraculously, she survived. Subsequently, she was taken in by a mysterious woman, and from that moment forth, her heart was consumed by vengeance. She devoted herself to rigorous training, mastering various lethal skills. It could be said that Tang Zimei was devoid of humanity, merely a blood-soaked instrument of death. After her departure, she served as an assassin overseas for 3 years. However, she was unprepared for the shocking revelation that upon her return to seek revenge against the Dragon King Palace, the very warrior responsible for her family's demise had already been executed by the Dragon King, Yi Liangqin. In that instant, Tang Zimei was shattered, her boundless hatred and fury finding no outlet. Ultimately, she resolved to bring the Dragon King Palace to its knees, determined to annihilate its entire membership. Yet, after several attempts at retribution, she realized that the Dragon King Palace was rife with formidable experts, and even her exceptional prowess could not dismantle it single-handedly. Thus, she chose to ally herself with the arch-villain, Wang Ye, who harbored a deep-seated hatred for Yi Liangqin. United in their villainy, the two quickly formed a bond. Tang Zimei soon found herself enamored with Wang Ye, believing that a man capable of such deep affection for a woman, as he had for Bai Shuwei, was inherently trustworthy and would never betray her. Not long after their alliance, Tang Zimei began to pursue Wang Ye. The age-old adage that distance fosters affection proved true, especially for a top-tier beauty assassin, making her advances seem effortless. As they grew closer, they often engaged in scandalous escapades, an experience that Wang Ye would fondly reminisce about for years to come. Regrettably, Wang Ye's heart belonged solely to Bai Shuwei, leaving him emotionally indifferent towards other women. In his relentless pursuit of Bai Shuwei, he inflicted emotional wounds upon Tang Zimei, driving her to self-harm in her profound anguish, fostering a deep-seated hatred for both Yi Liangqin and Bai Shuwei. In a subsequent assassination attempt against Yi Liangqin, he bested Tang Zimei but chose not to harm her, expressing regret over the fate of her parents. With each encounter, Tang Zimei began to sense that Yi Liangqin might be intent on winning her over as a means of retaliating against Wang Ye. Thus, she feigned allegiance to Yi Liangqin, plotting to ultimately eliminate both him and Bai Shuwei. Despite having yet to engage intimately with Tang Zimei, Yi Liangqin could proudly declare her as his own. In her growing resentment towards Wang Ye for his lack of affection, Tang Zimei betrayed numerous plans of Wang Ye to aid Yi Liangqin in defeating him, earning considerable distinction in the process. However, she ultimately failed to assassinate Yi Liangqin and, after severely injuring Bai Shuwei, became a fugitive, hunted by the Dragon King Palace. After Wang Ye's death, Tang Zimei boldly surfaced to mourn him, donning mourning attire and cremating his remains. With countless Dragon King Palace warriors in pursuit, she embraced Wang Ye's ashes and plunged into the sea, taking her own life. Tang Zimei's demise left countless readers unsettled long after the story concluded. Many regarded her as the most foolish character, unable to recognize her own worth, as she died without ever having been touched by the male lead, forever clutching the ashes of the villain Wang Ye. Conversely, some viewed her as the epitome of loyalty and depth, unwavering in her love. Even for a man steeped in villainy, Wang Ye, deeply attuned to the intricacies of the plot, understood Tang Zimei better than she understood herself. He even recalled the small pig-shaped birthmark on her backside, having drawn Peppa for her in the narrative. At that moment, seeing Tang Zimei approach stirred a complex swirl of emotions within him. This woman, an indelible imprint upon his soul, was impossible to forget. As Wang Ye stood frozen, his body seemingly paralyzed, he pondered her unexpected appearance. The timeline and narrative simply did not align. Currently, Tang Zimei had only spent a year as an assassin abroad, leaving her 2 more years to operate internationally. In this time frame, her return to the homeland, especially to Jiangcheng, was utterly illogical. It was simply incomprehensible. At present, Yi Liangqin had yet to mature. He was merely beginning to grasp the basics of the empty body cultivation technique, while Tang Zimei had already attained extraordinary prowess. Abroad, she was known as the Night Roxasa, a name that sent shivers down the spines of numerous fledgling assassins, who would revere her as My Lady Roxasa. If tasked with eliminating Yi Liangqin at this juncture, she could easily overpower him tenfold. This woman had grown exceedingly formidable. Nevertheless, Tang Zimei's motives were clear. Her singular focus was to eliminate the warrior from the Dragon King Palace who had annihilated her family, a foe who still lived. "Thank you, beautiful lady," said Zhong Shetong. "Had it not been for your timely intervention, we would have been in grave danger." Tang Zimei merely smirked slightly, her gaze lingering on Zhong Shetong for less than 2 seconds. Her haughty demeanor dismissed the gratitude directed at her, as her eyes were solely fixed on Wang Ye. "Wang Ye, do you recognize me?" Tang Zimei's eyes bore a hint of complexity. "Wow, you're so cool, goddess. I owe you a debt I cannot repay. Had you not intervened, my life would have been forfeit in this alley. Thank you. What is your name? May I have your contact information? This debt of gratitude demands recompense, and I shall ponder how best to repay you." Wang Ye feigned an expression of gratitude towards Tang Zimei, masking the tumult of emotions swirling within him. "Flattery will get you nowhere. Since you are so moved and unsure of how to express your gratitude, why not offer yourself in return?" Tang Zimei's frosty gaze held a playful glimmer. "Wang Ye, huh, you truly are a thespian. I shall see how you continue this charade before me." Resolute in her intent, she aimed to make a lasting impression, ensuring he would remember her. "When you next update your information, do share my story. I am curious. Why do these thoughts emerge in my mind? You frequently mentioned Bai Shuowei and Zhong Shetong as protagonists. By such reasoning, I must also be a leading lady destined to join Yi Lianqun's harem, yes? Huh, Yi Lianqun. An enemy's kin is also an enemy. As it stands, I know that Yi Lianqun has just been released from prison, although he has assumed the mantle of the Dragon King. Many of the palace's seasoned warriors do not genuinely recognize him as their leader. He must toil and grow stronger to truly command the Dragon King Palace. The nemesis responsible for my parents' slaughter lurks within the palace's upper echelons, and with my current strength, I cannot yet approach such formidable foes. I must continue my training and grow stronger. Yet, before I can do so, I must unravel the mysteries that plague my mind before departing from Huaxia. Wang Ye, I hope you can provide me with the answers. What? Offer myself? Cough, cough. Beautiful lady, do not jest. I am quite serious. Wang Ye awkwardly chuckled. Damn it. Tang Zimei, you are not acting like yourself. How can a cold, aloof assassin utter such words? Although I find myself nostalgically reminiscing about our past and your physical presence. The plot has yet to arrive at that juncture. My dear, what is the rush? Surely, you possess ample reserves. What is there to fret about? Huh. So it appears you are unwilling? Do you believe I am unworthy of you? Tang Zimei's eyes sparkled with intrigue as a playful smirk danced upon her lips. This left Wang Ye utterly bewildered. Chapter 18. You are indeed the heroine. How can you publicly declare this before all our classmates? I truly apologize, madam. I am his wife. How do you propose he offers himself to you? I understand you are jesting, and I sincerely appreciate your timely intervention. My name is Zhong Shetong. It is a pleasure to meet you. At this critical moment, Zhong Shetong grasped Wang Ye's hand, providing an escape. Zhong Shetong. Oh, I see, now I understand. My apologies for the intrusion. With that, Tang Zimei swiftly vanished into the alley. Wang Ye inhaled sharply, astonished by her swiftness. Her temperament remained unchanged. Thank you, Aunt Zhong. Had it not been for your timely rescue, I would have been at a loss. There's no need for pleasantries. We are old partners. Indeed. Zhong Shetong sighed in relief. At that moment, she noticed a man, previously curled on the ground, now limping away. Xiao Yezi, look. He asked, trying to escape. Do you think we can catch that scoundrel? Aunt Zhong, remain here. Leave this to me. Wang Ye clenched his fists and pursued the limping man. Be cautious, Xiao Yezi. He has a knife. Fear not, Aunt Zhong. I hail from a prominent family, and it would be remiss of me not to possess foundational skills. Wang Ye hastened after the man. Suddenly, the man whirled around and lunged with a knife. Under ordinary circumstances, Wang Ye would have found it challenging to evade such a lethal strike. However, with the agility of the Lingbo Weibu, he deftly sidestepped the attack. The blade narrowly grazed beneath his arm, and with a firm grip, he seized the man's hand tightly. Realizing the predicament, the assailant attempted to grasp Wang Ye's other hand, preparing to kick him in the groin. Having endured excruciating pain himself, he wished to reciprocate that agony. Bang! Before the man could react, Wang Ye headbutted him squarely on the forehead. Blood gushed forth, and the man's eyes rolled back as he lost consciousness. Is that all you've got? You thought you could assassinate me? Huh. Secure him. Wang Ye rubbed his head, a triumphant smile gracing his features. This iron head technique was indeed quite effective. He removed the man's hat and tore off his mask. Zhou Zhenhua, what on earth are you doing here? I bear you no grudge. Why attempt to take my life? Wang Ye was left utterly perplexed. The narrative was increasingly convoluted. Zhou Zhenhua, the first lackey of Yi Lianqun, should be scheming to dismantle the underworld forces of Jiangqing, not here, trying to assassinate me. This subplot was absent from the novel. Whatever the case, I am the villain. If you dare to assassinate me, I shall render you incapacitated. Regardless, such a setback would not alter the subsequent plot. Haha. Bang bang bang. Wang Ye stomped on Zhou Zhenghua's groin repeatedly, leaving it a bloody mess. The intense pain jolted Zhou Zhenghua awake from his stupor. In his despairing gaze, Wang Ye revealed a wicked grin and turned to leave. Emerging from the alley, Wang Ye glanced at the time. It was already 7 in the evening. Without hesitation, he drove Zhong Shutong directly to Qingshui Villa. Upon entering the parking lot, Wang Ye spotted Lu Haoran's girlfriend, Qiao Meiwan, flaunting her wealth amidst a gathering of classmates. Qiao Meiwan boasted that Lu Haoran had pursued her for years, and only after receiving a 2-carat diamond ring and a sports car did she finally consider him worthy. Just then, the heroine, Bai Shuowei, appeared. Qiao Meiwan immediately began to showcase her boyfriend to Bai Shuowei, praising her discerning taste in selecting a wealthy young man like Lu Haoran, who cherished and adored her. Unlike some who were oblivious to their fortune and preferred impoverished country bumpkins. How ludicrous. Wang Ye watched Lu Haoran and his girlfriend's performance from the car, secretly giving a thumbs up. Impressive. No wonder he was my antagonist friend. Even casual banter dripped with contempt, fostering considerable animosity. Splendid. As Bai Shuowei's face paled with fury, ready to slap Qiao Meiwan. The focal point shifted as the male lead, Yi Liangchun, rode in on an electric bike, donned in the same apron from yesterday's barbecue, sporting a devilish grin. Most strikingly, Yi Liangchun carried his items in a simple black plastic bag, so unpretentious, so grounded. Without hesitation, Lu Haoran and Qiao Meiwan began to mock him, inciting their classmates to hurl insults at Yi Liangchun, echoing their ridicule with no less than 500 words. What's in the black plastic bag? Did you just finish collecting trash? Yi Liangchun, did you just emerge from prison, unable to afford clothes? I have some hand-me-downs. Would you like me to gift you a couple? Yi Liangchun, I hear you're selling skewered lamb. Don't fret. I can find you a job as a security guard at our company. In the face of such relentless derision, Yi Liangchun simply smiled wickedly, unfazed. He strode confidently towards Bai Shuowei. At that moment, Qiao Meiwan, with her entourage, redirected their scorn towards Bai Shuowei, boasting, Bai Shuowei, look at the man you chose. A complete failure. My boyfriend bought me a Maserati last month and just presented me with a 2-carat diamond ring. And what about your beloved Yi Liangchun? Huh? He is out collecting scraps in a black plastic bag. Bai Shuowei, how could you reject someone as wonderful as Wang Deshao, who is so devoted to you? In favor of such a loser? Ha ha ha, you're killing me. The classmates chimed in, following suit with their mockery. Bai Shuowei nearly exploded with rage and declared, haven't you seen my social media? I already clarified my relationship with him. Yi Liangchun is not my boyfriend. The one I adore is Wang Ye. I will marry Wang Ye in the future. If you wish to insult Yi Liangchun, go ahead. He has nothing to do with me. Upon her proclamation, the classmates fell silent. Wang Ye, seated in the car, was equally stunned. What on earth are you doing, Bai Shuowei? You are the heroine. How can you declare in front of everyone that you don't like Yi Liangchun, but rather me, and that you intend to become engaged to me? You've completely ruined the male lead's chance to maintain his composure. This plot is unraveling. Chapter 19. The embarrassment of Yi Liangchun at the class reunion. Xiao Yezi, weren't you enjoying your sunflower seeds just a moment ago? Why are you so anxious now? Zhong Shutong chuckled at Wang Ye's distracted demeanor. You're quite the actor. Let us see how you perform next. Did you not just say yesterday that my character was rather crumbling, and that I should learn more from Bai Shuowei? Now, do you still suggest I emulate her? It seems Bai Shuowei's own character has deteriorated even more dramatically than mine. Ha ha ha, this is too amusing. Splendid. Absolutely splendid, Bai Shuowei. I urge you to keep faltering even further. Ahem, who said I was nervous? I am simply overwhelmed with joy. Did you hear that? Shuowei professed her affection for me, my beloved Shuowei. She actually said she likes me and even wishes to become engaged. I am utterly elated. How exhilarating. Wang Ye stuffed the unfinished sunflower seeds into Zhong Shutong's hands and grabbed a tissue to cover his awkward expression. Is that so? Truly. Congratulations. Then why are you still dawdling here? Here are some flowers for you. Go confess your feelings right away. Isn't this what you've always desired? Zhong Shutong grinned as she handed Wang Ye the flowers from the back seat. Aunt Zhong, you are so considerate. But how can you bear to push me towards another woman? Ha ha ha, it's fine. A man as outstanding as you deserves only Bai Shuowei. Go on. Bravely present the flowers to the girl of your dreams. Wang Ye, please, show me some respect as a villain, would you? I have my own plans. That useless Yi Liangchun is not worthy of my efforts. I, Wang Ye, the illustrious young master of Jiangcheng, will confess my feelings in a grand manner. And now is not the time. Wang Ye forced a smile to mask his discomfort. Zhong Shutong paused her seed cracking momentarily before giving Wang Ye a thumbs up. Little Yezi, you are truly remarkable. In the face of Bai Shuowei's denial, Yi Liangchun remained unperturbed, merely smiling faintly as he retrieved a package from the black plastic bag. Upon opening it, a beautifully crafted walnut box emerged, exuding a peculiar fragrance, likely a result of years steeped in some exotic spice, intriguing the onlookers about its contents. Noticing the astonished gazes of his classmates, Yi Liangchen could not help but smirk. As he opened the box, a radiant ruby necklace was revealed. The necklace, under the lighting, glimmered with a dazzling brilliance. At that moment, Han Shiyao, Bai Shuowei's close friend, gasped with excitement. Wow, it's a top-tier ruby. The globally limited edition Heart of the Earth Flame, said to be worth over 8 million. Her exclamation left the entire class in awe. A top-tier ruby like Heart of the Earth Flame is an immensely valuable gift, one that money could not easily procure. How touching. Who would have thought Yi Liangchen was an invisible tycoon? Amidst the envious and jealous gazes of his classmates, Yi Liangchen knelt on one knee before Bai Shuowei, cradling the ruby necklace in his hands. Shuowei, 30 years of ups and downs. One day, everyone looked down upon me, Yi Liangchen. But now I have succeeded. Whether it be millions or tens of millions, it is but a trifling sum. Today, I present you with this Heart of the Earth Flame as a testament to our love. Promise me, Shuowei, become my girlfriend. From this day forth, no one shall dare threaten you or your family, be it Wang Ye or the Wang family. They will bow before me, Yi Liangchen. His words resonated powerfully, leaving many classmates astonished, especially Han Shiyao, who was starry-eyed with admiration. What an inspiring and iron-willed man Yi Liangchen was. How extraordinary to gift such a precious item to Shuowei while standing firm against the Wang family, completely disregarding the scion Wang Ye. Truly, what a display of dominance. Han Shiyao broke the silence, urging Bai Shuowei, Shuowei, why are you in a daze? Accept him quickly. Yi Liangchen is such a wonderful man. I am nearly moved to tears. The chorus of encouragement erupted from the female classmates. Accept him. Accept him. Accept him. Hiding in the car, Wang Ye finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Yes, this was how the plot was supposed to unfold. The only difference was that in the original storyline, Yi Liangchen and Bai Shuowei were already a couple, and this presentation of the ruby necklace was a proposal, which Bai Shuowei had lovingly accepted. The next moment, Wang Ye's worst fear materialized. Bai Shuowei did not accept Yi Liangchen's proposal, but instead began scanning the surroundings. This left the observing classmates in confusion. What was she searching for? Bai Shuowei swept her gaze around, finding nothing, and in frustration, cried out, Wang Ye, Wang Ye, come out. I know you are nearby. Please show yourself. I came here for you. If you don't come out, I'll leave this gathering. I don't care to attend. Wang Ye, come out. Wang Ye, what the hell? Bai Shuowei, are you out of your mind? You're not following the script. For heaven's sake, I beg you to stick to the storyline. You're ignoring Yi Liangchen's heartfelt confession in front of everyone. What are you doing? Everyone is waiting for your answer. Yet you're looking for me? If I don't show up, you'll just walk away? My goodness, you're truly reckless. No wonder you are the lead female. You are fierce. I am genuinely intimidated. Little Yezi, hurry. The girl you love is calling for you. Oh, and don't forget to bring the engagement ring. I see that ring is quite large, at least 8 carats. You must place it on her ring finger yourself. Best wishes to you both. Zhong Shutong gleefully retrieved the 99 yuan glass ring that Wang Ye had prepared from the center console. And Zhong, what are you doing? What's wrong? Am I not considerate enough? Oh, I see. You must be a bit nervous about getting out. If that's the case, I can help you shout. Wang Ye is right here. Ahem, Aunt Zhong, please spare me. It would be better if I go out on my own. That scoundrel Yi Liangchen dares to steal my woman. I can no longer tolerate this. Wang Ye forced a strained smile as he clutched the flowers in one hand and the ring box in the other before stepping out of the car. Chapter 20. I am absolutely immersed in the scene. Beep, beep. As Wang Ye exited the car, Zhong Shutong honked the Rolls-Royce horn and activated the hazard lights, ensuring Bai Shuowei wouldn't miss him. At that moment, Wang Ye's inner thoughts were filled with expletives directed at Zhong Shutong. Aunt Zhong, I have misjudged you. You are far too cunning. You must have a fondness for Yi Liangchen, or else why would you be so intent on matchmaking me with Bai Shuowei? Truly, you are the most capable and emotionally intelligent lead female character. Your success in uniting me and Bai Shuowei would surely solidify your position as the top heroine. Oh, it seems my dear Zi Mei is a better match. She would never resort to such tactics. At that moment, atop a concealed loft, Tang Zimei stood poised in a red dress, balanced like a pine on one foot, gazing down upon the unfolding events in the parking lot. Upon witnessing Wang Ye's dramatic entrance, a subtle smile broke through her usually icy demeanor. She was always on the verge of laughter, finding the time traveler Wang Ye to be remarkably amusing. Day after day, he created chaos with an astonishing flair, his inner monologues rich to the point of excess. She had never encountered such an entertaining individual. He was delightfully playful, presenting one face to the world while concealing another, and he performed this duality with exquisite finesse. This made it impossible for her to suppress her laughter. In a more secluded spot, the shadow blended almost seamlessly with the night. She was also observing this captivating spectacle. As a woman, the shadow understood all too well that Bai Shuwei genuinely harbored no affection for the Dragon King. The disdain evident in her eyes upon the Dragon King's arrival was testament enough. She was filled with aversion and repulsion. Yet, the Dragon King, in his foolishness, mistakenly believed that Bai Shuwei loved him, believing she was coerced by Wang Ye and the Wang family. However, Bai Shuwei, you truly are something else. Only you could orchestrate such a disruption, completely throwing Wang Ye's entrance into disarray. Consequently, instead of making his confession after the classmates' gathering, he found himself compelled to declare his feelings before it had even begun. Wang Ye stood before a Rolls-Royce, adorned in a flamboyant pink suit, one hand cradling fresh flowers and the other clutching a diamond ring. Under the scrutiny of all eyes, Wang Ye instantly became the most dashing figure in the room. Yet, at that moment, he felt an excruciating pain coursing through his body. Level 1 electric shock punishment complete. Please complete the plot, host. Hearing the system's voice in his mind, Wang Ye exhaled deeply. Damn it, is this the price for disrupting the narrative? It hurts like hell. Enough to bring tears to my eyes. Thankfully, it was brief. Otherwise, I might have fainted from the pain. Smack. Upon Wang Ye's appearance, Bai Shuwei swatted away the ruby necklace presented to her by Yi Lianchen. Yi Lianchen, give up already. No matter what you offer me, I have no interest. The one I love is Wang Ye. My man has arrived, and he has confessed his feelings. I will accept him as my own. You should take care of yourself. With that, Bai Shuwei lifted her skirt and dashed towards Wang Ye, her face alight with a joyful smile, reminiscent of a girl rushing towards her beloved. This scene left all their classmates utterly dumbfounded. Countless eyes widened in disbelief at the unfolding reality. The shock of the day had been overwhelming, a relentless wave of surprises. Wang Ye watched as Bai Shuwei, clad in a white dress, approached him with a radiant smile. His heart raced inexplicably. Damn it, the plot has gone awry. Bai Shuwei, you fool, have you completely shattered the storyline? It was supposed to be me confessing to you, only to be rejected, with flowers thrown back in my face as you ridiculed and humiliated me. That was the original narrative. But now, here I am, yet to even begin my confession. And you come running towards me. How am I supposed to proceed? Instinctively, Wang Ye shoved the ring into his pocket, concealing the flowers behind his back. Inside the car, Zhong Shutong witnessed his every little movement. Ha ha ha, little Yezi, are you scared? So, you have your moments too. This is too funny. I can't help but suppress my laughter. Thus, she covered her mouth tightly, stifling her chuckles, gripping her thigh, only to accidentally poke a hole in her stockings once more. Wang Ye, I knew you would come. Do you have something to say to me? Speak. I'm all ears. Bai Shuwei stood before him, her demeanor lively. That Shuwei, it's been 1 day, no, 2 days since we last met. And I've missed you terribly. Damn it. I'm so nervous I've forgotten my lines. Hearing Wang Ye express how much he missed her over the span of 2 days, Bai Shuwei couldn't help but feel a flicker of joy on her face, despite knowing he was being disingenuous. Is that so? Since you miss me so much, don't you have anything to say? Bai Shuwei almost urged Wang Ye to confess his feelings. Present me with the flowers you've prepared. Slip that ring onto my ring finger. I will definitely accept you in front of all our classmates. What a splendid occasion, huh? I have so much to say to you. Your dress is so white and beautiful today. Really? Thank you. I wore it because I know you like white dresses. Oh, it looks lovely. White dresses are indeed beautiful. What are you doing with your hand behind your back? Are you hiding flowers to confess to me? The flowers. Yes, the flowers. Wang Ye reluctantly produced the bouquet. Bai Shuwei, why are you being so forward? This isn't how the plot was supposed to unfold. The scene should have been me holding flowers in a romantically lit hall, clad in a flamboyant pink suit, gazing longingly at you in front of Yi Lianchen and our classmates, presenting the flowers to you, asking you to be my girlfriend. You were meant to reject me right there, throwing the flowers back in my face, humiliating me. I would stubbornly persist, only to be slapped by Yi Lianchen in front of everyone, while he basked in glory, and I would storm off in anger. That was the correct narrative. So what is happening now? Bai Shuwei, you're not just slightly off character. You've completely distorted your role. Wang Ye hesitated, his silence causing concern among the onlookers, including Zhong Shutong in the car, Tang Zimei atop the loft, and the shadow lurking in the darkness. The flowers are quite lovely. But what else do you wish to say to me? Bai Shuwei promptly interjected. It was as though she were urging Wang Ye, with the flowers now in hand, to confess. Wang Ye gritted his teeth, deciding to abandon his reservations. The plot must proceed, after all. Is it not merely a confession? Here goes. Shuwei, from the moment I first met you, I was deeply enamored. You are like a flame in the winter, warming the depths of my heart. For all these years, I have cherished you. You are my very breath. Without you, I cannot exist. Thus, I implore you, will you be my girlfriend? Let us navigate this world together, living freely and joyously, galloping through life and sharing its splendor. Having recited his lines, Wang Ye blinked slightly, and 2 streams of heartfelt tears cascaded down his cheeks. At that moment, he exuded an aura of passionate manhood, capable of melting the heart of any woman. And within him, he felt it. The feeling had arrived. Yes, this was it. I am undeniably immersed in the role. Chapter 21. Wang Ye, you are too much. I detest you. Bai Shuowei nodded in response. All right, I accept you. She knew that Wang Ye did not harbor true feelings for her, and she held no romantic inclinations towards him either. Her agreement was merely a ploy to disrupt the narrative and alter her fate. Wonderful Shuowei. You truly wish to be my girlfriend? I must be hearing things. Wang Ye forced a facade of excitement, though internally, he was crumbling. Bai Shuowei, are you trying to ruin me? I'll be electrocuted shortly. Just wait until I get my hands on you afterward. Of course, I am willing. What do you have in your pocket? Why not take it out? Is it a gift for me? This is indeed correct. I have prepared an exclusive custom-made 8-carat diamond ring for you, which I initially intended to present during my proposal. Now that we have confirmed our relationship, I shall bestow this ring upon you as a token of our love. I hope you shall cherish it. Wang Ye, thank you. I knew it all along. You are a true gentleman. Come now, present it to me and adorn my finger. With a lovesick expression, Wang Ye retrieved the diamond ring, his peripheral vision darting around, especially towards Yi Liangchen. At this moment, he felt a surge of contempt towards Yi Liangchen. What on earth are you doing, protagonist? Have you become so accustomed to being a turtle that you can endure this? Before the eyes of all your high school classmates, I have gifted your beloved flowers, and she has agreed to be my girlfriend. Now, I am about to present her with a diamond ring, and yet you remain passive? Standing there, grinding your teeth accomplishes nothing. Come at me, strike me, slap my face. You are the protagonist, assert yourself. If you do not confront me, how can this narrative progress? Are you truly willing to watch me and Bai Shuowei become a couple, leaving you to utter mere words of blessing as you depart? I must say, I would regard you with disdain. Under the gaze of all present, Wang Ye produced a glass diamond ring. Lu Haoran, as Wang Ye's loyal follower, exclaimed dramatically alongside his girlfriend, wow, an 8-carat diamond. This must be the legendary top-tier pigeon egg on Earth from South Africa, worth millions. My heavens, young Master Wang is so thoughtful. Oh dear, young Master Wang is so handsome and so passionately in love. Unlike some, who flaunt a mere ruby but are merely pretending to be grand. Indeed, compared to young Master Wang, they are nothing but refuse. Wang Ye observed his subordinate's enthusiastic performance with a smirk. Excellent. Truly worthy of my villainous entourage. Yi Liangchen's face flushed with fury, his fists cracking ominously. Yet, the Dragon King remained composed. His rage had not yet reached its boiling point. Even if one were to defecate upon him, he could endure. Without the endurance of a ninja turtle, one is not fit to be the protagonist. Wang Ye, noticing Yi Liangchen still accumulating his anger, was utterly speechless. You might as well not be called the protagonist. Little turtle would suffice. Wang Ye, what are you dawdling for? Put it on me. Bai Shuowei raised her ring finger, presenting it before Wang Ye. Very well, Shuowei. I have awaited this moment for far too long. Shuowei, I adore you. Wang Ye exclaimed, seizing her hand, poised to kiss it. Protagonist, I have laid it all bare. Surely it is time for you to explode with emotion. Come on, strike me. However, Yi Liangchen continued to simmer, his eyes seemingly ready to unleash flames, yet he remained unmoved. Wang Ye, feeling helpless, pressed his lips against Bai Shuowei's hand. No eruption? Still no response. Wang Ye, with determination, kissed her hand 3 more times, provoking Bai Shuowei's ire. What on earth? For the sake of advancing the plot, I have intensified my performance, and you still do not react. Protagonist, you are forcing my hand. My dear, your skin is so smooth, I cannot cease kissing it. Shuowei, let me embrace you and kiss your lips. Come, I cannot bear it any longer. I adore you so much, and I yearn for you, Shuowei. Wang Ye stood and wrapped his arms around Bai Shuowei's waist, kissing her in an exaggerated and forceful manner. Enough. No. Bai Shuowei was genuinely startled, instinctively pushing against Wang Ye's chest. As she pushed him, Wang Ye stumbled backward, falling dramatically. Now this is perfect. At last, I, the villain, have a reason to be enraged, even if it is tenuous. I do not care. I am the antagonist, and I am furious. With dire consequences to follow. Bai Shuowei, you truly do not harbor feelings for me. You have deceived me all along. I have been sincere with you, willing to do anything for you, yet you won't even allow me to embrace you, all while claiming you would be my girlfriend. I spit on your deceit. You fear for Yi Liangchen's safety, do you not? You have been shielding him, and I see through your facade. After shouting at Bai Shuowei, Wang Ye pointed at Yi Liangchen, cursing, damn it, Yi Liangchun, that useless country bumpkin. How dare he compete with me for a woman? He should take a good look at himself. Today, I shall make it known to all that the woman I, Wang Ye, desire is not someone a worthless fool can contest. His thunderous shout left everyone in attendance astounded. Is this what it takes to provoke him? Indeed. A narrow-minded scion of privilege. Bai Shuawei, confronted by Wang Ye's tirade, stood in stunned silence. What have I done? I feel so wronged. I merely pushed your chest gently. I did not exert any force. Were you to genuinely wish to kiss me, I doubt I could resist. How detestable. Wang Ye, you are such a dramatist. I despise you. At this moment, Yi Liangchun was on the brink of eruption. His seething rage required only a final spark to ignite it. Wang Ye, are you unwell? When have I ever deceived you? Bai Shuawei has never lied to anyone. This feels right. This is the essence of the female protagonist character. Scold me. Do it quickly, and throw the flowers in my face. Is that so, Shuawei? Then why did you push me away? If you truly liked me, why not allow me to kiss you? I did not intend to push you away. Very well, then let me kiss you once more. Shuawei, I adore you so much that I cannot control myself. Here I come. Wang Ye pouted, squinting his eyes, exaggeratedly lunging toward Bai Shuawei. His demeanor resembled that of a lovesick fool, his lips pursed wider than a trumpet flower. Faced with this spectacle, Bai Shuawei felt a wave of revulsion. Do not be such a dramatist. I utterly detest you for treating me this way. Smack. Get lost. Wang Ye, you have gone too far. I loathe you. Chapter 22. Are you certain you wish to act on your own accord? Will you not give Liangchun this face? As flowers struck his face, Wang Ye's heart soared with delight. This is precisely how it should unfold. The narrative is progressing as it ought. Wang Ye, what skill is it to bully a woman? She does not fancy you. Forcing her will yield nothing. Now, I command you to kneel and apologize to Shuawei, or you shall not see the light of day tomorrow. Yi Liangchun, exuding a murderous aura, approached Bai Shuawei, glaring fiercely at Wang Ye. Where did this trash come from? Get lost. Bai Shuawei is mine, and I shall do with her as I please. It is none of your business. My villainous demeanor is finally ignited. Bai Shuawei, come to despise me. Yi Liangchun, come strike me. Are you seeking death? Yi Liangchun slowly raised his fist, a chilling aura radiating from him. The void refinement body technique surged within him, its power reaching a critical threshold. Yes, I am indeed seeking death. Come strike me, you impoverished bumpkin. Useless. Come on, make a move if you dare. Let me tell you, in Jiancheng, I, Wang Ye, am the law. Liangchun, stop stalling and strike me already. If you don't act soon, I'll have to send my regards to your parents. Wang Ye, I will see you dead. With a thunderous roar, a terrifying aura surged forth, causing the fallen leaves around to be swept backward. Boom. Yi Liangchun delivered a heavy punch aimed at Wang Ye's face. This punch contained the force of 1,000 pounds, as if it could obliterate anything in its path. Even before the fist reached its target, the wind generated by the blow ruffled Wang Ye's hair. Bang! Accompanied by a dull thud, flesh tore open, and blood began to trickle down. Yi Liangchun's face contorted in agony. An unbearable pain radiated from his wrist. His knuckles dislocated. Skin split, and blood smeared everywhere. How could this be possible? Who is she? So powerful. Yi Liangchun stared in disbelief at the red-clad, masked woman who appeared before Wang Ye like a specter. She stood tall and composed, exuding an air of restraint, as if she had merely thrown a casual punch without moving an inch. Uffed. As Yi Liangchun tried to speak, a fiery pain surged through his insides, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Wang Ye was also taken aback. I had prepared my light body technique and iron head skill, even envisioning my fall to the ground and secretly wiping blood from my nose to feign injury. But this? Tangzime, who asked for your protection? You're so ferocious. What if you accidentally kill the protagonist? You haven't even made your entrance yet. Why are you meddling? You infuriate me, you female protagonists. Can't you let me finish my act? Yi Liangchun took a few deep breaths, suppressing the intense pain in his chest, and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. With a wicked smile, he looked at Tangzime and said, your internal energy is formidable, and your movements are enigmatic. May I inquire as to which school you hail from? If you could kindly step aside, perhaps we could be friends. In the future, I, Yi Liangchun, would be sure to repay you handsomely. Get lost. Are you really going to act according to your own whims? Not giving Liangchun this courtesy? Speak another word, and I'll kill you. Very well. Woman, you have successfully captured my attention. Farewell. With that, Yi Liangchun immediately turned and ran, clutching his chest, fleeing on his electric bike without looking back, faster than a rabbit. Damn it, Yi Liangchun, you coward. You can run from the first day, but not the 15th. I will not let this go. Wang Ye yelled, his heart breaking. Thud. He collapsed to the ground, pretending to faint. System, I've done my best. This plot can only be twisted to this extent. If you want to strike, then strike. Ugh. This is so difficult for me. The onlookers were baffled as they witnessed Wang Ye fainting. Just moments ago, he had been so audacious, and now he had such a formidable female bodyguard, yet he fainted? Truly perplexing. Hidden in the shadows, a mysterious figure sighed, observing Yi Liangchen escape with injuries, her brows furrowing into a frown. So this is the true Dragon King. This detestable woman in red possesses immense strength. Who is she? I've never heard of the Wang family dispatching a peerless master to act as Wang Ye's bodyguard. Such a skilled fighter, even I might not fare well against her. Thankfully, she harbors no murderous intent towards the Dragon King. Otherwise, today would have been troublesome. I must not be discovered. Whoosh. The figure vanished into the night. Ah, it's you again. I am sincerely grateful. Your intervention was invaluable. Zhong Shutong opened the car door and immediately expressed her gratitude to Tang Zimei, ignoring the unconscious Wang Ye on the ground. Tang Zimei cast a nonchalant glance at Zhong Shutong, then surveyed the crowd of onlookers. No need for thanks. As long as my curiosity remains unsated, no one can harm him, not even a hair, until we meet again. With that, Tang Zimei transformed into a flickering red shadow and disappeared. The crowd collectively gasped in shock, bewildered at how a living person could vanish so suddenly. Unbelievable. Bai Shuawei, standing frozen in place, found herself engulfed in self-doubt. She repeatedly questioned herself in her mind. Do I have feelings for Wang Ye? The answer seemed to be no. In fact, I despise that scoundrel. Oh, falling for someone is not that easy. I only sought to escape this tragic fate, which is why I aligned myself with Wang Ye and even considered accepting his proposal. Yet, in the end, it seems I have changed nothing. Wang Ye still hasn't confirmed our relationship. The flowers have fallen, the ring has been tossed aside, and everything has returned to square one. Bai Shuawei, you little vixen, look at how you've harmed our dear Wang Ye. He has fainted and still crying. I will remember you. If anything happens to him, I won't let this go, and neither will the Bai family. Zhong Shutong spat fiercely, lifting Wang Ye from the ground and helping him into the car before departing. As the car sped out of the parking lot, Wang Ye suddenly sat up in the back seat, glancing at Bai Shuawei, who stood disheveled in the wind, and burst into laughter. And Zhong, you did well. What a splendid job wrapping things up. Of course. Now, hand me a blue pill quickly. I nearly exhausted myself lifting you into the car. All right. Wang Ye retrieved a bottle from a hidden compartment in the center console and poured a blue pill for Zhong Shutong, taking one for himself as well. Once the pill was swallowed, he felt a wave of comfort wash over him. As the car raced down the road, Wang Ye pondered the events that unfolded after Tang Zimei disrupted the plot. He had played his part to the best of his ability, pretending to faint, yet remarkably, he was not punished. This was intriguing. It suggested that as long as he exerted his utmost effort to maintain the narrative, even if the plot was disrupted by others, he would not face repercussions as long as it was not his fault. If this were indeed the case, the future could become quite entertaining. Though he still needed to follow the storyline, what would transpire next was no longer a certainty, but rather a blend of the unknown. This was fascinating. It made him eager to see what would happen next. Haha. Zhong Shutong drove straight to her home. Upon arriving at the villa, she invited Wang Ye to come inside. Wang Ye had initially intended to join her, especially considering the 2 holes in Aunt Zhong's stockings, which she had made herself. How desperate must she be to experience the thrill of torn stockings? The implication was unmistakably clear. Aunt Zhong surely wished to share some thrilling stories with him. Chapter 23 primarily concerns matters of decorum. As Wang Ye contemplated the significant and pivotal role that the female lead, Zhong Shutong, would play in the latter part of the narrative, a sense of hesitation crept over him. She served as the right hand of Yi Liangchen, one of the women he cherished and adored immensely. Her loyalty to Yi Liangchen was unwavering. Not only did she harbor feelings for him, but she also facilitated his conquests of various other women. This affection was nothing short of extraordinary. Even if Zhong Shutong had yet to develop feelings for Yi Liangchen, who could guarantee that she wouldn't eventually find herself entwined with him? Any romantic entanglement between himself and Zhong Shutong at this juncture would undoubtedly lead to a catastrophic unraveling of the plot. The collapse of the storyline would stem from his own reckless initiation of a relationship that should never have transpired. Thus, he would be the architect of the narrative's demise. Such a widespread disruption of the plot could very well invite a severe retribution upon him, reducing him to mere ashes. Therefore, when the time comes for me to meet my end, I must not be the one to self-sabotage. I must endure until the very end. Indeed, the world of the novel has its merits. The current system is remarkably loyal. As long as I adhere to the storyline and contribute reviews, I can reap various rewards. In the future, I am certain I will become increasingly formidable. Only a fool would hasten the demise of the plot, and, consequently, their own downfall. With this thought in mind, Wang Ye's restless heart gradually found tranquility. He graciously declined Zhong Shutong's kindness and drove to a familiar location, a private club. In a suburban area, within a modest two-story courtyard, Yi Liangshan entered a room, one hand pressed against his chest and the other dripping with blood. Seated at a table, Lin Xiaomei was diligently wrapping dumplings. Upon seeing her cousin Yi Liangshan return, she rushed to him with concern, her eyes brimming with tears of sympathy. After tending to his wounds, Lin Xiaomei inquired about the events that had transpired. Yi Liangshan provided a brief explanation, urging her to leave. He then called Mei Ying. Mei Ying reported back to Yi Liangshan, stating that Zhou Zhenghua's tools for targeting women had been confiscated by Wang Ye, and arrangements had been made to send him to the hospital for surgery. There was also new progress regarding the circumstances surrounding his parents' demise. It could be confirmed that Lu Baichuan was involved. This individual had directly participated in the persecution back then, and Mei Ying assured him that he was indeed the enemy of Long Wang. More details were still being verified, but it would not be long before the truth behind his parents' tragedy would be unveiled. Upon receiving this information, Yi Liangshan felt a fierce rage boiling within him. That detestable Wang Ye had incapacitated one of his most valued subordinates. The scoundrel would pay for this. And you, Lu Baichuan, how delightful. If I cannot deal with Wang Ye, then surely I can handle you. You worthless wretch. Dare to inflict pain upon my parents, and I shall make you experience the agony of losing loved ones. After concluding his call with Mei Ying, Yi Liangshan promptly dialed a mysterious number. Hello, this is Yi Liangshan. Yes, it is time for your family to fulfill their promise. Come to Jiangxing in the next few days. After hanging up, Yi Liangshan sat cross-legged on his bed and began to circulate the void refinement technique. 3 hours later, Yi Liangshan's eyes snapped open. He rose, changed into a black outfit, re-wrapped his injured hand with fresh bandages, and stretched his limbs. With a swift motion, he leaped out of his home like a shadowy cat in the night. Riding an electric bike toward an upscale neighborhood, Lu Haoran, who had just experienced several rounds of passion with his girlfriend Xiao Meiwan, was sleeping soundly. At that moment, the window screen was stealthily parted, and a dark figure gracefully leaped inside. With a swift motion, a steel blade sliced through the air, severing Lu Haoran's neck with the ease of slicing tofu. The figure cleaned the blade, sheathed it, and left behind a note before disappearing through the window. In the midst of her slumber, Xiao Meiwan awoke to a damp sensation on her face, accompanied by a metallic scent. Groggily, she turned on the light and, upon touching her face, realized it was covered in blood. Turning around, she discovered her boyfriend Lu Haoran with a 10-centimeter gash across his neck. Blood was everywhere, on the headboard, the blankets, and the mattress. Terrified, she screamed and immediately called the police, also notifying Lu Baichuan, Lu Haoran's father. Lu Baichuan arrived ahead of the police. Utterly unable to grasp the shocking reality that his son had been murdered, his throat slit. In his fury, he noticed a note on the bedside table. 30 years of prosperity for you. 30 years of decline for me. The pain I endured, I deliver to you today. As he read the harsh characters on the note, Lu Baichuan roared in rage. Yi Liangshan, I will not rest until I make you pay. The following day, Wang Ye was roused from his slumber by the incessant ringing of his phone. It was Lu Baichuan calling. Uncle Chuan, what? Haoran has been killed? This is outrageous. That scoundrel Yi Liangshan, I have longed to eliminate him. All right, Uncle Chuan, do not hesitate to seek your revenge. I will protect you. Unleash your most ruthless methods without fear. In this little Jiangcheng, I, Wang Ye, am the law. No need for thanks. We are allies. After ending the call, Wang Ye stretched lazily and sent a message to his butler. Lu Baichuan will be making bold moves in the coming days. He is my ally. Ensure he has the freedom to act as he pleases. Understood, young master. I will take care of it. After sending the message, Wang Ye proceeded with his morning routine, eating breakfast and driving to work, as if nothing had transpired. Arriving at the office, he felt a bit tired. I stayed up late last night, tearing stockings. And it seems that sleeplessness is indeed detrimental to one's health. Right, the theme is to write reviews. I must not deviate. Yesterday, Tang Zimei made an appearance, which stirred a complex mix of emotions within me, and I must admit, I was quite startled. Nevertheless, despite her injuring Yi Liangshan, the storyline remains unchanged. Lu Haoran still met his demise. The next sequence is rather thrilling. Yi Liangshan's parents will have their graves desecrated, and he shall be forced to witness the desecration without the power to intervene. It may sound unbelievable, but the author will stop at nothing to evoke hatred. Yi Liangshan, consumed by rage, will delve into a profound realization of the void refinement technique. Simultaneously, he will watch helplessly as Lu Baichuan and his men excavate his parents' graves, taunting him for being powerless, which is quite absurd to contemplate. However, Yi Liangshan will not be at a loss. The female lead, Xiao Wanqiu, will make her entrance, and I dread her arrival. That troublesome woman is always up to no good. Yet, my beloved Zimei is truly exceptional, standing at 1.7 meters tall. With a 30-60 figure and those long legs, she is undeniably adorable in my eyes. I miss her dearly, but alas, our love blossomed too late, leaving me yearning to draw Peppa Pig on her derriere, and now I must wait a long while. One review after another was uploaded. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your review has been successfully published. Reward, Iron Egg Technique. Instantly, Wang Ye felt a warm sensation in his nether regions. Damn, you truly are an irreverent system. The Iron Head Technique is acceptable, but what exactly does the Iron Egg Technique do? Crush walnuts? This is quite inconvenient. One must remove their trousers to proceed. Primarily, it lacks decorum. Chapter 24, Little Wild Child, I suspect you were driving. In a certain hotel, within the confines of a bathtub, Tang Zime luxuriated in a warm bath whilst sipping on hot milk. At that moment, her expression transformed, becoming animated. The information regarding me has arrived. She read with utmost seriousness, absorbing every word from beginning to end. Huffed. Unable to contain herself, she inadvertently sprayed milk into the bathtub. She spat it out. Could it be? Am I truly going to end up with that unrefined actor, Wang Ye? And in love? How absurd. Is this really me? Moreover, am I willingly allowing him to draw Peppa Pig on my behind? Ugh, shameless. The mere thought fills me with embarrassment. How could I, Tang Zime, ever engage in such antics? No, never. That detestable Wang Ye. I traveled thousands of miles from abroad to seek you out, and this is the meager information you provide? Being with you? Huh. I suspect you are merely daydreaming. In my world, Tang Zime, there exists only hatred, not love. With a huff, she rose from the tub, her flawless figure glistening like jade as she stepped out and donned a bathrobe. Her lively eyes gazed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, taking in the bustling city of Jiangxing. Meanwhile, Xiao Wanxiu fell into a similar reverie, surveying the towering structures of Jiangxing. She was aboard a flight originating from the south, with 10 minutes until landing. The aircraft circling above the city. Ever since the reviews of the book entered her mind, Xiao Wanxiu had become exceedingly curious about the affairs of Jiangxing, conducting numerous clandestine investigations. She was well aware of Wang Ye's activities, even having perused the 1 terabyte love documentary stored on his computer. In essence, Wang Ye's peculiarities were entirely transparent to her. She even knew that he wore blue underwear that morning. As a top-tier hacker, any location equipped with a camera could serve as her eyes. Simultaneously, she bore another identity, as the eldest daughter of the esteemed Xiao family. Yesterday, she received orders from her family to meet with the 2 formidable figures of the Xiao clan in Jiangxing and fulfill the Xiao family's long-standing promise to the Dragon King. Initially, Xiao Wanxiu held great admiration for the Dragon King, Yi Lianchen. Yet, upon encountering that information, her doubts began to surface, leading her to re-evaluate her perceptions through various incidents. Ultimately, she concluded that Wang Ye's complaints were valid. The male protagonist, Yi Lianchen, was indeed a fool. At that moment, new information began to populate her mind. Wang Ye's assessment of her was, just thinking about it gives me a headache. I find her somewhat intimidating. This troublesome woman is perpetually inappropriate. Instantly, Xiao Wanxiu clenched her teeth in irritation. Wang Ye, humph. How dare you accuse me of being improper? Just wait. I shall show you what true impropriety looks like, and it will frighten you. The plane landed, and Xiao Wanxiu swiftly blended into the crowd, nonchalantly seeking her companions. Similarly, Zhong Shutong and Bai Shuawei, while lacking any direct references to themselves, found their expressions peculiar upon reading that Tang Zime would eventually fall in love with Wang Ye. They could hardly believe it. Was it true? The fierce Tang Zime would actually fall for Wang Ye? While Bai Shuawei found it surprising, she remained indifferent. As her affections were neither for Yi Lianchen nor for Wang Ye, her heart in disarray. Zhong Shutong, however, felt a twinge of jealousy. My little wild child. How could you have feelings for her? As for the upcoming plot twist involving Yi Lianchen's parents being exhumed, Bai Shuawei yearned to be a mere bystander. While Zhong Shutong realized that watching Wang Ye's engagement banquet and his classmates' confessions was far more thrilling than any drama, truly captivating. She pondered what flavor of sunflower seeds to bring for the occasion. The matter of exhuming graves was rather peculiar, and another female protagonist was set to emerge, which was undeniably exciting and not to be missed. After perusing the reviews, Zhong Shutong stood and exited the office, pouring herself a glass of water before heading to Wang Ye's office. This time, she did not bother to knock. She simply pushed the door open and walked in. Upon seeing Zhong Shutong enter, Wang Ye's expression morphed into one of shock. Panicking, he hastily closed his webpage, but the system lagged in its response, leaving one page stubbornly open. Little wild child, what on earth are you so hurriedly engaged in? Let me see what clandestine activities you are up to. Zhong Shutong strode confidently to Wang Ye's side. The search bar displayed prominently on the webpage read, "What are the benefits and uses of practicing Iron Egg Kung Fu?" Uft. Ha. Zhong Shutong could not contain her laughter, causing water from her cup to spill onto the floor. Little wild child, you are truly remarkable. What on earth have you been researching? You are actually practicing Iron Egg Kung Fu. Ha ha ha, you truly possess an extraordinary physique. Your thought process is unlike that of ordinary individuals. Ahem, what do you know? If you are unaware, do not speak foolishly. This Iron Egg Kung Fu is serious business. It serves a significant purpose. Wang Ye retorted, his face reddening with embarrassment as he defended himself. Is that so? Then enlighten me. What exactly is the use of Iron Egg Kung Fu? Isn't it merely to prevent others from attacking your groin? Zhongani, you are mistaken. Iron Egg Kung Fu is the most formidable enhancement technique. It not only grants one's groin the defensive strength of iron balls, but also transforms a man's waist into something as springy as a coil. Wouldn't you agree that is impressive? Ahem, little wild child. I suspect you are driving a car. All right, enough of this topic. I came to see you for something else. Zhong Shutong's cheeks flushed slightly as she shot Wang Ye an exasperated glare. Yet she silently noted the details of Iron Egg Kung Fu for future reference. If she ever sought a husband, she would certainly choose one willing to practice Iron Egg Kung Fu, thus enjoying the benefits of a springy waist. Oh, what is it? Zhongani, why are you being so roundabout? Wang Ye was eager to redirect the conversation. The embarrassment was too much to bear. There was no way anyone could discover that he practiced Iron Egg Kung Fu. It would be utterly mortifying. It concerns the establishment of the Medicine God Society. I have already arranged for 3 seasoned traditional Chinese medicine practitioners to research your formula. It is a remarkably miraculous prescription. The pills produced from it possess extraordinary effects. I have already set people to work on mass production. The arrangements for the formation of the Medicine God Society are also progressing swiftly. I believe you should join me in this endeavor. You seem rather free every day, and even if we work on the Medicine God Society together, you would still have ample time. Upon hearing this, Wang Ye sighed, realizing Zhong Shutong was still urging him to join her in the Medicine God Society, which was truly vexing. I would love to help you create the Medicine God Society. This organization is destined to flourish spectacularly, attracting various exceptional traditional Chinese medicine practitioners and generating immense profits. However, collaborating with you on the Medicine God Society would inevitably disrupt the narrative. This would mean I am intentionally sabotaging the plot. Without a doubt, the system would punish me for it. And Zhong, you know me well. I am a person who delights solely in indulgence and merriment, harboring no grand ambitions. I have already sold you the prescription yesterday, and how you choose to handle it is entirely up to you. Should the Apothecary Guild require my assistance, I would willingly lend a hand, yet I shall not join. Wang Ye chuckled lightly, though his heart bled within. Damn it, this is the Apothecary Guild we're speaking of, knowing full well that this organization will eventually shine brightly. Yet I am unable to partake in its glory. What a pity. Ah, I see. Very well. There's another matter. What is it? You may speak. Chapter 25. Sister Wanxiu, I beseech you to show mercy and leave me a way to live. It pertains to the stockings we purchased last time. I find the quality lacking, as they are prone to tearing. When would you be free to accompany me to buy a few more? Ahem, my apologies, Aunt Zhong. But I have been quite busy lately. Oh, is that so? Then perhaps I shall call your mother and inform her about your practice of the Iron Egg skill. I believe she would be more concerned than I, considering you are the sole heir of the Wang family. Heaven forbid something were to go awry and you inadvertently damaged your egg. Ahem, Aunt Zhong, please stop. Suddenly, I feel as though I have all the time in the world. Let us buy some stockings today after work, preferably of better quality. Indeed, that sounds more agreeable. This time, I wish to purchase those adorned with letters. Very well, as you wish. Even those with open seams would pose no issue. Open seams? Ahem. Forget I mentioned it. Zhong Shutong left Wang Ye's office with a satisfied smile upon her face, while Wang Ye wore a grim expression. You women, the protagonists, are truly excessive, one after another, bullying a mere villain. Is it so glorious? Especially you, Aunt Zhong. Your demands have grown increasingly outrageous. Now you wish to purchase stockings with letters? The most despicable thing is, if I refuse to accompany you, you threaten to call my mother. How can you be so shameless? Whatever happened to the serious, dedicated individual you once were? As Wang Ye sat in front of his computer, lost in thought, the previously frozen web page suddenly displayed a chat box. It was a message from a stranger. Little Yezi, allow me to introduce myself. I am Xiao Wanxiu. I am aware of your practice of the Iron Egg skill, and indeed, you are quite an admirable young man. I appreciate you. Should I desire, a mere press of the enter key would inform all your friends of your practice. Ha. I believe they would hold you in high esteem, but for now, I shall refrain from doing so, unless you provoke my ire. Though we have yet to meet, we are already friends in many realms. You can access your hidden folder previously. Even with a Thunder membership, you could not complete the download of those 28 resources. I have taken the liberty of downloading them for you. I must say, little Yezi, Your tastes are rather intense. As the messages popped up in the chat box, Wang Ye felt his head buzzing. Xiao Wanqiu. When did this female protagonist take an interest in me? I am out of options. My privacy is compromised. I might as well give up being a villain and just end it all. My little secrets have been stolen by this shameless individual. How considerate of you to download rare resources that I couldn't manage to. Should I express my gratitude? My head aches. I detest this frivolous woman. What torment. Wang Ye. Ahem, Sister Wanqiu. I beseech you to show mercy and leave me a way to live. You may extract my secrets as you wish, but please, do not disclose my practice of the iron egg skill. If you dare tarnish my reputation, I might as well take my own life. Xiao Wanqiu. Ha ha, little Yezi. Fear not, I am not that kind of person. Tell me, what other resources would you like? I happen to have some free time and can assist you with downloads. Wang Ye. You truly enjoy being helpful, but no need. Xiao Wanqiu. Why the formality with me? In fact, I recently discovered an even more captivating resource. I possess the entire set, but alas, your computer lacks sufficient memory. I shall clear out some junk and implement a firewall. Your company's computer security is rather lacking. Allow me to handle it, and by tomorrow, you will see the resources I send you, guaranteed to be exhilarating. Don't forget to keep some paper handy. Wang Ye, how shameless. You are truly without shame. Xiao Wanqiu, just wait. You infuriate me. This is an affront to my dignity. You, as the hacker heroine beside the male lead, should be rendering him great service, not contacting me. I am the villain, after all. I do not wish to be your friend, and what of your so-called friendship across various realms? It is utterly disgraceful. And you intend to share the resources you have viewed with me. You, the protagonist, are a complete failure. You've become obsolete before even making your entrance. Originally, Wang Ye had felt quite pleased after discovering numerous benefits of the Iron Egg skill online. This skill not only safeguards one's happiness, but also transforms one into a resilient and robust individual. How remarkable. The system, though seemingly frivolous, is actually quite thoughtful. Wouldn't you agree? Regrettably, his cheerful mood was thoroughly disrupted by the antics of Zheng Shutong and Xiao Wanqiu. Bang! In a fit of rage, Wang Ye slammed his keyboard. Afterward, he stormed out of his office, kicking open the door to the network information department. Without further ado, he unleashed a torrent of reprimands. Useless. A bunch of good-for-nothings. What do I even employ you for? Now, immediately, reinforce the firewalls across the entire company's network. Furthermore, arrange for various antivirus software to be installed. A bunch of incompetent fools. You cannot even ensure network security. What use are you to me? In broad daylight. My computer is infected with a virus, and not one of you noticed. A bunch of worthless layabouts. If my computer is infected again, you can all take your leave. The entire network information department, from the director to the regular staff, trembled in fear, heads bowed, on the verge of tears. Each felt wronged, recalling how previously, when Wang Ye's computer had been infected, he had unleashed his fury on them. They had been diligently working. Wang Ye never reflected on his own actions. He would simply lash out at them. Why was it that all the computers in the company were secure, yet his was always plagued by viruses? Didn't he understand his own behavior? They were merely innocent programmers, bearing the brunt of his wrath. After venting his anger, Wang Ye felt considerably relieved. Exiting the company, he entered the coffee shop downstairs. Listening to the soothing music while savoring high-quality hand-ground coffee, he felt quite content. But wait, I am feeling so at ease. What of Yi Liangchen? My dear male protagonist, I cannot help but worry about you. Let me ponder, what are you doing at this moment? Chapter 26, a trifecta of arrogance, disdain, and mockery. Suddenly, a realization dawned. Following the conventional narrative trajectory, Yi Liangchen successfully proposed to Bai Shuowei at yesterday's class reunion. This morning, he escorted Bai Shuowei to her workplace, where he fortuitously encountered Bai Yaru, Bai Shuowei's distant cousin. Bai Yaru was instantly smitten with Yi Liangchen, eager to express her admiration. During their conversation, upon learning of his intention to purchase a home, she eagerly volunteered to accompany him on his house-hunting expedition. The ensuing plot unfolded predictably into a display of ostentation in the realm of real estate. However, yesterday's storyline had unraveled. Would Yi Liangchen still encounter Bai Yaru today? Would he even consider purchasing a property? This hung in the balance. Contemplating these uncertainties, Wang Ye promptly dialed his steward, Su Qianquan. Su, please have someone investigate Yi Liangchen, the one just released from prison. I need to know his whereabouts today. All right, I await your call. Shortly thereafter, Wang Ye received a call from Su Qianquan. Upon learning the full situation, Wang Ye erupted into laughter, nearly losing his appetite for coffee. He immediately summoned the comment box. Yi Liangchen, how impressive. You've already commenced your endeavors this early, and you've even performed a gallant rescue, leaving Bai Yaru utterly enchanted. This storyline has miraculously veered back on track. How delightful. I had anticipated a restful day, with no plot developments. Planning to simply relax, and perhaps catch a glimpse of the excavation tomorrow night. Yet, after hearing of your heroics, and witnessing Bai Yaru bestow a kiss upon you, a gesture you did not refuse, but instead responded with, "Woman, you remind me of someone who captivates my thoughts and affections." Bai Yaru, moved to tears, believed you were confessing your feelings. How amusing. I find myself unable to contain my excitement. I am eager to witness your upcoming scenes together. Oh, how foolish Bai Shuowei must feel. If she were to discover that Yi Lianshan has already become entangled with her cousin, would she not be livid? Haha. If the plotline holds true, there is no doubt that Yi Lianshan will soon take Bai Yaru to purchase a home. During this venture, clad in modest attire, while Bai Yaru, not from wealth herself, faces ridicule from her classmate Dong Feifei. Yi Lianshan, however, will assert his presence, decisively outshining Dong Feifei, and once again winning hearts. Indeed, I recall another subplot. After purchasing the property, the two will frolic like young lovers, feeding stray cats and dogs in a secluded alley, only to be confronted by the antagonist, Dong Feifei. Yi Lianshan will once again display his prowess, vanquishing all of Dong Feifei's minions, before grasping her chin and declaring, "Woman, you are rather audacious," thus laying the groundwork for the antagonist to develop an infatuation. Haha, I can hardly contain myself. I must head to the sales office of Zhong's real estate and witness Yi Lianshan's bravado firsthand. Yes, and I shall procure some sunflower seeds. Having uploaded his commentary, Wang Ye left the cafe in high spirits. By group, a subsidiary office, Bai Shuowei sat languidly in the president's office. Suddenly, her eyes sparkled with intrigue. Another update on the commentary. However, upon learning that her cousin Bai Yaru had unexpectedly taken a leave of absence today to pursue a relationship with Yi Lianshan, and that she was openly courting him while accompanying him to buy a house, she was both infuriated and amused. Yi Lianshan, the incorrigible playboy, had professed his love to her just yesterday, only to pursue her cousin today. This man is truly repulsive. Wang Ye, are you deranged? Why do you always call me foolish? You are the one who's foolish. Your entire family is foolish, humph. Since they are off to purchase a home, I might as well head to Zhong's group. I am curious where Yi Lianshan has acquired his funds. Perhaps I shall take a look? With these thoughts in mind, Bai Shuowei proceeded to the company dressing room, adorning herself in a lovely white dress, and, with her handbag in hand, exited the office. Meanwhile, Zhong Shutong also departed from her workplace. Seated in her vehicle, she ground her teeth in frustration, unable to resist a small pinch on her thigh, albeit with less force this time, fearing she might tear her stockings. That insufferable Wang Ye. How dare he visit my family's real estate without inviting me? What does he mean by this? He had assured me he would accompany me to buy stockings after work, but it seems he intends to sneak away. With the roar of the engine filling the air, Zhong Shutong sped toward her family's latest development. By this time, Wang Ye had arrived at the sales office of Zhong's group's new property. The sales office comprised 2 levels, the first floor serving as the sales hall and model unit area, while the second floor featured a spacious atrium crowned with a glass ceiling, allowing sunlight to flood the hall, creating a bright and inviting atmosphere. Above the northern entrance, the second floor housed 2 office spaces and a suspended corridor. Standing on the second floor, one could gaze down upon the entire sales hall. Wang Ye positioned himself in the corridor, settling into a chair at the prime viewing spot. While driving, he had spotted Yi Lianshan, who was riding a shared electric bike with Bai Yaru, the two appearing like a young couple, engaged in light-hearted banter. They would arrive in approximately 5 minutes. Wang Ye, unhurried, leisurely munched on sunflower seeds. Yet, in less than 3 minutes, Yi Lianshan entered the sales hall alongside a stunning woman clad in a black lace dress. Oh, is that not Bai Yaru? What a coincidence. Are you here to buy a house? The minor antagonist, Dong Feifei, made her timely entrance, exuding an air of arrogance, disdain, and mockery. Observing her confident demeanor, Wang Ye paused his snacking, impressed. Dong Feifei was indeed skilled at weaving animosity, as her words instantly provoked Yi Lianshan's ire. Brother Lianshan, let's move over there and ignore her. This woman is truly insufferable. Bai Yaru clung to Yi Lianshan's arm, her demeanor pitiful as she averted her gaze. As friends, conversing is no issue. Fear not. Yaru, with me around, what have you to fear? Yi Lianshan flashed a devilishly charming smile at Dong Feifei. Well, Bai Yaru. You've grown bold, haven't you? Is having a boyfriend such a grand achievement? You don't even bother to greet me, Dong Feifei? Do you believe I want to have someone demand debts from your father in a heartbeat? Brother Lianshan, perhaps we should just go. I don't want you to get caught up in this mess on my behalf. Bai Yaru tugged at Yi Lianshan's arm, attempting to leave. Yet, Yi Lianshan remained unfazed. Heh, Miss Dong, you are quite the intriguing character. Wang Ye nearly burst into laughter upon hearing this. Truly, the protagonist's catchphrase was exceptional. Intriguing? What is so remarkable about you? Just look at your pitiful state. Clearly clearly a pauper. After humiliating Yi Liangchen, Dong Feifei turned her scorn towards Baiyaru. You little green tea. Pretending to be pure? What high ground do you stand on? Your father still owes my family's lending company 3 million. Have you lost your mind? Luring this poor fool into buying you a house. Look at him. He clearly doesn't know the world. If he could afford a house. I'd kneel and call him daddy right now. Chapter 27. I too wish to enjoy sunflower seeds. Baiyaru, humiliated to the core, clung to Yi Liangchen's arm, tears streaming down her face. Yet, Yi Liangchen continued to amass his anger, not immediately exploding at the sight of Baiyaru's distress. He smiled once more, a wicked grin spreading across his lips. Miss Dong, although I am unaware of your father's identity, you may very well find yourself calling me father shortly. Dong Feifei was immediately incensed. She summoned the security, exclaiming, is the threshold at Zhong Realty so low that any riffraff can waltz in? Just look at these two paupers. They can't even afford a 2-bedroom unit worth $1 million, let alone a villa priced over $10 million. I demand that you expel these country bumpkins at once. Wang Ye watched with great amusement, exclaiming, this is getting good. Xiao Yezi, do share some sunflower seeds with me. At that moment, a melodious voice emerged from Wang Ye's right. Turning to look, he was taken aback to see Zhong Shetong. Aunt Zhong, what brings you here? This is my territory. I can come and go as I please. Ah, that makes sense, but how did you know I was here? Enough with the small talk. Will you share those sunflower seeds or not? No, I bought only 5 yuan worth of seeds, just enough for myself. If I give you some and miss the thrilling parts, that would be rather unpleasant. Xiao Yezi, what do you think will happen if I suddenly stand up and shout? Wang Yi responded, women. Huh, truly, none are without their flaws. Zhong Aunt retorted, with our relationship, how could I deny you sunflower seeds? Here, have some. Now that's more like it. Zhong Shetong took a handful of seeds, happily munching as she watched the unfolding drama. Suddenly, a swarm of security guards surrounded Yi Liangchen. Baiyaru, clinging to his arm, trembled in fear, pleading with the guards, please, we mean no trouble. We were wrong, let us go. She then urged Yi Liangchen. Brother Liangchen, don't be impulsive. Dong Feifei is the daughter of Dong Yingzhua, a powerful figure in Jiangqing. We cannot afford to provoke her. You've seen. Even the security here obeys her. A playful smirk appeared at the corner of Yi Liangchen's mouth as he showed no fear. Gently stroking Baiyaru's forehead, he boldly declared, Yaruang, do you trust me? If you do, close your eyes. In that moment, Baiyaru was once again captivated by Yi Liangchen's fearless heroism. Tears of admiration brimming in her eyes as she clutched his arm tightly and shut her eyes. Yi Liangchen flashed a charming smile at the guards. You insignificant insects. I do not wish to waste time. Come at me all at once. Wang Yi, witnessing the spectacle, once again gave Yi Liangchen a thumbs up. Impressive, Liangchen. Balancing romance and brawls effortlessly, you truly deserve full marks as the protagonist. At this juncture, someone gently tugged at Wang Ye's sleeve from his left side. Wang Yi, I want some sunflower seeds too. Turning around, he found Bai Shuowei sitting beside him, extending her hand to request seeds. What, Shuowei? What brings you here? I feared my cousin might be bullied, so I came along. You're not acting normally. I am perfectly fine. I came to wait for her and found you here. What's wrong? Do you not welcome me? Ahem. Of course I welcome you. Shuowei, you are my most beloved woman. I dream of being with you. How could I not welcome you? I adore you. You are my goddess. Wang Yi forced a delighted expression. Is that so? If you adore me so much, why not share your sunflower seeds? I truly only bought 5 yuan worth. Shuowei, perhaps you should refrain from eating them. They're not good for your teeth. And yours are so white. Eating seeds could stain them. Allow me to bear the burden of these unhealthy snacks. Do you dare to shout for my cousin right now? Ahem. Shuowei, you speak beautifully. Here, take them, enjoy. No need to be polite. I have more. Humph. Bai Shuowei took the sunflower seeds, shooting Wang Yi an annoyed glare before returning her focus to the spectacle. Meanwhile, Zhong Shetong observed Bai Shuowei's arrival, speculating that she must have come upon Wang Yi's announcement. She shot Bai Shuowei a disdainful look and resolutely snatched a handful of the remaining seeds from Wang Yi's bag, muttering, that insufferable little brat. She won't take my seeds. Wang Yi grimaced at his dwindling stash, his heart aching. My sunflower seeds. How dare these shameless women desecrate my supply? Just you wait. Next time I'll bring stinky tofu. A group of security guards rushed forward to pummel Yi Liangchen, only to be effortlessly dispatched by him. 7 or 8 guards lay sprawled on the ground, wailing. The sales staff and other employees were left dumbfounded. Dong Feifei was aghast. She hadn't anticipated this country bumpkin to be so formidable. No wonder Baiyaru was with him. It turned out she was attracted to his fighting prowess. After dealing with the guards, Yi Liangchen smugly brushed his hand through Baiyaru's hair, saying, Yaruang, open your eyes. Upon seeing the scene before her, Baiyaru felt a rush of safety and nearly professed her love for Yi Liangchen, her eyes sparkling with admiration. At that moment, an indignant Dong Feifei commenced her second tirade. "Yi Liangshan, is it? Humph. You are merely a brawny fool, all brawn and no brains. Being able to fight is nothing special. If you're so capable, why not buy a villa here?" Bai Yarowang quickly chimed in, "Brother Liangshan, let us leave quickly. Dong Feifei is wealthy. The villas at Zhong Realty start at 8 million. It's far too expensive for us." Wang Ye couldn't help but scoff at the absurdity of the situation. This ridiculous author writes without a hint of logic. If Bai Yarowang thinks it's utterly unaffordable, why did she even come with Yi Liangshan? Doesn't tea that contradict everything? Unless she's just a two-faced green tea. Otherwise, the plot hole is quite glaring. In the face of Dong Feifei's provocation and Bai Yarowang's well-meaning advice, Yi Liangshan grinned wickedly, producing a gleaming black card and handing it to a sales representative. "What is the price of your most expensive villa?" Upon seeing the black card, the sales representative's expression transformed dramatically, eyes wide, face pale, and body trembling slightly. With trepidation, they stammered, "Sir, the most expensive villa here is 34 million. It's enormous and meets all your needs, with 3 years of waived property fees." Without hesitation, Yi Liangshan raised 2 fingers, declaring, "Excellent. No need to view the house. I'll take it. My card has 100 million. Go ahead and swipe it for 2 villas." At that moment, every salesperson present was left astounded, breathless. Bai Yarowang's eyes sparkled even more as she clung to Yi Liangshan's arm, unwilling to let go. Dong Feifei, on the other hand, was left in disbelief, thinking, "This pauper has 100 million in his card? And that black card clearly signifies a prestigious status. It's not something just anyone can afford." The notion that her own father would be unworthy of wielding such an illustrious black card struck her as ludicrous. How could this impoverished fool possibly possess a card that symbolized such esteemed status? It must be a counterfeit, without a doubt. With this thought in mind, the antagonistic Dong Feifei commenced her tirade for the 3rd time. Furiously, she accused Yi Liangshan of wielding a false black card, insisting that it contained no funds, and demanded the front desk staff to verify whether it truly held the sum of 100 million. The staff instructed Yi Liangshan to enter his password. Upon inquiry, the balance indeed revealed 100 million. Dong Feifei was left utterly flabbergasted, her shock rendering her legs weak, causing her to collapse onto the ground. Yi Liangshan, with an air of arrogance, pointed at her and commanded, "Get up. Kneel. Call me father and apologize to Bai Yaru." Dong Feifei was acutely aware of the terrifying identity and status that the supreme black card represented, one that was far beyond her or her father's reach. Thus, she wept and knelt on the ground, calling out to her father and offering her apology to Bai Yaru. As the spectacle unfolded, Wang Ye stretched lazily, contemplating his departure. He surmised that the remainder of the event would lack intrigue, merely consisting of petty squabbles. He anticipated Dong Feifei would contact her father, instigate a retaliatory scheme, and subsequently fall for Yi Liangshan, offering herself to him. However, before Wang Ye could rise, the plot took an unexpected turn. A male manager from the sales office suddenly approached Yi Liangshan, inquiring, "What is your name?" Yi Liangshan stood tall and responded with bravado, "I am Yi Liangshan. What of it? Are you looking to offer me a discount? No need for such formality. Just swipe the card." The manager scoffed, returning the black card to Yi Liangshan. "You are mistaken, sir. Yi Liangshan is a blacklisted client of our Zhong Group. No matter your wealth, we shall not sell you this property." At that moment, Yi Liangshan was utterly bewildered. The employees present, along with Dong Feifei and Bai Yaru, wore expressions of confusion. What was happening? How had Yi Liangshan become a blacklisted client? Yi Liangshan, incensed, glared at the sales manager. "Give me an explanation, or you will regret it." The manager merely smiled faintly, refraining from answering Yi Liangshan's inquiry. Instead, he signaled to the surrounding staff, declaring, "Now, all sales personnel, return to the break room." Security immediately pulled down the rolling shutters of the sales office. As he spoke, the manager began to unbutton his shirt, rolling up his sleeves, and removed his watch, tucking it into his pocket, adopting a stance as if preparing for a fight. The employees promptly rushed to the back of the sales office. Outside, the security guards swiftly lowered several rolling shutters. At this juncture, Yi Liangshan finally grasped that something had been amiss since he entered the sales office. There had initially been many prospective buyers, but now none were visible. This was a trap. Was Wang Ye orchestrating this scheme against him? Indeed, it had to be that scoundrel's doing. A cunning strategy. Wang Ye, well played. Dong Yingzhu, it's your turn to make an entrance. Stop hiding. Bring your people out. Let us join forces and teach this arrogant fool a lesson. As the male manager observed that everything was in place, he shouted, "Now?" Suddenly, over 50 men clad in black and wielding machetes surged forth from the back of the sales office. Following them was a middle-aged man in a black suit. a cigar clutched between his fingers, with a menacing expression. Yi Liangchen, you are quite brazen to force my daughter to kneel and call you father. Are you seeking your demise? Today, I shall teach you what it means when your father is referred to as grandfather. Witnessing this scene, Wang Ye felt a throbbing in his head, who was pulling the strings behind the scenes. The narrative had spiraled out of control once more. He hadn't even participated. Yet the plot had unraveled. Who was this male manager? How had he suddenly emerged to oppose Yi Liangchen? And Dong Yingzhu, when had she arrived? Xiao Yezi. The truly exciting part is just beginning. Come, let us enjoy the fruit platter that sister has had prepared for us. Munching on seeds alone is rather dull. Don't you think? Zhong Shutong pointed to an enormous fruit platter on the table, addressing Wang Ye. And Zhong, I sense something amiss. You orchestrated the clearing of the sales office, swapped the manager for a henchman, and summoned Dong Yingzhu, didn't you? Indeed, Xiao Yezi. You truly are astute. You've deduced correctly. It was all my doing. How do you feel? Surprised? No need to thank me. We are like family. What? What is wrong with me? Am I not being considerate enough? Oh, I see. I should shout out to let Yi Liangchen know this was your doing, Xiao Yezi. Perhaps he'd be so enraged he would vomit blood before even facing Dong Yingzhu and my subordinates. And Zhong, please, don't do that. You've already been more than considerate. I'm touched to the point of tears. Oh, that is wonderful. Come, let us indulge in the fruit platter. A generous portion sufficient for the three of us. You all enjoy. I'm feeling a bit unstable and can't eat. Happy, are you? Yes, I'm absolutely elated. Chapter 29. Male lead, you're useless at crucial moments. Wang Ye felt utterly defeated. The plot had once again been derailed by the female lead. And Zhong, I'm becoming afraid of you. You've gone too far. Not only did you enlist your family as henchmen, but you also summoned the underworld overlord, Dong Yingzhu. Now, with Dong Yingzhu and that henchman, with so many people, can the male lead possibly survive? If you happen to kill him, what will become of the storyline? Liangchen, you, the male lead, are utterly useless at critical moments. You've put me, the antagonist, in a position where I must worry about you being killed. What on earth is happening? You need to step up. ISNT, your empty body refinement technique supposed to be powerful? Use it and fight back. You must win. You must survive. Go, Liangchen. Wang Yi, want to play Do Diju? Sister has brought us some playing cards. Let us play while watching them fight. Bai Shuowei gently tugged at Wang Yi's sleeve and whispered, Damn it, what about your cousin? We shouldn't play right now. We need to stay alert. Wang Ye nearly let slip an expletive. Fortunately, he managed to rein himself in just in time. Bai Shuowei, observing Wang Ye's distressed expression, felt an odd sense of delight. She had deliberately provoked him, wishing to gauge his reaction, and was pleased to find that her guess about his anxiety regarding the unfolding plot was accurate. Wang Ye, you contradictory thespian. You clearly wanted to scold me just now, yet you held back. You want to allow your persona to crumble, even if you want to throttle me. Ha ha ha, this is rather amusing. I seem to have found a source of entertainment. Zhong Shutong, the female lead, is indeed clever and extraordinary. It seems that in the future, I too must make my move. Goons, you're all a bunch of Wang Ye's minions. Let us go. I'm ready to fight. Yi Liangchen let out a furious roar and charged directly at the male manager. Hearing Yi Liangchen's furious outburst, Dong Yingzhu was about to rush in, but suddenly felt something was amiss. How have I become Wang Ye's lackey? What does this mean? But upon seeing his daughter, pitifully crying like a weeping willow, his anger surged. With a group of subordinates, he charged forward. Get him. Everyone, attack. Severely punish that bastard for daring to bully my daughter. Today, I shall dismember him into pieces. The male manager was likely a formidable figure within the Zhong family. He clashed head-on with Yi Liangchen for over a dozen exchanges, showing no signs of retreat. Meanwhile, Yi Liangchen had to endure attacks from Dong Yingzhu and his henchmen from the back, left, and right. This only exacerbated Yi Liangchen's already grave injuries, as he was consistently struck. By the end of the confrontation, Yi Liangchen was drenched in blood, while Dong Yingzhu's subordinates showed no intention of relenting, seemingly determined to kill him. This left Wang Ye, who was spectating, on pins and needles. Ultimately, Wang Ye noticed that Yi Liangchen was beginning to sway. He was truly on the verge of death. Unable to bear it any longer, he thought, if the male protagonist dies, what significance does my role as the antagonist hold? He cannot die. Thus, Wang Ye decisively stood up and bellowed, Yi Liangchen, did you ever expect this day would come for you? This is the fate that awaits those who oppose me. Wang Ye, you are doomed. Dong Yingzhu and his subordinates, upon noticing the appearance of the young Master Wang, hesitated to strike. They merely surrounded the bloodied Yi Liangchen. The male manager, seeing Zhong Shutong beside Wang Ye, instinctively took a few steps back, refraining from attacking Yi Liangchen further. Yi Liangchen, gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, gazed at Wang Ye standing in the second-floor corridor, flanked by two women, Zhong Shutong and Bai Shuowei. A torrent of hatred surged within him. Regrettably, he was gravely injured and powerless to retaliate. Otherwise, he would have charged up the stairs and twisted that bastard Wang Ye's neck. This scoundrel is intolerable, employing every means against me, Yi Liangchen. Moreover, Xu Wei was coerced into staying by his side. This vendetta, I shall remember. Yi Liangchen will not rest until I have avenged myself. Wang Ye, you coward. Dare not let your lackeys handle me. Have the courage to confront me yourself. Yi Liangchen shouted defiantly at Wang Ye. Humph, a defeated foe. I can hardly be bothered with you. Wang Ye replied arrogantly. Bai Yaru, out of respect for your cousin, I can spare you and Yi Liangchen today. Leave with your man while I still hold this mercy. Wang Ye declared with a haughty demeanor. Huddled in a corner, trembling, Bai Yaru, upon hearing this, hurriedly scrambled to Yi Liangchen's side, supporting him as they made their way outside. The security opened the roll-up door. Dong Yingzhu and his subordinates exchanged glances, but ultimately dared not act, for the young master Wang had commanded their release, and they could not afford to offend him. Watching Yi Liangchen being helped out of the sales office by Bai Yaru, Wang Ye finally exhaled in relief. Come on, protagonist, don't you dare die on me. Our battle hasn't even truly begun yet. I, the villain, am truly worried about you. I must assist you at this critical moment. Young Master Wang. It has been a while. What brings you here? Dong Yingzhu greeted Wang Ye with a forced smile. Don't try to curry favor with me. This is no place for you. You're ruining my plans. In the future, stay out of my affairs, or I shall end you. Young Master Wang. I am here to assist you. You're misunderstanding me. Scram. All right. I'll leave. Dong Yingzhu quickly retreated, taking his daughter Dong Feifei with him, leaving in disarray. He dared not confront Wang Ye. He was a force to be reckoned with. Although the factions in Jiang City had fractured into several groups, no one dared to defy the Wang family's authority. Watching Dong Yingzhu's group depart, Wang Ye snorted in disdain. It was not that he harbored any particular animosity towards Dong Yingzhu. Rather, in the unfolding narrative, Dong Yingzhu would eventually align himself with Yi Liangchen. His daughter, Dong Feifei, would be included in this alliance as well. Dong Feifei and Bai Yaru were similar in character, although they had relations with Yi Liangchen. The text only provided scant details about their roles. They were not yet worthy of being the female lead, merely serving as supporting characters. Given that Dong Yingzhu would soon become Yi Liangchen's subordinate, Wang Ye had no need to show him any kindness. Planting seeds of enmity in advance was quite beneficial. After all, I am the villain everyone loves to hate. Ha ha ha. Hate me, please. The more you despise me, the more formidable my villainy becomes. As the curtain fell on this dramatic scene, Zhong Shutong waved her hand at the male manager. Hey Chong, restore order, and do not inform my father about this. Yes, miss. The male manager replied, immediately calling for security to clean up the blood. He then summoned the sales team to prepare for potential homebuyers. Little Yi, it's nearly noon. Let us go shopping. Afterward, I'll treat you to hot pot. Zhong Shutong suggested. Sure, Aunt Zhong. Thanks to you. I was able to deal such a heavy blow to that bastard Yi Liangchen. Ha ha ha. This hot pot is on me. Don't be polite with me. Let us go. Zhong Shutong eagerly pulled Wang Ye along, seemingly oblivious to Bai Shuowei standing there. Wang Ye also pretended not to see. Following Zhong Shutong as they moved to leave. Wang Ye, what about me? Are you just going to leave me behind? Bai Shuowei exclaimed, her voice filled with frustration. Chapter 30. Little Yi, you are truly amusing. Aunt Zhong, what did you say? When having hot pot, we need to order 2 servings of fatty beef, right? I think lamb is also quite good. Wang Ye quickened his pace. Wang Ye, can you not hear me speaking? Wang Ye, I'm calling you. Bai Shuowei called out several times, but Wang Ye feigned deafness and ignored her completely. Zhong Shutong laughed heartily, and the two of them disappeared from Bai Shuowei's view. Immersed in laughter and joy, Bai Shuowei was seething with rage. You shameless Wang Ye, I detest you. I absolutely loathe you. Did you not profess your love for me? Why have you stopped pretending? Is it because I am not as important as Zhong Shutong? How infuriating. Just wait. I can do everything Zhong Shutong can do. And I can do it even better. Once in the car, Wang Ye casually popped a blue pill into his mouth, instantly feeling a wave of comfort wash over him. Zhong Shutong, of course, had also developed a fondness for the pill. As the vehicle cruised along the road, Zhong Shutong took a deep breath. Her mood exceptionally cheerful as she gazed at Wang Ye and remarked, Little Yi, you no longer fancy Bai Shuowei? Wang Ye promptly denied it with fervor. Aunt Zhong, what are you talking about? Shuowei is the girl of my dreams. I love only Shuowei. I am utterly infatuated with her. She embodies the ideal goddess in my heart. A position no one else can ever occupy. Yet, why did you just ignore her? She clearly wished to join us for hot pot, but you feigned ignorance, completely disregarding her. Is that what you call affection? Ha ha ha. Aunt Zhong, you seem to misunderstand the situation. Regarding this matter, would you prefer the truth or a fabrication? Little wildling, you appear rather clever at this moment. What constitutes the truth? And what is the falsehood? The truth is that my actions are entirely aimed at winning over Shuawei as swiftly as possible. Today, I learned a tactic from the romance handbook called the art of enticing by withholding. It states that the more you care about a girl, the less she values you. Conversely, when you appear indifferent, her curiosity about you grows. My previous earnest pursuit of Shuawei yielded no results. So I have now altered my strategy to play hard to get. Who knows, perhaps Shuawei will fall for me. Upon hearing this, Zhong Shutong couldn't help but give Wang Ye a thumbs up. She was well aware of his little schemes. This was sheer nonsense. You simply did not wish to acknowledge by Shuawei. Your so-called art of enticing by withholding was just a ruse to fool me. No way. And what about the falsehood? Is it necessary to articulate it? You already know it's a lie. Stating it would be as good as saying nothing. You truly are amusing. However, I find myself rather bored and would like to hear the falsehood. Quickly, tell me. Very well, the falsehood is that I don't actually like Bai Shuawei at all. I prefer you, Aunt Zhong, and dining with her is unappetizing, whereas dining with you is a delightful feast that truly whets my appetite. Ha ha ha, little wildling. You are indeed entertaining. Why does it seem to me that this falsehood rings truer than your truth? It appears that Aunt Zhong enjoys hearing falsehoods. Henceforth, I shall indulge you with more. Ha ha ha, splendid. Amidst Zhong Shutong's joyous laughter, the two drove to an old hot pot restaurant. Wang Ye and Zhong Shutong savored the spicy hot pot, sweating profusely from the delightful heat. Meanwhile, in the hospital ward, Yi Lianshun was also perspiring. But his was due to the intense pain from his numerous wounds being dressed. Moments later, Xiao Ming addressed him, Dragon King. The wounds have been treated with my family's secret medicine. In less than 3 days, these injuries will heal considerably, rest assured. Xiao Ming, having finished tending to Yi Lianshun's wounds, donned a coat and respectfully added, Dragon King, what on earth happened? Why were you besieged? Xiao Ming's brother, Xiao Liang, looked at Yi Lianshun with concern. Nearby, Xiao Wangqiu was absorbed in her phone, seemingly indifferent to the conversation between the two brothers. She was already well aware of everything that had transpired. Poor Dragon King, attempting to be impressive yet ending up battered. How unfortunate. If it weren't for that decisive intervention by Wang Yi, the Dragon King would likely have already reported to Yama, had it not been for the family's arrangement. Xiao Wangqiu would have preferred not to come to Jiangsheng to assist Yi Lianshun. However, the prospect of encountering the amusing Wang Yi made the trip worthwhile. The resources she fancied had already been downloaded onto Wang Ye's computer. She was curious about his thoughts upon viewing them. Yi Lianshun, having dressed and withstanding the pain from his wounds, stood with arms crossed. I possess the empty void body refining technique. These minor injuries are inconsequential. My injuries today were the result of falling into Wang Yi's cunning trap. That rascal is exceptionally sly, consistently opposing me. By the way, Xiao Ming, weren't you supposed to send a hacker my way? Where's that hacker? It's just you 3 medical experts here. Xiao Ming promptly replied, Dragon King. My sister is both a medical expert and a hacker. Please feel free to give her any instructions you may have. Yi Lianshun turned to Xiao Wangqiu. Oh, I didn't realize. May I ask your name? Xiao Wangqiu. A rather fine name. Are you shy by nature? Why do you hesitate to look me in the eyes? I apologize, Dragon King. I am not presentable and dare not meet your gaze. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Xiao Wangqiu gently adjusted her hat's brim and turned to exit the ward. Yi Lianshun watched her exquisitely alluring figure depart, a sly smile curling upon his lips. A woman with character. Excellent. You have successfully captured my attention. I apologize, Dragon King. My sister always behaves this way. Please do not take offense, Xiao Ming quickly offered. No offense taken. I appreciate women of character. Xiao Ming, I need you to assist me with something. Of course, Dragon King, what is it? Chapter 31. Xiao Wangqiu. Curiosity makes me fearless. Yi Lianshun did not respond directly to Xiao Ming, but instead approached a small table, swiftly penning an extensive list of various traditional Chinese herbs, over 20 in total. I believe that given the strength of the Xiao family, gathering these herbs should pose no difficulty. Xiao Ming took the prescription and scanned the herbs listed with confidence, nodding affirmatively. Rest assured, Dragon King, these herbs are quite easy to procure. If my assumptions are correct. Are you planning a medicinal bath? Precisely. Although I sustained significant external injuries today, the first level of the empty void body refining technique hints at a potential breakthrough amidst the pain. I merely require one final push. I intend to recuperate my injuries thoroughly today and begin my breakthrough tomorrow night. If all goes as planned, I shall officially step into the realm of external force in ancient martial arts. Xiao Ming was astounded to hear the term external force. Such rapid progress towards that stage? The Dragon King is indeed remarkable, a true martial arts prodigy. The empty void body refining technique is an exceptionally challenging practice, with countless formidable individuals failing to even grasp its threshold. Yet here stands the Dragon King, On the verge of achieving the first level of perfection shortly after his release from prison, about to step into the realm of ancient martial arts external force. The rate of his advancement is nothing short of miraculous. Should he continue to grow at this pace, the Dragon King will become a martial arts master within a year. At that point, even I will be far outmatched by his prowess. Reflecting on this, both Xiao Ming and Xiao Liang were filled with profound respect. Yi Liangchen, noticing the admiration in his subordinate's eyes, could not help but smirk slyly. Wang Ye, haha, you cunning little rascal, await my ascension to the realm of external force. That will be the day you meet your demise. Congratulations, Dragon King. I shall take my leave now and gather the necessary herbs for you. Very well, off you go. And what of you, Xiao Liang? How may you assist me? Xiao Liang asked excitedly. You will guard the door, ensure that no one disturbs me. I need to focus on my cultivation. Understood, Dragon King. Time passed swiftly, and night fell. After finishing work, Wang Ye indulged in some leisure at a private club before comfortably returning home to sleep. In the dead of night, in a state between slumber and wakefulness, Wang Ye vaguely sensed movement in his room. Upon opening his eyes, he indeed found someone there. A tall, seductive woman wearing a pink baseball cap, a black mask, and a single ponytail. She sat on a chair in his room, intently perusing his phone. Wang Ye stole a glance for a moment, and upon recognizing the other party, a surge of anger ignited within him. Xiao Wanqiu, it turns out to be you, this enigmatic woman. Are you out of your mind? How long do you intend to persist in this? Do you derive such pleasure from invading others' privacy? It was bad enough that you hacked into my computer with a Trojan virus, but now, in the dead of night, you dare to sneak into my bedroom to check my phone? You shameless harpy, devoid of any moral integrity. Hey, this video is quite amusing. Wang Yi actually enjoys tearing black stockings with his teeth. Ha, I've discovered yet another little secret. Xiao Wanqiu returned the phone to its original place, her face brimming with delight. Wang Yi, overhearing her mutterings, nearly exploded with rage. Damn it, Xiao Wanqiu, you have no shame. You vile, depraved woman. What I like is none of your business. You're beyond redemption, you voyeur. Speechless. He realized that he needed to abandon the habit of filming little videos for posterity. It had to change. It absolutely had to change. After perusing the phone, Xiao Wanqiu's curiosity about Wang Ye's body piqued anew. She was a woman of profound curiosity, having been inquisitive about every aspect of life since childhood, more curious than a cat. Observing Wang Yi slumbering peacefully, she was suddenly consumed with the desire to ascertain whether he slept clothed or unclothed. Were I Xiao Wanqiu, I would certainly prefer to sleep without clothes. That feeling of restriction is utterly uncomfortable. Wang Yi and I share many common interests, and I wonder if we might exhibit a similar understanding in this regard. How fascinating. With her intense curiosity, Xiao Wanqiu slowly lifted the covers from Wang Yi. The blanket was gradually peeled back. Ah yes, I guessed correctly. How entertaining. Xiao Wanqiu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Not bad, not bad. Ha. Wang Yi and I truly resonate on so many levels. How delightful. Henceforth, we shall be not only video buddies and picture pals, but also comrades in our sleeping habits. After confirming their shared proclivities regarding sleep, Xiao Wanqiu's curiosity was further piqued. She realized she had rushed through her earlier observations and suddenly thought, I'm so curious. I want to know the answer. Why not take a peek? Yes. One look won't cost him anything. Consider it compensation for calling me lewd. Yes. That makes sense. Driven by her curiosity, Xiao Wanqiu raised the blanket even higher. Finally, she beheld what she had longed to see. In an instant, a blush crept across Xiao Wanqiu's cheeks. Oh dear, this is so embarrassing, so shameful. How annoying. I'm still an innocent maiden. How shy. No, this is not the time for embarrassment. Though this scene is slightly intoxicating, it's a rare opportunity. I now possess a little secret about Wang Ye. Ha. I must take a photo for keepsake. Then I'll sign it. What should I write? I've got it. Xiao Wanqiu is here. Ha, how clever of me. With that thought, Xiao Wanqiu carefully held the blanket with one hand while extracting her phone with the other, commencing her mischievous operation. At that moment, Wang Yi was seething with rage, pounding his chest in frustration, having mentally cursed Xiao Wanqiu no less than 5,000 times. Damn woman, you truly are a pervert. Utterly indecent. He had already formulated a plan. As soon as you, Xiao Wanqiu, dare to take a photo of me, the moment the flash goes off, I will leap up and deliver a sound thrashing to your foolish self. Then, I will give you a good scare. Do you really think I, Wang Yi, am so benevolent? I am a villain, a wicked and ruthless character, the kind that commits all manner of evil. Prepare yourself. The flash will momentarily blind you, causing at least 2 seconds of disorientation. That window will be ample. I will execute my moves with precision, first delivering a strike to your face. Then, I will pin you down and knock you out. As for what comes next, I'll bind you, employing all manner of implements, including a whip dipped in water. ensuring I don't finish you off. Just as Wang Ye was grinding his teeth and formulating his entire plan, whoosh. In an instant, a figure clad in red appeared silently behind Xiao Wanqiu. Chapter 32. The Woman in Red, Fearsome. In the dead of night, the flash of red startled Wang Ye, causing his hair to stand on end and a cold sweat to break out. He thought he was being attacked by a ghost in red. Damn, you nearly scared me to death. Upon seeing those shapely, elongated legs and that remarkable height of nearly 5'7", especially the conspicuously proud bosom, Wang Ye felt an unsettling familiarity. For a seasoned man, recognizing a woman doesn't require seeing her face. This physique is unmistakably my woman, Zimei. Damn it, I'm going to lose my mind. One female lead, Xiao Wanqiu, isn't enough. Now another formidable female antagonist has appeared. Do you all take such pleasure in my plight? This is ridiculous. Now that Zimei is here, what should I do? Plan A seems unfeasible, but I have yet to devise Plan B. What now? Damn, what is happening? Suddenly, I feel flustered. Forget it. I'll continue feigning sleep and observe Zimei's intentions. Click. The flash illuminated the room as Xiao Wanqiu captured the perfect shot. Gazing at her masterpiece, she broke into a beaming smile. This photo. It turned out beautifully, truly magnificent. Ha ha ha, my curiosity has finally been satisfied. I can now admire it in peace. Just as she was contentedly lowering the blanket and slowly turning, whoosh. A dagger struck with lightning speed, pressing against her neck. Don't move, give me your phone, or else I'll kill you. Tang Zimei's eyes were icy, her voice low and menacing. Xiao Wanqiu froze in place, a cold sweat breaking out on her back. Sister, if you're going to play the mantis stalking the cicada, could you at least not wear red? You're scaring me to death. Gazing at the murderous Tang Zimei, Xiao Wanqiu drew a few deep breaths to steady her nerves, her mind racing. She was curious about the origins of this woman in red. She seemed formidable. Perhaps I was too engrossed in my photography to notice her presence. Otherwise, given my capabilities, she wouldn't have been able to place a dagger at my throat. Sister, ambushing someone isn't exactly honorable. Would you dare give me a chance and lower that knife? Xiao Wanqiu lowered her hat's brim and curled her lips into a cold smile. Very well. Tang Zimei disdainfully withdrew her dagger and extended her hand, demanding the phone. Go to hell. Xiao Wanqiu struck like lightning, aiming a punch at Tang Zimei's face. A stunning blow, swift as thunder. However, the punch fell short. Just as Xiao Wanqiu readied her second strike, crack. Tang Zimei seized her neck with one hand, lifting her off the ground. Do not test my patience. Otherwise, I will snap your neck. Xiao Wanqiu's face paled in pain, her expression contorted in agony. She capitulated. Obediently retrieving her phone, she handed it to Tang Zimei. In that moment, Xiao Wanqiu felt a fear unlike any she had ever experienced. How powerful. This woman's strength was unfathomable. She considered herself a formidable master at the late stage of external energy, believing that no one in the small city of Jiangcheng could pose a threat to her. However, this woman in red was terrifying. She was utterly outmatched, as the opponent was at least a strong practitioner at the mid-stage of internal energy. Tang Zimei took the phone, revealing a pattern lock that was quite challenging to decipher. Without hesitation, she thrust the phone screen towards Xiao Wanqiu. As she disabled the pattern lock and set it to a numeric password of 6 zeros, Xiao Wanqiu, grasped by the neck, found it difficult to breathe and complied obediently. The phone unlocked successfully, instantly displaying the photographs that Xiao Wanqiu had just taken. Tang Zimei's pupils constricted, her heart racing with astonishment. How could it be so? Alarmed, she swiftly turned off the screen and tucked the phone away, subsequently releasing Xiao Wanqiu, clutching her painfully sore neck. Xiao Wanqiu gasped for breath several times before regaining her composure. That was close, truly perilous. Almost had her neck twisted by this wretched woman. Beauty. We are both kindred spirits. Might I inquire your name? Get lost. No need to share your name then. You've seen the picture. Could you please return my phone? If you desire that image, I can send it to you. But there's no need to snatch my phone, right? Do you wish to die? Faced with Tang Zimei's murderous glare, Xiao Wanqiu faltered. All right, farewell. With that, she clumsily leaped through the window. Tang Zimei, unfazed, strolled to the bedside and switched on the light. How can you possibly sleep? Rise. Unless you are a corpse. Wang Ye, forcing himself to appear groggy, sat up. In a state of panic, he exclaimed, Who are you? Why are you wandering in my bedroom at this late hour? Are you plotting something nefarious against me? Tang Zimei was rendered speechless. This fellow was quite the actor. She casually pulled up a chair and sat before Wang Ye. Stop pretending, time traveler. I am well aware of your identity. You. Tang Zimei opened her mouth to speak, uttering only the word you, while the rest of her thoughts remained unvoiced. For a moment, she was taken aback. What was happening? Why could she not express her thoughts? What do you wish to convey? Right. I remember now. You are the good person who saved me twice yesterday. Good person? More like a great benefactor. Great benefactor, do you have any requests for me, Wang Ye? Rest assured, in Jiangcheng, I Wang Ye am supreme. There is nothing I cannot accomplish. Feigning a look of heartfelt gratitude, Wang Ye gazed at Tang Zimei. Well, could you assist me in finding a job? A job? That's easily arranged. I have several companies at my disposal. Tell me, what kind of work do you desire? Thank you. Do you require a bodyguard? What, a bodyguard? I certainly do not need one. What's the matter? Are you truly certain you don't need one? Absolutely not. In an instant, a dagger's sharp edge was pressed against Wang Ye's neck. I believe you genuinely require one. Think it over. All right, great benefactor. I shall reconsider. I was careless just now. Wang Ye's mind was once again in turmoil. Tang Zimei, why must we, as antagonists, complicate matters for one another? Why the urgency to clash? Can you not ease my burdens? Just calm down. With your prowess, why would you serve as my bodyguard? Have you considered the male lead's feelings? Your intervention would be a dimensional strike. The male lead is still grinding in the novice village, having just begun his journey. And suddenly, you, a level 100 veteran, parachute into the newbie zone. How does he survive? Have you made your decision? I have decided. I am indeed in urgent need of a bodyguard, especially one of your caliber. Having you as my protector would be a divine favor, but what? Chapter 33, Foxtail, Rabbit Ears. But we are not very acquainted. Although you have saved me twice, I still do not know you well. That is easily remedied. My name is Tang Zimei. I am 24 years old, orphaned, and grew up in an orphanage. I previously worked abroad as an assassin, fluent in 6 languages and 3 scripts. Now returning to my homeland without employment, after surveying Jiangcheng, I found your family to be the wealthiest. And you seem to be in need of a skilled individual like me. Thus I have come to apply for the position of bodyguard. Is that acceptable now? Cough, cough. You are quite straightforward. Tang Zimei is a splendid name. May I see your identification? Of course. Tang Zimei retrieved her ID and handed it to Wang Ye. As he examined the ID, his mind raced with contemplation. What should I do? Should I agree to have her stay by my side? According to the original plot, Tang Zimei's appearance was meant to coincide with my storyline, and she was to ally with me against Yi Liangchen. Throughout the narrative, she would spend nearly 80% of her time alongside me. Now, with her premature arrival, if she were to remain as my bodyguard, would we not inadvertently commence an unrestrained relationship? If that were the case, could I not begin to draw little Peppa Pigs on her backside sooner? Keeping her close as my bodyguard seems appealing. If I refuse, given her formidable strength, what if she intervened at a critical moment and disrupted my storyline? Yes, allowing her to stay by my side appears to be a prudent choice. All right, starting today, Zimei, you shall be my personal female bodyguard. Wang Yi returned the ID to Tang Zimei, nodding with satisfaction. Thank you. How much will my monthly salary be? What do you desire? I have heard that the average salary in Jiangcheng is currently 1,500. Could you offer me 2,000? That would suffice for my living expenses. Tang Zimei nonchalantly replied. After spending over a year as an assassin abroad, Tang Zimei had amassed over 100 million in funds. She was far from lacking in wealth. For her, money was merely a string of meaningless digits. Choosing to stay beside Wang Yi as a bodyguard was primarily motivated by the desire to be closer to him, to parade in front of him daily. This way, Wang Yi would inevitably mention his circumstances in his daily updates, granting her insight into future events. Thus, remaining by Wang Ye's side as a bodyguard was the optimal choice. As for her salary, she was indifferent. She would even be willing to forego payment. 2,000. Zimei, are you serious? Yes, you pay me 2,000, and I will ensure your personal protection. Ha ha ha, splendid. A salary of 2,000, with commissions based on your performance. All right, it's settled then. Boss, you should rest. I will turn off the lights. Wait, why are you resting? What will you do? I will stand by your bed and watch over you, protecting you. Cough, cough. Zimei, that sounds quite strenuous. Since you are my personal bodyguard now, there is no need for formality. My bed is spacious and comfortable. Come, let us sleep together. That way, you can protect me even better, wouldn't you agree? Oh, boss, are you certain you want me to sleep with you? It could be deadly. Tang Zimei placed her hands on her waistband, mimicking the action of unbuckling it. Swish, swish, ding. In an instant, a flurry of silver needles shot forth from the iron rings of her belt, embedding themselves precisely above Wang Yi's head. As silver needles zipped perilously close to his scalp, Wang Ye felt an involuntary tightening in his core, nearly wetting the bed in fright. Damn it, Tang Zimei, are you attempting to murder your own husband? Oh dear, my apologies, boss. It was a mistake on my part. I'm laden with hidden weapons and accidentally lost control. Fear not. There are merely 3 concealed poison darts on my belt, and I shall exercise utmost caution as I adjust them. Tang Zimei feigned innocence, continuing to manipulate her belt. Please, no more of that, Zimei. You may do as you wish. This villa is solely mine. Stay wherever you please. No need to share a bed. or provide personal protection for me. Wang Ye gestured dismissively, caught between exasperation and amusement. All right then, boss, rest well. Should you require anything, do summon me. I shall retire to the room next door. Next door? Please, do not. Ahem, the room next door contains my collection, which is rather inconvenient. Make yourself comfortable in the room further down. Oh, very well, boss. Click. The lights extinguished, and Tang Zimei strode out, closing the door behind her. In the darkness, Wang Ye exhaled deeply, his thoughts in disarray. What on earth is happening? It's the dead of night. And I Haven T had a moment's peace. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was 2 in the morning, yet sleep eluded him entirely. As he pondered the events that had just unfolded, realization struck him like lightning. Crap, that indecent photograph seems to have fallen into Tang Zimei's hands. And Xiao Wanqiu's phone remains with her. This cannot stand. I must retrieve that phone and delete the photo. It's imperative. Time is of the essence. Xiao Wanqiu is an exceptional hacker. If I delay, she could easily access that photo remotely. At that point, I would find myself at the mercy of 2 women. Just imagining my little brother being scrutinized by them in that manner is unbearable. My innocence cannot be so easily discarded. Quickly donning his clothes, Wang Ye exited his room. He soon discovered that the hallway's 3 or 4 guest rooms were dark, save for the light emanating from the adjacent room. Damn it, Tang Zimei. Did I not advise you against resting in the neighboring room? Are you utterly daft? I forbade you from doing so. You are an incompetent bodyguard. Bang. In a fit of frustration, Wang Ye thrust the door open. Inside, he found the 2 large wardrobes in disarray, with Tang Zimei curiously examining several fluffy tails. Her head adorned with an adorable pair of bunny ear clips. From afar, she resembled a playful fox spirit. Zimei, what on earth are you doing? Wang Ye exclaimed, exasperated. I'm resting in the room next door, as per your instructions. Is there a problem with that? Boss, you've arrived just in time. I'm quite curious about these items. Surely you know what they are? Tang Zimei inquired, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. That is not a question for you to ask. Quickly, leave at once. Go rest in the neighboring room and cease your meddling here. Wang Ye's face flushed with embarrassment at the sight of his cherished treasures being rummaged through. Tang Zimei frowned slightly, but did not move. Instead, she picked up a cup from the table. Boss, I have one last question. What is this? It's certainly isn't a thermos. Chapter 34, The Narrative Restored. The heroines rejoiced. Wang Ye gazed in dismay as Tang Zimei continued to unearth his collections. The most infuriating part was that she. I am truly furious now. Get out. You need to leave this instant. Wang Ye was completely beside himself, shouting at Tang Zimei in wrath. Oh, very well. Tang Zimei appeared unfazed, placing the cup back on the table and grabbing 2 tails as she prepared to leave. Stop. Did I permit you to take anything? Put down the tails in your hands, and remove those from your head and body as well. Oh, how stingy. Tang Zimei pouted, glancing at the fluffy tails in her possession before returning to the table to relinquish them. She removed the bunny ear clip and unfastened the delicate belt around her waist. But as she hesitated with the tail she had donned, reluctance filled her eyes. Although a cold-blooded assassin, she had an undeniable fondness for soft, fluffy things. Utterly defenseless against their allure. Why are you still dawdling? Put it down. Leave. Wang Ye's face burned crimson, his temper flaring. Oh, fine. Tang Zimei cast one last wistful glance at the large tail before placing it on the table and reluctantly making her exit. Just as she was about to step out, Wang Ye suddenly turned. Wait, leave your phone in your pocket. Bang. Tang Zimei feigned ignorance and exited, closing the door behind her. Wang Ye was left fuming. Damn it. Without a moment's hesitation, he hastily returned the tails to the wardrobe and gathered the other toys. Finally, he gazed at the large tail, conflicted, and decided to let her have it. These foxtails were, in fact, trophies Wang Ye had collected during a Fox Spirit Carnival party last year. Snatched from the cosplay girls. For him, they were spoils of war that deserved to be cherished. Arriving at the door to Tang Zimei's brightly lit room, he knocked and called, Zimei, open the door. The door swung open. Here you go. Tang Zimei promptly handed over Xiao Wanqiu's phone. Wow, you're quite efficient. Here, take this. Wang Ye accepted the phone and placed the large foxtail in Tang Zimei's hands. Her eyes sparkled. Thank you. Now get some rest. Sure. Tang Zimei closed the door, clutching her beloved tail, content as she drifted off to sleep. Wang Ye returned to his room and unlocked the phone, only to find the incriminating image still intact. A wave of shame washed over him. How could Xiao Wanqiu have taken such a close-up shot? That shameless woman was utterly unprincipled. In a fit of urgency, he removed the SIM card, snapped it in half, and tossed it into the trash before deleting the photo. He then began sifting through Xiao Wanqiu's phone, only to be thoroughly disappointed. The majority of the images stored were selfies, while the videos consisted of downloaded content from the internet, some of which he had previously enjoyed. The contacts list was barren, devoid of any numbers. And all chat applications were in a logged-out state. This woman truly was a cunning hacker, indeed. The following day, Wang Ye awoke only when the sun had risen high in the sky. Upon unlocking his phone, he discovered a plethora of unread messages, the majority of which were from his steward, Su Qingquan. The previous day, Wang Ye had instructed Su Qingquan to monitor Yi Liangqun's every move, to which Su Qingquan had readily consented, promising to report any developments regarding Yi Liangqun promptly. After perusing each message, Wang Ye couldn't suppress a chuckle. How amusing. The narrative had once again been restored. According to the original plot, Yi Liangqun had purchased a lavish villa the day prior and would spend the night there with Bai Shuawei, indulging in an unrestrained escapade. However, the revised storyline depicted that last night, Xiao Liang, in a fit of utmost admiration for the Dragon King, had presented Yi Liangqun with the key to a villa after his training session, stating, "Dragon King, you require a tranquil space for your cultivation. This is a humble gift from your subordinate." Yi Liangqun had nodded with satisfaction, assuring him that he would be duly rewarded in the future. Grasping the villa key, he visited his subordinate, Zhou Zhenghua, before escorting Bai Yalong to the villa. Upon entering such an opulent dwelling, Bai Yalong was overwhelmed with emotion, leading to an intimate night spent together. Reading this revised narrative, Wang Ye couldn't help but laugh. "Liangqun, I won't even assist an old lady crossing the street. Yet I admire you. Ha ha ha. Unable to sleep with the leading lady Bai Shuawei, you ended up with her cousin Bai Yalong. Quite impressive. This plot restoration is splendid," he mused. "I find myself anticipating tonight's excavation scene. It promises to be exhilarating. Regrettably, Liu Baichuan is destined for demise, and soon, his forces and territory shall yield to you. Subsequently, Dong Yingzhu will also seek your allegiance, offering his daughter Dong Feifei as a gift. Liangqun, you are on the brink of wealth. Our rivalry is finally set to commence. I hope this excavation scene unfolds without a hitch." As the reviews began to update, Bai Shuawei, Zhong Shutong, Mei Ying, Tang Zimei, and Xiao Wansu all paused their activities, intrigued by the restoration of the narrative after its disruption, reverting back to its original trajectory. Bai Shuawei, sipping coffee while revising documents, felt a surge of joy. How wonderful it was to realize that her struggles held significance. Indeed, fate was still within her grasp. Had she not resisted Yi Liangqun and exerted such effort, it would have been she, not Bai Yalong, sharing the sheets with him last night. Splendid. It seemed she had found her new direction. "Wang Ye, I must express my gratitude. My life no longer feels so aimless. Ha ha ha." At that moment, Zhong Shutong, Mei Ying, Tang Zimei, and Xiao Wansu shared similar realizations, each understanding the future with greater depth and positivity. Their curiosity about the unfolding storyline intensified, all thanks to Wang Ye. The leading ladies were gradually becoming addicted to reading the reviews, each wishing they could wield a small whip, urging Wang Ye to update faster. Thinking back to last night, I am so vexed. I particularly want to berate Xiao Wansu, that wretched woman, for sneaking through my window in the middle of the night to spy on me. Is she out of her mind? And she even took a photo of my little brother. How shameless. Fortunately, my Zimei intercepted her, otherwise, my little secret would have been in her hands as leverage. Yes, Zimei is truly the better one. Compared to her, my Zimei is as innocent as a child, utterly unaware of the purpose of a fox's tail, and doesn't even recognize a flying cup. What surprised me the most is that after becoming my bodyguard, Zimei has suddenly become obedient. Ha ha ha. She truly remains that pure girl, unchanged. Let me think, what clothes should I buy for my Zimei? JK uniforms, secretary outfits, flight attendant attire, police uniforms, nurse outfits, fishnet stockings. Ha ha. I eagerly anticipate the on-site effect. It seems there is nothing my Zimei cannot pull off. In my memories, she was merely a foolish girl consumed by slaughter, a terrifying figure in the assassin world known as the Night Rakshasa. Yet in daily life, she is just a child. Hee hee, I adore caring for children. Ah. Upon reading the latest reviews, Xiao Wansu, lounging on the sofa in Yi Liangqun's villa and sipping a beverage, nearly spat her drink across the screen. Her demeanor soured instantly. "Wang Ye, how dare you? You stayed awake last night? You knew everything. Ah, how embarrassing. I've lost all face. Why would you write about me spying on you in the reviews? And to call me shameless. I provided you with so many resources. And you show no gratitude. You scoundrel. How will the other leading ladies perceive me now? It will be so awkward when we meet. I, Xiao Wansu, am also someone who values my pride. Ah, how humiliating. The most infuriating part is that after berating me, you immediately lauded Tang Zimei. Damn it, I will remember this. Wang Ye, you will regret this. I can no longer contain my desire to expose your iron egg skills." Chapter 35. Tang Zimei, why do I feel so warm? In the guest room of Wang Ye's villa, Tang Zimei stared at the reviews, her delicate face frozen in shock. She was at a loss for her emotions, something she had never experienced before. Throughout her life, she had only known hatred. During her year as an assassin abroad, she had matured considerably and come to understand many aspects of the world, yet she had never personally experienced them. Her daily routine revolved around accepting contracts to kill, repeating the cycle endlessly. Furthermore, she was bewildered by the warmth in Wang Ye's affectionate references to her in the reviews. It filled her with an inexplicable joy, a delight that emanated from the heart. This was a sensation Tang Zimei had never encountered before. As an assassin, such feelings rendered her insecure. She felt as though she did not truly know herself. Sitting on her bed, she found herself engulfed in a state of existential confusion. Meanwhile, Bai Shuowei and Zhong Shutong, two of the leading ladies, felt a pang of sadness. Hearing you refer to her as my Zimei is quite endearing, Bai Shuowei mused. While she couldn't quantify her feelings for Wang Ye, witnessing his affectionate demeanor towards Tang Zimei stirred an overwhelming sense of imbalance within her. Any woman would likely feel this way. The once subservient admirer, who would do anything for her, suddenly turned his affections towards another woman, treating her like dirt and frequently calling her foolish. Who could endure such a betrayal? Zhong Shutong, while not experiencing as intense an emotional upheaval as Bai Shuowei, felt a simple envy, jealousy, and heartache. The grass she had tended to so lovingly was now shared with another woman. This was utterly unacceptable. Akin to being cuckolded. What a heart-wrenching sentiment. Does Xiao Yezi not see the changes I have undergone? I wear stockings for him every day, and my skirts are getting shorter. How infuriating. Am I not attentive enough? No matter. I shall become even more considerate in the future. So considerate that you simply cannot part ways with me. A delightful day begins anew. Tonight, I shall attend a performance. Besides bringing sunflower seeds, I must also carry stinky tofu. This time, I must seek a discreet spot, ensuring that the foolish Bai Shuowei does not tag along, and I must find a way to avoid Aunt Zhong as well. Indeed, that is settled. Tonight's show will be a leisurely affair for me. I intend to purchase 10 yuan's worth, and no one shall disturb my enjoyment of sunflower seeds. Having uploaded the final 2 reviews, Wang Ye rises to get dressed. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully uploading your book review. You have been rewarded with the Tianshan Shadowless Hand. Tianshan Shadowless Hand. What use is this? Will I be invisible while thieving? Or perhaps the system finds my 20+ years of golden right hand insufficiently swift. Has it granted me something swifter? For now, skills like Lingbo Weibu, Iron Head skill, and Iron Egg skill are quite handy. Yet, what purpose does this Tianshan Shadowless Hand serve? Just as Wang Ye pondered this, the method of using the Tianshan Shadowless Hand immediately surfaced in his mind. Simultaneously, his hands grew warm, eagerly itching to engage in some activity. Swish, swish, swish. In but a few moments, Wang Ye adeptly stripped off his clothing and donned it again, repeating the process 5 times in less than a minute. Remarkable. His speed is indeed impressive. If he were to utilize the Tianshan Shadowless Hand to unfasten a bra, wouldn't that be a matter of mere moments? Or during a subway ride, his wandering hands would undoubtedly go unnoticed. Perhaps one day I shall test this, after all. I am the villain, after all. Additionally, it could make me an unparalleled master thief. With such rapid hands, before anyone could blink, I could silently pocket their belongings. Excellent. As long as my thoughts do not falter, there are myriad ways to employ this Tianshan Shadowless Hand. It is worth developing. After completing his morning routine and having breakfast, Wang Ye sent a message to Zhong Shutong. Aunt Zhong, please keep an eye on things at the company today. I have matters to attend to and will return to work tomorrow. Upon sending the message, Wang Ye glanced across the dining table at Tang Zimei. Zimei, do not tell me you returned to the country without bringing anything. I did bring one suitcase. I retrieved it last night while you were asleep. How many spare outfits do you have now? You've been wearing the same outfit since yesterday. I have 3, but they are all identical. That's as good as having no clothes at all. Come, let me treat you to some new outfits. With Tang Zimei appearing so compliant, Wang Ye's spirits soared. Up he stood. Out he went. As he settled into the car, Wang Ye habitually popped a blue pill and offered one to Tang Zimei. She nodded. Taking the blue pill he handed her, her gaze transforming instantly. Her previously impassive cheeks now displayed a hint of joy. To Wang Ye, this expression was truly delightful. Akin to an iceberg suddenly blooming into spring, bursting forth with life and fragrant blossoms. No wonder in ancient times, King Yu of Zhou would go to great lengths for a smile from his beloved, igniting the infamous beacon fire incident. And tales abound of emperors who adored their beauties over their kingdoms. It must be said, this once stoic beauty, when she smiles, possesses an irresistible charm. Just like the enchanting Tang Zimei before him, her smile transcends mere beauty and flawless curves, embodying an ethereal grace. She dances like a startled spirit, glides like a dragon. and her beauty is akin to a masterful brushstroke on silk, her eyes sparkling like dew-kissed petals. Tang Zimei's joyful expression at this moment is simply exquisite. As Wang Ye drove, he admired Tang Zimei, finding pleasure in her beauty akin to the joy of appreciating blossoms. Throughout the journey, his mood was exceptionally buoyant, humming a tune as he and Tang Zimei swiftly arrived at the shopping mall. Upon entering, the managers of various luxury brands lit up at the sight of him. Wow, young Master Wang, long time no see, you look even handsomer. Come, which styles of stockings shall you choose today? Young Master Wang, over here. We just received a particularly beautiful dress that you must see. Young Master Wang, you look radiant today, and your girlfriend is stunning as well. Her figure is perfect for our collection. As the heir of Jiangqing's foremost wealthy family, Wang Ye is a well-known figure. There is no one who does not recognize him. He is the center of attention wherever he goes. Wang Ye gestured for Tang Zimei to enter a high-end clothing store, pointing at the female manager. Transform her into an air hostess, a nurse, a policewoman, and a sophisticated lady. Try every style and choose the best outfits. If your store lacks a particular style, send someone to fetch it from another store. If I am not satisfied, I shall demolish your establishment. The managers of the entire floor of high-end clothing stores trembled with a mix of fear and excitement. In an instant, the entire mall busied itself for the sole purpose of Tang Zimei. In less than half an hour, she donned various styles. Wang Ye snapped photos with his phone, commanding, "For every style I like, pack up 20 sets of the same type, ensuring no duplicates, and deliver them to my home." Tang Zimei felt as if she were becoming a clothing-changing robot. She had never changed into so many outfits in her life, nor had she imagined herself capable of embodying such diverse styles. One moment she was a mature seductress, then a professional, a queen, the next, a pure maiden, a student, a lowly. Though Tang Zimei felt a bit foreign in these various styles, witnessing Wang Ye's earnest leadership over the mall managers, tirelessly working for her sake, warmed her heart. Throughout her life, no one had ever shown such care or attention to her. After more than an hour of changing clothes, followed by an hour of selecting jewelry, shoes, bags, and cosmetics, Wang Ye was thoroughly satisfied as he escorted Tang Zimei out of the mall. Once back in the car, Tang Zimei looked at Wang Ye with a complex expression. "Boss, there is a question I have pondered for a long time, and I cannot seem to understand. Can you answer it for me?" Wang Ye, intrigued, replied, "Speak. What is your question?" Chapter 36. Love across mountains and seas. Mountains and seas cannot be flattened. Tang Zimei, gazing earnestly at Wang Ye, inquired, "Boss, what is happiness?" Allow me a moment to think. I recall a passage I memorized in elementary school." Wang Ye contemplated before reciting. "Happiness is a mother's warm embrace. Happiness is a lover's heartfelt hug. Happiness is a friend's selfless care. Happiness is the kind praise of the world. So this is happiness? Unfortunately, I have none of what you mentioned." "No, you do. You simply do not realize it." "Is that so? Then do you know?" "Well, of course I know. The person who understands you best in this world is me. I know your strength, your tenderness, and even your deep cough, but I cannot say. Why not? Everything has its cause and effect. Speaking too much is of no benefit. Primarily because too much talk can lead to trouble." Tang Zimei, slightly puzzled, furrowed her brow. "Am I that violent?" "Not at all. Although I am a cold-blooded assassin, I pride myself on my principles. Otherwise, I would not heed your words so readily. I cannot simply resort to violence. That fellow Wang Ye possesses a remarkably agile mind, and I find it somewhat challenging to keep pace with him." "Zimei, do you wish to know what my happiness entails?" "I do. And what of my happiness? Would you care to hear about it as well?" "Yes." "Ha. Your earnest demeanor while conversing is truly delightful. Allow me to share my happiness with you, followed by yours." My happiness, as Wang Ye, stems from being born into a family that countless individuals strive their entire lives to attain: wealth, status, and the unwavering affection of my parents, creating a harmonious household. Most importantly, they shower me with love, treating me like a little emperor, which brings me immense joy. Yet, paradoxically, this very circumstance also marks my greatest misfortune. As I reflect on the years spent in the pages of a book, a hint of melancholy crosses Wang Ye's face. The once swift pace of the vehicle gradually slows down. How can happiness transform into misfortune? Tang Zimei gazes at Wang Ye with childlike curiosity. "Because I comprehend all the people in this world, yet not a single soul understands my love, which is separated by mountains and seas that cannot be traversed. I can journey to any corner of this world, yet I cannot reach where I long to go. Since that year, I have gradually forgotten many things. The only memory that lingers is my affection for peach blossoms, and the two individuals who once took me to see them may never witness the blossoms again. I possess everything in abundance, yet I have never truly possessed anything. How incredibly fortunate I am. and yet, how profoundly unfortunate. As he reminisces about countless past moments, a touch of desolation graces Wang Ye's expression. Tang Zimei notices the glimmer of tears in the corners of Wang Ye's eyes, stirring her emotions. She seems to grasp the essence of his words. He is a traveler from another realm, not belonging to this place, and at times, he too yearns for home. In that world, he has family and everything he cherishes. Alas, he cannot return. In truth, he and I are akin to rootless grass. Perhaps this is the happiness and misfortune he speaks of. Boss, I empathize with your sentiments and understand both your happiness and your sorrow. Ha ha ha, you cannot possibly comprehend. In this world, no one understands me. No, I understand you. No, you do not. Very well, you are the boss and you are always right. What is my happiness then? Your happiness. Just as Wang Ye prepared to speak, the phone rang. It was his father, Wang Yunzhou. Wang Ye glanced at the screen and answered. On the other end of the line, Wang Yunzhou expressed profound admiration for him. Your methods in dealing with Yi Lianchun are quite commendable, whether regarding the lamb skewer incident or the assault on Yi Lianchun during his house purchase. You have showcased remarkable strategic prowess. You truly are my son, Wang Yunzhou. Excellent work. Your current approach mirrors the style I once embodied. In recent days, Su Lao has not ceased to praise you to me. Knowing your current mindset and methods fills me with great pride. From this moment on, I shall no longer intervene in matters here in Jiangqing. Your grandfather has provided me with ample tasks. In this small town of Jiangqing, feel free to unleash your potential. Yi Lianchun is a formidable opponent, honorable, resolute, and with a commendable background. You can utilize him to hone your skills. Our Wang family is not as simple as it appears on the surface. Some matters you will comprehend once you truly mature. I await the day you stand beside me in battle. Keep striving, my son. Wang Ye felt genuinely touched by his father's praise and expectations. Although he is a villain and his father, Wang Yunzhou, is also a villain, this paternal love is profound and precious. However, today's praise, which diverged somewhat from the original narrative, left Wang Ye feeling a tinge of guilt. What cunning methods have I employed against Yi Lianchun? It was merely those heroines whose personas had collapsed who orchestrated those events behind the scenes. Can I claim I did nothing, while continually bearing the blame? The conversation with his father continued until Wang Ye returned to the villa, at which point they mutually hung up. After parking the car, Wang Ye opened the trunk, retrieved the large bag of clothing, and returned to the villa alongside Tang Zimei. At that moment, the housekeeper had prepared a sumptuous lunch for Wang Ye. However, Tang Zimei's appetite was somewhat diminished. She remained preoccupied with curiosity about the answer Wang Ye would provide regarding her happiness. What could her happiness possibly be in Wang Ye's eyes? She was eager to know. Unfortunately, after finishing the call with his father, Wang Ye promptly forgot about it. Upon returning to his room, Wang Ye quickly changed his attire with remarkable speed and then proceeded to dine. Meanwhile, Yi Lianchun was also enjoying a meal in the villa, accompanied by 3 young women, his little cousin Zhao Qingqing, by Shuowei's cousin Bai Yaring, and by Shuowei's close friend Han Shiyao. The gazes of these 3 girls were filled with admiration for Yi Lianchun. In a corner of the living room, Xiao Liang stood upright by the window, engrossed in a book, seemingly indifferent to Yi Lianchun's interactions with these women. Brother Lianchun, rest assured, Shuowei and I are the best of friends. I know her better than anyone. She has a sharp tongue but a kind heart. She is kinder than anyone else. The reason she rejected your confession and accepted Wang Ye must be that the shameless rich second generation threatened her family behind the scenes. Otherwise, Shuowei would never act that way. She cares for you and loves you, Han Shiyao said, gazing at Yi Lianchun with adoration as she took a bite of her meal. Ever since the last class reunion, Han Shiyao had been completely smitten with Yi Lianchun. She felt that he was impressive and responsible, a true man of substance. Just recalling Yi Lianchun's expressions and gestures sent waves of excitement through her heart. Such a man is truly remarkable. He is like a valiant knight shattering the darkness. Utterly irresistible, truly lovable. Today, she had hoped to invite Bai Shuowei out, but to her dismay, Bai Shuowei ignored her. This left Han Shiyao quite distressed until Bai Yaring contacted her, revealing that Yi Lianchun had purchased a villa and wished to invite some friends over. Han Shiyao's heart soared with excitement. She skipped class entirely, flitting over in a flurry. Without waiting for Yi Lianchun to ask, she eagerly began sharing various anecdotes about Bai Shuowei, assuring him that she would help him win her affection. Miss Han, I have always believed in what you said. My feelings for Shuowei are genuine. How could a worthless scion like Wang Ye ever disrupt it? I, Yi Lianchun, have long since surpassed my former self. Before long, I will have Wang Ye kneeling before me, begging for mercy, and the entire Wang family will be left to crawl at my feet, barely surviving. Yi Lianchun declared confidently, popping a piece of beef into his mouth, a self-assured smile gracing his lips. Chapter 37. Yi Lianchun, regardless of what it is, simply loathe Wang Ye. The three women were left entranced. How handsome, how domineering. This radiant aura akin to a warrior of light is utterly captivating. Brother Lianchen, you truly are an extraordinary man. Bai Yering and Han Shiyao unabashedly displayed their admiration for Yi Lianchen. Although Zhao Qingqing, Yi Lianchen's little cousin, harbored genuine affection for him, she did not overtly express her feelings. Instead, she gazed at him with an innocent, foolish smile. After their meal, Zhao Qingqing busied herself clearing the dishes and tidying the table like a little maid, while Bai Yering and Han Shiyao clung to Yi Lianchen, vying for his attention with flattery. After less than 10 minutes, Bai Yering excused herself, having received a call from her superior demanding her immediate return to the office within 20 minutes, or else she would no longer have a job. Bai Yering was displeased and questioned whether her superior was disregarding her cousin Bai Shuai's authority, reminding them that her cousin was the CEO. She threatened that she could have her cousin dismiss them. However, her superior remained unyielding, stating that it was a direct order from President Bai, and she had to choose between returning to work or leaving for good. Bai Yering was infuriated. She was in the throes of a romantic relationship with Yi Lianchen and wished to remain by his side. Consequently, she called Bai Shuai, only to receive a cold and scathing response, filled with sharp rebukes that left her in tears. Among the harsh words were reminders that she was aware of her interactions with certain individuals at the company, emphasizing that idle chatter would never lead to true happiness. Bai Shuai's indifference and anger overwhelmed Bai Yering, leaving her despondent. She sobbed to Yi Lianchen, pouring out her heart with at least 800 words of lament. Brother Chun, my cousin is angry again. What have I done wrong? I merely wanted to be with you. Unlike my sister, who is so fierce and easily angered. I just care for you. I am but a foolish little sister. Yi Lianchen, observing the pure and fragile Bai Yering, felt a surge of protectiveness. After offering her some comforting words, he declared resolutely, this must be the work of that good-for-nothing Wang Ye. That scoundrel. I will not let this go. Yering, do not be afraid. Return to the company and resolve this matter. If anyone dares to threaten or bully you, just mention my name, Yi Lianchen. This is merely a small city, and soon enough, I will establish my own company. I am already laying the groundwork for my ventures, and you shall come work for me. Bai Yering was exhilarated by his words, realizing that Wang Ye, the spoiled rich second generation, was the culprit behind her cousin's sudden coldness. That despicable Wang Ye is truly a vile person. Brother Chun, I misjudged my cousin. It is all Wang Ye's fault. I despise him, she cried, clinging to Yi Lianchen's arm. Yi Lianchen smiled faintly, a mischievous glint in his eye. Wang Ye is nothing but a despicable coward. He will stop at nothing for revenge against me. He has his hands in everything in this city, and he is insidious. Anyone close to me, he will find ways to harm. Even if my toilet were to get clogged, there is an 80% chance he is behind it. But fear not, Yering, for you are my woman, and no one shall bully you. A mere Wang Ye is unworthy. Bai Yering nodded vigorously, tears of excitement brimming in her eyes, and she impulsively hugged Yi Lianchen, planting a kiss on him. Brother Lianchen, for you, I would do anything. That despicable Wang Ye will get what he deserves. I shall return to the company and handle everything before coming to find you. Yi Lianchen nodded and instructed Xiao Liang, take Bai Yering back to the company. Make sure that Wang Ye's scoundrel does not scheme against her. Xiao Liang set down his book, his demeanor respectful as he replied, yes, Dragon King. I will ensure Miss Bai's safety. Bai Yering felt immensely honored. Brother Chun is so impressive and commanding, she thought, reluctantly turning back multiple times as she bid farewell to Yi Lianchen. After she left, Zhao Qingqing continued tidying up. Yi Lianchen turned his attention to the alluring and slightly crooked-mouthed Han Shiyao, saying, Miss Han, I thoroughly enjoyed our conversation today. I learned quite a bit about Shuai from you. Thank you. Han Shiyao shifted closer to him, her voice sultry. Brother Lianchen, you truly are a remarkable man. I have never encountered anyone as responsible and courageous as you. I detest the likes of Wang Ye, a spoiled rich kid, who relies on his family's wealth and behaves arrogantly. He is nothing but trash. Listening to Han Shiyao's praises of him and criticisms of Wang Ye, Yi Lianchen's spirits lifted. He casually inquired, where are you working now? Are you content with your job? Upon mentioning this, Han Shiyao's acting skills flourished. She realized that Brother Lianchen had a fondness for women like her, and she had seen many men. Compared to Bai Yering, she viewed herself as far superior. With tears in her eyes, Han Shiyao lamented her plight, feeling that she was the most aggrieved person in the world. Yi Lianchen gazed upon her, thinking how pure and pitiable she appeared, undoubtedly a victim of societal injustices. Han Shiyao tearfully shared that she was the secretary to the general manager at a subsidiary of the Wang Group. The general manager, an elderly man in his 50s, shared the same surname and was as unscrupulous as Wang Ye, always attempting to take advantage of her. Brother Lianchen, I am so scared. I do not want to return to that job. The Wang family's company is utterly repulsive. There is no integrity among them. I do not know where else to work. I heard you mention starting your own company. Could I come work for you? Would you take me in? As she spoke, Han Shiyao leaned into Yi Liangchun's embrace. He gently rested his hand on her shoulder, stroking her soft hair, feeling a flicker of desire within him. Although he was not particularly fond of Han Shiyao, her alluring figure and captivating looks intrigued him, despite the slight imperfection of her mouth. Chapter 38. Truly a splendid day for unearthing graves. Yi Liangchun held high standards for women. He was not attracted to those with any flaws in their features. If Bai Shuowei was a stunning beauty rated at 95, Bai Yaring was an 80, while Han Shiyao barely reached 75. Thus, when Han Shiyao made her advances, Yi Liangchun felt reluctant. However, knowing she was Bai Shuowei's close friend made him hesitate. Before he could decide whether to welcome her into his circle, Han Shiyao pressed herself against him and kissed him. This sudden action ignited the flames of passion within Yi Liangchun, who, still sated from the meal, found himself responding to her advances. Afterward, he gently stroked Han Shiyao's hair and assured her, "Do not worry, you need not return to that company. You can come work for me as my secretary." Han Shiyao was overwhelmed with excitement and promptly assured Yi Liangchun, "Rest assured, brother Liangchun, for your sake, I will exhaust all my efforts to ensure that you and Shuowei are together soon." Yi Liangchun felt elated, gazing at Han Shiyao's enchanting visage. Although her mouth had a slight quirk, the words she spoke were melodious, and her appearance seemed less awkward. Thus, the small flame of hope was reignited. In the afternoon, Xiao Ming returned, weary from his travels, bringing with him 2 full suitcases of precious Chinese medicinal herbs. Yi Liangchun greatly appreciated Xiao Ming's efficiency and eagerly began to prepare a medicinal bath within the villa. During this time, he received a call from his subordinate, Zhou Zhenghua. Zhou had clandestinely contacted many of Liu Baichuan's subordinates, but faced a daunting challenge. His injuries had yet to heal, rendering him incapable of commanding these individuals. If only a skilled expert could step forward, they would undoubtedly rally to our cause. Without hesitation, Yi Liangchun instructed Xiao Ming to take Xiao Wanqiu and resolve this matter. Simultaneously, the acquisition of the company needed to be expedited. Xiao Ming respectfully accepted the task and assured, "Do not worry, Dragon King. I will contact my sister to ensure this matter is handled promptly." After Xiao Ming departed, Yi Liangchun locked himself in the bathroom, settling into the medicinal bath to practice the void refinement technique. Time slipped by unnoticed, and soon night fell. Everything is in place. Only the east wind is missing. Tonight, with the moon shining and the stars sparse, the dark, windy night is indeed perfect for grave digging. 10 yuan's worth of sunflower seeds is ready. This time I divided them into 2 portions. I originally planned to buy some stinky tofu just in case, but I am quite confident. The chosen location is simply impeccable. No one will discover me here, sitting comfortably in this old locust tree's fork, enjoying the evening breeze while cracking seeds, is truly delightful. I hope this grave-digging plot goes smoothly. It is a crucial part of the plan. Liangchun will shine brightly through this incident, directly bringing 2 major factions under his banner, and once Liangchun becomes affluent, Aunt Zhong's appearance will not be far off. Yes, tonight's pivotal character is Xiao Wanqiu. Please do not falter at the last moment. During this critical time, you need to turn the tide and then unite with Yi Liangchun, falling deeply in love with him and wholeheartedly becoming a member of his harem, serving him loyally. May everything go smoothly tonight, Liangchun. You must give it your all. I look forward to your explosion of brilliance. Wang Ye sat atop the tree fork, casually posting a few book reviews while continuing to crack sunflower seeds. Not far away, Tang Zimei, seated in her car, observed Wang Ye leisurely perched in the tree and facepalmed. "It's over. The perfect spot I painstakingly found for you is now surely exposed." Bai Shuowei, driving towards this location, was momentarily dumbfounded upon reading the reviews. "What, in a tree? Wang Ye, are you part monkey? Climbing a tree? I can't go up wearing a skirt. I'll just find a vantage point to observe you without bothering you." Zhong Shetong, having just left her home, glanced at her leg adorned with lettered stockings after reading the reviews, and smacked her forehead. "Darn it, up in the tree fork? I can't wear stockings now. I'll surely get them snagged before I even attempt to climb." She promptly returned home to change into a practical camouflage outfit, emptied her bag of a powerful flashlight and megaphone, strapping them to her leg and waist, and packed some food in a backpack. With everything prepared, Zhong Shetong took a beautiful selfie and set off on a motorcycle. Minjing, after reading the reviews, also wore a smile, her figure vanishing into the vast darkness. The tranquil night was punctuated by the crisp sound of sunflower seeds cracking, which was quite pleasing to the ear. Wang Ye was in high spirits, almost tempted to compose a poem. "Here the scenery is unparalleled, and here I sit, alone, in splendid beauty." Wang Ye, aren't you afraid sitting here alone? Suddenly, a sweet female voice echoed in his ear. Upon hearing someone speak, Wang Ye immediately turned, only to find no one there. He scanned his surroundings, front, back, left, right, above, below, 360 degrees without a blind spot, twisting his neck until it ached, yet he found no one. Who is there? Don't joke around late at night. If you dare to play tricks, I'll have my bodyguard deal with you. Wang Ye shouted, slightly frightened. Oh, is that so? But your bodyguard is also searching for me. She has circled around 3 times already, yet she hasn't found me. What? Zime, my dear Zime. Where are you? Hurry over and protect me. What on earth is this? I'm starting to get scared. Could there really be ghosts? Wang Ye, terrified, felt his hair stand on end, almost toppling from the tree fork. Don't be afraid, boss, I'm right here. Someone is merely playing tricks to frighten you. Tang Zime, clad in black, appeared beside Wang Ye like a flash of lightning. She gently pressed her hand on his shoulder, stabilizing him in the tree fork. Ah, who dares to scare me? Do you know who my father is? Do you know who the Wang family is? Do you want to die? Wang Ye shouted defiantly. Zime, quickly take action and capture her. I want to deal with her. Wang Ye proclaimed arrogantly. Cough, boss, I've searched. Within a 300-meter radius, there's no one on the trees or ground. If I expand the search, you'll be in danger. I'm confident in my search. She's definitely not within this range. She must be using some special method to transmit her voice to us, but the specifics are still unclear. Tang Zime, holding 3 flying knives, wore a serious expression. Wang Ye, please stop. Your description makes it sound even more like a ghost. Don't tell me it's a single old female ghost from a graveyard. How unseemly. Go find your dead husband. What are you scaring me for? Chapter 39. If in this life I could gain the Night Liuli, I would die 100 times and still have no regrets. Wang Ye, you will not find me. Because one cannot see a ghost. Stop guessing. I am a ghost, a particularly terrifying female ghost. Ha ha ha. The voice echoed once more. With a swift motion, Tang Zime shot a flying knife towards the source of the voice. Clang. The knife pierced the tree trunk, yielding no result. Oh, miss, your strength is impressive. I'm too scared to reveal myself now. Wang Ye, I didn't expect you to have such a formidable bodyguard. It seems we will not be able to meet tonight. With no hesitation, Tang Zime launched another flying knife. Bang. This time, the knife severed a branch. Buzz. A fiery red insect flitted away, its wings fluttering. Upon seeing the meteor-like insect darting away, Tang Zime's pupils constricted. It was indeed a goo. Her expression turned gravely serious. Being well-versed in the peculiar arts of the ancient martial world, she understood the implications of that fiery red insect. It must belong to the Miao's goo poison faction, and the wielder was likely an exceptionally skilled master of goo. The crimson insect that recently flitted by is an exceedingly rare magical creature known as the Mayin goo. It boasts 3 layers of wings, each 3 times larger than its body, allowing it to soar with a terrifying velocity. Furthermore, it can produce a myriad of sounds through the friction of its 6 wings, effortlessly mimicking the human voice. Wang Ye, upon glimpsing the fiery creature, was immediately reminded of several formidable practitioners from the goo poison sect. Is it her? Or perhaps her senior sister? Wang Ye, look up at the sky. That is my name. Remember it. When the voice resonated once more, Tang Zime refrained from throwing her flying dagger. Unconsciously, she and Wang Ye directed their gazes toward the heavens. Yi Liuli. In the firmament, hundreds of fireflies coalesced to form the grandiose characters. The sight was extraordinarily captivating, leaving a profound impression. Upon seeing this name, Wang Ye found himself at a loss for words, his astonishment eclipsed only by a deeper astonishment. It is indeed her. Yi Liuli, how could this happen? Just when one Tang Zime had already instilled a sense of trepidation within me, now another Yi Liuli emerges. Although Tang Zime possesses immense strength, she is ultimately an antagonist aligned with me. The critical factor is that, aside from her martial prowess, Tang Zime's thoughts remain rather innocent. With her as my bodyguard, the narrative remains intact. However, Yi Liuli is an entirely different entity. She is a formidable and enigmatic enchantress. In terms of sheer martial capabilities, Yi Liuli may not necessarily surpass Tang Zime. Yet, when it comes to cunning tactics, Yi Liuli's arsenal is vast, and her nefarious methods are deeply unsettling. She excels at controlling goo insects, and manipulating ordinary insects is a mere trifling endeavor for her, having engaged in it since childhood. Wang Ye, remember my name. I am indifferent to tonight's events. I merely wish for you to recall me. Farewell, I shall return to my hotel to sleep. As the girl's voice echoed, the fireflies scattered in a frenzy, darting towards the surrounding thickets. Subsequently, Wang Ye and Tang Zime discovered 4 crimson insects encircling them, transforming into fleeting red shadows as they sped away. Wang Ye could not help but gasp in astonishment. The excitement ahead promises to be extraordinary. This enchantress Yi Lioli is certainly not to be trifled with. She is a character introduced in the later chapters of the novel. At that time, I had already been relentlessly beaten back by Yi Liangqin, with the Wang family's secrets fully unearthed. All available connections within the ancient martial realm had been summoned, and 8 formidable practitioners were engaged in battle against Yi Liangqin. Initially, the 8 powerhouses inflicted significant damage upon Yi Liangqin. Yet, at this critical juncture, a goo poison sect enchantress from Miaojiang, Yi Lioli, emerged. With her singular might, she defeated the 8 practitioners. Tang Zimei risked her life multiple times to assassinate Yi Liangqin, only to fall victim to Yi Lioli's schemes, ultimately leading to her own defeat at Yi Liangqin's hands. Reflecting on the myriad tales surrounding Yi Lioli, a sense of inexplicable dread enveloped Wang Ye. This woman's methods are utterly terrifying. She is the saintess of the goo poison sect from Miaojiang, and the object of Yi Liangqin's deep affection in the latter part of the story, a woman he could never fully possess. To put it bluntly, she is unattainable. Her striking beauty is beyond compare, and she possesses a secret art that transcends the boundaries of gender, offering an extraordinary experience when combined with her. Yi Liangqin once remarked about Yi Lioli, "In this lifetime, if I could have Yi Lioli, I would die 100 times without regret. Out of the vast waters, I would choose this woman, but alas, fate does not favor me, Liangqin. Yet, one day, I shall claim you." From this singular evaluation, one can discern Yi Lioli's unparalleled uniqueness. As Wang Ye pondered the various episodes of Yi Lioli, his astonishment transcended mere words. Even though Yi Lioli had now vanished, he remained in a daze upon the tree branch for quite some time. In the depths of his mind, Wang Ye felt increasingly convinced that, despite his knowledge of numerous future storylines, he could never be certain of what would transpire in the next moment. Much like the sudden appearance of Tang Zimei, and now Yi Lioli, who knows what else might arise, defying his expectations? How intriguing. The plot seems to be taking unexpected turns, with increasingly absurd occurrences. Boss, that Yi Lioli is quite formidable. Do you know her? Tang Zimei waved her hand in front of Wang Ye's eyes, inquiring. I do not know her. She must be a powerful sorceress, indeed. That magic was rather beautiful. I shall have to learn her tricks when we meet again. You think this is magic? Yes, is it not? All right, you are the boss. You are right. Tang Zimei did not wish to argue further, knowing that he simply did not want to disclose what he knew. At that moment, a vehicle came to a halt on a nearby hill, its headlights slowly extinguishing. Zimei, someone else has arrived. Go see who it is. I noticed her during my inspection. It is by Shuowei. What? My beloved Shuowei has come? Zimei, do you think she is here out of concern for me? Should I go greet her? My heart, driven by love, is racing. I can hardly bear it. I long to see my goddess, Shuowei. I must confess my feelings. Ahem, go ahead, boss, I support you. Tang Zimei shot Wang Ye a speechless glance. Boss, are you acting again? Isn't it exhausting? Life truly is a performance, and performance mirrors life. Chapter 40. Xiao Wanqiu. How can you turn your back on me? We are friends across many realms. Thank you for your support. After some consideration, I think it's best to refrain. I cannot approach. Shuowei is the woman I cherish most. If she has come quietly, it is likely she does not wish for me to discover her presence. She merely wants to care for and love me from afar. If I were to approach, wouldn't that disappoint her? Therefore, I shall continue to enjoy my sunflower seeds. Zimei, is my analysis correct? Indeed. Whatever you say is right, boss. I believe so too. Crackling sounds echoed as Wang Ye was quite pleased with Tang Zimei's response, resuming his cheerful munching on the seeds. Good evening, Xiaoya. Oh, my great benefactor is here too. Your black attire today is quite dashing. Zhong Shutong, dressed in camouflage, agilely climbed up the tree trunk to greet Wang Ye and Tang Zimei. At the sight of Zhong Shutong, Wang Ye was left utterly bewildered. Goodness, Aunt Zhong, you just won't let up, will you? What is most astonishing is that your outfit today resembles that of a soldier, and your agility is quite impressive. What baffles me is how you managed to find me in this secluded spot, surrounded by trees that are not particularly conspicuous. Wang Ye began to question his very existence. Was it so difficult to enjoy a quiet spectacle of grave digging? Hello, Miss Zhong, you look splendid today? Tang Zimei politely nodded and offered her a spot to sit. Thank you, great benefactor. By the way, what brings you here? Are you Xiaoya's father's bodyguard? Well, sort of. I am currently responsible for Wang Ye's safety. Oh, I see. That makes sense. Wang Ye cast a glance at Zhong Shutong, who was unceremoniously seated beside him, and gently cleared his throat, inquiring, Aunt Zhong, what brings you here? How did you find me? Zhong Shutong promptly produced a thermal imaging infrared telescope, exclaiming, with this, it was a piece of cake to locate you. You're quite adept at using thermal imaging, Aunt Zhong. I'm increasingly impressed by your intelligence. Of course, I'm not just intelligent, I'm also considerate. What do you mean? It means I care about you. No need to guess. When the moment calls for thoughtfulness, I will undoubtedly deliver. Wang Ye was momentarily taken aback. Aunt Zhong was certainly up to no good. He was genuinely afraid of her. He feared neither wolves nor tigers, but the sudden affection from Aunt Zhong was utterly lethal. He felt as though he were developing a psychological scar. It was truly disheartening, rendering even his sunflower seeds tasteless. Hey, why have you suddenly stopped eating sunflower seeds? Zhong Shutong casually asked, unzipping her backpack. Ahem, I am cultivating a habit of frugality, having only purchased 5 yuan's worth of seeds. The main event hasn't even begun, and I wish to conserve my snacks for the exciting moments ahead. Oh, I see. You're quite remarkable, little Yi. But never fear, I brought cucumbers for you. Zhong Shutong retrieved 2 cucumbers from her bag, handing one to Wang Ye and the other to Tang Zimei. Aunt Zhong, you truly are considerate. Of course. But this is merely the beginning. There are even more thoughtful surprises in store, ones you will absolutely adore. Here, eat up, don't be shy. Oh. Wang Ye took a bite of the cucumber, quickly realizing Aunt Zhong was certainly up to something mischievous. Aunt Zhong, I believe this cucumber surprise is more than sufficient. I do not wish for any more surprises. Come on, why be so polite with me? I know you want it, and you want it very much. No. I genuinely do not want it. I beg you, please refrain from surprising me. I am truly afraid. Zhong Shutong raised an eyebrow at Wang Ye before turning to Tang Zimei, saying, Great benefactor. Little Yi claims to be afraid. How about you? I'm not afraid. Oh, that is good. I understand. Upon hearing the words I understand from Zhong Shutong, Wang Ye felt a chill run down his spine. Aunt Zhong, what on earth do you think you understand? Every time you claim to understand, it leads to trouble. Did you consult my opinion before arriving at your conclusions? Please do not meddle with me. It makes me anxious. Just moments ago, he had been sitting on a tree branch, enjoying the breeze and munching on sunflower seeds, feeling utterly relaxed. Yet her sudden appearance had soured his mood entirely. Aunt Zhong, you are toxic. You are beyond saving. As Wang Ye bit into the cucumber, enveloped in gloom, a fleeting shadow appeared beside him, causing the branch to sag slightly. In a flash, Tang Zimei sprang into action, her dagger poised at the intruder's throat. Wait, it's me. I'm one of you. Don't attack. Hello everyone. My name is Xiao Wanxiu, and I just came over to ask for a cucumber. Even half of one would suffice. I have an insatiable fondness for cucumbers. Xiao Wanxiu raised her hands in a gesture of sincerity, smiling brightly. In the dim light, her figure appeared extremely slender, not in a bony sense, but rather in an alluringly slender manner. She embodied a type of sensuality that leaned towards the slim rather than the voluptuous. Under the moonlight, her skin was as fair as snow, her features exquisitely delicate. She bore a striking resemblance to an international model named Sun Yunju. At that moment, she wore a light pink baseball cap, a black fitted short-sleeve top, high-waisted light gray jeans, and black leather boots. A dagger was strapped to her thigh, and a broadsword was slung across her back, giving her a rather dashing appearance. Yet, her demeanor was surprisingly approachable, even somewhat endearing. Wang Ye gazed at her, his frustration boiling over. Xiao Wanxiu, you're out of your mind. What are you doing here? You are one of the key players tonight, tasked with turning the tide and standing up for Yi Liangqin. Instead of preparing, you come here to bother me? Most importantly, the moment she spoke, she revealed her innermost quirks. Claiming she had an irresistible love for cucumbers was utterly absurd. What kind of participant are you? Is this your normal speed? Tang Zimei did not lower her guard, keeping her blade aimed at Xiao Wanxiu's neck, watching intently for Wang Ye's cue. This was Zhong Shutong's first encounter with Xiao Wanxiu, but she was an astute woman. From Xiao Wanxiu's demeanor towards Wang Ye and Tang Zimei, she surmised they had likely met before and were not adversaries. Otherwise, Xiao Wanxiu would not have shown herself so openly. Thus, she remained patient, eager to see how Wang Ye would respond to Xiao Wanxiu. Who are you? Do I know you? No cucumbers here. We can each give you 10 if you need them. Wang Ye glared at Xiao Wanxiu, clearly displeased. Hey, Wang Ye, how could you turn your back on our friendship so easily? We're friends across many fields. How can you treat me this way? Who said we were friends? Don't flatter yourself. I don't recognize you. Hurry along to wherever you came from. Don't crowd me here. You're not welcome. All right. Then I'll present a secret to prove our friendship. Ladies, Wang Ye is currently practicing Iron Egg Kung Fu. Do you all know it? At her words, Wang Ye's face shifted from pale to furious, his teeth grinding audibly. He wished he could strangle this woman. Xiao Wanxiu, you are simply infuriating. However, Zhong Shutong's eyes lit up. This sister is quite the character. I thought I was the only one aware of little Ye's practice of Iron Egg Kung Fu. I didn't know she knew too. How amusing. Sister, here. Take this cucumber. It's the largest. I'm Zhong Shutong. It's a pleasure to meet you. Wow. Thank you, Sister Zhong. You're so kind. Not at all. Sister Wanxiu. I truly admire you. Ha ha. I admire you too, Sister Zhong. It feels like we've known each other for ages. It's a shame we met so late. If you ever need assistance, don't hesitate to ask. All right, it's settled. A promise is a promise. Absolutely. Once a woman makes a promise, it's as unyielding as a galloping horse. Watching Zhong Shutong and Xiao Wanxiu interact so harmoniously left Tang Zimei in a quandary. Should she retract her dagger or keep it drawn? Ahem. Zimei, put away the knife. Sister Wanxiu is one of us. Our relationship is solid. We often joke like this. Haha. See how happy I am. She's great. She just loves to joke around. Right, Sister Wanxiu? Wang Ye harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Xiao Wanxiu. Yet his face bore an extravagant and warm smile, conveying an impression of overwhelming enthusiasm. Xiao Wanxiu felt a deep sense of grievance. She did not directly address Wang Ye, but instead took a petulant bite of a cucumber. Crunch, 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 like a little rabbit nibbling on a carrot. She chewed the cucumber thoroughly before swallowing it, allowing herself to adjust her mood with a hearty laugh. Indeed, I share a kindred spirit with Xiao Yezi. Possessing numerous similar quirks, in many realms, we are the closest of friends. Disregard my previous remarks. They were mere fabrications, mere frivolous chatter. Wang Yi finally exhaled. At least you're perceptive, dead woman. The ensuing scene unfolded with Zhong Shutong, Wang Yi, Tang Zimei, and Xiao Wanxiu seated side by side on a tree branch, each gripping a cucumber, eagerly awaiting the unfolding spectacle. Soon, on the path leading to the graveyard, flickering lights began to appear. As the illumination drew nearer, it became evident that two vehicles were approaching. The cars halted before a cemetery, where a total of 7 or 8 individuals, including Yi Liangchen's cousin Zhao Qingqing, emerged. Armed with flashlights, they opened the gate to the cemetery and entered. They proceeded to burn paper and place offerings at several graves. Wang Yi, observing the Yi family making their nocturnal pilgrimage to burn paper, could not suppress his internal monologue. What was the author of this wretched book thinking? It was neither a holiday nor a special occasion. Why were the Yi family performing such rites at this late hour? It was perplexing. The most bewildering aspect was that Lu Baichuan chose this exact night, while the Yi family was present, to enact his revenge by digging up graves. What a striking coincidence. The audacity of the author to fabricate such a continuous dramatic arc was truly remarkable. Thunderous roars suddenly shattered the tranquil night, as 4 massive excavators thundered down the nearby road. Following them was a convoy of vehicles, illuminating the scene as if it were day. One glance revealed the sheer magnitude of the spectacle, with at least 30 vehicles, an astonishing sight. In the darkness, clouds of yellow dust swirled as beams of light pierced through the night. The actions of Wang Yi, Zhong Shutong, Tang Zimei, and Xiao Wanxiu, who had been munching on cucumbers, came to an abrupt halt. It's here. The grand excavation is about to commence, and the show is set to begin. Within the graveyard, Zhao Qingqing and the 7 or 8 members of the Yi family, upon witnessing the menacing excavators and the throng of vehicles approaching, fell into a state of panic. What was happening at this late hour? However, before they could fully comprehend the situation, the 4 excavators roared to a stop at 3 sides of the graveyard. Simultaneously, the convoy of vehicles fanned out, encircling the site. One by one, young men clad in black vests disembarked, wielding machetes, effectively surrounding the entire graveyard. Zhao Qingqing and her companions turned pale with fear. At that moment, Lu Baichuan emerged from the crowd, draped in a trench coat, a cigar clamped between his teeth, his eyes brimming with malice. His subordinates tore open the cemetery gate, forming 2 lines to allow Lu Baichuan passage. One elderly member of the Yi family recognized Lu Baichuan and, terrified, fell to his knees. Please spare me, Master Chuan. Why have you come to my Yi family's graveyard with such a show of force at this hour? The remaining members of the Yi family, equally frightened, followed suit, kneeling. Zhao Qingqing, though aware of Lu Baichuan's notorious reputation, trembled but did not kneel. Clutching 2 stacks of burning paper, she defiantly stood before the gravestone of Yi Liangchen's parents. You have no right to interfere. If you wish to live, leave at once. Lu Baichuan replied coldly, do not hesitate. The Yi family members, gripped by fear, scrambled towards their vehicles, fleeing in haste. Yet, Zhao Qingqing remained resolute, blocking the gravestone with her body, her hands tightly clutching the burning paper. Her terrified gaze was laced with defiance. We indeed have a fearless one. Very well, seize her. Lu Baichuan inhaled deeply from his cigar and gestured. 2 burly men in black approached Zhao Qingqing. Witnessing this, Wang Yi felt a pang of sorrow. Zhao Qingqing, you truly are a tragic figure of animosity. The last time Yi Liangchen returned to the Yi family, you were beaten to a pulp, inciting the first wave of hatred for him. Now, as Lu Baichuan digs up graves, you are destined to attract yet another wave of animosity. This poor pawn, once this cycle of hatred concludes, will still endure suffering for Yi Liangchen. You are merely a tool to elevate his rage, a mere experience point for him. The author of the Dragon King's release is indeed peculiar. While authors next door strive for equitable distribution of hardship among characters, you, on the other hand, have chosen to mercilessly subject Zhao Qingqing to torment. I beg of you, you may take me, do as you wish, but please do not disturb this grave. Zhao Qingqing pleaded. The two youths paid her no heed, seizing her arms and dragging her before Lu Baichuan. Lu Baichuan grasped Zhao Qingqing's chin, scrutinizing her delicate features. Despite her lack of cosmetics, which rendered her appearance somewhat less striking compared to heavily adorned women, she embodied the essence of a pure, virtuous girl. Who are you to Yi Liangchen? Why do you protect the grave of his parents so fiercely? Lu Baichuan narrowed his eyes, applying pressure to her chin. Zhao Qingqing winced in pain, tears pooling in her eyes. I am Yi Liangchen's cousin, his only cherished family. Please, I implore you, do not desecrate the graves. Wang Ye, overhearing Zhao Qingqing's words, nearly burst into laughter. Zhao Qingqing, you are truly bold. Why not directly tell Lu Baichuan, kidnap me? I am of great use to Yi Liangchen. Dig up the graves quickly. Once that is done, my role will be concluded. Chapter 42. If you wish to seek death, Liangchen would be more than willing to entertain you. Upon hearing that the girl was Yi Liangchen's cousin and his most cherished kin, Lu Baichuan's face twisted into a sinister smile. How delightful. You see, Yi Liangchen assassinated my son, leaving me in torment. Today, I shall, before your very eyes, unearth your parents' graves and toy with your most beloved cousin. I will destroy everything you hold dear, leaving you in a state of despair. Excellent. Take out her phone and record a video until she bleeds. Yes, Master Chuan. The night sky echoed with Zhao Qingqing's anguished cries. Blood streamed from her nose, mouth, and even her ears. After sending this tormenting footage to Yi Liangchen, a cold smile crept onto Lu Baichuan's lips. Yi Liangchen, your countdown to death has commenced. Having completed this task, Lu Baichuan commanded his subordinates, stop dawdling. Commence the operation immediately. When Yi Liangchen arrives, I want him to witness his parents' coffins. Understood, Master Chuan. With a rumble, the excavators roared to life, forcefully toppling the cemetery fence. Then, they drove into the cemetery, heading straight for the graves of Yi Liangchen's parents. No. Zhao Qingqing cried out like a wounded kitten, her heart-wrenching screams filled with desperation as she struggled to protect the small mound of earth. Unfortunately, her cries and efforts were in vain, as the excavator continued to unearth the grave. In the distance, Bai Shuawei, hiding and observing through binoculars, felt a surge of compassion, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. How cruel Lu Baichuan was, to inflict such harm upon a girl. She was truly pitiful. Perched upon a tree branch, Wang Ye and his three companions exhibited a shocking lack of sympathy, casually munching on cucumbers. Particularly, Xiao Wanqiu not only ate but nodded in approval. As if to say, indeed, this cucumber has developed splendidly. It tastes utterly delightful. To Wang Ye, it was akin to watching a film, for it was merely a scene from a novel, now unfolding in reality. Zhao Qingqing was indeed quite unfortunate. Yet behind her plight lay the mindless machinations of a foolish author. Only a fool would shed tears over such contrived storytelling. Before long, a Wuling Sunshine car came speeding from afar, careening recklessly. Upon reaching the cemetery, it crashed violently into Lu Baichuan's vehicle due to its inability to stop. Lu Baichuan's face contorted in agony. Damn it, which fool is driving without a care? I just picked up my Maybach last month, and you've already crashed it? With a loud bang, the door of the Wuling Sunshine was kicked open forcefully. A burly young man, clad in yellow safety shoes, work pants, a white t-shirt, and a black vest, emerged from the vehicle. With a wicked grin, he casually pulled open the sliding door and brandished a steel rod, exuding an air of dominance as he looked down on Lu Baichuan and his companions. If you seek death, I, Liangchen, wouldn't mind playing with you. In an instant, countless gazes converged upon Yi Liangchen. Uffed. I couldn't hold it in. Sorry, I laughed. Xiao Wanqiu covered her mouth, attempting to stifle the cucumber bits from escaping. Sister Zhong, how thoughtful of you, thank you. Can you two keep it down? You're ruining my show. Oh, sure, Xiao Yezi. Wang Yi shot a glare at Xiao Wanqiu, tossing aside the remnants of his cucumber, and began to crack sunflower seeds. Liangchen, you're truly remarkable. As expected of the protagonist, this unique entrance is simply filled with flair, especially that moment of collision, classic. However, one thing puzzled me. Are you really so attached to the past? After all, you live in a villa, those yellow safety shoes, work pants, and that black vest you wear for grilling lamb skewers. Dare you to change them? While protagonists often embody the virtues of frugality, this seems a bit excessive. Weren't they getting a bit smelly after such prolonged wear? At the cemetery, after Yi Liangchen's grand entrance, Lu Baichuan was infuriated, roaring loudly. You poor fool. How dare you crash into my car? Brothers, attack. Yes, Brother Chuan. Over 20 young men armed with machetes rushed towards Yi Liangchen. He merely smiled disdainfully, a wicked grin curving his lips. You lowly insects. I crashed your car because I deemed you worthy of my attention. Go to hell. With a flurry of movement, the steel rod in Yi Liangchen's hands became a whirlwind of power, swiftly incapacitating the 20 young men, leaving them sprawled on the ground, unable to rise. Their cries of anguish echoing in the air. After the skirmish, Yi Liangchen raised his steel rod. With a resounding bang, he struck Lu Baichuan's beloved Maybach, the hood popping open as if forced to feign a smile. Yi Liangchen surveyed his handiwork with satisfaction. Insects, not only did I dare to crash your car, but I also dared to smash it. If you continue your foolishness and do not release my cousin, I, Liangchen, won't hesitate to accompany you to the end. Wang Ye laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, it's been a few days, and Liangchen, your showmanship has improved significantly. You've earned at least an 80. Sister Zhong, I feel 80 might be a bit high. What do you think? Wanqiu is right. Giving him 80 might inflate his ego. Sister Zhong, what score do you think is appropriate? 70 seems fair. The force behind that strike wasn't sufficient. It should have ignited the hood and blown a tire. Wow. Sister Zhong, you're quite skilled. Ha ha. Wanqiu, you're not too shabby yourself. But Sister Zhong is still more impressive. Cough cough. Are you two done? You're distracting me. Oh, humph. Xiao Wanqiu shot Wang Ye a disapproving look and extended her hand. What are you doing? Move your hand. It's blocking my view. Why is it that you gave Sister Zhong and Zimei sunflower seeds, but when it comes to me, you keep them for yourself? No explanation? No explanation. Xiao Wanqiu's face flushed with anger at Wang Ye's response. What a stingy man, so utterly detestable. To deny me even a few sunflower seeds? Must I resort to exposing your secrets to get my way? Just as she was about to threaten Wang Ye, he tossed a handful of seeds into her hand. Here, a charity for you. Stop disturbing me. Instantly, Xiao Wanqiu's frown transformed into a radiant smile, revealing 2 dimples. Humph, now that's more like it. Accepting the seeds, she happily began to crack them open. At that moment, amidst Yi Liangchen's impressive display, Lu Baichuan and the other ruffians were left in shock. Though Yi Liangchen was brazen, his combat prowess was undeniable. Their expressions were a vivid tableau of disbelief, eyes wide as saucers, faces pale as ghosts. Lu Baichuan gritted his teeth, pointing at Yi Liangchen. Who exactly are you? Why is it that with so many brothers at my command, none can approach you? Yi Liangchen smirked, the corners of his mouth curling wickedly. Humph. You insects are unworthy of knowing my identity. At that moment, Zhao Qingqing, bloodied and battered, cried out in anguish. Cousin, you must leave. Don't worry about me. They are too many. You will be at a disadvantage alone. Wang Ye clapped in admiration. At a crucial moment, it's you, Zhao Qingqing, who reminds the protagonist. Your lines translate to, Cousin, after this display, prepare to be beaten. You won't escape. Lu Baichuan, what are you waiting for? Hurry and strike me. My time to shine is coming. With a resounding slap, Lu Baichuan struck Zhao Qingqing again, causing her to bleed from the corner of her mouth. Wretched girl, when did it become your place to speak? Truly audacious. Witnessing his cousin Zhao Qingqing being restrained by 2 burly men and Lu Baichuan striking her in front of him, Yi Liangchen felt fury rising within him, the anger surging uncontrollably. Lu Baichuan, release my cousin at once, and perhaps I might consider sparing your life. Otherwise, I shall ensure that your entire family meets a tragic demise. You are merely a lackey of Wang Ye, and I have yet to regard you with any seriousness. Do not force me to unleash a massacre. Yi Liangchen clenched his fists, veins bulging on his arms, radiating an aura of murderous intent. Slap. Lu Baichuan sneered disdainfully, raising his hand for yet another slap, striking Zhao Qingqing across the face. You impoverished country bumpkin, kneel before me. Otherwise, I shall slay your cousin immediately. Do you dare challenge my word? Yi Liangchen's eyes turned cold, the glint of malice unmistakable. Very well, you have successfully incited my wrath. Lu Baichuan, I advise you to not overestimate your worth. Even Wang Ye would not dare to threaten me so. You have no inkling of the formidable force you are opposing. However, before Yi Liangchen could finish his retort, Lu Baichuan swiftly drew a dagger and plunged it into Zhao Qingqing's abdomen. You wretched country bumpkin. Young Master Wang is not someone you can insult at will. Kneel before me immediately, or I shall eviscerate your cousin on the spot. Wang Ye, with a satisfied grin, added his commendation. Brother Baichuan, your loyalty is commendable. For your words, I shall ensure a villa is burned for you on your Memorial Day next year. In that moment, Yi Liangchen was left utterly dumbfounded. How dare you, Lu Baichuan, defy the unwritten codes of combat? Witnessing the crimson bloom on his cousin's abdomen, Yi Liangchen was engulfed in panic. What to do? The situation had escalated beyond his expectations. Lu Baichuan was a madman, striking without a hint of forewarning. This was indeed a dire predicament. Remember this, Yi Liangchen. Kneel. You refuse, do you? Ah, cousin, do not concern yourself with me. Flee quickly. After I perish, please bury me here. Yi Liangchen. Bang. Thud. Discarding the steel rod in his grip, Yi Liangchen, with a heavy heart, lowered his proud head, kneeling upon the ground. Lu Baichuan smirked disdainfully. Pathetic. Huh, Yi Liangchen. You are woefully unprepared to contend with me. You are nothing but a simpleton, brawn over brains, unworthy of opposing me, Lu Baichuan. You dare to utter insults against young Master Wang? Ha! Wang Ye once again offered his praise. Brother Baichuan, your generosity is unparalleled. Rest assured, on your Memorial Day next year, I shall burn you a stack of 100 billion in cash. Should that be insufficient, contact me for more. Yi Liangchen gritted his teeth in hatred, wishing he could slay Lu Baichuan on the spot. Huh, what are you glaring at? Glaring does no good. Today, you shall witness the desecration of your parents' graves, the unearthing of their coffins, and the ultimate defilement of their remains. Ha! Lu Baichuan, with a sinister grin, signaled to his underlings. Dig. Yes, Boss Chuan. Chapter 44. How is Yi Liangchen? Does your heart ache? Are you suffering? Then that is as it should be. The roar of the excavator erupted once more. The soil atop the grave was relentlessly clawed away. Ah! No! Yi Liangchen knelt on the ground, howling in fury. His eyes, filled with rage, bled from the strain, while his hands clawed at the earth, drawing blood from his fingers. Lu Baichuan, I will kill you. I will annihilate your entire family. I will slay everyone present. I will kill. Kill. Ha 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 ha. How does it feel, Yi Liangchen? Does your heart ache? Are you uncomfortable? Just wait, the worst is yet to come. You assassinated my son, and I watched as he lay bloodied, lifeless, and breathless. My heart aches. And I am tormented. Do not fret. Your parents' coffins shall be unearthed shortly. Your family will soon be reunited. Ha ha ha. Lu Baichuan clutched the hilt of the knife buried in Zhao Qingqing's abdomen, laughing maniacally. Cousin, do not concern yourself with me. Hurry and escape. They intend to kill you. Cousin, sobbing and struggling. Ah! Yi Liangchen knelt in a tempest of rage, roaring in anguish. He was torn. He could not bear to witness the desecration of his parents' graves, the unearthing of their coffins. Yet, he could not simply abandon Zhao Qingqing to her fate. He could not allow her to die. Roar, you say? Heh, you are but a worthless wretch. Dare to move, and I will immediately eviscerate your cousin. Brothers, approach and beat this worthless fool until he is a cripple. Yes, Boss Chuan. The underlings responded in unison, brandishing their clubs as they charged at Yi Liangchen. Bang, bang, bang. The rain of blows fell mercilessly upon him, yet Yi Liangchen remained still, gritting his teeth and glaring defiantly as he endured. Before long, his head, face, and body were splattered with blood. Perched upon a tree branch, Wang Ye could not help but once again commend Lu Baichuan. Brother Baichuan, my admiration for you grows. Remarkable. It seems that next year, I must burn you at least 2 kilograms of female models on your Memorial Day. Amidst the enjoyment, Wang Ye could not resist critiquing the storyline. This plot is utterly trite, designed solely to elicit hatred and accumulate anger points. The formidable Dragon King, capable of deploying his underlings for romantic pursuits, now finds himself reduced to a mere pawn, helpless as his parents' graves are desecrated and his cousin is threatened with a knife. It is indeed peculiar that he has become so powerless, forced to kneel and endure such humiliation. This author, in his desperation to generate animosity and fuel the protagonist's rage, has resorted to the most absurd lengths. It is truly shameful. I cannot believe I was once so engrossed in this tale, filled with fervor and a desire for Yi Liangchen's explosive comeback. Damn, I feel so foolish now. The illustrious protagonist, toyed with by a minor antagonist, reduced to this pitiful state. One must question if such a low intellect is deserving of the title of hero. Critique aside, Wang Ye was indifferent. As long as the plot remained intact, the next sequence should involve the excavation of Yi Liangchen's parents' coffins, followed by their suspension in the air. Zhao Qingqing, having lost significant blood, was nearing unconsciousness. Under this dual assault, Yi Liangchen would begin to break through the initial stage of the void refinement body technique, remaining motionless. Then, Xiao Wanqiu would emerge with formidable allies, turning the tide and ruthlessly dispatching Lu Baichuan's underlings, dominating the scene. Lu Baichuan would be left with no choice but to use Zhao Qingqing as leverage. Everything in this narrative aligns perfectly. The only question remains, will Xiao Wanqiu make her appearance in time to save Yi Liangchen? Wang Ye glanced at Xiao Wanqiu beside him. It's over. She has completely deviated. She appears utterly unconcerned about Yi Liangchen's fate, blissfully munching on seeds. There is a high likelihood she will not intervene in Yi Liangchen's plight. Who then will emerge to thwart the impending crisis during Yi Liangchen's pivotal moment? Creak, creak. As the steel cables secured the two coffins, they were threaded through a hook, suspended between two excavators' buckets. The excavators lifted the buckets high before moving in opposite directions. Two coffins were forcibly dragged out, suspended in midair. Ha ha ha, Yi Liangchen. Keep your eyes wide open. I shall open a grave for your parents. The next act is about to commence, and you shall witness how I desecrate your parents' remains. Lu Baichuan cackled maniacally. His 7 or 8 henchmen wielded crowbars and charged toward the two coffins ahead. Yi Liangchen's eyes were filled with blood as he watched the coffins being ruthlessly struck again and again by the bully's instruments of torment. He also caught sight of his cousin Zhao Qingqing, her face as pale as a sheet, tears long dried, her eyelids heavy and nearly succumbing to unconsciousness. A profound ache pierced his heart, transcending all bounds of pain. An inferno of unbridled rage ignited within him, yearning to erupt, craving violent retribution. Yet he found himself unable to act, a torment that was driving him to the brink of madness. At that moment, Yi Liangchen felt his mind growing increasingly blank. Despite having soaked in the medicinal bath, he had been unable to break through the first realm of the void refinement technique. Yet now, it began to unlock automatically. Boundless internal energy surged within him like an unending river, swirling with fervor. Lu Baichuan glanced at Yi Liangchen, who knelt motionless like a statue, and chose to disregard him. He was impatient to open the coffins and exact his revenge. Suddenly, a swarm of headlights illuminated the distance. The number of approaching vehicles far exceeded Lu Baichuan and his men. Frowning, Lu Baichuan and his subordinates turned to behold the sea of lights, momentarily blinded. The vehicles halted, and a throng of dark figures surged forth, wielding weapons. Kill, kill, kill. The newcomers exuded an aura of murderous intent, their battle cries shaking the heavens. Witnessing this, Wang Ye's eyes sparkled with excitement. The narrative had shifted. According to the original plot, Xiao Wanqiu was supposed to make her appearance at this juncture, accompanied by a mere 10 members of the Dragon King's Hall. Yet now, over 100 individuals had arrived, led by Xiao Ming, Xiao Liang, Dong Yingzhu, and his daughter Dong Feifei. Wang Ye was taken aback. How had the story been restored in such a manner? Dong Yingzhu had joined Yi Liangchen's ranks ahead of time. But what on earth had Xiao Wanqiu done to cause her narrative to collapse, leading to this unexpected scene? It was bewildering. The increasingly erratic behavior of these heroines was giving him a headache. Chapter 45. A single arrow piercing the clouds. Thousands of horses come to meet. Charge. Everyone charge. Lu Baichuan bellowed in panic as he beheld the advancing figures of Xiao Ming, Xiao Liang, Dong Yingzhu, and their entourage. However, Lu Baichuan's subordinates did not immediately rush forward. Instead, they gripped their knives, warily scanning their surroundings for an escape route. They were not fools. They could play along with Lu Baichuan's bravado. But they would not sacrifice their lives. Who would be foolish enough to do so, especially when faced with such overwhelming numbers? The outcome was inevitable. Lu Baichuan's minions, frightened, either played dead or fled. The confrontation had scarcely begun before it was already over, leaving Lu Baichuan alone like a solitary commander without troops. This left Zhong Shutong feeling quite unsatisfied. She had anticipated an enduring battle. Yet, this was the result? You guys couldn't even last longer, she thought with a sigh. It seemed she would have to take matters into her own hands. After all, there was a saying, self-reliance leads to prosperity. Yes, that would do. Little Yi would surely appreciate her thoughtfulness. Humph. At the scene, Lu Baichuan tightly gripped the hilt of his knife with one hand while clutching Zhao Qingqing with the other, threatening the encircling Xiao Ming, Xiao Liang, Dong Yingzhu, and their cohort. No one come any closer. Prepare a vehicle for me. Follow my orders. Or I will gut this girl right here. She is Yi Liangchen's cousin, his only kin. If she meets her end at my hands, who among you can bear the responsibility? Faced with Lu Baichuan's threats, Xiao Ming, Xiao Liang, and Dong Yingzhu dared not advance, but instead surrounded him, engaging in a stalemate to buy time. Just as Lu Baichuan teetered on the brink of explosion, Yi Liangchen's eyes suddenly flew open, and he slowly rose from the ground. In that instant, he resembled a resurrected king, radiating brilliance. Although his body was drenched in blood, his aura was nothing short of terrifying. Lu Baichuan, I will make you pay for your crimes. Yi Liangchen roared, and in a flash, he transformed into a blur, charging toward Lu Baichuan. At this moment, Xiao Ming and Xiao Liang silently gasped in astonishment. Unbelievable. The Dragon King had truly broken through. Was this the legendary first realm of the void refinement technique perfected? Remarkable. This was more than merely stepping into the realm of ancient martial arts. Such power could likely surpass even the mid to late stages of external energy practitioners. It seemed to rival the pinnacle of external energy mastery. The Dragon King was indeed the Dragon King, a prodigy of unparalleled talent. The speed of his advancement was terrifying. At present, He had merely achieved the first realm of the void refinement technique. If the Dragon King were to reach the 9th realm in its entirety, what an inconceivable being he would become. At that time, perhaps no one in the entire realm of ancient martial arts would stand as his equal. All present were left agape, astonished by the spectacle. How terrifying! How swift! Lu Baichuan stared in disbelief at the lightning-fast Yi Liangchen, unable to react in time. With a swift motion, Yi Liangchen produced a dagger from his waist and swiftly severed Lu Baichuan's wrist. A powerful punch followed, sending Lu Baichuan flying backward like a rag doll, crashing into a vehicle, which crumpled around him. Lu Baichuan, who had once prided himself on his prowess, now found himself utterly powerless before Yi Liangchen, akin to the disparity between an ant and an elephant. Blood spewed from his mouth as he attempted to speak, but no sound emerged. Terror filled his eyes. Die! Yi Liangchen surged toward Lu Baichuan once more, seizing him by the throat. With a resounding thud, Lu Baichuan was slammed into the ground. Boom. The first punch. His skull shattered, flesh and brain matter splattered. Boom. The second punch. His cervical vertebrae fractured, reduced to a pulpy mass. Boom. The third punch. Ribs and collarbones crushed. Boom. 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 The 30th punch turned his internal organs into a bloody pulp. Boom. 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 Yi Liangchen, consumed by rage, unleashed a frenzy of vengeance upon Lu Baichuan's corpse. You sought to desecrate my parents. I shall first obliterate your remains. Oh. Anyone who offends Yi Liangchen or dares to insult my kin shall perish. Yi Liangchen roared like a beast unleashed. This scene, in the eyes of Xiao Ming, Xiao Liang, Dong Yingzhua, and others, there was nothing but reverence and admiration. Indeed, he was the Dragon King. When the Dragon King was enraged, blood stained the mountains and rivers, exuding a majestic and formidable presence. Yet, perched upon a tree branch, Wang Ye remained utterly relaxed. After finishing a handful of sunflower seeds, he stretched lazily. The hatred value accumulated by Liang Chun had truly reached its zenith, and the methods of revenge were undeniably brutal and ruthless. However, Brother Baichuan was no saint either. He had a notorious reputation for bullying the weak and committing all manner of evil. If the time came to report him, so be it. I, Wang Ye, have no interest in being his lackey. Zimei, stop munching on those seeds. The good show has come to an end. Let us depart, Wang Ye announced as he stood up. All right. Tang Zimei discarded the unfinished seeds and lightly jumped to another branch. Hold on, Xiao Yezi. They aren't lasting long enough. I haven't enjoyed the show fully. The performance must continue. Aunt Zhong, I suspect you might be driving recklessly. No. Driving is dull. I actually want to play with guns. Ahem. Take it easy. You might cause an accident. I'm serious. Let me show you this. Zhong Shuqiang tugged at Wang Yi's clothes and pulled out a pink pistol from her backpack. As someone accustomed to playing shooting games, Wang Ye immediately recognized it as a signal gun. Aunt Zhong, stop joking around. What do you intend to do with that? Why, to send a signal, of course. A single arrow piercing the clouds, meeting 1,000 troops. Bang. Zhong Shuqiang raised the signal gun and pulled the trigger. Chapter 46. Dragons and snakes dance together. Firecrackers resound across the seas in spring. In the sky, a dazzling signal flare erupted, resembling a beautiful firework. Instantly, the previously dark graveyard was illuminated by a circle of high-intensity searchlights, piercing the heavens, creating a stunning spectacle. Accompanying this display was a dense throng of people. Such ostentation naturally caught Yi Liangchen's attention. Ahem, Aunt Zhong, what on earth are you doing? This unexpected turn of events genuinely caught Wang Yi off guard. Beside him, Tang Zimei and Xiao Wanxiu also wore expressions of curiosity. Xiao Yezi, this is the surprise I prepared for you. See, it has arrived. I told you, I am the most thoughtful and understanding. Zhong Shuqiang's lips curled into a slight smile as she produced a high-powered flashlight and a megaphone from her bag. Aunt Zhong, you are so considerate. Thank you. Ha ha ha. Xiao Yezi, don't mention it. We are like family. It's a trivial matter. Helping you eliminate Yi Liangchen's pursuit of Bai Shuawei is something I am committed to. You know my Zhong Group is the largest real estate company in Jiangxing, with no less than 20 construction sites and properties. Combined, the security personnel must number over 500, and they are usually idle. Today, I've given them something to do, and they are quite pleased. Wow, Sister Zhong, you are so cool. I think I'm starting to like you. Xiao Wanxiu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she looked at Zhong Shuqiang. Aunt Zhong, I'm so moved I could cry. Wang Yi facepalmed in exasperation, at a loss for words. Aunt Zhong, do you realize that your current actions have strayed 1,000,000 miles from your usual persona? Last time, your antics nearly got Yi Liangchen killed. And now, you are even more ruthless, planning not only to take down Yi Liangchen, but also to eliminate his newly acquired forces entirely. The so-called ordinary security guards from your Zhong Group? Huh, who would believe that? They are your family's secret trained enforcers, and they are formidable. Don't think I'm unaware. According to the usual plot development, these lackeys trained by your Zhong family are supposed to serve Yi Liangchun in the future and oppose me. Now, they have been prematurely summoned to annihilate him. Is there any way to salvage this plot? It has already completely collapsed, and Liangchun seems to be in mortal danger. No, I must think about what I should do. Let us adapt to the situation, and I've got it. What's wrong, Xiao Yezi? You don't seem particularly happy. Am I not considerate enough? No, Aunt Zhong. I'm absolutely ecstatic. Truly, I'm overjoyed. I could hardly wait to eliminate that garbage Yi Liangchun. You are already it's fine. I understand. I can be even more considerate. Look at this. Zhong Shuqiong grinned and pulled out a pack of firecrackers from her bag. The firecrackers were adorned with a figure of the god of wealth, flanked by couplets that read, "Dragons and snakes dance together. Firecrackers resound across the seas in spring." With the horizontal inscription, "Joy and happiness." Wang Ye was once again taken aback. Are you really going to bully Liangchun like this? He is currently grieving over his parents' graves and dealing with the uncertainty of his cousin's life and death. You actually chose such a festive firecracker? You aren't quite right. Sister Zhong, these firecrackers are so festive. What do you plan to do with them? Upon seeing the firecrackers, Xiao Wanshu's eyes lit up with excitement, akin to a curious child. Of course, to make a grand entrance for Xiao Yezi. Yi Liangchun's presentation in that van was so lowbrow. As a rival, Xiao Yezi must outshine him. Here, Wanshu, this task of setting off the firecrackers is yours. Xiao Wanshu eagerly accepted the firecrackers, nodding enthusiastically. Leave it to me. I'll ensure the task is completed. Haha, this will be so much fun. Zimei, here is the flashlight for you. When Xiao Yezi makes her entrance, remember to create a spotlight effect. In terms of aura, we absolutely cannot be inferior to Yi Liangchun. Zhong Shuqiong tossed the powerful flashlight to Tang Zimei, who caught it. Okay. Wang Ye watched as Zhong Shuqiong organized everything with clarity, unable to suppress a thumbs up for her. Aunt Zhong, you truly are amazing. So considerate. Not even a plaster could compare to your level of thoughtfulness. Haha, of course. I will continue to be even more considerate. Take this megaphone. It's almost your time to shine. Zhong Shuqiong handed the megaphone to Wang Ye, making a gesture of encouragement. Wang Ye felt inexplicably like a duck being pushed onto a stage. These leading ladies, one after another, were becoming increasingly enigmatic. All I wanted was to pass the time watching a show and then head home for an early night's sleep. Now, it seems I am to take the stage once again, and as the lead role, no less. On the other side, the outer circle of searchlights adjusted their direction, illuminating the entire graveyard where Yi Liangchun and others were located as if it were broad daylight. Over 500 black-clad enforcers advanced in unison, steadily tightening the encirclement around Yi Liangchun and his companions. Xiao Ming and Xiao Liang gazed at the encroaching assailants, bewildered. Who are these people? How could there be so many? Dong Yingzhua felt an overwhelming sense of panic, his brow furrowed deeply. He was certain that these individuals were not mere thugs from Jiangxing. Their synchronized movements and unified actions indicated that they had undergone specialized training. Just a glance at their formation revealed they were not to be trifled with. Damn it. Just as I allied with Yi Liangchun, I find myself in such a predicament. Is tonight going to be my downfall? What should I do? Should I stab Yi Liangchun in the back and switch sides? Yi Liangchun fixed his gaze on the uninvited guests, his fists clenched tightly. Xiao Ming, I entrust my cousin Qingqing to you. Your task is to ensure her survival. Understood, Dragon King. Zhao Qingqing will not perish. I have already treated her wounds. However, I fear you will face a fierce battle ahead. Though you have stepped into the realm of ancient martial arts and your strength has grown immensely, you have sustained continuous injuries over the past few days. Today, you are bleeding profusely. You cannot fight any longer. You must heal and rest. Fear not, for I shall meet force with force. Mere ants do not intimidate me. Gather everyone and prepare for battle. Xiao Ming immediately signaled to his subordinates and instructed Dong Yingzhua. Bring your men over as well. We shall fight side by side. Dong Yingzhua reluctantly nodded, pulling his daughter Dong Feifei close and secretly gripping the hilt of a knife in his pocket. If necessary, he would strike Yi Liangchun and then defect. Within mere minutes, Yi Liangchun and his companions found themselves encircled. Observing the uniformed, synchronized movements of the black-clad men, Yi Liangchun, Xiao Ming, and Xiao Liang were perplexed. Who were these individuals? Why had they formed a circle only to stand still, refusing to respond to inquiries, with their leader not making an appearance? How odd. As they speculated, a series of delightful firecracker sounds erupted beneath a large tree nearby. Everyone turned in unison. Chapter 47. Dare to compete with Wang Ye for women? Take a look in the mirror and see your worth. The firecrackers exploded, producing billowing smoke. Once the noise subsided, a young man appeared through the haze, donning sunglasses, a cigar dangling from his mouth, and a folding fan in hand. He flicked the hem of his coat and stepped forward. A beam of light from above followed his movements, reminiscent of a cinematic entrance akin to that of Stephen Chow. Wang Ye strode forward with an air of arrogance. Traversing through the smoke and the layers of encircling black-clad security, he stopped directly opposite Yi Liangchen, less than 5 meters away. At such a close distance, their conversation was easily audible. However, at that moment, Wang Ye produced a loudspeaker from his waistband and turned it on. This was Wang Ye's first time using such a device, and he fumbled with it, pressing a few buttons at random while striking a pose. Cigarettes, beer, soft drinks, mineral water, peanuts, sunflower seeds, ham porridge. Everyone in front. Move your legs aside. Yi Liangchen, Xiaoming, Xiaoliang, Dong Yingjue. Confusion spread across their faces. What on earth was this Wang Ye trying to accomplish? Surrounded by so many, he had come merely to sell goods? Attempting to extort them? Wang Ye, feeling a wave of embarrassment, exclaimed, "Aunt Zhong, be honest, where did you even get this loudspeaker from?" Cough, cough, what are you all staring at? Haven't you ever been on a train? A bunch of ignorant country bumpkins. What's the matter? Staring contest? If you're not satisfied, bring it on. Wang Ye returned the loudspeaker to his waistband and, with an imperious gesture, directed his ire at Yi Liangchen. Xiao Ming and Xiao Liang had anticipated some menacing threats from this young heir of the Wang family, but to their astonishment, he merely proclaimed, "All right, we acknowledge your talent." Dong Yingjue, terrified, hid his face in his daughter's long hair, shielding Dong Feifei from Wang Ye's gaze. If he can't see me, I can't be seen. However, Yi Liangchen was incensed by Wang Ye's words. Wang Ye, what audacity you possess. You used Lu Baichuan to lure my parents as bait, intending to ensnare me and my allies, did you not? Yi Liangchen glared at Wang Ye, his teeth clenched in fury. Indeed, I am that ruthless. Are you frightened? You, a poor country bumpkin, challenging me for women? Look at yourself in the mirror. You are unworthy of Shuowei. Shuowei is mine, and will forever be mine. Today, I am here to make you understand one thing. You, Yi Liangchen, are nothing but trash before Wang Ye. You will never have Shuowei. Remember this. In Jiangcheng I, Wang Ye, am the sky, and you, Yi Liangchen, are merely a worm beneath my feet. I can crush you whenever I please. I came today to instill fear in you, to remind you of your insignificance. Ha ha ha, goodbye. With that, Wang Ye, full of bravado, fanned himself and turned to leave the crowd. Zhong Shetong, observing from the shadows, was dumbfounded. Is this it? It's over already? Little Yi, I wanted a prolonged engagement, yet you ended in an instant? After orchestrating such a grand scheme to eliminate Yi Liangchen, you just swagger in and then walk away. Wang Ye, go to hell. Yi Liangchen roared in fury, transforming into a shadow as he lunged at Wang Ye with his blade. Just as Yi Liangchen's knife was about to pierce Wang Ye's back, a shadow darted in like lightning. Bang! With a single punch, it sent Yi Liangchen flying. The assailant was none other than Tang Zimei. Wang Ye turned back to see Yi Liangchen sprawled on the ground, blood oozing from his mouth. He smirked disdainfully, raised a middle finger, and swaggered away, leaving behind a blatant humiliation for Yi Liangchen. Yi Liangchen gritted his teeth, enduring the pain as he bellowed at Xiao Ming and Xiao Liang, "Go! Seize this opportunity. Kill Wang Ye." Xiao Ming and Xiao Liang exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. Whoosh! The two transformed into shadows, racing towards Wang Ye. Bang! Clang! Xiao Ming and Xiao Liang launched a combined assault on Tang Zimei, yet they could not breach her defenses. Tang Zimei retreated while countering, making it seem like childish play. Just as Wang Ye approached the edge of the encircled security, Tang Zimei casually flicked 2 poison needles, embedding them in Xiao Ming and Xiao Liang's necks. "Stop, or you die?" The brothers were taken aback, swiftly retreating in alarm. As they extracted the needles, they felt dizzy and disoriented. With no time to ponder, they hastily pulled black pills from their pockets and swallowed them, then sat down to meditate. Anyone daring to attack our young master, kill them. Kill. At that moment, the encircling security guards shouted in unison, brandishing knives and clubs as they charged at Yi Liangchen and his group. Wang Ye, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but curse, "Damn it. Liangchen is in grave danger again." "Boss, what should we do next? Do you want me to kill Yi Liangchen?" Tang Zimei inquired. "Cough, cough. Killing him is too mundane. I intend to toy with him slowly. Let us go. Quickly, get me out of here. The faster, the better." "Understood, boss." Tang Zimei hoisted Wang Ye onto her shoulder, transforming into a shadow as they vanished into the vast night. Wang Ye reflected on the comfort he felt from the woman's shoulder. What a sense of security. As for Liangchen's fate, I shall not concern myself. Let it be whatever it may. Once, Wang Ye might have harbored concerns about whether Yi Liangchen would truly meet his demise. However, having discerned that the timeline would inevitably mend itself, he realized that Yi Liangchen was not so easily extinguished. Moreover, he understood that he must vacate the premises, as he could faintly sense the impending jolt of electricity coursing through his body. His recent entrance had already breached the bounds of propriety, without a narrative of his own. It was only just that he faced repercussions for audaciously inserting himself into the unfolding drama. Perhaps the orchestrator behind this affair was Zhong Shutong, which would explain the delay in the system's retribution. Settling into the back seat of the car, Wang Ye closed his eyes tightly, clenching his fists as the sensation of electric shocks intensified. Meanwhile, Zhong Shuqing and Xiao Wanxiu remained perched upon a tree branch, spectating the unfolding events. Sister Zhong, do you believe Yi Liangchen will perish? Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he is doomed tonight. Alas, it is regrettable that he will not meet his end. It is truly vexing. That scoundrel Wang Ye is too cunning, and he escapes far too swiftly. What do you mean? Chapter 48. What surprise awaits? Can you divulge it? I shouldn't disclose this. But since you've offered me a cucumber, I suppose I owe you. You must immediately command your people to retreat. Otherwise, you will find it impossible to depart shortly. Is there a formidable force behind Yi Liangchen? Indeed, they will arrive shortly, possessing strength that has reached the transformative stage. Not a single soul present can contend with that individual. Perhaps if Tang Zimei were here, she might manage to handle it. I understand. Thank you, Wanxiu. Farewell. Goodbye. Sister Zhong. As Xiao Wanxiu observed Zhong Shuqing gracefully leap down from the 3-meter-high tree, curiosity flickered in her gaze. Sister Zhong, you are truly remarkable. Your early-stage internal strength allows you to conceal your presence effortlessly, making it nearly imperceptible. At the gravesite, in a matter of mere minutes, the previously frenzied black-clad men seemed to have received some command and began to withdraw in unison. At this moment, Yi Liangchen, gravely injured, struggled to stand, his body drenched in blood. Xiao Ming and Xiao Liang wore ashen expressions, and all present were in a state of disarray, nearly all sustaining injuries. Observing the orderly retreat of the uniformed figures, a collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd. Dragon King, are you all right? Can you hold on? Please don't fall asleep. You're losing blood rapidly and may be in grave danger. Xiao Ming supported Yi Liangchen, his face etched with anxiety. Xiao Liang dashed ahead to find a vehicle, intent on whisking Yi Liangchen away. Perched on the tree branch and witnessing the chaos unfold, Xiao Wanxiu glanced at her phone to check the time. Yi Liangchen, is your life truly so resilient? How infuriating. Next time, I shall conspire with Zhong Shutong in advance to ensure your downfall. With less than a minute remaining until my grandfather arrives. How distressing. Regardless, I must flee. I, Xiao Wanxiu, shall defiantly contend against fate. I refuse to be the fool who becomes Yi Liangchen's woman. Impossible. Even if my grandfather and Yi Liangchen's master made a pact long ago, it is all nonsense. With that declaration, Xiao Wanxiu transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing from sight. The following day dawned bright and sunny. Wang Ye stretched lazily and opened his phone to review the intelligence sent by his butler, Su Lao. However, before he could fully absorb the information, a call from his father, Wang Yinchong, interrupted him. This left Wang Ye perplexed. When had his father become so concerned about him? A phone call every day. Hello, Dad, what's the matter? It's early, and I haven't even risen. Ha, you rascal. Can I not call you without a reason? By the way, you've done quite well. Dad, what do you mean by that? Well done. Your recent actions have increasingly surprised and delighted me. Your growth has far exceeded my expectations, and even the elders in our family have begun to take notice of you. Cough, cough. Dad, since when did you start being so cryptic? I haven't done anything noteworthy. Yesterday, I simply spent the day reveling with my beautiful bodyguard, attended a performance, and then fell asleep until now. I haven't exhibited anything. Wang Ye's words elicited hearty laughter from the other end of the line. Wang Yinchong was genuinely elated. He had long thought his son somewhat aimless, unable to grasp the nuances of romantic entanglements. Yet, in recent days, every action taken by his son seemed imbued with wisdom. Particularly notable was the intricate maneuvering during last night's graveyard scheme. Although it had resulted in the downfall of Lu Baichuan's influence, an influence that was never truly part of the Wang family, Wang Yinchong had always harbored disdain for Lu Baichuan. The man's grandfather had been a traitor, amassing wealth through betrayal. Currently, several of Lu Baichuan's relatives thrived in the land of the Japanese, reportedly establishing a formidable presence. Lu Baichuan himself had maintained clandestine dealings, possibly trading information detrimental to Jiangcheng and even to the Dragon Kingdom. For a patriot like Wang Yinchong, this was utterly contemptible, akin to a thorn in his side. In Jiangcheng, he vehemently opposed the existence of individuals like Lu Baichuan. However, Lu Baichuan had always conducted himself with caution, evading any incrimination from the Wang family or law enforcement for years. Just the previous day, Wang Yinsheng had been contemplating strategies to deter Liu Baichuan from associating with his son, fearing it might jeopardize his son's future. Yet, in an unexpected turn, Liu Baichuan fell victim to a trap laid by his own son, leading to his demise. Not only did his son manage to outmaneuver Liu Baichuan, but he also had Yi Liangchun, Liu Baichuan's nemesis, ensnared in his web. Last night, both Yi Liangchun and his entire entourage had sustained injuries, and even Yi Liangchun's parents had their graves disturbed. This series of underhanded tactics, though somewhat ruthless, showcased Wang Ye's adeptness at navigating complex schemes at such a young age. This boy had concealed his true potential so profoundly that even his father had nearly dismissed him as a mere wastrel from a wealthy family. Finally, clarity emerged. Wang Yinsheng's son was not a layabout, but rather a dragon among men, a paragon among the youth. According to Su Qianquan's report, his son seemed to be secretly studying ancient martial arts. Given Wang Ye's bravery, intelligence, and aspirations, it was time for him to comprehend some of the Wang family's clandestine secrets. Yi, come with me. There's no need for you to feign humility. Your father knows you're modest, afraid that others will discover your brilliance and thirst for knowledge. Concealing one's talents is commendable, but one must also shine when the moment calls for it. Cough, cough. Dad, your words feel rather peculiar today. Is there something going on? Indeed. There is an important matter at hand, one that is a significant boon for you. I have already contacted your grandfather, and in a few days, he will arrive in Jiangxing to present you with a grand surprise. Dad, what is this surprise? Can you tell me? Chapter 49, Tang Zime. I refuse to be that kind of woman, humph. No, if I tell you, it wouldn't be a surprise anymore. Just remember what others possess. Our Wang family possesses as well, and not inferior. You are my son, Wang Yinsheng. Your future will be resplendent, perhaps even surpassing my own. Click. Listening to the dial tone, Wang Yi felt overwhelmed. This morning, my father was exuberantly animated, as if he had consumed a stimulant, making a phone call brimming with excitement. He mentioned that my grandfather would be coming to Jiangxing to surprise me, yet he refrained from disclosing the nature of this surprise. Could it be that my father intends to summon the ancient martial arts masters of the Wang family to my side? However, this seems premature in the narrative's progression. At this juncture, my encounters with Yi Liangchun have predominantly revolved around commercial ventures and the clandestine struggles against underworld forces, with no engagement in the realm of ancient martial arts. Yet, my father's demeanor incited a tantalizing curiosity within me, leading me to contemplate such possibilities. After all, my grandfather is an enigmatic figure. Throughout my life, I have encountered him no more than 5 times. Even as the plot escalates into a full-blown conflict with Yi Liangchun, utilizing extensive family resources, I have yet to lay eyes upon my grandfather, remaining oblivious to his existence in this world. Thus, in my perception, he remains a somewhat unfamiliar entity. The sole piece of information I possess is that my grandfather, at a young age, departed to Longhushan to become a Taoist priest. Upon returning from Longhushan, he spent several years before marrying and becoming an exceedingly wealthy individual. After my father, Wang Yunzhong, reached adulthood at 18, my grandfather abruptly vanished, not to be seen for many years, leaving his whereabouts a mystery. I recall my grandfather visiting on my 5th, 8th, 12th, and 16th birthdays, 4 occasions in total. As of now, I have yet to encounter him for a 5th time. Who could have anticipated that he would return, and so soon? This deviation from the original narrative is perplexing, leaving me to ponder the reasons behind this alteration. The situation grows increasingly opaque. On one hand, the storyline involving Yi Liangchun, despite its disruptions, seems to mend itself. Conversely, my own path, which should have remained tranquil, is beset with unforeseen changes I could never have anticipated. After concluding the call with my father, my mind remained unsettled, even rendering me momentarily incapable of composing my usual book review. Knock, knock, knock. Boss, breakfast has been prepared for the 3rd time. Would you like to eat? Came the voice of Tang Zime from outside the door. I snapped back to reality. Since some matters elude my understanding, I resolved to set them aside. The essence of life lies in cherishing the present. As for the future, which has become increasingly obscured and perplexing, I shall let it unfold as it will. All right, Zime, I'm coming, I replied, swiftly dressing with a flick of my wrist and stepping out. After freshening up and having breakfast, I accompanied Tang Zime to the office. Today, she donned a secretary's attire, a sleek black pencil skirt accentuating her long, graceful legs, complemented by a crisp white blouse with tightly fastened buttons that showcased her nearly flawless figure. As we drove, I swallowed a small blue pill, relishing the moment while observing Tang Zime at the wheel. The beauty is utterly captivating, without a flaw. With Zime by my side, the prospect of work no longer seems tedious. The car sped along, and in a fleeting thought, I summoned the book review interface. Lines of text materialized in the review box, inspired by my imagination. This scene remained invisible to Tang Zimei from her peripheral view. I appeared merely to recline in the passenger seat in enjoyment. Another beautiful day, bright and sunny. With my dear Zimei driving, I feel both pleasure and security. The only concern is that Zimei is too formidable and not particularly inclined to communicate with others. How I miss that bygone feeling. Indeed, and Aunt Zhong. Now, Aunt Zhong's storyline and character have completely unraveled for the second time. She genuinely seems intent on eliminating Yi Liangchen. I am baffled. As she is about to make an appearance to meet him, what kind of scenario will that entail? However, it matters little now. The Leading Lady, by Xu Wei, is on the verge of obliterating her own narrative, as her rightful storyline has been usurped by her cousin, by Yalong. What can I even say about this narrative collapse? Driving, Tang Zimei sensed the thoughts swirling in my mind, and her expression subtly shifted. Upon reaching a traffic light, she glanced at me, causing a momentary fluster, her cheeks flushing a shade of crimson. Will I truly come to cherish this fellow in the future? Am I truly willing? How absurd. I cannot possibly be that kind of person. No way. Tang Zimei, will never transform into someone like that. That insufferable Wang Ye, spouting such irrelevant information. Indeed. You are a slippery character, lost in your own thoughts. I hope the tidings you share next will prove useful. My time spent by your side cannot be prolonged. I must remain vigilant, and Jiangsheng is far too comfortable, with too few skilled individuals, rendering it dull. I yearn for the perilous world where blood is shed. I seek to grow stronger, to exact vengeance. The purpose of my existence is retribution. At that moment, having arrived at the office building, Zhong Shutong abruptly halted. Wang Ye's musings about Tang Zimei stirred a twinge of envy within her. That infuriating little brat, truly a blockhead. Have I not made my feelings abundantly clear? I, Zhong Shutong, am the woman you should genuinely admire. Although I am technically a generation older, what does that matter? As the saying goes, a woman 3 years older is like a gold brick, and I am 4 years your senior, capable of embracing not just one, but 2 bricks. What a splendid prospect. Most importantly, my family and yours are well matched. Your mother has clearly orchestrated our partnership in this business endeavor. And my family also hopes for our union. It would be a fortuitous alliance. Yet here you are, infatuated with that Tang Zimei. Oh, how my heart aches. You mentioned in the review that my storyline is next, and I will appear to meet Yi Liangchen? That seems improbable. He and I inhabit entirely separate worlds. There is no intersection, and he cannot possibly meet me. Furthermore, having been severely beaten by the warriors of my family yesterday, whether he survives today is uncertain. I am genuinely curious about how the narrative will unfold. In what manner will our meeting occur? Nonetheless, I am resolute in my intention to eliminate that protagonist. Once Yi Liangchen is dealt with, the world will restore itself. And little Wang Ye will revert to his rightful place as the protagonist, won't he? I wonder if it will truly come to pass. Yi Liangchen, that fellow, is increasingly enveloped in his protagonist halo, as if illuminated by a 1,000-watt spotlight proclaiming to all, I am the protagonist, an indomitable cockroach. After suffering such grievous injuries yesterday, he awakens today in the embrace of Bai Yalong? How infuriating. I'm at a loss for words. This situation is utterly unreasonable. Moreover, after my departure last night, Aunt Zhong also led a retreat. Who could that sudden old man, who appeared to provide aid to Yi Liangchen, possibly be? The swiftness of Yi Liangchen's recovery must be somewhat linked to this mysterious figure. Yet, even if this old fellow were the reincarnation of Hua Tuo, he could not possibly facilitate such a rapid recovery. Ultimately, this plot repair feels excessively contrived. Under normal circumstances, Yi Liangchen would have awakened this morning wrapped in by Xu Wei's embrace. It truly feels like a forced narrative. While enjoying breakfast in Yi Liangchen's villa, Xiao Wanqiu sensed this information and glanced at her grandfather, who was engaged in a game of chess with Yi Liangchen. A wave of frustration washed over her. Chapter 50. Wang Ye, useless. A bunch of good-for-nothings. What purpose do you serve? It's infuriating. My grandfather has become quite muddled. For the sake of that scoundrel Yi Liangchen, he not only passed on a set of rapid yin-yang cultivation techniques, but also holds that rascal in high regard. Wang Ye. Oh Wang Ye, the information you've uncovered is one-dimensional. The truth is that Yi Liangchen was on the brink of death last night. It was only this morning that he began to recover. It was by Yaru's audacity and shamelessness that played a part, and Yi Liangchen is no saint himself. Just yesterday, my grandfather imparted those forbidden techniques to him, and he had the audacity to employ them on Bai Yaru early this morning, leading to the melodramatic news you stumbled upon. Alas, I wish I were anywhere but here. Every moment is a torment. I hope you, Wang Yi the time traveler, can muster the strength to eliminate the brainless protagonist Yi Liangchen and take his place. Being the protagonist, one Tang Zimei should suffice for a lifetime of enjoyment. Haha. Then, we other female leads shall be liberated to pursue our own aspirations. How perfect that would be. As I pondered, new information flooded my mind. My dear Zime, driving both steadily and swiftly, has finally arrived at the company. What kind of position should I arrange for her? A personal secretary, or perhaps a personal assistant? Or something more intimate? In any case, proximity is key. Tonight, Aunt Joan will undoubtedly be busy and will likely meet with Yi Liangchen. If the plot were to collapse, that would also be quite splendid. With Aunt Joan being so considerate, how could she possibly ally herself with Yi Liangchen? I believe Aunt Joan will not disappoint me. I'm quite looking forward to the unfolding of the narrative. Having uploaded the book review, Wang Ye opened the car door and stepped out. Ding. Book review uploaded successfully. Congratulations, host, you have received the eavesdropper. Eavesdropper? What is this? I recall from Journey to the West that the 1,000-mile eye and eavesdropper were two deities who stood in the heavens, observing and listening. The Monkey King's every action was meticulously scrutinized by them, yet they were later bullied by him. Could it be that this dog system allows me to eavesdrop on others at will? How intriguing. While Wang Ye's thoughts wandered, two ears became enveloped in a gentle energy. When this energy dissipated, Wang Ye felt his entire world shift dramatically. His hearing transformed from passive to active. For instance, when Wang Ye focused his attention on a voluptuous beauty with long, exposed legs, he could immediately hear the rhythmic beating of her heart and the sounds emanating from her Bluetooth headset. However, once the beauty ascended the stairs, he found himself unable to hear her anymore. Thus, the eavesdropper currently only enables him to perceive sounds within a certain range. As long as his attention is directed towards something, he can listen in. Quite fascinating. This seems far more useful than the Tianshan wooing hand, though it is slightly regrettable that he cannot discern the thoughts of others. If only I could be rewarded with a mind-reading ability in the future, that would be delightful. I could uncover the thoughts of my beloved Zime, Aunt Zhong, and even that wretched Xiao Wanqiu. As Wang Ye entered the company with Tang Zime, he immediately attracted the attention of numerous employees, who began to whisper among themselves. Wang Ye strode into the office with an air of confidence, feeling elated at the adoring gazes directed at him. Unable to resist, he activated the eavesdropper, eager to hear what praise they were bestowing upon him. President Yi is such a lecher. Today he brought such a beautiful girl to work. He must have tricked her into coming. I think so too. This useless rich second generation is beyond redemption, spending his days chasing women and berating employees. Exactly. If it weren't for President Tong, I would have left long ago. I can't stand working for this guy. Keep it down. Don't let President Yi hear you. That girl really is stunning. Even if President Yi is a piece of work, I can tolerate him for her sake. Hypocrites, haha. Wang Ye observed the expansive office area, where employees stood collectively, waving and greeting him with smiles, while secretly muttering disparaging remarks behind his back. Instantly, his expression soured. What a bunch of hypocritical people. I had thought they were complimenting my handsomeness behind the scenes, but it turns out you all have been bad-mouthing me relentlessly and even boasting about wanting to resign. Do you think you are worthy? Wang Ye was furious, and the consequences would be severe. After leading Tang Zime back to his office to familiarize herself with the environment, he strode directly into the company's IT department. Useless. A bunch of good-for-nothings. What purpose do you serve? Now. Immediately. Right this moment. Confronted with Wang Ye's tirade, the entire IT department was left bewildered, their faces masked with confusion. Gazing at him with innocent eyes. Why do we always bear the brunt of his wrath? It's so inexplicable to be shouted at first thing in the morning. President Yi has just arrived. Surely he hasn't had time to browse inappropriate websites, especially since the company's firewall has been fortified, rendering the likelihood of computer viruses nearly non-existent. Yet, why is he berating us? However, the employees of the IT department soon regained their composure. After Wang Ye finished scolding them, he kicked open the door to another department and unleashed another round of reprimands. 10 minutes later, an eerie silence enveloped the entire company. Employees trembled in fear, daring only to resentfully gnash their teeth at Wang Ye in their minds. They were utterly bewildered. Did President Yi take the wrong medication? Why would he lash out at us so early in the morning? Without regard for anything, he demanded that we redo our work, claiming we were too idle. Oh, the agony, the injustice. After berating each employee, Wang Ye gazed upon their pitiful expressions, each resembling a frightened rabbit. In that moment, he felt his villainous persona reignite. Not bad, this feels quite satisfying. Daring to speak ill of me behind my back comes at a price. After all, I am the villain, the wicked one. A person as nefarious as I should not be subjected to disparagement. You are only permitted to extol my handsomeness. After berating his employees, Wang Ye noticed that Aunt Zhong's office was still vacant, as she had yet to arrive at work. He returned to his own office, where Tang Zime sat in his chair, curiously observing him. How do you think I am doing, Zime? Am I managing well? Do I look impressive? Yes, quite impressive. She replied with a laugh. I think so too. Meanwhile, at a luxurious hotel in Jiangxing, the curtains were gently drawn back to reveal a pair of enchanting eyes gazing out at the city. Wang Ye, I informed you yesterday to remember me. Yet you have failed to do so. With all the updates, you have not mentioned me at all. Is my allure insufficient? How vexing. You have truly displeased me. And those who displease me, I will ensure they never forget me. Wang Ye, it appears we must meet today. If yesterday's impression was not profound enough, then today, I shall make it unforgettable, just like Tang Zimei, leaving you unable to escape my presence. Humph. With that, she swiftly drew the curtain shut and turned towards her wardrobe. She had waist-length pink hair and stood approximately 168 meters tall. Beneath her loose nightgown were two long, fair legs, resembling delicate lotus roots. Her bare feet were exquisitely petite, reminiscent of a fairy. Standing before her wardrobe, she perused the array of garments and ultimately chose a tight-fitting outfit for female motorcyclists. Once dressed, her nearly flawless figure was accentuated by the attire, enhancing her alluring curves. An ardent motorcycle enthusiast, she would invariably acquire a few bikes in every city she visited for transportation. Descending the stairs, she mounted her dazzling crimson motorcycle and vanished into the streets like the wind. Meanwhile, Wang Ye and Tang Zimei lounged in the office's armchairs, each with a cup of coffee, engaging in leisurely conversation. Boss, you still haven't answered my question from last time. Now that you're not busy, could you enlighten me? Wang Ye regarded Tang Zimei's earnest expression, finding her rather endearing. What was that question again? I can't quite recall. Go ahead and ask, Zimei. Wang Ye took a gentle sip of his coffee, his gaze flitting over Tang Zimei, as if he were admiring a blooming flower. All right, boss. Last time, I asked you what happiness is. You shared some concepts about it, and mentioned that your happiness was about to be revealed when your father called. And then the question was left unresolved. You might have forgotten about it, but I still remember. I wish to know, in your understanding, what is my happiness? Tang Zimei looked at Wang Ye with utmost seriousness. Perhaps the concept of happiness is easily grasped by ordinary people. Yet for Tang Zimei, who had harbored only hatred since childhood and led a life as a ruthless assassin, her notion of happiness was indeed vague. In her past, she was devoid of emotions. Her heart a tranquil lake reflecting only bloodshed, and she never smiled. However, during her days spent with Wang Ye, the calm surface of her inner lake had begun to ripple with unexpected emotions. She sought to unravel philosophical questions that had long eluded her, such as the essence of her own happiness. It seemed that avenging deep-seated grievances did not necessarily equate to true happiness. Previously, Wang Ye claimed to understand everyone in this world, a statement Tang Zimei believed wholeheartedly. After all, he was a time traveler with an extraordinary identity. The questions that had perplexed her throughout her life should be easily comprehensible to him. Upon hearing Tang Zimei's inquiry, Wang Ye couldn't help but burst into laughter. So that was the question. Zimei, you truly are persistent. This aligns perfectly with your character. Once you fixate on something, you will forever dwell on it. You are a woman who can grasp but cannot let go. Unfortunately, you remain unaware of this flaw. Zimei, before I formally answer your question, let me tell you a little story. By the end of it, you will realize what your happiness truly is without needing my explanation. Oh, is it really that simple? Please, go ahead. All right. Wang Yi began to narrate. Once upon a time, there was a temple named Yuanyin, where numerous devotees came daily to light incense and pray, creating a vibrant atmosphere. On a beam in front of the temple, a spider had spun a web. Due to the incessant scent of incense and the sincere worship, the spider gradually developed a sense of enlightenment. After over 1,000 years of cultivation, its wisdom deepened significantly. One day, the Buddha visited Yuanyin and was pleased to see the thriving worship. As he departed, he chanced to glance up at the spider on the beam. The Buddha paused and addressed the spider. It seems we are fated to meet. I would like to ask you a question. After a millennium of cultivation, what insights have you gained? The spider, overjoyed to meet the Buddha, eagerly responded. The Buddha inquired, what is the most precious thing in this world? The spider pondered for a moment and replied, the most precious things in this world are what we cannot obtain and what we have already lost. The Buddha nodded in acknowledgement and left. Another 1,000 years passed, and the spider continued its meditation on the beam, its wisdom ever growing. One day, the Buddha returned and asked, how have you fared? Do you have a deeper understanding of the question I posed a millennium ago? The spider responded, I still believe that the most precious things in this world are what we cannot obtain and what we have lost. The Buddha advised, reflect on this well. I shall return to seek your thoughts again. Yet another 1,000 years passed. One day, a strong wind blew outside the temple, carrying a droplet of dew onto the spider's web. The spider gazed at the dew, captivated by its crystalline beauty, and found immense joy in its presence. It believed these were the happiest days it had experienced in 3 millennia. Suddenly, another gust of wind swept through, whisking the dew away. The spider felt a profound sense of loss and loneliness. From that day forth, it could not find joy as it once did, fixating on the thought of when the wind might return the dew. In its despair, it ceased to weave its web, languishing on the beam, lost in thought. One day, a strong wind brought forth many droplets of dew. The spider was elated, yet it did not regain the dew it had lost. Without a web, it was blown to the ground, spending a considerable amount of time to climb back up and weave a new web, reflecting on its past and its present. The spider experienced a moment of enlightenment. At that moment, the Buddha returned and asked, "Over this past millennium, have you contemplated the question, what is the most precious thing in this world?" The spider thought of the dew, the wind, and its web. With unwavering determination, it declared to the Buddha, "The most precious thing in this world is not what we cannot obtain and what we have lost, but rather the happiness we can grasp in the present. Only by cherishing what we have now can we hope to attain even more unknown joys. Just like me. At this very moment, my greatest happiness lies in conversing with you." The Buddha nodded in agreement and smiled as he departed. With the story concluded, Tang Zime seemed to delve into deep contemplation. After a considerable pause, she finally spoke to Wang Ye. "You wish to convey that the essence of my happiness lies in my present circumstances, am I correct?" Chapter 52, Young Master Wang. "It has been a long time since we last met, and you have become even more handsome." Wang Ye nodded and replied, "One could certainly perceive it that way. Each individual's happiness is distinct. Everyone is entitled to and deserves their own happiness, just as you do." "Oh, I think I understand, yet I also feel somewhat perplexed. I still believe that what is most precious in this world is what we cannot attain and what we have already lost. As for what I currently possess, it seems to evoke little sentiment." Wang Yi smiled faintly, raised his coffee cup to his lips, and remarked, "With time, you shall come to appreciate it. In fact, at this very moment, we share a collective happiness, sitting together in this warm office, basking in the sunlight and savoring our coffee. How delightful and blissful is that?" Tang Zime nodded, still somewhat confused, stirring her coffee gently. At that moment, Wang Ye's phone rang. Initially, he had no intention of answering, cherishing this rare moment of tranquility with Zime. However, upon seeing the caller ID indicating Zhu Wenlong, he decided to pick up. "Young Master Wang, something monumental transpired last night. The landscape of Jiangcheng has undergone a seismic shift overnight. Liu Baichuan has passed away, and the territories of Baichuan Entertainment and the White Horse Entertainment controlled by Dong Yingzhu have now both fallen under the dominion of Yi Liangshan. It's simply unfathomable. Just moments ago, one of Yi Liangshan's lackeys issued me an ultimatum, urging me to reconsider my stance and to ally with them promptly. Young Master Wang, I have always been loyal to you. I would rather die than betray you for that country bumpkin, Yi Liangshan. Zhao Mingxing from Guangyao Entertainment has also received a similar threat from Yi Liangshan. He wishes to meet with you, Young Master Wang. Would you come to my place so we can deliberate on how to confront that country bumpkin together?" Upon hearing Zhu Wenlong's words, Wang Yi felt no surprise. Rather, he was quite pleased. According to the script of events, it was indeed expected for Zhu Wenlong to reach out at this juncture. In truth, prior to making this call, Zhu Wenlong and Zhao Mingxing had already conspired together. Their intent in contacting Wang Yi was straightforward: to avoid being consumed by Yi Liangshan and to safeguard their rightful interests. These two individuals sought to use Wang Yi as a shield and a pawn. However, Wang Yi was indifferent to their motives. The inclusion of Zhu Wenlong and Zhao Mingxing merely served to enhance Yi Liangshan's experience points in the future. After all, anyone who aligned themselves with a villain such as himself would inevitably face dire consequences. Though these two thought themselves clever, believing they would make excellent shields, they were, in reality, full of leaks. They would not truly protect against any arrows. Rather, they would attract various forms of retaliation from Yi Liangshan. Ultimately, their choice to betray would only lead to Yi Liangshan gaining further prestige at their expense. Thus, Wang Yi was unbothered by Zhu Wenlong's attempts to exploit him. If they were not afraid of death, they were welcome to approach him. After all, he excelled at playing his part. What? That impoverished country bumpkin, Yi Liangshan, dares to develop clandestine forces? Just based on his capabilities? He wishes to swallow the forces of Jiangqing? To oppose me, Wang Yi? Huh. A fool's dream. Just wait. I shall make my way over. Excellent, young Master Wang. I knew you were the most formidable. You are the sovereign of Jiangqing. As long as you are present, no one can stir up trouble here. Zhu Wenlong on the other end of the line beamed with delight. Having concluded the call, Wang Yi rose. "Zime, let us go out for some fun." "All right, boss. Aren't you going to ask where we are headed?" "Where to?" "Ahem. Zime, you are truly obedient." Ha ha. Upon leaving the company, Wang Yi and Tang Zime drove straight to the Shengtian Entertainment. Upon arriving at the entrance of the private club, just as the car came to a halt, Zhu Wenlong and another prominent figure in Jiangcheng, Zhao Mingcheng, the head of Guangyao Entertainment, approached with eager expressions. Young Master Wang, it has been ages since we last met, and you are even more handsome. Indeed, young Master Wang, you appear to be in radiant spirits. Simply stunning. Perhaps I should introduce my daughter to you for a few days of companionship. Wang Ye regarded these two sycophants with excitement as they lavished him with flattery. With an air of arrogance, he waved his hand dismissively. I have no time for your idle chatter. Let us proceed inside and discuss matters. Zhu Wenlong and Zhao Mingcheng promptly silenced themselves and followed closely behind Wang Ye into the private club. Within the luxurious imperial suite, Wang Ye occupied the central position, with Tang Zimei seated beside him, while Zhu Wenlong and Zhao Mingcheng flanked the table. Young Master Wang, the situation is as follows, Zhu Wenlong began, embellishing the tale of how Yi Liangchen had employed underhanded tactics to reclaim Lu Baichuan and Dong Yingzhu's forces. He further elaborated on Yi Liangchen's chief lackey, Zhou Zhenghua, who appeared to have numerous skilled individuals at his disposal, having secretly dismantled the power of Dong Yingzhu and Lu Baichuan. Upon hearing this, Wang Ye's expression darkened with fury. Slamming his palm onto the table, he glared at Zhu Wenlong and Zhao Mingcheng. That despicable scoundrel, Yi Liangchen. I never anticipated he had such a multitude of subordinates. He even attempted to win you two over. Does he truly not regard me, Wang Yi, with any respect? Under the heavens, does he dare to sow discord? If he believes he can bully me, he shall soon learn a bitter lesson. Chapter 53, The Poisonous Saintess, Yi Liuli. Seeing Wang Yi so enraged, Zhu Wenlong and Zhao Mingcheng were elated, though they stifled their laughter and pretended to share in his indignation. They joined in Wang Ye's tirade against Yi Liangchen, hurling insults such as Yi Liangchen's son was born without an anus and Yi Liangchen is impotent. Once they had finished berating Yi Liangchen, their expressions swiftly transformed into one of flattery towards Wang Yi. Young Master Wang, we genuinely wish to follow you, but you must understand that Yi Liangchen has formidable allies. Coupled with the territories and forces of Lu Baichuan and Dong Yingzhu, they are about to launch an offensive against my Xingtian Entertainment and Zhao Mingcheng's Guangyao Entertainment. We may find ourselves unable to cope. Indeed, young Master Wang, I, Zhao Mingcheng, remain steadfastly loyal to you. I speak of your virtues daily, describing you as handsome and benevolent, a paragon among men. In Jiangcheng, you are revered as the jade-faced white dragon. No one surpasses you, yet this fool, Yi Liangchen, dares to resort to underhanded tactics, clearly underestimating your prowess. Wang Yi nodded repeatedly, relishing the sensation of being fawned over. Fueled by rage, he seized a bottle of royal salute and smashed it on the table. That insolent Yi Liangchen, to oppose me, very well. Tonight, I shall dispatch someone to eliminate him. You two need not fear. Go boldly and seize the territories of Lu Baichuan and Dong Yingzhu. Whatever you claim shall be yours. A mere country bumpkin dares to challenge me, Wang Yi. I shall ensure he pays a grievous price. Zhu Wenlong and Zhao Mingcheng were nearly moved to tears with excitement. Wang Yi, as expected, was indeed formidable, magnificent. The two individuals, unable to restrain themselves, lavished up to 800 words of flattery upon Wang Yi. At first, Wang Yi reveled in their praise, but as their compliments grew repetitive, utilizing the same old lines, he waved his hand dismissively, saying, "All right, I understand. In your eyes, I am like a deity, a revered ancestor. There is no need for further adulation. Now, immediately arrange for your men to launch a vigorous assault on the forces of Dong Yingzhu and Lu Baichuan tonight. Seize as much territory as you can. That scoundrel Yi Liangchen is not worthy to be my enemy." Zhu Wenlong and Zhao Mingcheng nodded vigorously. Understood, young Master Wang. I, Zhu Wenlong, will spare no effort. No problem, young Master Wang. I, Zhao Mingcheng, am willing to dedicate my very life for you. Excellent. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. The two, filled with excitement, waved him off repeatedly. Suddenly, they sensed something amiss. In their fervor of flattery, they had forgotten to request assistance and manpower from young Master Wang. Ahem. Young Master Wang, please wait. Zhu Wenlong awkwardly scratched his head and hurried after Wang Yi. What is it? Well, about tonight's operation. Could you possibly assign some skilled fighters to assist us? Although Xingtian Entertainment wields considerable influence in Jiangcheng, the combined forces of Dong Yingzhu and Lu Baichuan are formidable. And Yi Liangchen has his own experts. With just our brothers, Zhao Mingcheng and I will surely suffer losses. Indeed, young Master Wang, Zhu Wenlong concurred. Yi Liangchen has several formidable fighters under his command, not easily vanquished. Thus, we implore you to send some of your family's experts to aid us. This way, while you deal with Yi Liangchen, we can eliminate his subordinates, ensuring Jiangxing remains your dominion. Wang Yi halted abruptly. A trivial matter. Rest assured, those who follow me need not worry. I will dispatch skilled fighters to assist you tonight. The two were elated, their minds instinctively concocting another 500 words of flattery. Just as they were about to shower Wang Ye with praises again, a loud crash erupted. A subordinate was hurled through the air, smashing through the private room door, which shattered and collapsed to the ground. Fortunately, Wang Ye was standing at the door's edge, otherwise he would have been caught unawares. The fallen subordinate lay on the ground, blood spewing from his mouth, unconscious. Zhu Wenlong was left stunned, while Zhao Mingqing gasped in shock. What was happening? Who dared to behave so audaciously? At that moment, a strikingly beautiful woman clad in a form-fitting riding outfit strode in from the corridor. Her pink hair was tied in a single ponytail, and her exquisite features, particularly her enchanting eyes, exuded an allure that could captivate anyone for eternity. Upon seeing this ethereal beauty, Wang Ye was momentarily taken aback. Yi Liuli, how could she possibly be here? What was going on? Someone quick, capture her. How dare she trespass into my Xingtian Entertainment private club? She must be tired of living. Zhu Wenlong immediately called for his subordinates. However, the once bustling corridor was now in disarray, with no one capable of action. Zhu Wenlong panicked. Zhao Mingqing, recalling his 20 daughters whom he had yet to protect, thought to himself that he could not afford to perish here. Wang Ye, stealing his resolve, feigned bravado in front of Yi Liuli. Ahem, who are you? What do you want here? Let me tell you, in Jiancheng, I, Wang Ye, am the law. Do you know who my father is? Tang Zimei's eyes sparkled with excitement as she instinctively stepped in front of Wang Ye, prepared for battle. To encounter someone of such caliber in Jiancheng thrilled her, and she was eager to engage this woman in combat. Yet, Yi Liuli showed no intent to attack Tang Zimei. With a seductive smile, she strode confidently towards Wang Ye. Young master, I am a skilled fighter sent by your father. From this day forth, Zhu Wenlong and Zhao Mingqing shall be under my command. I will take full control of the dark forces in Jiangcheng. And as for the powers of Lu Baichuan and Dong Yingzhua, it is but a simple task. I shall eliminate them all tonight. Wang Yi was taken aback. What the hell? Yi Liuli, what are you talking about? Do you even comprehend the gravity of your words? When did my father send you to handle matters for me? You are the holy maiden of the Gu poison sect, the future partner of Yi Lianshun, my enemy. A woman of terrifying prowess. Just thinking about you sends chills down my spine. How dare you suddenly appear and offer to serve me? Aiming to unify the entire dark power of Jiangcheng? This is absurd. Not only are you shattering your own image, but you are also attempting to disrupt the narrative. How would Liangshan survive if you were to follow me? How would his subordinates endure? They would meet their doom in an instant. Zhu Wenlong and Zhao Mingqing, standing beside Wang Yi, furrowed their brows in concern. This was intolerable. It turned out that young Master Wang did not trust them and had sent a powerful figure to oversee them, relegating them to mere subordinates. Chapter 54. My young master's actions need no explanation to you. Zhu Wenlong was naturally unwilling, and Zhao Mingqing was equally displeased. They had approached Wang Yi under the pretense of flattering him, but their true intent was to request that he send skilled fighters to eliminate Yi Lianshan's forces, using Wang Yi as a shield. Yet, now his father had dispatched a formidable expert, one whose combat prowess seemed formidable indeed. Young Master Wang, what game are you playing? Could you not have given us a heads up? We are on the same side here. Zhu Wenlong cast an unhappy glance at Wang Yi. Indeed, young Master Wang. I, Zhao Mingqing, am fiercely loyal to you. How could you send such a powerful expert without first consulting us? You didn't even ask if we agreed. Zhao Mingqing's face displayed evident displeasure. Just then, before Wang Yi could respond, two sharp sounds pierced the air, followed by a spray of blood, which traced a crimson line through the atmosphere. Zhu Wenlong and Zhao Mingqing each bore an 8-centimeter gash across their right cheeks, blood streaming down. My young master's actions need no explanation to you. If you wish to live, obey. If you desire death, I can fulfill that wish immediately. Yi Liuli casually twirled her knife before sheathed it in the scabbard strapped to her thigh. Her speed was as swift as a spectre. Her blade's finesse beyond that of mere mortals. They were utterly formidable. In that moment, Zhu Wenlong and Zhao Mingqing were genuinely struck dumb. This woman was not to be trifled with. Her ability to take lives was as effortless as slicing through tofu. They were paralyzed with fear. In their memories, young Master Wang had always been a frivolous young man, easily manipulated. A few compliments would suffice to persuade him to act. However, today, they could scarcely imagine that young Master Wang would wield such ruthless tactics. This is a matter of forcibly recruiting the two of them into servitude, ensuring their absolute obedience under the supervision of a formidable expert. Most astonishingly, this expert possesses terrifying strength, capable of extinguishing their lives with the slightest movement. If I am not mistaken, this individual must be a master at the outer strength stage of ancient martial arts, or perhaps even at the inner strength stage. Regardless, it is utterly frightening. Thud, thud. Overwhelmed by an endless tide of fear, Zhu Wenlong and Zhao Mingqing fell to their knees before Wang Ye, repeatedly bowing their heads in supplication. Young Master Wang, I, Zhu Wenlong, have always been loyal to you. From now on, whatever you say shall be law. I will do as you command. I am your devoted little brother, and beseech you, young Master Wang, to harbor no ill will and spare my life, that I may continue to serve you. Young Master Wang, I, Zhao Mingqing, have always wished to dedicate my life to you. I will abide by your every decision. You will forever be the most dashing. Wang Ye looked at the two men kneeling before him, their faces streaming with blood, and found the situation both absurd and amusing. He was quite torn by this predicament. To acquiesce would distort the narrative entirely. While there may be no immediate repercussions, many future developments would be left unresolved. Conversely, refusal seemed impossible now that Yi Liuli had escalated matters to this extent. Yi Liuli, observing the panic etched across Wang Ye's features, couldn't he help but reveal a glimmer of delight. Are you flustered, Wang Ye? Ha ha ha, splendid. This is the consequence of standing me up. The man I, Yi Liuli, have set my sights upon is not so easily shaken off. You might as well accept me as your subordinate. How dull it would be for you to play with Yi Lianshan alone. Let me join you. I have plenty of tricks up my sleeve, and we can take our time with him. And I have my own interests in the future to discuss. I refuse to believe you won't update me. Yi Liuli addressed the two men. You two, step outside for now. Any orders from the young master will be communicated directly to me, so you must heed my words. From this day forth, I, Yi Liuli, am your leader. Without waiting for Wang Ye's response, she commanded Zhu Wenlong and Zhao Mingqing, who trembled as they complied. All right, Boss Yi. No problem. We will listen to you from now on. They scrambled to their feet and dashed out. Soon, only Yi Liuli, Wang Ye, Tang Zimei, and the unconscious subordinate remained in the private room. Wang Ye regarded Yi Liuli with confusion. Do you know me? You come seeking me and wish to be my subordinate. Something feels off. Young master, of course I know you. Did I not tell you my name yesterday? I wanted you to remember it, but you still haven't tea. Though I am not sent by your father, I see great potential in you. You possess an emperor-esque demeanor, and a dragon-esque energy surrounds you. I find life in the mountains rather dull, and wish to seek my fortune alongside you. Young master, accept me. I can assist you at any time. Delivering Yi Lianshan such a beating that even his mother Wu Ti recognized him. Cough, cough, I'm utterly speechless. Thank you for the compliment, young master. So does this mean you accept? Excellent. From now on, I, Yi Liuli, shall take full control of the dark forces in Jiangxing. Whoever you wish to strike, I will strike. Whatever territory you wish to seize, I will help you take. That sounds promising, but I hardly know you. How can I trust you? Simple. My name is Yi Liuli. I am 19 years old, and I hail from the Qianan region of Miaozhong and Longhua. As Yi Liuli divulged this information, Wang Ye couldn't help but doubt his own hearing. You are quite straightforward, laying out the plain facts. Do you not regard me as an outsider? This girl is quite peculiar. At that moment, Tang Zimei interjected, her voice tinged with excitement. Boss, I believe Sister Liuli is a good girl. I admire her a bit. Let her take charge of the dark forces in Jiangxing. I am certain she can handle the job and seems to have modest expectations. As long as you provide her with food and drink and a monthly salary of 2,000, she will be very content. Through their previous encounters and her recent observations, Tang Zimei was entirely convinced that Yi Liuli was capable of picking up on Wang Ye's intentions. She too was one of the leading ladies, hoping to remain by his side and gather information. If Yi Liuli stayed, it would be beneficial for Tang Zimei, especially since Yi Liuli was a rare expert. She was eager for the opportunity to spar with her. Today, she had been troubled, feeling that remaining in Jiangxing would be unbearable without any experts. It was simply too dull. Now that Yi Liuli was by Wang Ye's side, her loneliness would be alleviated, allowing her to engage in friendly competition. What a delightful prospect. Upon hearing Tang Zimei's words, Yi Liuli was so elated she felt like giving her a thumbs up. Sister, you're quite something. Just for that remark. I've decided that even if we become rivals, I will spare your life. Chapter 55. This infuriating, uncontainable charisma. Young master, I am willing to endure a life of poverty in the mountains. My mother always told me that children from poor families grow up quickly, coming to the big city. All I want is a job that pays 2,000 a month to earn a living honestly. If worst comes to worst, I'd be fine with you offering me 1,800. Yi Liuli transformed from her previous cold and domineering demeanor, her enchanting face now adorned with a sweet smile, as if she had become an entirely different person. This left Tang Zimei utterly astonished. Does Yi Liuli have a dual personality? She switches so effortlessly. I could never achieve such a feat. This Yi Liuli is indeed intriguing. Wang Yi pondered his options. This infuriating, uncontainable charisma. The leading lady is determined to be my subordinate. Fine, I'll accept her. Why should I be afraid? All right, since you've said so, if I were to refuse you, It would reflect poorly on my character. However, since you'll be working with me, you must adhere to my commands, just as Zime does. Can you manage that? Wang Ye feigned seriousness as he regarded Yi Liuli, secretly musing that it was better to take her on board. With such a formidable woman in play, failing to recruit her could introduce an unpredictable variable. Her strength was considerable, and any reckless actions could lead to chaos that he could hardly withstand. Thus, the best course was to employ her as he did with Tang Zime, ensuring the narrative progressed smoothly. Rest assured, young master. Since we are to work together from now on, I will certainly heed your commands. Yi Liuli nodded enthusiastically, confronted with Yi Liuli, a beautiful girl who seamlessly oscillated between coldness and sweetness. Wang Ye felt a mix of uncertainty and intrigue. This woman is astute and emotionally intelligent, and I must approach her with more caution than I do with Zime. After leaving his contact information with Yi Liuli, Wang Ye departed from the private club at Shengtian Entertainment. As for how Yi Liuli would manage to have Zhu Wenlong and Zhao Mingqing obediently serve her, Wang Ye could easily surmise that she had likely already placed a spell on them. She did not merely intimidate the two with that cut across their faces. It was highly likely that she had already cast a curse upon them. Once Knight Liuli had enacted her spell, Zhu Wenlong and Zhao Mingqing would be bound to her will for life. Even if they attempted betrayal, Knight Liuli could effortlessly take their lives. As Wang Ye drove back to the company, he could not help but ponder the situation regarding Knight Liuli. Alas, I find myself increasingly perplexed. Why do these heroines deviate from the expected script? They either shatter their personas or appear far too soon. What could possibly be amiss? Knight Liuli, the saintess of Miaojiang, has emerged far too early, disrupting the narrative arc of her fated connection with Yi Liangqin, which was supposed to unfold later in the story. Her premature appearance sends my heart racing. However, having just interacted with her, I can discern that Knight Liuli possesses both intelligence and emotional acumen, far surpassing the vacuity of Bai Xiuwei. I hope she refrains from causing unnecessary turmoil. At that moment, in the villa of Yi Liangqin, Xiao Wanqiu, who had been idly daydreaming, suddenly brightened as she noticed the latest update on the book reviews. Knight Liuli, the saintess of Miaojiang? How intriguing. I must quickly investigate what Wang Ye has recently experienced to evoke such profound reflections. Xiao Wanqiu promptly rose and retreated to her room to open her computer. Concurrently, another figure, Shadow, mirrored her actions. Over the past few days, Shadow had been well aware of the activities involving Wang Ye and Yi Liangqin. The unexpected emergence of Knight Liuli caught her off guard, especially since she had not noticed the introduction of such a significant character in Jiang Qin's narrative. This woman is formidable. To have appeared in Jiang City without her informants detecting a trace, and to have already approached Wang Ye, is truly remarkable. When Shadow learned that Knight Liuli had reached an agreement with Wang Ye to control the underground forces of Jiang City, she felt her usually composed mind begin to spiral. She hesitated. Should I continue to linger in the Dragon King Hall, gathering intelligence for Yi Liangqin? Must I uphold my current persona? With the sudden appearance of Tang Zime and Knight Liuli, both of whom have intruded upon Wang Ye's world, I can't help but wonder about my own trajectory in this narrative. What experiences await me? How will I become Yi Liangqin's woman? I am equally curious and eager to delve into Wang Ye's world to uncover my future. I no longer wish to remain by Yi Liangqin's side. Yet I cannot betray the Dragon King Hall. What a conundrum. Just as Shadow was engulfed in her turmoil, she received a call from Yi Liangqin. A wave of irritation washed over her. After a brief internal struggle, she answered, Shadow, please investigate the Zhong family, particularly Zhong Shetong. She seems quite fascinating, and I would like to weave a story with her. Listening to Yi Liangqin's pretentious tone, Shadow felt a twinge of distaste. Yet, she could not voice her sentiments and merely nodded, responding, Understood, Dragon King. I will send you the information within 2 minutes. Excellent. I appreciate your hard work these past few days. Are you free? Come to the villa for lunch. I am curious about the woman behind such impressive intelligence gathering. Apologies. Dragon King, I am currently occupied with other tasks. I do wish to meet you at the earliest opportunity, but circumstances bind me. I hope for your understanding. Oh, is that so? That must be quite taxing for you, Yi Liangqin replied, reluctantly concluding the call. After hanging up, he glanced at Dong Feifei, who was gazing at him with adoration. Presently, Xiao Ming and Xiao Liang were collaborating with Zhou Zhenghua to manage the underworld affairs for Yi Liangqin. After a lengthy chess session with Old Master Xiao, Yi Liangqin had set out to familiarize himself with Jiang City. Meanwhile, his cousin Zhao Qingqing was receiving top-notch care in the hospital, and Bai Yaru was busy with company matters, while Han Shiyao had yet to return since her departure yesterday. The only ones remaining in the villa, aside from the maid, were the recently returned Xiao Wanqiu and Dong Feifei, who had come to visit in place of her father. Dong Yingzhua. Yi Liangqin slowly rose, a charming smile gracing his lips as he addressed Dong Feifei. Miss Dong, Doesn't your gaze tire from staring at me so intently? Upon hearing this, Dong Feifei's face froze momentarily. Dragon King, you are incorrigible. It seems I have been quite charmed. She openly confessed her admiration for him, her expression brimming with infatuation. Yi Liangchen reveled in this attention. Although Dong Feifei presented herself like a typical young girl, she was undeniably well-developed and attractive. While she may not rival by Yaru in beauty, her youth and fair complexion held their own appeal. Thank you for your affection, Miss Dong. I too hold you in high regard. By the way, could you fetch Wanqiu? I have matters to discuss with her. Compared to Dong Feifei's youthful allure, Yi Liangchen found himself more drawn to Xiao Wanqiu. With her striking figure, beauty, and skin reminiscent of an international model, she was truly captivating. In contrast, Dong Feifei paled in comparison. If one were to assign scores, Xiao Wanqiu would earn at least 95, while Dong Feifei would barely reach 70. It was evident to Yi Liangchen whom he preferred. Upon their first meeting, he had been enchanted by the graceful and alluring silhouette of Xiao Wanqiu. However, his frustration grew when Dong Feifei knocked persistently on the door, only to find no response. Upon entering, she discovered that Xiao Wanqiu had vanished, leaving the window ajar. How infuriating! This stunning woman had slipped away right under his nose. What was she up to, remaining elusive since her arrival in Jiang City? She never assisted him, scarcely spoke to him, and had yet to meet his gaze. Xiao Wanqiu, how intriguing you are! Returning to Yi Liangchen's side, Dong Feifei chirped, Brother Chun. Wanqiu is not here. Let me keep you company. I know how to entertain you, Brother Chun. You have such a charming aura. May I indulge in it? Wow. Brother Chun, your scent is so unique. I have never encountered anything like it. May I breathe it in daily? Brother Chun, your serious demeanor is incredibly handsome. Brother Chun, you are so formidable. Dong Feifei boldly leaned against Yi Liangchen, showering him with flattery, her eyes growing more dreamy, her cheeks flushing. In the solitude of the villa, Yi Liangchen felt a spark ignite once more. Despite his injuries, old Master Zhao's teachings on forbidden arts had proven remarkably effective. This morning, after his initial encounter with Bai Yalong, he was utterly captivated by this cultivation technique. The method of nourishing yin and supplementing yang proved to be remarkably versatile, working seamlessly in conjunction with his own method of refining his physique, which had previously left him feeling hollow. Dong Feifei, despite her youth, resembled an 18-year-old girl, her visage brimming with collagen. It seemed quite feasible. Dong Feifei sensed a peculiar gaze from the Dragon King, causing her heart to flutter uncontrollably. As a woman who had charmed countless men, she was absolutely certain that her opportunity had arrived, if she merely maintained her facade of innocence. Success might well be within her grasp. Her father had once remarked that if she could become the Dragon King's woman, the Dong family would surely soar to greatness, and she would possess an extraordinary man. With this thought in mind, Dong Feifei feigned an even more demure and adorable demeanor, pressing close to Yi Liangchen. Her eyes filled with adoration as she repeatedly called out, Brother Chun. This left Yi Liangchen rather entranced. Just as he bit down and steeled himself to practice the art of warming a cold hand with a hot bun, intending to gift this unfortunate girl a cherished memory, he received a call from Meiying. This unexpected interruption displeased Yi Liangchen, yet he had no choice but to answer. After a brief exchange, Dong Feifei, disheveled, expressed her desire to continue. However, Yi Liangchen's curiosity had shifted to more pressing matters. Information regarding Zhong Shutong and the extensive intelligence on the Zhong family had been sent to his inbox. Upon recalling the stunning beauty Zhong Shutong, Yi Liangchen glanced back at Dong Feifei and instantly found her less appealing. In comparison to the mature and alluring Zhong Shutong, Dong Feifei seemed but a sparrow. Deciding to bide his time, he mused that it wouldn't be long before Bai Yalong or Han Shiyao would come to visit him. In truth, he wasn't particularly fond of Han Shiyao either. He had only tolerated her because she was quite flirtatious and adept at role-playing, providing sensations that he could not find with Bai Yalong. Ultimately, however, his heart lay with Bai Shuowei, the pinnacle of beauty in Jiangqing. Most importantly, Bai Shuowei harbored deep affection for him, continually opposing Wang Ye to protect him. She had sacrificed so much for him, and he could not let her down. No matter what, he vowed to provide her with a warm home. As for Xiao Wanqiu and Zhong Shutong, they were both remarkable women. As the esteemed Dragon King, he would not permit such virtuous women to suffer harm. He would also ensure they had a warm home. As for this rather unremarkable Dong Miss, he decided it best to disengage. Miss Dong, I have matters to attend to. Please inform your father, Dong Ingzhu, that I hold him in high regard. Yi Liangchen gently pried Dong Feifei's hand from his arm and strode toward his study. Watching him reject her so outrightly left Dong Feifei with a profound sense of resentment. How infuriating. She blamed herself for not dressing provocatively enough. The buttons were too cumbersome to undo. Alas, she had opted for a pure, youthful look. Next time, She resolved to wear black stockings and a shorter skirt. Convenience was paramount. Yes, that is how it should be. Surely. The tea art master by Yalong had captured Yi Liangqin's heart in a similar fashion. Indeed, she needed to refine her acting skills further and adopt a more alluring persona. Upon returning to his study, Yi Liangqin delved into the intelligence. He was thoroughly engrossed in learning about the Zhong family. His sudden interest in the Zhong clan and Zhong Shutong was not without cause. Earlier that morning, while playing chess with the old man Xiao, they had discussed the major powers in Jiangxing. The elder had remarked, Dragon King, this small Jiangxing holds great significance. The Zhong family is particularly formidable, and their daughter is no exception. If you can befriend her, it will undoubtedly yield great benefits in the future. Oh, so, you suggest that I should engage with the Xiao family? Forge connections with the Zhong family's daughter? But I have yet to rescue my beloved by Xu away from the clutches of danger. Ha ha ha, the Dragon King is wise. He understands what needs to be understood. Thank you for your guidance, Elder Xiao. I comprehend now that the Zhong family's strength, if harnessed, could greatly assist me in opposing the Wang family and vanquishing Wang Ye, would it not? Chapter 57. Do not underestimate this electric bicycle. And do not underestimate this 3 seconds. With this revelation, Yi Liangqin's curiosity about the Zhong family and Zhong Shutong intensified immensely. After familiarizing himself with the various members of the Zhong family across generations, he began to earnestly scrutinize Zhong Shutong's personal information. Once he examined her details, his eyes sparkled with delight. Just a few photographs revealed her breathtaking beauty and undeniable charm. This woman was stunningly exquisite, her beauty rivaling that of Bai Shuowei. Most importantly, she exuded a rare, mature, and poised aura, a type he found particularly appealing. Moreover, she possessed remarkable intelligence and a sharp business acumen. Should she become Yi Liangqin's partner, not only would he gain the support of the entire Zhong family, but he would also acquire a formidable ally in the business realm. Although Bai Shuowei also had her strengths in commerce, she paled in comparison to Zhong Shutong. Currently, Zhong Shutong was entangled with that despicable Wang Ye in a joint venture, which undoubtedly stemmed from the Wang family's coercive demands. They aimed to cultivate feelings between Zhong Shutong and Wang Ye, as their daily interactions in running a business were akin to living as a married couple. It was only natural for sentiments to develop under such circumstances. Upon realizing this, Yi Liangqin clenched his fists tightly, a glimmer of cold resentment flashing in his eyes. The Wang family was indeed a despicable and shameless clan. That worthless second-generation heir, unable to win the affection of his beloved Bai Shuowei, had turned his sights on Zhong Shutong? How laughable! Zhong Shutong, an exceptional young woman, was the treasured jewel of the Zhong family and could never be coerced by the likes of the Wang family. Even if the Zhong family acquiesced, Yi Liangqin would never allow it. He was determined to rescue this unfortunate girl and provide her with a warm home. Previously, he had been ensnared by Wang Ye's treachery at the Zhong family sales office, and Zhong Shutong had stood beside Wang Ye then. The way she had looked at him mirrored Bai Shuowei's gaze. Thus, he was certain, she, like Bai Shuowei, was coerced into this predicament. Compelled by Wang Ye to witness his humiliation, Wang Ye, that insidious scoundrel, had deliberately staged this spectacle to win their affections. Huh, Wang Ye, you wretch. You truly misunderstand women. The more insidious and self-righteous you are, the less they will ever be drawn to you. As for me, Yi Liangqin, I shall ultimately wield the light of righteousness to rescue these unfortunate women from your grasp, offering them a warm sanctuary. Yi Liangqin closed his computer with a smirk playing on his lips. Zhong Shutong, very well, you are an intriguing woman. You have successfully captured my attention. It was now 11 in the morning, and Yi Liangqin resolved to practice the void refinement technique. The discomfort of his injuries was quite unbearable. Fortunately, with Xiao family's specially formulated ointment, he had no need for concern. A few days of rest would suffice for recovery. However, this internal injury poses quite a challenge. Only the void body refinement technique can remedy it, yet even with a week or two, recovery seems unlikely. Last night, Wang Ye's female bodyguard struck once more. That despicable scoundrel nearly shattered my heart with a single punch, inflicting damage upon my organs. Had it not been for the void body refinement technique, I would have long since met my demise. This session of cultivation lasted a full 6 hours. As Yi Liangqin opened his eyes again, he felt significantly better. Normal running and playful games with women were scarcely affected. Pushing open the door, he found his subordinate, Zhou Zhenghua, seated on the sofa, struggling for ages to crack open a walnut. Upon seeing Yi Liangqin emerge, Zhou Zhenghua hastily discarded the walnut and approached with small, hesitant steps. The reason for his careful gait was not cowardice, but necessity. The last encounter with Wang Ye had left him effectively castrated, and while the surgery was successful, his wounds required time to heal, making large strides risky. Zhenghua, your injuries are not yet healed. Sit down and speak. All right. Thank you, Brother Chun. What is it? Brother Chun, Zhu Wenlong, and Zhao Mingcheng, those two wretches, have spurned our olive branch, brazenly choosing to stand with Wang Ye against us, and even had the audacity to insult you in my presence. Yi Liangchen furrowed his brow. What is happening? I offered them a chance to turn away from darkness. Yet they are so ungrateful. Are they unaware of how I dealt with Lu Baichuan? How dare they insult me? I'm not entirely sure, but when negotiating, both displayed a stubborn demeanor, declaring that you, Brother Chun, are merely a country bumpkin unworthy of contesting with Wang Ye. Here in Jiangqing, Wang De is the true sovereign. Before Zhou Zhenghua could finish, Yi Liangchen, filled with rage, smashed a cup against the wall. Wang Ye, that treacherous scoundrel. I have had enough of him. Just two fickle-minded individuals like Zhu Wenlong and Zhao Mingcheng? Let us go. Take me to meet Dong Ingzhu immediately. Tonight, I must deal with those two pests. Jiangqing? Huh. The tides are about to turn. There is nothing I desire that anyone dares deny me. Zhou Zhenghua, invigorated by Yi Liangchen's fervor, eagerly complied. The two exited the villa into the twilight. As Yi Liangchen gazed at the setting sun sinking beyond the western hills, he admired the vibrant hues of the evening sky, feeling that the blood-red sunset was truly beautiful. Was it not a sign that a transformation awaited Jiangqing? With a buoyant spirit, Yi Liangchen decided against driving his Wuling and instead opted for an electric bike, wishing to relish the unadulterated beauty of the city, to feel the natural breeze and bask in the warmth of the sunset. He mounted the electric bike, with Zhou Zhenghua in tow, and set off towards Dong Ingzhu's White Horse Entertainment Company. The journey would take approximately 40 minutes. Upon reaching a temporary traffic light, Zhou Zhenghua cautioned, Brother Chun, the green light has only 3 seconds left. We're still a bit far from the intersection. We might not make it. Let us wait for the next light. Zhenghua, do not underestimate this electric bike, and do not belittle these 3 seconds. Even a single second can create miracles. Hold on tight. All right, Brother Chun. Listening to Yi Liangchen's resolute voice, Zhou Zhenghua's eyes brimmed with admiration. Truly, Brother Chen exuded charm even in the most mundane situations, such as crossing a street. Yi Liangchen twisted the throttle fully, and the electric bike buzzed as it surged towards the road. Just as they reached the center of the street, the red light illuminated. An experienced rider, Yi Liangchen remained calm. Countless rides had taught him that he could pass safely. In an instant, the scene unfolded. Beep, 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 crash. A speeding Rolls-Royce collided with Yi Liangchen and his bike, sending them hurtling through the air. Chapter 58. Miss, you are quite intriguing. Yi Liangchen felt a sharp pain. Had he not recently entered the realm of ancient martial arts and become a formidable external strength practitioner, he would have surely required a hefty sum for medical expenses from this collision. After rolling twice on the road, he slowly rose, dusting himself off as if nothing had happened. However, his subordinate Zhou Zhenghua, having become ensnared in the bike's wheel, suffered a grievous injury, blood staining his pants. Filled with fury, Yi Liangchen helped Zhou Zhenghua to his feet and turned to unleash his wrath upon the detestable female driver. Yet, upon seeing the woman emerge from the vehicle, her graceful form clad in a fitted skirt, black stockings, and high heels, accompanied by a stunningly beautiful face and an air of maturity, his anger dissipated almost entirely. Zhong Shutong, what brings you here? How fascinating. I was just thinking about you. And now you've collided with me. Even the heavens conspire to assist me. No wonder the sky is so beautiful today. It exists to embellish our encounter. Zhong Shutong, surprised to find Yi Liangchen approaching, felt a pang of annoyance. How could it be this insufferable man? Initially intending to apologize, she swiftly turned to return to her car. Yi Liangchen, perplexed, wondered what was happening. In the next moment, Zhong Shutong retrieved 2 bundles of cash from her bag and tossed them at Yi Liangchen's feet. Take the money. Get lost. Faced with Zhong Shutong's cold and disdainful gaze, Yi Liangchen did not perceive this as an insult. Instead, he flashed a charming smile, bending down to pick up the cash and pocketing it. Miss, you are quite intriguing. However, this habit of tossing money is rather unbecoming. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Yi Liangchen. Zhong Shutong had no desire to hear his words and turned back towards her car. At this moment, Zhong Jinghong and Zhong Yi, seated in the back, could no longer bear the scene. Zhong Yi remarked to his son, Jinghong, how can Shutong handle matters this way? Though I am eager to seek medical attention, it is not an excuse for rudeness. Even if we, the Zhong family, are wealthy, we should not bully others. Go and apologize to that young man. Zhong Jinghong nodded and promptly exited the car. Just as Zhong Shutong returned, ready to leave, he approached her. Shutong, how can you treat others this way? Your grandfather is displeased. We, the Zhong family, never bully the weak, especially when we are at fault. Hurry. Apologize to that young man. Zhong Jinghong spoke sternly. Father, please don't. Zhong Shutong protested. Get in the car. There's no need to apologize to someone like him. He's just trash. Enough. Zhong Jinghong reprimanded firmly, grasping Zhong Shutong's wrist and marching towards Yi Liangchen. Zhong Shutong was seething. Apologize to that fool Yi Liangchen? Absolutely not. I'd rather kill him than utter an apology. If I had recognized that scoundrel earlier, I would not have honked or braked. I would have pressed the accelerator to run him over. Zhong Shutong yearned to convey to her father that the world they inhabited was not the realm of reality, but rather a narrative universe where Yi Liangchen was the protagonist, endowed with an aura of destiny. The unfolding events of the day seemed preordained. Yet, certain truths were too profound for her to share with her father, for he would undoubtedly dismiss them as mere figments of her imagination, perhaps attributing them to an overindulgence in novels. Alas, the vexation was palpable. Cursed little rascal. Could you not have provided more information during today's update? Could you not have forewarned me of how I would encounter Yi Liangchen? Had I been forearmed, would I have appeared as disheveled as I do now? I would have certainly taken adequate precautions. I would have equipped my vehicle with a spiked bumper or perhaps affixed a row of blades, ensuring 2 steamrollers were poised for immediate deployment. After knocking that scoundrel down, I would have had the steamrollers roll over him twice, burying him into the pavement. I refused to believe he could survive that. Regrettably, I was unaware of this plot twist. The frustration is unbearable. Young man, are you all right? How is your friend? She observed, noticing the blood staining his trousers. It is my lack of parental guidance that has led to this. I apologize. Zhong Jinghong sincerely offered an apology to Yi Liangchen first. Not at all. I am quite resilient. It was merely a fall. And my friend is fine. He just had a hemorrhoid surgery, and the fall reopened the wound. No harm done. Yi Liangchen waved dismissively, propping up his electric bike. Zhong Jinghong, impressed by the young man's magnanimity, felt a surge of admiration. He promptly insisted that Zhong Shutong apologize to Yi Liangchen immediately. Zhong Shutong felt utterly despondent, caught in an inescapable predicament. Her father's insistence left her no choice but to apologize, lest he become angered. I am sorry, my previous attitude was inappropriate. Please forgive me, she said, her voice strained. It's quite all right. Just be more cautious while driving next time. I, Yi Liangchen, am an honorable man and would never extort anyone. Here, this is the money you dropped earlier. Please refrain from littering money in the future. Yi Liangchen remarked with a smirk, extending the 2 stacks of bills toward Zhong Shutong. Upon seeing the money, Zhong Shutong felt a surge of resentment. Yi Liangchen, are you mocking me? Or is this public humiliation before my father? Humph, just you wait. I will make sure to get back at you next time. Faced with her father's piercing gaze, Zhong Shutong reluctantly accepted the money back. Zhong Jinghong, observing Yi Liangchen's disinterest in fame and his pleasing demeanor, felt his fondness for the young man grow exponentially. He swiftly took the 2 stacks from Zhong Shutong and respectfully offered them back to Yi Liangchen. Young man, please accept this as rightful compensation. We truly have urgent matters to attend to. Otherwise, we would have properly apologized. I will ensure my daughter behaves appropriately in the future. Yi Liangchen declined the money. No need. If you have pressing matters, go attend to them. I have stated before, I am not one to extort money. Zhong Jinghong nodded in great satisfaction and reached for his business card. However, before he could present it to Yi Liangchen, Zhong Yi weakly called out from the car window. Cough, cough. Jinghong, I feel I can't hold on any longer. Just as he finished speaking, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. This sight horrified both Zhong Jinghong and Zhong Shutong, who rushed back to the vehicle. Yi Liangchen, witnessing the elder's distress, instantly sensed an opportunity and felt compelled to assist. His master had imparted medical knowledge to him for the purpose of healing and alleviating suffering. Zhong Jinghong and Zhong Shutong hurriedly opened the rear door and helped their grandfather sit upright. Shutong, quickly, fetch a bottle of water for your grandfather. Yes, Dad. Both of you. Drinking water is futile now. Allow me, Yi Liangchen said, a slight smile gracing his lips as he pushed Zhong Jinghong aside, placing his hand on Zhong Yi's forehead to assess his condition, followed by taking his pulse. Rest assured, I can treat the elder's ailment, but it will take 3 days. For now, he merely needs a medication to activate his blood flow, and he will be fine. I happen to have a few healing pills from the renowned Shao family. Your grandfather can take one now, and it will invigorate him. As he spoke, Yi Liangchen produced a small vial resembling an emergency heart pill, generously offering it to Zhong Jinghong. The latter was overwhelmed with excitement, eager to open the vial and administer the medicine to his father. Wait a moment, Dad. So, the grandfather only needs a medication to activate his blood flow to stabilize him temporarily? I happen to have just the thing, Zhong Shutong exclaimed, pulling out a small vial containing a blue pill. Previously, Wang Ye had provided her with the formula, and she had been diligently crafting this remedy. After numerous trials, she had perfected a blue pill that she was quite proud of, having brought a bottle with her. Taking one of these would provide immediate relief, far surpassing the effects of coffee or any other stimulant. How could I have overlooked this for grandfather? Had I known, I would have asked Wang Ye for some sooner. Since this remedy could temporarily manage grandfather's condition, she would use her own instead of being indebted to Yi Liangchen. If Yi Liangchen claimed he could cure her grandfather's ailment in 3 days, then she would have him treat her grandfather. Eager to discover who among them was the more skilled healer, Zhong Jinghong glanced at the vial in his hand, then at the blue pill Zhong Shutong offered him. He found himself at a loss for choice. At that moment, Zhong Yi mustered some strength and turned to Yi Liangchen. Young man, I thank you. May I ask your name and how you plan to cure my ailment within 3 days? Yi Liangchen, brimming with confidence, smirked. You're too kind, sir. My name is Yi Liangchen. Your condition is relatively rare. It stems from multiple injuries to your meridians during youth, leading to blockages as you age, which causes increasing frailty and regular occurrences of coughing and vomiting blood. Have you heard of the ghost doctor's 13 needles? Zhong Yi, listening intently to Yi Liangchen's words, felt a jolt of astonishment. This young man spoke with pinpoint accuracy. He was indeed exceptional. His ailment could only be discerned by a top-tier traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, while others would be at a loss, merely maintaining his condition, stating that without a healer skilled in the ghost doctor's 13 needles, he would never find a cure in his lifetime. Over the years, Zhong Yi had inquired extensively about the legendary ghost doctor's 13 needles, only to be met with disappointment, for the art had long been lost to time. Now, before him stood a young man who claimed to be the heir of this very technique, casting a shadow of doubt in Zhong Yi's heart. Yet, he reasoned that hope, no matter how faint, was better than none at all, and thus resolved to take a chance. Even if this youth turned out to be nothing more than a charlatan, the worst he would suffer was a financial loss. But what if his claims were true? The ghost doctor's 13 needles? Wasn't that said to be a lost art? If it truly existed, it could indeed cure my ailment. You are truly the heir of the ghost doctor's 13 needles? Absolutely. I am the sole inheritor of this remarkable technique in the world. Elder, please consume the nourishing pill I have provided. For tomorrow, I shall personally visit you. Splendid, splendid. I shall remember this, young friend Yi Liangchen. I am immensely grateful to you. Should you succeed in curing my illness, you shall be a benefactor to the Zhong family. Zhong Yi's eyes brimmed with gratitude as he directed a glance towards his son. Zhong Jinghong hesitated momentarily, but ultimately chose to honor his father's wishes. He had contemplated testing his daughter's pill, confident it was harmless, but his father was always meticulous in his decisions. Perhaps he had considered factors beyond his understanding. After all, it was merely a pill, and if it had any adverse effects, the Zhong family would not rest until they held him accountable. Nodding, Zhong Jinghong retrieved a black pill and placed it in Zhong Yi's mouth. At that moment, Zhong Shutong's heart seethed with resentment. That detestable Yi Liangchen had truly deceived them. Perhaps the ensuing events would unfold as a result of his saving her grandfather, leading the Zhong family to be exceedingly grateful, thus ensnaring her further. The narrative was already set in motion, and she could not alter it. Yet, she resolved to ensure she would never become part of Yi Liangchen's harem. Even Bai Shuowei had managed to alter her fate to some extent. Surely, so could Zhong Shutong. Yi Liangchen, here is my business card. Tomorrow, you shall call me, and I will arrange for someone to pick you up. With a face full of gratitude, Zhong Jinghong handed his card to Yi Liangchen, who accepted it with a genuine smile. Very well, Uncle Zhong, you may head home now. Rest assured, I shall take care of Elder Zhong's illness. With a smile, Zhong Yi nodded repeatedly, bidding farewell. The two parties parted ways, and Yi Liangchen approached his younger brother, Zhou Zhenghua. Brother, are you all right? Let us go. I will take you to the hospital immediately. Zhou Zhenghua gritted his teeth, enduring the searing pain from his wound as he replied, Brother Chun, I'm fine. You need not concern yourself with me. Go find Dong Yingzhu and the others. Tonight, we must show Zhu Wenlong and Zhao Mingxing what we are made of. No. Compared to avenging them, my brother's injury is of utmost importance. I am well aware of what takes precedence. Let us go. We are heading to the hospital now. Hearing Yi Liangchen's resolute words filled with conviction, Zhou Zhenghua nearly shed tears of gratitude. What does it mean to be a brother? This is what it means. Brother Chun, I, Zhou Zhenghua, vow to serve you for life. Riding an electric bike to the hospital seemed implausible at that moment. Ultimately, Yi Liangchen could not bear to abandon his electric bike and opted for a taxi to rush Zhou Zhenghua to the hospital. Although Yi Liangchen possessed medical knowledge, he was ill-equipped to perform any surgical procedures, let alone the intricate ones Zhou Zhenghua required. On their way home, Zhong Shutong drove with utmost caution, no longer daring to be careless. Upon returning home, Zhong Yi, having consumed the nourishing pill, surprisingly managed to exit the car unaided, without the assistance of Zhong Jinghong or Zhong Shutong. This Yi Liangchen truly possesses remarkable skills. The pill he provided is nothing short of miraculous. I feel as if I am completely rejuvenated. Father, This young man, Yi Lianshan, is indeed extraordinary. His character is noble and his integrity commendable. If he can truly cure your illness, I believe our Zhong family should extend him an opportunity. Ha ha ha, splendid. I cannot speak for much, but we can certainly fulfill that request. Should this individual prove beneficial to our family, it would be most advantageous. Meanwhile, Zhong Shutong, listening to her father and grandfather extolling Yi Lianshan, felt a surge of frustration. She yearned to counter their praises and diminish their favorable impression of him. Perhaps had it been by Xu Wei, she would have acted without hesitation. Yet, Zhong Shutong was not impulsive. She understood that anything she said would fall on deaf ears at that moment. She needed to devise a strategy to shift the tide. Soon, a spark of inspiration illuminated her mind. If Yi Lianshan is talented, then my little wild child must be even more so. Just wait and see. Chapter 60. This time, I wager my fate on you. With a newfound resolve, Zhong Shutong cast aside her earlier gloom and eagerly joined her father and grandfather in their conversation, lavishly praising Yi Lianshan while expressing her sincere apologies for her earlier impulsive actions. This shift in demeanor lightened Zhong Jinghong's expression, who had initially intended to reprimand her. Zhong Yi, too, recognized his clever granddaughter. She was indeed the pride of the Zhong family, and her words were music to his ears. Time passed swiftly, and 3 hours later, Zhong Jinghong attended to other matters, while Zhong Shutong thoughtfully remained by her grandfather's side. As the effects of the nourishing pill began to wane, Zhong Yi appeared less vibrant, lying in bed with heavy eyelids. Caring for her grandfather, Zhong Shutong inquired, "Grandfather, is it that the effects of the pill have worn off? Do you need another one?" After pondering, Zhong Yi replied, "Yes, please give me another one, then it shall be time to rest." "Certainly, grandfather. I will fetch it right away." However, as Zhong Shutong scoured the bedside, the cabinet, and various places, she was unable to locate the pill. Turning to Zhong Yi with an expression of innocent distress, she said, "Grandfather, I cannot find the medicine. What shall we do?" Zhong Yi furrowed his brow. How could such a precious remedy be misplaced? Just as his mood began to sour, Zhong Shutong produced a blue pill, waving it before him and stating, "Grandfather, this is another physician's medicine, akin to the nourishing pill Yi Lianshan provided. However, this pill has no side effects and lasts a full 12 hours. Would you care to try it?" As she spoke, Zhong Shutong felt a twinge of anxiety. Since returning home, her act of feigning admiration for Yi Lianshan had been a ploy to gain her grandfather's trust, allowing her to conceal Yi Lianshan's medicine and prevent her grandfather from taking it. Instead, she intended for him to consume this blue pill produced by Wang Ye. Once her grandfather experienced the wonders of this pill, he would undoubtedly sing praises for Wang Ye. At that point, her little wild child would have the opportunity to treat her grandfather. Although she was uncertain whether Wang Ye possessed any medical skills, she knew he was a time traveler. Since he was able to concoct this blue pill, he must possess considerable medical expertise. Even if he ultimately fails to cure my grandfather's ailment, at the very least, his arrival at the Zhong family tomorrow will disrupt the original storyline, thereby fulfilling my purpose. Ha ha ha, it is truly fitting that I am the granddaughter of Zhong Yi. I engage in similar tactics as my grandfather. Administer the medicine to me. How could I possibly doubt you? Such a mischievous girl. Upon discerning Zhong Shutong's intentions, Zhong Yi couldn't help but chuckle. "Grandfather, you really can't be deceived about anything," Zhong Shutong said, sticking out her tongue in embarrassment as she placed the blue pill into Zhong Yi's mouth. As the effects of the medicine began to take hold, Zhong Yi's eyes instantly sparkled with vitality. His face radiated disbelief, and he quickly appeared revitalized, even more so than before. "Girl, whose miraculous pill is this? The efficacy is astounding. This is not merely a feeling of comfort. It is an energy that seems to be nurturing my entire being." Zhong Yi gazed at Zhong Shutong in astonishment. "Grandfather, you may find this hard to believe, but this miraculous doctor is even younger than Yi Lianshan. It is that wastrel from the Wang family, Wang Ye, whom you and my father have recently grown increasingly skeptical of." "What, Wang Ye? Child, do not jest with me. That scoundrel has a terrible reputation. He indulges in extravagance and frivolity, lacking any scholarly pursuits. If he were not involved in business with you, he would have achieved nothing at all. How could he possibly be a miraculous doctor?" Zhong Yi's expression shifted multiple times, unable to fathom such a revelation. "Grandfather, in your opinion, what kind of person in this world is truly wise and powerful? I believe it must be someone who understands patience, knows when to advance and retreat, is adept at disguise, yet is already transformed into an existence beyond the reach of all of us." "Oh, are you suggesting that Wang Ye is a person of hidden depth, possessing extraordinary abilities?" "Precisely. If it weren't for my daily interactions with him, I would never have unearthed the secrets he possesses. This blue pill was crafted by him. Grandfather, let us be honest, which is more potent? Yi Liangqin's nourishing essence pill or Wang Ye's blue pill? Naturally, the blue pill is superior. My body feels warm and invigorated, as if my bones are being gently nurtured by a small flame. It is truly delightful. I haven't felt such ease in years. Zhong Yi answered without a moment's hesitation. Zhong Shutong responded with delight. Then it is settled. Why not invite Wang Yi to treat you tomorrow? We can let Wang Yi and Yi Liangqin compete to see whose medical skills are superior. What do you think, grandfather? That makes sense. You shall invite Wang Yi then. If he indeed possesses such remarkable skills, our Zhong family must contemplate how to engage with the Wang family. There are matters you may not understand. Our families have not been as harmonious as before. Aren't the Zhong and Wang families old friends? How could there be discord? Child, some matters are too complex for you to grasp now. We shall see the outcome tomorrow. If Wang Yi proves to be more capable than Yi Liangqin, I, your father, and your uncles, along with the rest of the Zhong family, will need to convene an urgent meeting. Then you will understand. Understood, grandfather. Zhong Shutong nodded repeatedly. At this moment, although she felt joy, she was predominantly shocked. Had the rift between the Zhong and Wang families truly begun to form? If the storyline were to unfold as anticipated, Yi Liangqin would undoubtedly gain favor with her father and grandfather tomorrow, leading the Zhong family to ally with Yi Liangqin, which would inevitably sever ties with the Wang family. Her relationship with Wang Yi would also change drastically. The thought sent a shiver down her spine. No matter what, I must ensure that Wang Yi defeats Yi Liangqin tomorrow. He harbors far too many secrets. I refuse to believe he is entirely inept. Such a prescription could not simply be concocted by just any physician, and even if it were, it would not be given so readily. It is undoubtedly derived from his own essence. I could sense his evasion through the gaze he cast upon me when he spoke. Little Yi, this time, I am truly wagering my fate upon you. You will not disappoint me, will you? Chapter 61 Wang Yi. Rest assured, Aunt Zhong, I understand. After bidding farewell to her grandfather, Zhong Shutong returned to her room. She immediately called Wang Yi. Hello, little Yi, I have something to discuss. As she spoke, Zhong Shutong felt a twinge of anxiety. She worried that Wang Yi might be unwilling to come or might concoct various excuses to postpone, which would pose a dilemma. After all, she couldn't truly force him to come. Aunt Zhong, why the formalities between us? You need not say more. I understand your intentions. Rest assured, I will arrive at your home punctually tomorrow. What is happening? Zhong Shutong was taken aback. She never anticipated that Wang Yi would take the initiative. She had assumed she would need to persuade him extensively, ultimately resorting to various threats to compel him to come. This outcome was completely unexpected. Little Yi, how did you know? I was calling to invite you to my house tomorrow. Of course I knew. Today, your grandfather is gravely ill and is seeking an old Chinese doctor named Lu Huayan. When he delayed, he ultimately called to say he had found a better doctor. The heir of the Ghost Gate 13 Needles, named Yi Liangqin. Aunt Zhong, you cannot imagine how hard I laughed when old Lu told me about Yi Liangqin. That foolish rustic? Not that I look down on him, but if he truly possessed the Ghost Gate 13 Needles, I, Wang Yi, would directly stream myself eating feces for the entire nation to see. He is merely a quack. Aunt Zhong, do not worry. Tomorrow, I absolutely will not allow him to show off in your home. I will take care of him, Wang Yi declared with a brash confidence, savoring a sip of coffee. Zhong Shutong initially felt delighted, but as she listened, she sensed something amiss. Wang Yi was putting on a show for her. How irritating. At such a crucial moment. He was still acting. Little Yi, how do you plan to confront Yi Liangqin tomorrow? Are you going to reveal your hidden medical skills? Medical skills? To deal with that rustic, do I need any medical skills? I have old Lu Huayan on my side. Why would I fear that rustic? He is the most skilled doctor in our Wang family, one of the foremost medical experts in Jiangxing. Tomorrow, I will personally bring old Lu to pay a visit, and I will ensure that rustic is utterly humiliated. Little Yi, I fear that if you do not showcase your true abilities tomorrow, you may lose to Yi Liangqin. I am well aware of old Lu Huayan. My grandfather sought him when he fell ill yesterday. But you may not know that Yi Liangqin truly is the heir of the Ghost Gate 13 Needles. If you happen to lose to him, the Zhong family may draw closer to him in the future. Do you understand what I mean? Rest assured, Aunt Zhong, I understand. Do you truly comprehend everything? I do. Just as you previously understood me, I understand you very well. Xiao Yeko, you are indeed an astute individual, and I trust you comprehend the gravity of the situation. Remember, you absolutely must not succumb to Yi Liangqin tomorrow. I have wagered my very fate upon you. Should you falter, I shall not adhere to the destiny that has been predetermined for me, even if it means my demise. Aunt Zhong, your words carry a tinge of melancholy. Perhaps so. I have said all I can, for some sentiments I can articulate, while others shall remain forever unspoken. Now rest well. Farewell. Beep beep beep. As the sound of the call disconnecting echoed in his ears, Wang Yi gradually set his phone down. casting a glance towards the living room where Tang Zimei sat on the sofa, engrossed in Neza Conquers the Dragon King. He couldn't help but sigh internally, "Aunt Zhong, your remarks have placed me in quite a predicament." Following the original narrative arc, Yi Lianshan would officially visit the Zhong family tomorrow to treat old Master Zhong's ailment. As the antagonist, Wang Ye harbored resentment towards Yi Lianshan and sought to utilize his family's esteemed physician, Lu Huayan, to humiliate Yi Lianshan in the Zhong household. However, the outcome would inevitably render him a mere stepping stone for Yi Lianshan's ostentation. Lu Huayan's proposed treatment was exceedingly conservative, merely maintaining the status quo without offering a cure. He firmly believed that there could not possibly be a successor to the legendary ghost doctor's 13 needles. Yi Lianshan, in his youth, was undoubtedly a charlatan. For one could not master traditional Chinese medicine without decades of dedication. Thus, Lu Huayan openly belittled Yi Lianshan, referring to him as a mere young upstart. To everyone's astonishment, Yi Lianshan remained unfazed, offering only a devilish smile as he produced silver needles and performed the 13 needles of the ghost doctor on Zhong Yi. Instantly, Zhong Yi appeared revitalized, radiating vitality. Subsequently, Yi Lianshan confidently proclaimed to all present that old Master Zhong's ailment could only be cured by his 13 needles, requiring merely 3 days of treatment, with needles administered thrice daily. Lu Huayan was left utterly stunned, rendered speechless and questioning his life choices. He ultimately exclaimed in awe that Yi Lianshan was indeed a contemporary miracle worker, promptly betraying his own stance and aligning with Yi Lianshan. For Lu Huayan had devoted his life to traditional Chinese medicine, and the enigmatic 13 needles were techniques he had long yearned to master. Thus, it was only natural that Yi Lianshan repeatedly outshone him, even poaching the Wang family's proud old physician. From that point forward, Yi Lianshan possessed a launching pad within the Zhong family, engaging with Zhong Shutong daily under the pretext of treatment. Eventually, Zhong Shutong withdrew from the company they co-founded, joining forces with Yi Lianshan to establish the Medicine God Society, which swiftly reaped substantial profits, consequently amplifying Yi Lianshan's financial clout. Reflecting on the ensuing narrative, Wang Ye couldn't help but smile wryly. The original plot? It seemed increasingly improbable to preserve it. All he could do was patch up the pieces and see how it ultimately unfolded, and uncertainty loomed ahead. Wang Ye recognized that the current portrayal of Zhong Shutong had diverged significantly from her original character. She appeared to anticipate that if she were to be humiliated by Yi Lianshan tomorrow, her fate would lead her to interact with him, hence her poignant words. Even now, though he feared no repercussions, standing against Yi Lianshan under the weight of disrupting the storyline felt somewhat helpless. It was no longer merely a question of whether he wished to defeat Yi Lianshan, but rather how to achieve victory. After all, he was not versed in traditional medicine. How could he heal or save anyone? As Wang Ye pondered these dilemmas, he absent-mindedly gazed at Tang Zimei. The latter, engrossed in her animated show, occasionally turned her head, catching Wang Ye's gaze, and so, they locked eyes for a full minute. Tang Zimei conceded, "All right, you win." She approached Wang Ye, waving her hand in front of his eyes, and inquired, "Boss, is something wrong with your eyes? Are you unwell? Why are you staring blankly?" "Oh Zimei, you simply wouldn't understand." Wang Ye sighed lightly, placing his coffee cup on the table. "If you don't explain, how could I possibly understand? If I tell you, you still wouldn't comprehend." "Not necessarily. Do you know traditional medicine? Are you familiar with acupuncture? Have you heard of the 13 needles of the ghost doctor?" Chapter 62. What do you intend to do? "I know a little about traditional medicine, but I don't practice acupuncture." "What are the 13 needles of the ghost doctor?" "Just as I thought." Wang Ye observed the earnest yet innocent expression on Tang Zimei's face, unable to suppress a bitter smile. At that moment, Yi Liuli called, "Hello, young master, I have something to discuss with you." "What is it?" "Yi Lianshan has sent a challenge to Zhu Wenlong and Zhao Mingqing, demanding a duel at the underground fighting arena on Zhu Wenlong's territory tonight. And then, I promptly had those two agree. Now, I just wanted to ask you, can I kill Yi Lianshan tonight?" Wang Yi frowned, once again sensing that the plot had veered off course. According to the original narrative, there hadn't been any challenge issued by Yi Lianshan. He had covertly maneuvered Zhu Wenlong and Zhao Mingsheng under the influence of Xiao Ming, Xiao Yang, and Zhou Zhenghua. Yet here we are, with Yi Lianshan openly issuing a challenge. Perhaps this alteration in the story arc is related to Yi Liuli's involvement. With that realization, Wang Yi felt a sense of clarity. From here on, he would no longer concern himself with the unfolding plot. If Lianshan sought his own demise by challenging Yi Liuli, then let him meet his end. Ahem, Liuli, you're a girl. How can you so readily resort to violence? What do you mean, young master? I mean nothing. As long as you're happy. Right, as long as you're satisfied. Do as you please. In a moment, I'll bring Zimei along to watch. I look forward to your performance. Understood, young master. I see you're testing my strength. Rest assured, that scoundrel Yi Liangshan won't last a single blow. Ahem. I'll hang up now, goodbye. Wang Ye quickly ended the call. I said nothing and did nothing. If Yi Liuli wishes to eliminate Yi Liangshan, that is her own realization, not a command from me. Haha. I simply allowed her to act freely. If the protagonist chooses to walk into the line of fire, what concern is it of mine? I'm merely here to observe. With this thought in mind, Wang Yi eagerly turned to Tang Zime, saying, Zime, go change into a more comfortable outfit suitable for a brawl. We're off to watch a show shortly. All right. Tang Zime nodded and swiftly vanished. Wang Yi, shaking off his earlier gloom, leaped with a graceful step back to his room and donned an eye-catching white suit. This night promised to be another spectacular performance. Should that unseen force working to mend the narrative not intervene, Yi Liangshan would undoubtedly meet his demise. And if I do not interfere with the storyline, would the protagonist's death mean I could evade the narrative altogether? Would Aunt Zhong's situation not resolve itself? Why am I still grappling with this? What a wonderful feeling. Seize the day. Let us revel in the moment. Wang Yi and Tang Zime stepped out into the night. Before long, they arrived at Zhu Wenlong's fighting arena. Master Wang, it's been a while. You're even more handsome than before. Ha! Master Wang, you look dashing tonight, like a prince on a white horse. You should really consider my daughter. I've recently taken in a delightful one named Baixua. Zhu Wenlong and Zhao Mingqing approached, their faces alight with excitement. Ahem, you both look quite handsome as well. Xiaoqing, please refrain from promoting your daughters. I have no interest. By the way, what happened to those scars on your faces? How did they vanish? Wang Yi, observing Zhu Wenlong and Zhao Mingqing behaving as if nothing were amiss, inquired curiously. Upon hearing this, both Zhu Wenlong and Zhao Mingqing were instantly filled with tears, their bodies trembling with discomfort. Compared to their now unblemished faces, they would have preferred to bear scars. The reason for the absence of scars was that the wounds inflicted by Yi Liuli were not threats, but rather a form of sorcery. Shortly after Wang Yi departed, their facial injuries had miraculously healed. The poison had absorbed the blood from their wounds, reconnecting and mending the flesh. Thus, they appeared to be in perfect health. However, the mere whisper of Yi Liuli's curse would plunge them into unbearable agony, a torment more excruciating than death itself. Just the thought of it was terrifying. The mere mention of Yi Liuli sent shivers of profound fear through Zhu Wenlong and Zhao Mingqing. That woman was nothing short of a demon. Beneath her innocent and charming exterior lay a terrifying fiend. Now, when Wang Yi inquired about their scars, although they felt uneasy, they dared not voice their discomfort. Yi Liuli had warned them that the matter of being cursed must remain secret, revealing it would trigger the poison and lead to their immediate demise. Thanks to you, young Master Wang, it is because of your influence that Yi Laoda took out the ancestral secret medicine for treating wounds for us. Applying this ointment has expedited our healing process, hence why we appear unscathed. Ah, yes indeed. It's all thanks to you, young Master Wang. Yi Laoda's ancestral remedy is truly remarkable. Ha. We are all on the same side. No need for thanks. I shall find a seat now. Tell the fighters to perform excellently and ensure that that scoundrel Yi Liangshan is beaten to the point where he can scarcely recognize himself. Anyone daring to wreak havoc on my territory must be made to regret it. Certainly, young Master Wang. Rest assured, with Yi Laoda in command, we shall ensure that Yi Liangshan has no means of returning. Indeed, that brash upstart Yi Liangshan dares to challenge you, young Master Wang. Tonight, my brothers will surely reduce him to ashes. Ha, splendid. Wang Yi laughed heartily, striding into the arena. At that moment, a considerable number of spectators had gathered to watch the arena match, and they greeted Wang Yi with fervent enthusiasm. It must be said that Wang Yi possessed a certain charisma in Jiangxing. Strutting confidently, he waved to the crowd as he entered the VIP seating area. No sooner had he settled in than Yi Liuli approached and took a seat beside him. Dressed in a fitted riding outfit and high-waisted trousers, her elegant black leather boots gave her the appearance of a female secret agent. Her perfect curves were unmistakably alluring, accentuated by her striking pink ponytail. Young Master, Yi Liangshan and his entourage have arrived and are preparing in the adjacent contestant area. The first fighter up is from Dong Yingzhua's training, who has won the championship in several consecutive arena matches. Yi Liuli remarked, her demeanor relaxed and at ease. What do you plan to do? Directly defeat him? Liuli, I think you might be more violent than Zime. Is that really okay? Of course. It saves time. They take turns, and I'll take each one down. Just watch. Young Master. Haha, what else can I say? You are incredible, my lady. I expected fighters to be dispatched, but for you to step in yourself adds quite the spectacle. Tang Zime chimed in, giving Yi Liuli a thumbs up. Before long, Yi Liangshan, accompanied by Xiao Ming, Xiao Liang, Dong Yingzhua, and Dong Feifei, appeared in the opposing stands. At that moment, the arena gate swung open, revealing a burly young man, standing at approximately 6 feet tall, with a fierce gaze. He struck a few poses before swaggering onto the stage. The surrounding LED screens immediately displayed his information. Zhao Ming, 23 years old, 181 centimeters, 75 kilograms class fighter. 6-time champion of arena boxing matches. Young master, it's my turn to step onto the stage. All right, go for it. Lioli, give it your all. Yi Lioli nodded. Rising to accept boxing gloves from a subordinate, she leaped onto the arena with agility. The LED screen displayed her information. Yi Lioli, 19 years old, 168 centimeters. 48 kilograms fighter, historical boxing record, 0. As Yi Lioli entered the arena, many spectators began to whistle and shout, "A freebie, a freebie. This lady is a freebie." The subordinates accompanying Yi Lianchun erupted in laughter. Yet, Yi Lianchun, being the male lead with more decorum, refrained from mocking her. Instead, he instructed Dong Yingjue to rein in his subordinates, asserting that they were the righteous faction and should not speak disrespectfully, especially towards women. Dong Yingjue immediately assured him that he would keep his men in check. Observing the two fighters in the arena, Yi Lianchun couldn't help but smirk. This pink-haired female fighter had an undeniably stunning figure. Most striking were her uniquely beautiful eyes. He had never encountered a woman whose eyes could be so captivating. Wang Ye, that wasteful rich kid, was indeed squandering such a remarkable girl as potential by letting her fight. It was no wonder Bai Shuowei despised him. And Zhong Shutong looked down upon him. He truly lacked an understanding of women. Women are to be cherished, not exploited. This female fighter was a pitiable girl. If the opportunity arose, Liangchen wouldn't mind providing her with a warm harbor, sparing her from such physical suffering in the future. As the countdown for the match began, the referee called for both contestants to prepare. 3, 2, 1. Upon completing the countdown, a hint of disdain appeared on Wang Ming's lips. He did not immediately attack Yi Lioli. "My dear, underground boxing is no trifling matter. You dare step into the ring without any experience? Your courage is commendable. But you should concede. I, Wang Ming, disdain fighting women." With a sudden movement, Yi Lioli lowered her center of gravity and charged forward, while Wang Ming was still blustering. She landed a powerful punch to his chest. He was sent sprawling like a rag doll, crashing into a pillar within the arena, blood spewing forth, his fate uncertain. "Trash." Yi Lioli disdainfully removed one of her gloves and gestured a middle finger towards Yi Lianchen and the others. At that moment, the entire arena fell silent, followed by a thunderous applause and cheers. They had assumed this female fighter had never fought before and lacked strength, merely there to fill the space. Yet unexpectedly, she knocked Wang Ming out with a single punch, and the force was evidently significant, sending him flying and causing him to bleed profusely. Whether he lived or died was an unknown. Yi Lianchun and the others furrowed their brows at this turn of events. Dragon King. It appears Zhu Wanlong and Zhao Mingqing have secretly hired formidable experts. My strongest fighter, Wang Ming, has just been taken down. What shall we do now? Dong Yingjue exclaimed anxiously. Yi Lianchen nonchalantly waved his hand, a wicked smile playing at the corners of his mouth. An intriguing woman. I must engage with her. This might not be wise, Dragon King. You are still injured, and it's only the second match. Must you take the field yourself? Dong Yingju's eyes sparkled with concern, despite her words being laden with care. Dragon King, you are not suited for battle. Indeed, Dragon King, allow me to take your place. The brothers Xiao Ming and Xiao Liang quickly urged. Yi Lianchen waved them off. She is merely a naive young girl. I do not regard her as a threat. I find her admirable and wish to exchange a few blows, to get acquainted. There is no that. Hand me the gloves. Understood, Dragon King. Yi Lianchen rose, donned the gloves, and descended from the platform to ascend the stage. As he stood upon the arena, the LED screen failed to display his details. For Yi Lianchen had not intended to fight, leaving the backstage crew unable to update in time. Knight Lioli, seeing Yi Lianchen take to the arena so swiftly, was utterly delighted, a smile breaking across her face. Foolish male lead, haha. Though I am still unclear about the nature of our story, it seems irrelevant now. I only wish to eliminate you. Once you are gone, my mission in Jiangsheng will be complete. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yi Lianchen. Might I inquire as to your residence, fair maiden? Do you have any kin, and why do you choose to fight in this underground arena? Yi Lianchen casually stretched his limbs, smiling at Knight Lioli. Enough with your prattle. You might as well turn to your friends and deliver your last words. Oh, haha. My lady, your jest is devoid of humor. Our meeting is serendipitous. What did that worthless rich heir Wang Ye offer you to risk your life here? Knight Lioli fell silent, her expression icy as she glared at Yi Lianchen, waiting for the referee to signal the start of the match. She could hardly tolerate this fool. Were it not for the respect for the rules of the competition, she would have undoubtedly delivered a blow that would shatter Yi Lianchen's skull. Ha ha ha, my lady. I perceive anger in your gaze, yet I also sense sorrow. Have you ever considered? Before Yi Liangchun could finish his rambling soliloquy, the referee blared the horn. Enraged, Yi Liangchun shot a cold glare at the referee. The referee, wide-eyed, returned the glare and promptly announced, "Competitors, prepare yourselves. The match will commence after a 3-second countdown. 3, 2, 1. As the tense moment arrived, Wang Ye observed intently. Perhaps for the audience, this was merely a contest, but for Wang Ye, it represented a pivotal decision of fate. He was probing the rules of this world, testing the mysterious unknown. Would Yi Liangchun meet his demise? If so, what would ensue? "Die, you fool!" Knight Lioli shouted, charging directly at Yi Liangchun. Chapter 64. Lioli's wrath against Yi Liangchun. Her initial words were meant to convey, "Die, foolish male lead." Yet the latter did not utter a sound. Knight Lioli found this situation unremarkable. She had encountered it numerous times before. Whenever critical information or keywords arose, he would become mute. As Knight Lioli rushed towards him, Yi Liangchun did not hesitate, swinging his fist at her. Bang! The impact of their clash left Yi Liangchun feeling as though his entire arm might dislocate, pain rendering him immobile. This woman was overwhelmingly powerful. He could not contend with her ferocity. The sheer force of the blows sent him staggering backward over 10 paces until he collided heavily against the railing. His right arm, which had struck Knight Lioli, was now utterly incapacitated. At that moment, Knight Lioli charged again, her fist aimed at Yi Liangchun's face. Terrified, he quickly sidestepped. But it was too late. Half of his face was struck with brutal force. Bang! The heavy punch left Yi Liangchun's head ringing, blood streaming from his nose. His eardrum ruptured, and his eyes bloodshot, his cheek marred and crimson. The power of her strikes was terrifying, had he not been wearing gloves. Knight Lioli was certain this blow would have split his skull. A third punch followed, aimed directly at Yi Liangchun's neck. Knight Lioli intended to snap his neck. With that, he would breathe his last. Whoosh! Just then, Xiao Ming arrived just in time, yanking Yi Liangchun off the stage. Bang! Knight Lioli's punch missed, crashing into a pillar instead, which shattered on impact. Seeing Xiao Ming intervene, Knight Lioli discarded her gloves, abandoning pretense. Swish! Like a fleeting shadow, she drew a crescent-shaped blade, aiming straight for Yi Liangchun's throat. Xiao Ming, witnessing the knife attack, was struck with terror. He could sense the formidable strength of this female fighter, a horror beyond his capacity to confront. Clang! In a critical moment, Xiao Yang rushed in with his own weapon to intercept. The force of their clash sent him staggering backward, blood spilling from his mouth, and the wrist holding his weapon was nearly shattered. Xiao Yang, quickly! Get the Dragon King to safety. Xiao Ming hurled Yi Liangchun to Xiao Yang as if he were a sandbag, drawing his long blade to strike at Knight Lioli. Clang! Clang! Bang! After exchanging several blows, Xiao Ming felt his blood surge in reverse, as if his veins might burst. Ultimately, on the third strike, with all his strength, he evaded Knight Lioli's blade, attempting to flee, yet he was still sent flying by a kick. Knight Lioli dispatched Xiao Ming in mere seconds. Before Yi Liangchun could even catch his breath, he found Knight Lioli, knife in hand, once more lunging towards his throat, her speed akin to lightning. Wang Ye, observing the fight, felt his heart leap into his throat. Exhilarating, thrilling, blood-pumping. Knight Lioli truly embodied the might of the Miaojiang Saintess. Her power was indeed formidable. Yes, this is how you eliminate this fool. Clang! Just as the blade was less than 2 centimeters from Yi Liangchun's throat, a buzzing sound filled the air. An elderly man clad in blue appeared, deftly pinching the blade between his fingers. Even as Knight Lioli gritted her teeth and exerted force to pierce Yi Liangchun's heart, she could not advance an inch. My dear girl, one should exercise mercy. He bears no grudge against you, and no enmity has arisen between you. Why must you drive him to death? The old man remarked, his expression unperturbed, devoid of turmoil. Upon witnessing the appearance of this elder, Wang Ye's eyes narrowed to slits. Again you? Old Master Xiao Jingluan. The Xiao family is truly unwavering in their loyalty to the male lead. It seems that eliminating the male lead is not as simple as one might imagine. You meddlesome old fool. I command you to perish. Knight Lioli's lips curled into a cold smile as a flash of red erupted from her sleeve, striking directly for Xiao Jingluan's throat. Swish! Just as the crimson shadow was about to strike at the throat, Xiao Jingluan transformed into a fleeting shadow, whisking Yi Liangchun 5 steps away in an instant. Huh? Thinking of escaping? In front of me, Yi Lioli. Fleeing is utterly futile. Yi Lioli's lips curled into a cold smile as 7 more crimson shadows darted from her sleeve, hurtling towards Xiao Jingluan. Each of these diminutive shadows, no larger than a thumb, was cloaked in a dense, blood-red scale armor, resembling a molten iron bead, and they flew at speeds akin to lightning. Faced with the encirclement of 8 blood-red insects, Xiao Jingluan's expression darkened considerably. Ming'er, Liang'er, you must leave at once. If you don't hurry, it will be too late. For now, I can only ensure the safety of the Dragon King. Xiao Jingluan admonished the severely injured Xiao Ming and Xiao Liang, and with Yi Liangchen, he morphed into a fleeting image, darting toward a window in the venue. The 8 insects followed closely. Even a mere delay of 1/100th of a second could lead to disaster. Wang Ye clenched his fists tightly as he watched Xiao Jingluan nearing escape through the window. Cough, Zimei. Huh. Tang Zimei turned to Wang Ye in confusion. But he uttered not a single word. He merely fixed his gaze on Xiao Jingluan, who was maneuvering through the chaos and was on the verge of reaching the window. Boss, I understand. With a swift motion, Tang Zimei flung a flying dagger. Clang. At the critical moment, Xiao Jingluan flicked the dagger away with a single finger. However, this dagger successfully delayed his escape, as 2 of the insects had already sealed off his path. The self-proclaimed master, Xiao Jingluan, was now sweating profusely. What a terrifying dagger. Had it not been for my formidable strength, I would have surely met my doom. Whoosh. A shadow dashed past. Old man, if you wish to survive, leave the person behind, or else we will all perish. Tang Zimei, wielding 3 flying daggers, stood resolutely before the window like a steadfast pine. Just one Yi Lioli had already proven to be a formidable opponent, and now another, even more terrifying combatant had emerged. The earlier dagger had already forced him into a corner, and now this woman brandished 3 daggers. Her strength was indeed formidable. If all 3 daggers were to come at me simultaneously, I might manage to block 2, but the remaining one would either strike me or the Dragon King. Regardless of who it hits, it would undoubtedly be fatal. How infuriating. How could such a master exist in this small Jiang city? Sister Zimei, thank you. No need for pleasantries. Old man, die. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 8 crimson shadows lunged towards Xiao Jingluan from all directions. In Chapter 65, as he contemplated how to respond to the drama at the Zhong family tomorrow, Xiao Jingluan was well aware of the nature of these red insects. They could not be killed, crushed, burned, or frozen. They were laced with deadly poison, and to touch them meant instant death. Moreover, their flight speed rivaled that of bullets, making them exceedingly difficult to contend with. Engaging in a war of attrition against such insects was futile, as they could fly relentlessly for an entire day without pause, while a human could scarcely endure for even an hour. Just as the 8 crimson shadows and Tang Zimei forced Xiao Jingluan to confront the dire situation, a loud crash resounded. Whoosh! A gray shadow shattered the window and darted in, brushing past Tang Zimei. The next moment, both Xiao Jingluan and Yi Liangchen vanished without a trace. The 8 red insect shadows were left empty-handed, and Tang Zimei stared in disbelief at the unfolding scene. She found it hard to believe that such a powerful individual existed in this world. Even her own master seemed to fall short of reaching such a level. Sitting in the stands, Wang Ye was thoroughly stunned. One Xiao Jingluan was already beyond the norm, but now another gray shadow had flitted by. Without even a glimpse of the person, both Yi Liangchen and Xiao Jingluan had been whisked away by this gray figure. Who was this individual, and what was their identity? Why would they choose to assist Yi Liangchen in such a critical moment? Countless questions swirled in his mind. Wang Ye began to connect the dots with some of the powerful figures mentioned in the narrative. Could it be that this person was Yi Liangchen's master? The book offered scant details about Yi Liangchen's master, only mentioning them once in a recollection. His master, clad in gray, resembled a beggar and was unappreciated in prison, yet possessed unparalleled strength, gathering the world's ultimate skills. Even Yi Liangchen did not possess a complete understanding of his master, only knowing that they were exceptionally powerful. Observing the chaotic battlefield, Wang Ye fell into deep contemplation. He had always regarded Yi Liangchen as an underdog, someone who had risen from humble beginnings. Now he realized that everything had already been predetermined. Yi Liangchen's ascent was unstoppable. This grandson's backing was indeed terrifyingly powerful. He was far from a mere grassroots figure. Meanwhile, Wang Ye, the antagonist, had always believed in his family's might, thinking no one in Jiang City could rival him. If he had not followed the plot, he could have easily dispatched Yi Liangchen in an instant. How absurd and laughable was that notion? Killing Yi Liangchen was indeed a formidable challenge. While Yi Lioli and Tang Zimei could join forces to take down Xiao Jingluan, what about that gray shadow? Could he truly be Yi Liangchen's master? If so, then Wang Ye and the entire Wang family were but pawns in the hands of someone else, mere fodder for training the apprentice. If he were not Yi Liangchen's master, then who was he? Wang Ye remained restless, gripping the chair so tightly that his hands left marks. Whoosh! Tang Zimei and Yi Lioli exchanged glances, transforming into 2 fleeting shadows, darting out in pursuit. 5 minutes later, they returned to Wang Ye's side, both shaking their heads. In truth, both Tang Zimei and Yi Lioli were equally astonished. Their thoughts mirrored Wang Ye's. They believed the male protagonist was currently a weakling, easily disposable. However, they had not anticipated the emergence of two formidable figures in succession. At this moment, they understood that the protagonist was not so easily vanquished. And breaking the shackles of fate was no simple feat. The more difficult it became, the more it ignited the fighting spirit within Yi Liuli and Tang Zimei. Young master, the person has escaped. What should we do now? Boss, that gray shadow is quite mysterious, utterly inscrutable. Today was merely an appetizer. I will know how to play the game from now on. With a hearty laugh, Wang Ye rose and walked outside. Yi Liuli and Tang Zimei exchanged glances and closely followed him. The sycophants, Zhu Wenlong and Zhao Mingqing, seeing Wang Ye about to leave, hurriedly rushed forward to curry favor, their words already prepared. However, they were met with a glare from Yi Liuli. Reluctantly, they halted, looking quite aggrieved. Outside the underground boxing arena, Wang Ye addressed Yi Liuli and Tang Zimei. The road ahead may be long, and many challenges await us. How about I offer you both a raise? The two women exchanged glances and shook their heads repeatedly. Young master, I come from the mountains, and I have always been frugal with money. 2,000 is sufficient. My failure to eliminate Yi Lianshan today was my oversight, and I will certainly learn from this experience, ensuring he never escapes or is rescued again. Boss, it's my fault for being too slow. If I were to join forces with Lu Li, even if that shadowy figure possesses immense strength, while he may be able to protect Yi Lianshan, he cannot shield that old man. Ha ha, I have stated, today is merely an appetizer. You two need not take it too seriously. Lu Li, I leave the concluding matters to you. Zimei and I shall take our leave first. Wang Yi chuckled, waving at Yi Lu Li, striding purposefully towards the direction of the car. Understood, young master. Yi Lu Li replied, glancing at Tang Zimei. Tang Zimei held up 3 fingers to Yi Lu Li, then pointed towards the night sky, before hastily following Wang Yi. Yi Lu Li nodded silently, checking her watch. It was 11 o'clock in the evening, with 4 hours remaining. Tang Zimei, I shall wait for you. Upon returning to the villa, Wang Yi, seemingly unfazed, tidied up briefly before retiring to bed. As he lay there, he tossed and turned, unable to find sleep, his mind flitting between thoughts of Zhong Shetong, the failed attempt to eliminate Yi Lianshan, and the unexpected lack of punishment from the system. Ultimately, a sense of confusion enveloped him. Life, which once appeared so straightforward, now seemed shrouded in fog. He could not discern what the next step should be or what tomorrow might bring. The following day, Wang Yi awoke groggily. His first order of business, as had become his habit over the past few days, was to review the intelligence sent by his butler, Su Qingquan. After perusing the information, he found no surprises. Most of what transpired the previous night had already been deduced during his sleepless hours. It is once again time to pen my daily review. Suddenly, I find myself at a loss for words, for so much has transpired that it is difficult to grasp. The male lead, Yi Lianshan, turns out to be an indestructible cockroach. Tomorrow's encounter at the Zhong family is looming, yet I am uncertain how to respond. Moreover, my father mentioned that my grandfather will be returning to give me a surprise. What kind of surprise could it be? Chapter 66, accompanied by the adorable Zimei. We set forth, as thoughts flooded into her mind, by Xu Wei, Zhong Shetong, the Phantom, Tang Zimei, Xiao wants you. Yi Lu Li. She instinctively straightened her posture and began to read with utmost seriousness. Yi Lu Li, this woman is truly formidable. Last night, she nearly incapacitated Yi Lianshan. No wonder she is the holy maiden of Miaojiang. Her methods are ruthlessly effective. Initially, her arrival instilled a sense of fear in me, but now I realize she is a valuable ally. Having been so thoroughly beaten last night, Yi Lianshan should barely be able to lift his arm today. Given this state, how will he manage to attend the Zhong family gathering? Although I am not yet prepared, I find myself somewhat eager for the unfolding drama at the Zhong family, As Yi Lu Li enjoyed her breakfast, she felt that the soy milk in her cup tasted sweeter than before. A smile of delight spread across her face. Indeed, Wang Ye had finally updated her on his news. It appeared that he too could feel apprehensive towards her, which amused her greatly. What would he do with the Zhong family? Perhaps I shall accompany him. After all, remaining idle is rather dull. If Tang Zimei can follow him daily, it seems only reasonable for me, as his enforcer, to do the same. Besides, Zimei and I have forged a strong alliance. Even if Wang Yi is reluctant to bring me along, Zimei will surely assist me. Recalling her partnership with Tang Zimei, Yi Lu Li could not help but remember their late-night rendezvous at 3 a.m., where they had ventured into the outskirts to hone their martial skills. That sparring session left a profound impression on Yi Lu Li. She was deeply moved. Tang Zimei's prowess was extraordinary, her attacks vicious, during their direct confrontations. Yi Lu Li found herself utterly outmatched. Had it been Tang Zimei facing Yi Lianshan in the arena, perhaps a single strike would have claimed his life. Furthermore, Zimei's speed surpassed her own. It was truly embarrassing. While her own strength had risen, she lacked the decisiveness and skillfulness that Tang Zimei possessed. Her greatest talent undeniably lay in the realm of poison, which suited her best. In terms of pure combat, Tang Zimei was undoubtedly an unrivaled force within their peer group. After their martial practice, the two intended to share heartfelt words, yet whenever they approached significant topics, their lips moved but no sound emerged. Both Yi Lu Li and Tang Zimei understood this phenomenon. Thus they engaged in a blend of audible and silent exchanges, attempting to decipher each other's thoughts through lip reading. Ultimately, they established an alliance, vowing to join forces against formidable foes and to support one another in times of need, while also agreeing to meet nightly for continued martial training. Reflecting on this pact with Tang Zimei brightened Yi Lu Li's spirits. She felt that remaining in Jiang City was indeed meaningful. After finishing her breakfast in a flurry, Yi Lu Li mounted her motorcycle and headed towards Wang Ye's villa. Meanwhile, within the ancestral home of the Zhong family, Zhong Shutong felt a flutter of anxiety. This rascal Wang Ye is still unprepared? What could he possibly be lacking? This truly worries me. Furthermore, the news of Yi Lianshan being injured to the point of immobility, struck down by the holy maiden of Miaojiang, Yi Lu Li, left her perplexed. Who is she? In Yi Lianshan's villa, Xiao Wansu sat on the sofa in the living room, absorbing the information and glancing at Yi Lianshan, who appeared disheveled with bandages wrapped around his head and arms. She was well aware of the events that transpired the previous night and felt a distinct shift in Wang Ye. He was no longer the same. Last night, he had genuinely attempted to eliminate Yi Lianshan, rather than merely putting on an act as he had done before. The new female lead, Yi Lu Li, was terrifyingly powerful. The poison she wielded was formidable. Fortunately, she had refrained from accompanying them last night. Otherwise, she too would have sustained injuries. Even though her talents in cultivation surpassed those of her two elder brothers, it would have been futile against Yi Lu Li's full force. Was Wang Ye also heading to the Zhong family? The Zhong family. Now this was becoming intriguing. Surely, Wang Ye wouldn't be teaming up with Yi Lianshan to treat old Master Lin, would he? Wang Ye actually possesses medical skills. Now I find myself somewhat eager for what is to come. Initially, I had rejected my grandfather's invitation to the Zhong family, but now it seems I cannot decline. I must accompany them to witness the unfolding drama. Perhaps I shall engage in a few discreet maneuvers to assist Wang Ye and trip up Yi Lianshan. My involvement will undoubtedly challenge all your preconceived notions. Though the Xiao family remains steadfastly loyal to Yi Lianshan, from my grandfather down to my two brothers, I refuse to pledge allegiance to such a foolish male lead, a man who becomes paralyzed in the presence of a beautiful woman. Meanwhile, Bai Shuawei, driving to the company, felt a wave of despondency wash over her upon receiving this news. Wang Ye, have you truly forgotten me? You seem unconcerned. Having abandoned your past habit of berating me for being foolish, and now even that has ceased. As the narrative unfolds at the Zhong family, both you and Yi Lianshan will be present. What transpires next is bound to be quite exhilarating, I assent it. Regrettably, I am not destined to set foot in that place. The Zhong family, alas, is an echelon far beyond the reach of my Bai family. Until next time, I shall have to await another opportunity. Who knows what the next chapter of this tale will unfold? Within Wang Ye's villa, though this world is becoming increasingly perplexing to me, with many matters veiled in obscurity, it seems that the present, in its complexity, offers far more intrigue than a life easily discerned. Damn it, my alarm clock has gone off. Rise and shine. Soon, I shall take my adorable Zimei out for an excursion. Having pinned the final 2 reviews, Wang Ye swiftly donned his attire with the dexterity of the Tianshan shadowless hand and sprang from his bed. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully uploading your reviews. Reward, Pure Yang Wujigong. A reward of martial arts? I wonder how formidable it is. Does it compare to Yi Lianshan's void body refinement technique? Chapter 67, Young Master. I take delight in such endeavors. Just as Wang Ye was lost in curiosity, a warm, invigorating energy enveloped his entire being. Subsequently, the method and effects of Pure Yang Wujigong materialized in his mind. The Pure Yang Wujigong is an exceptional art that harmonizes both internal and external cultivation, merging stillness with motion, refining the internal organs while honing the sinews and skin externally. Wang Ye briefly absorbed the essence of this technique and eagerly commenced a small circulation of his internal energy. In less than 5 minutes of this modest practice, he felt as though he were enveloped by countless miniature suns. The overwhelming vigor coursing through him was profoundly exhilarating. This left Wang Ye contemplating how the effect would manifest if he were to execute the Lingbo Weibu while simultaneously channeling Pure Yang Wujigong. With this thought in mind, Wang Ye hastily descended the stairs to the gym on the 3rd floor and commenced his training. This trial instantly illuminated his eyes. Under the enhancement of Pure Yang Wujigong, his Lingbo Weibu reached new heights. His form became a mere shadow, darting about the gym with unparalleled speed. Even a casual punch sent the sandbag spinning a full 360 degrees. Most astonishingly, with the infusion of this yang energy, he felt no fatigue, as though he possessed inexhaustible strength. Moreover, this invigorating force could permeate outward, aiding others in nurturing and repairing their meridians. Observing Wang Ye's every movement from the shadows, Tang Zimei was filled with admiration. Wang Ye, indeed, was a hidden talent. He radiated robust yang energy, and his attacks were formidable, while his movements were remarkably elusive. It was hard to believe that such prowess did not stem from the guidance of a master. After practicing pure yang wujigong for a while, Wang Ye deemed it time to depart the third floor, his spirits high. After breakfast, he set out with Tang Zimei, donned in a school uniform. Upon descending, they encountered Yi Liuli, who was perched on a sleek motorcycle, waving at him. "Young master, good morning." "Liuli, how did you know I resided here? What brings you to me?" "What? Is it improper to seek you out without a purpose, young master?" "Liuli, you have yet to eat breakfast, haven't you? Allow the auntie at the villa to prepare a delicious meal for you while you amuse yourself here. Zimei and I have some important matters to attend to today." "Oh, what are these matters? Why not take me along? I have nothing to do and would love to accompany you, young master. You see, having just come from the mountains, I am curious about the many wonders of this bustling metropolis." As Liuli spoke, her enchanting eyes radiated tenderness. Wang Yi met her gaze momentarily and felt as if a potent energy resided within those eyes, evoking an irresistible affection. Ah, it dawned on him. This must be a form of secretive ocular technique from the Gu poison sect. He must be cautious not to engage in prolonged eye contact with Yi Liuli, lest he fall prey to her subliminal influence. The mere thought was chilling. This woman is rather perilous. "Liuli, it's not that I am unwilling to take you, but the matters I attend to today must proceed without a hitch. Given your unpredictable temperament, I believe it would be better if you—" "Boss, I find Liuli to be quite obedient. How could she be unstable? Let us bring Liuli along. I trust she will heed your words." Indeed, young master. I, Yi Liuli, am a model of professionalism, fully compliant with your commands. Whatever you instruct, I shall execute. If you bid me refrain, I shall do so without hesitation. Sister Zimei has assured me of this. What is there to fear?" As she spoke, Yi Liuli gracefully leaped down from the motorcycle and approached Wang Ye. He glanced at Tang Zimei, then at the eager Yi Liuli. "Very well. If they wish to accompany me, so be it. Having these two by my side will surely instill terror in that fellow, Yi Lianshan. I wonder if he will tremble in my presence." The trio mounted the vehicle and sped toward a renowned traditional Chinese medicine clinic in Jiangqing. Upon their arrival at the clinic, a Bentley awaited them. As Wang Yi stepped out of the car, the window rolled down to reveal the venerable Lu Huayan, who greeted him with an affable smile. "Xiao Yezi, let us be off. I've been waiting for you for 5 minutes. You youngsters must learn to be punctual, lest I find myself waiting on you again." Wang Yi, gratified by the elder's support, nodded with a smile. "Certainly, old Lu. I shall ensure you wait 5 minutes less next time. I shall lead the way." "Excellent." Lu Huayan chuckled, signaling the driver to follow them as they set off. In due course, they arrived at the parking lot before the Zhong family's ancestral residence. As the car halted, Wang Yi, accompanied by Tang Zimei and Yi Liuli, stepped forward, while Lu Huayan trailed behind with 2 graduate students, exuding confidence. "Xiao Yezi, I haven't seen you in a while, yet your complexion appears to have improved significantly. You seem far sturdier than before. Old Lu, you flatter me. You might as well say I have great vitality." "Ah, Xiao Yezi, you truly do possess great vitality." "Ha ha. Well done, old Lu. Maintain that spirit when we confront the Zhong family. Today, I intend to thoroughly deal with that muddy-legged Yi Lianshan. Cough, cough, young master. I am merely here to heal and save lives. Do not cause me any trouble. Today's visit is to broaden your horizons and to elevate your stature before the Qin family. You represent the Wang family, so be mindful of your demeanor, understood? Old Lu, I am fully aware of what you speak. Rest assured." "Good. Then let us proceed." The group exited the parking lot, making their way toward the Zhong family's main entrance. As they approached, Yi Liuli gently tugged at Wang Ye's sleeve, whispering, "Young master, Yi Lianshan is here. Right behind us. Look." Wang Yi turned to find, indeed, Yi Lianshan. At that moment, Yi Lianshan's head was wrapped in bandages, topped with a black knit cap, and one arm was swathed in a bandage, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. Xiao Jingluan and Xiao Wanqiu flanked him. Upon spotting Wang Yi, Xiao Wanqiu seized the opportunity while her grandfather and Yi Lianshan were distracted and excitedly waved at Wang Yi from a distance. The enmity was palpable. Wang Yi, in turn, decided to delay his entrance into the Zhong family residence, adopting an air of arrogant defiance as he awaited Yi Lianshan's approach, ready to humiliate him. After all, as the antagonist, it would be remiss not to insult the protagonist upon their meeting. What is this beggar doing here? His attire is far too modern for soliciting alms. Lu Li, go? Toss some money at this beggar and send him on his way, Wang Ye proclaimed, hands on his hips, laughing boisterously. His voice raised high to ensure Yi Liangchen could hear him. Lu Li, delighted by the task, nodded eagerly. All right, young master, I relish doing this. With that, Lu Li stepped forward excitedly, producing a crumpled dime from her pocket, crumpling it in her hand, and tossing it directly at Yi Liangchen. What a foul beggar. You cannot just waltz in here. Pick up the money and scram. My young master doesn't wish to see your face. Yi Liangchen felt a surge of anger. At that moment, any admiration he had previously held for Lu Li evaporated, replaced by loathing and murderous intent. This woman, whom he despised with every fiber of his being, was nothing but a vile sycophant of Wang Ye. Despite her attractive appearance, her heart was as venomous as a snake's. One day, he vowed, she would meet her demise. She deserved nothing less than a torturous end. What do you mean by what? Hurry up, pick up the money and get lost. Your presence sullies my young master's view. Leave now, or I shall gladly teach you, foul beggar, a lesson you won't forget. Lu Li clenched her fists, eager to strike Yi Liangchen. Xiao Jingluan, witnessing the scene, was equally incensed, grinding his teeth at the brazen girl from Miaojiang, who was being unreasonably aggressive. However, in a surprising turn of events, Yi Liangchen bent down and picked up the dime. Miss, I advise you against throwing money carelessly in the future. I do not have the time to waste here. Step aside, he said, suppressing his fury while maintaining a calm demeanor as he advanced forward. What? You picked up my money and think it's insufficient? Do you want $5 instead? You filthy beggar, I swear I'll make you regret this. Lu Li shouted, heedless of the consequences, and lunged at Yi Liangchen with a punch aimed directly at him. Xiao Jingluan's face paled with alarm. Bang! He instinctively stepped in front of Yi Liangchen, intercepting Lu Li's blow. Miss, this is Zhong family territory. I kindly ask you to restrain yourself. Otherwise, do not blame me for turning hostile. Come on, are you afraid? Show me what you've got. Lu Li retorted defiantly. Stop. Please, everyone, do not fight. We are all on the same side. Let us not act impulsively. At that moment, a seasoned driver from the Zhong family, who had just parked the car, rushed to intervene. He quickly explained to Lu Li and Wang Ye, young Master Wang. This gentleman is Mr. Yi Liangchen, a distinguished guest invited by our elder. I kindly ask for your understanding. Let us avoid any misunderstandings. Wang Ye recognized this driver. He was not merely a chauffeur but a personal bodyguard to the elder, possessing considerable strength. Though not as formidable as Xiao Jingluan, he could certainly hold his own against Lu Li. Realizing this, Wang Ye waved dismissively. Lu Li, come back. I don't regard such insignificant characters. Understood, young master. Lu Li sneered at Yi Liangchen before returning to Wang Ye's side. Lu Huan, having witnessed the entire exchange, simply regarded it as another ordinary occurrence. After all, it was not unusual for young Master Wang to behave this way, as long as he did not embarrass himself in front of the Zhong family. A glint of cold determination crossed Yi Liangchen's eyes as he passed Wang Ye, momentarily halting. Wang Ye, you are quite ruthless. But should you continue on this path, I shall not hesitate to accompany you to the end. Wang Ye burst into laughter, unable to contain himself. Oh, this absurd line has truly cracked me up. You, my dear brother Liangchen, are indeed a splendid protagonist, always embodying the role of a foolish hero. Quite impressive, in an unintentionally amusing way. Yi Liangchen, infuriated by Wang Ye's mockery, pressed on toward the Zhong family estate, his injured arm throbbing, yet he clenched his fists tightly, gritting his teeth. Wang Ye, I have had enough of you, you treacherous, cunning, and malicious scoundrel. Today, I will ensure you understand the true essence of traditional medicine, and I shall strip you of your dignity within the Zhong family. You are but a mere autumn grasshopper, and your days of revelry are numbered. With Xiao Jingluan escorting him, Yi Liangchen was the first to step into the Zhong family courtyard. Xiao Wanqiu, however, wished to linger with Wang Ye and the others to savor the unfolding drama. Yet, with her grandfather nearby, she dared not let him discover her burgeoning camaraderie with Wang Ye across various realms. Such a revelation would be a disgrace to the Xiao family. Alas, how troublesome. To witness the spectacle, is it so difficult for me, Xiao Wanqiu? I bear too much weight. My heart resides in Han while my body is in Chao. Lu Lao, let us proceed inside as well. You must help me put that mud-legged Yi Liangchen in his place. That rascal dared to threaten me earlier. Wang Ye feigned indignation. You've already humiliated that young man quite enough. What reason do you have to be displeased? Tame your exuberance. If you continue in such a manner within the Zhong family, they will surely look down upon you. The Zhong family holds propriety in high regard. You must temper your arrogance, do you understand? Enough, Lu Lao, I am fully aware of the situation. The Zhong family is but a trivial matter. I do not regard them highly. My presence here is a favor to them. Wang Ye waved his hand dismissively, striding ahead. Lu Li and Tang Zimei followed silently in his wake. Lu Huayan, observing Wang Ye's demeanor, shook his head in resigned disbelief. What a hopeless scion. A rotten wood that cannot be carved. A child who cannot be taught. The two students trailing Lu Huayan regarded Wang Ye with discontent. They felt that accompanying such a spoiled brat to the Zhong family for treatment was a disgrace. In contrast, they found Yi Liangshun unexpectedly admirable, despite Wang Ye's humiliation. He remained composed and even picked up the dime, displaying a level of character and restraint that was rare among ordinary individuals. Lu Huayan held a commendable impression of Yi Liangshun, even if he privately believed that the young man could not possess genuine talent, merely a charlatan of the martial world. Nonetheless, the character of this charlatan was indeed praiseworthy, at least far superior to that of Wang Dashao. Upon entering the Zhong residence, Wang Yi and his companions were swiftly guided to the reception hall by several servants. At this juncture, a multitude of guests had already gathered, with Old Master Zhong seated in the midst of the hall. Surrounding him were numerous chairs occupied by members of the Zhong family, some indulging in tea while others engaged in conversation. As Wang Yi stepped into the hall, Zhong Shutong promptly approached him. On the other side, it was Zhong Jinghong who attended to Yi Liangshun. Xiao Yezi, are you prepared? Rest assured, Aunt Zhong, I am well prepared. You need not concern yourself with me. Attend to your own matters. But I remain somewhat apprehensive. We must not lose. Remember, under no circumstances can we afford to lose. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. Zhong Shutong, despite Wang Ye's confident response, could not shake her unease. Her gaze remained fixed upon him, as if she wished to convey the multitude of emotions swirling within her heart. Chapter 69. A comparison between Wang Yi and Yi Liangshun. In the face of Zhong Shudong's hopeful yet anxious eyes, Wang Yi was acutely aware of her sentiments. He understood her thoughts. However, what could Wang Yi do? He lacked absolute certainty and could only proceed step by step. Today, the system had not bestowed upon him the medical skills he had anticipated for an entire night. Instead, he received only a set of pure yang wujigong. This was Wang Ye's sole reliance at present. This technique had embedded itself in his mind in an almost instinctual manner, enabling him to execute it with remarkable proficiency without the need for extensive study. The pure yang wujigong allowed for the externalization of his internal energy, facilitating its direct transfer into another's body to aid in the repair of their injured meridians. This unique characteristic set the pure yang wujigong apart from other techniques, presenting its unparalleled advantage. Even Yi Liangshun's void refinement body could not externalize energy in such a gentle manner to assist others in mending their meridians. Thus, at the moment he acquired this technique, Wang Yi pondered whether the system was granting him an opportunity, a dual choice, if you will. This remained an uncertainty that could only be tested through practice. As of now, he had not employed this technique to nurture anyone's health, for he truly lacked confidence. Ultimately, whether he could defeat Yi Liangshun and heal Zhong Yi remained an enigma. Nonetheless, for Aunt Zhong's sake, even if he were to fail, he would exert every effort. Aunt Zhong, place your trust in me. Wang Yi flashed a determined smile. Zhong Shutong did not respond verbally, but nodded earnestly before turning to join Old Master Zhong. Now that both Wang Yi and Yi Liangshun had arrived, Old Master Zhong wasted no time. He rose from his chair, gesturing for the assembled guests to lower their voices. With genuine delight, he addressed both Yi Liangshun and Wang Yi, saying, as someone whose half-body is already buried in the earth, to have the esteemed young friend Yi Liangshun, as well as young Master Wang and old Lu, here to attend to my ailments is indeed a stroke of fortune in this lifetime. Now, let us dispense with the pleasantries. Young friend Yi Liangshun, young Master Wang, who shall attend to me first? Upon old Zhong's pronouncement, the eyes of the Zhong family members collectively turned toward Wang Yi, Lu Huayan, and Yi Liangshun. Yi Liangshun slowly rose. Despite his injuries, he maintained a respectful demeanor, adhering to the etiquette of the Zhong family as he inclined his head slightly toward Zhong Yi before stating, greetings, old Master Zhong. Let them proceed first. I, Yi Liangshun, the heir of the 13 needles of ghost medicine, have never been one to engage in competition. Should Wang Yi and this esteemed old Lu be able to cure your ailment, I shall refrain from intervening. If they are unable to succeed, I can always step in later. Wang Yi observed Yi Liangshun's performance, which was precisely as described in the original narrative, and thus decided not to hesitate. It is my turn now, he declared with a laugh. I dare say some individuals lack confidence. They ought to take a good look in the mirror at their own worth before daring to flaunt their skills here. Do you really think you are worthy of discussing matters with my esteemed old Lu? It is utterly laughable, given your apparent awareness of your own limitations. I shall not hold it against you. Old Lu, I believe you should take action without hesitation. There is no need to show deference to such a person. Wang Ye's audacious proclamation, devoid of courtesy, drew immediate disapproval from those present in the Zhong family. They compared him unfavorably to Yi Liangchun, who displayed such propriety. While Wang Daxiao appeared nothing more than a spoiled scion, relying on his family's wealth did not render him remarkable. Even Lu Huayan felt a twinge of displeasure. This Wang Daxiao was truly a hopeless case. Treating my words as mere background noise will come at a cost. There will be a time when he pays the price. Cough, cough. Since my young master believes I should go first, then, old Zhong, I shall take my turn. We have been old friends for some time. I have previously examined your condition, and, considering your robust constitution, I had opted for a more conservative approach. Who would have thought your health would decline to the point where aggressive treatment is now necessary? Last night, I pondered for hours and devised several methods for your ailment. Allow me to take another look at your condition to determine which remedies may be suitable. Lu Huayan rose slowly, and, with an air of authority, approached Zhong Yi after bowing to the assembled guests. The members of the Zhong family held Lu Huayan in high regard for his expertise in traditional medicine, and thus his appearance instantly quelled any previous disdain they may have harbored toward Wang Ye. After all, Lu Lao was associated with the Wang family, and they dared not disregard his reputation. Oh, Lu Lao has devised a new remedy? Excellent. I naturally trust your expertise. Please, let us proceed. Zhong Yi responded enthusiastically, extending his arm for Lu Huayan to take his pulse. Lu Huayan calmly seated himself and began to assess Zhong Yi's condition. After a full minute, Lu Huayan's expression grew somber as he regarded Zhong Yi, stating, Old Zhong, your health has deteriorated further since our last encounter. Were it not for certain medications that have activated your bodily functions, you likely would be unable to rise from your bed at this moment. Zhong Yi readily concurred with this assessment, acknowledging Lu Huayan's prowess. Indeed, that morning he had taken a blue pill to maintain his vitality. The effects of the pill had enveloped him in warmth and vigor. Otherwise, how could he sit here, appearing as though all was well while engaging in jovial conversation? Indeed, Lu Lao, you speak the truth. This is all thanks to the person who provided me with that medicine. Were it not for him, I might not even have the strength to speak. As he uttered these words, Zhong Yi cast a deliberate glance at Yi Liangchun and then at Wang Ye, his intent shrouded in subtlety. From Yi Liangchun's countenance, Zhong Yi perceived a flicker of delight, whereas Wang Ye's expression remained inscrutable. In that fleeting moment, Zhong Yi concluded that Wang Ye possessed a depth of character, his thoughts concealed beneath a calm exterior. This young man was certainly not to be underestimated. Even I find him difficult to fathom. How could that girl repeatedly emphasize that this individual was extraordinary, adept at playing to the crowd? It now seemed her words held truth. His ostentatious and flamboyant demeanor is but a facade. His true strength and capabilities remain inscrutable. I am indeed curious to see what surprises he has in store for me. Chapter 70 Yi Liangchun. I am utterly bewildered, on the brink of madness. Upon hearing Lu Huayan's words, he was genuinely astonished. It appeared that someone had administered a peculiar potion. The existence of such miraculous remedies in this world is truly astonishing. Although Zhong Yi did not disclose the source of this medicine, Lu Huayan deduced that it must be Yi Liangchun. Without a means to gain entry, the Zhong family would hardly regard him with any significance, and this means was that very potion. This lad is indeed remarkable. It seems I must reassess my perspective on him. Brother Zhong, while this invigorating elixir is commendable, it is ill-suited for repeated use. We must eradicate the root of the ailment. My proposed treatment plan is as follows. Henceforth, brew this concoction daily, taking it thrice, morning, noon, and night, supplemented with 2 sessions of moxibustion. After a year, I believe you will find yourself in significantly improved health, capable of moving freely. However, complete recovery may still prove elusive. After all, your serious affliction has not developed overnight. 3 feet of ice does not form in a single day. Having spoken, Lu Huayan retrieved 3 sets of prescriptions from his pocket, placing one upon the table. Zhong Yi frowned slightly at this treatment proposal. 3 doses of medicine daily, coupled with 2 acupuncture sessions, culminating in a year's duration to merely restore him to his current state? This timeline is excessively lengthy and torturous. Over the past few years, he has been subjected to medication and acupuncture with little effect. In his view, this method was akin to no remedy at all. Old Chinese doctor, your prescription is quite good. Thank you. Should I ultimately decide to adopt your approach for my treatment, I shall personally visit to express my gratitude. Brother Zhong, you are too kind. Though my method may be slow, it is undoubtedly the safest. I hope you will give it due consideration. Certainly, Lu Huayan nodded, gradually rising to perform a respectful bow to Zhong Yi before taking a seat beside Wang Ye. Young friend Yi Liangchun, I am eager to know what your treatment entails. Yi Liangchun stood, exuding confidence as he approached Zhong Yi. Old Master Zhong, there is no need for me to take your pulse again. After examining it yesterday, I am fully aware of the root cause of your ailment. The method to treat your condition is rather straightforward. Simply employ the Zhunmai technique from the 13 ghostly needles, performing acupuncture once each morning and evening. After 3 days, you shall be cured. Should you doubt my words, I am prepared to demonstrate the needlework in real time, yielding immediate results. I, Yi Lianshan, do not boast. Nor do I enjoy exaggeration. I prefer to let results speak for themselves. If you trust me, old Master Zhong, you will be healed in 3 days. The moment these words left his lips, Zhong Yi's eyes sparkled with intrigue. All the members of the Zhong family present gazed at Yi Lianshan with admiration and respect. This young man is truly extraordinary. He approaches tasks with neither arrogance nor servility, and his words carry a resonant authority. In an instant, the entire reception hall was abuzz with the Zhong family's attention fixated on Yi Lianshan's countenance, even though he was still bandaged and nursing an injury. This did not diminish their perception of him as exceptionally handsome and impressive. Wang Ye observed the scene unfold without a hint of surprise. Indeed, this was the natural progression of events. Upon uttering those words, Yi Lianshan had thoroughly astonished the Zhong family, evoking a profound admiration for him at that moment. Meanwhile, he, as the antagonist, felt a simmering frustration. Soon, when Yi Lianshan showcased his prowess before the Qin family, his own reputation would be left in tatters, bringing him to the brink of despair. As Lu Huayan began to suspect that Yi Lianshan had resorted to dubious means, deriding him as a mere inexperienced youth, he could no longer contain himself, erupting in public humiliation and engaging in various lowbrow insults, embodying the typical foolishness of a villain. Yet Yi Lianshan remained unfazed, effortlessly countering Lu Huayan's accusations with his exceptional medical skills, leading Lu Huayan to offer a public apology and announce his departure from the Wang family, henceforth standing alongside Yi Lianshan. In that moment, the antagonist had been reduced to a mere clown, raucously causing chaos within the Zhong family, ultimately being unceremoniously thrown out by the family's bodyguards. It was a most humiliating defeat, as he was metaphorically slapped into oblivion by the protagonist. Yet, in this moment, the outcome was far from certain. I am determined to take a gamble this time, Wang Ye silently resolved, preparing to strike at the opportune moment. Very well. Young friend Yi Lianshan, utilize your method and demonstrate your acupuncture here. I shall cooperate fully with your instructions. Zhong Yi glanced at the steadfast Wang Ye and addressed Yi Lianshan beside him. Certainly, old Master Zhong, please procure a stool without a backrest for me. You may sit upon it, and I will perform the acupuncture. Come, fetch a stool immediately. Yes, grandfather. A young grandson of the Zhong family responded eagerly, darting off to retrieve a wooden stool from a nearby room. Zhong Yi straightened his posture and seated himself on the stool. Yi Lianshan wasted no time. Calling to Xiao Wanxiu, Wanxiu, please bring me the box of silver needles from the medical kit. Certainly, Xiao Wanxiu replied, a mischievous glint flashing across her lips. At that moment, she retrieved a silver needle box from the medical kit and approached to hand it to Yi Lianshan. Observing Xiao Wanxiu's promptness, Yi Lianshan could not help but smirk, thinking, woman, I knew you would admire me. Yi Lianshan opened the box and grasped a corner of the parchment within, elegantly shaking it. However, the image he envisioned of neatly arranged, aesthetically pleasing silver needles affixed to the parchment did not materialize. Instead, with a cacophonous clatter, over a dozen silver needles fell to the ground. Moreover, each needle's tip bore an odd and distorted shape: Z-shaped, C-shaped, V-shaped, J-shaped, U-shaped, W-shaped, S-shaped, none of them straight. Not a single needle was straight. The needles were not secured to the parchment. Upon extraction, they all tumbled to the floor. In that instant, Yi Lianshan's expression froze. His mind a blank slate. What? Nanny? What? He was genuinely perplexed. This box of silver needles had been a precious gift from old Master Xiao that very morning. He had personally witnessed Xiao Wanxiu organizing them neatly into the box. How had they transformed into this state? With their bizarre and irregular tips, they were utterly unfit for acupuncture. What on earth could be done now? Yi Lianshan was not alone in his shock. Every individual present displayed expressions of incredulity, especially Zhong Yi. He gazed at the peculiar silver needles scattered on the ground, contemplating whether the 13 ghostly needles indeed had such peculiar requirements regarding their tips. Lu Huayan, standing nearby, was equally intrigued. How could the silver needles, in perfect condition, end up on the floor? Furthermore, what was the meaning of those bizarre shapes? Driven by curiosity, he leaned forward for a closer look, then burst into hearty laughter. Young friend Yi Lianshan, I, Lu Huayan, have practiced medicine for over 70 years, utilizing silver needles countless times, yet I have never encountered such strange needle tips. Could these be the specialized silver needles of your 13 ghostly needles? As an old man of limited experience, I am keen to inquire, how do you intend to use these U-shaped, W-shaped, and V-shaped needles? Are you to hook the needles into flesh? Are you perhaps fishing? Chapter 71. Gradually darkening to ink black as Lu Huan's words echoed in the air, the gaze of every individual present in the reception hall converged upon Yi Liangchen. They were all eager for an explanation from him as to why the silver needles appeared so remarkably distinct. In the face of these penetrating stares, Yi Liangchen's complexion soured, resembling that of a liver. Even the steadfast Xiao Jingluan furrowed his brows. How could there be an issue with the silver needles at such a critical juncture? It was utterly unreasonable. Ahem, esteemed guests. I am feeling a bit unwell. I must excuse myself. With that, before the words had fully settled, Xiao Wanxiu transformed into a fleeting shadow, darting away with the speed of a rabbit. The crowd was left bewildered. Why did Yi Liangchen's assistant suddenly decide to make a hasty exit? What on earth was happening? Witnessing this, Xiao Jingluan's aged visage darkened instantaneously. That mischievous girl must have been behind this calamity. How infuriating. Why must she choose this pivotal moment to act out? Does she not realize that her antics could jeopardize the Dragon King? Wang Ye, observing the rapid retreat of Xiao Wanxiu, needed no further clues to deduce that such a feat could only be attributed to the whims of this peculiar and eccentric young woman. Few others possess such audacity. Sister Wanxiu, you are indeed remarkable. The entire Xiao family, from your grandfather down to your two brothers, are unwaveringly loyal to the cross-eyed Dragon King. Yet you are so distinctively different. Ha ha ha. I'm quite curious about your thought process. What was a mere supporting character has utterly derailed the plot. As Night Lioli watched Xiao Wanxiu slip away, a spark of inspiration ignited within her. Yes, I too should take some action. I dabble in poisons. And although with Xiao Jingluan present I cannot harm Yi Liangchen, employing a few minor tricks should be as effortless as sipping cool water, right? Ahem, Elder Lu. It's merely a case of using the wrong silver needles. What is so extraordinary about that? Yi Liangchen, steeling himself, began to pick up the silver needles strewn across the floor, placing them back into the box. Addressing the assembly, he stated, I sincerely apologize. It was my assistant's oversight in selecting the wrong needles that led to this farce. However, this will not impede my ability to treat Elder Zhong. With those words, Yi Liangchen turned his gaze towards Xiao Jingluan. Nodding, Xiao Jingluan opened his medical kit in search of the spare silver needles. To his dismay, there were none. The kit contained various medicines and medical instruments, yet it lacked the very spare silver needles he desperately needed. This infuriated Xiao Jingluan, who felt tempted to seize Xiao Wanxiu and deliver a sound thrashing. How could that wretched girl not only implicate her father, but also drag her grandfather into this mess? Just wait, I will have my revenge. No wonder she bolted in such a hurry. She had truly left no room for error. Alas, without silver needles, even the Dragon King himself, skilled in the ghost doctor's 13 needles, would find himself powerless. It was akin to a master chef being denied any ingredients while being asked to conjure a gourmet feast. Impossible. With no spare needles found, Xiao Jingluan rose. His face darkened with frustration, shaking his head in resignation towards Yi Liangchen. Yi Liangchen was mortified, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment. How could this have gone so awry? Why had all the needle tips inexplicably transformed? And why did the spare needles vanish at this critical moment? Who had tampered with my medical kit? At that moment, he caught sight of Wang Ye, whose expression bore a smug grin. Wang Ye? It was undoubtedly him. This cunning and treacherous scoundrel had seized the opportunity during their earlier quarrel to divert attention towards Yi Liangchen, while he stealthily dispatched another adept to tamper with the medical kit in Xiao Wanxiu's possession. Perhaps it was a case of substitution, most assuredly so. Wang Ye, your insidious schemes are truly insidious. I loathe you for it. But do you believe that I, Yi Liangchen, am left without recourse? Huh, how laughable. Elder Zhong, I wonder if you have any spare silver needles at home? I would like to borrow some. Yi Liangchen bowed respectfully to Zhong Yi. Initially, Zhong Yi held a favorable impression of Yi Liangchen. However, the recent debacle had led him to perceive Yi Liangchen as somewhat negligent and hasty in his endeavors. As a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, how could he possibly misplace his own silver needles? It had led Zhong Yi to believe that these needles were of exceptional significance. Nonetheless, he chose not to dwell on this matter, for as someone who frequently required acupuncture, he possessed ample needles himself. Girl, go fetch a box of silver needles for young friend Yi. Zhong Yi called out to Zhong Shutong. All right, grandfather. Zhong Shutong nodded and strode away. In a short span of time, she returned with an exquisite box of silver needles and handed it to Yi Liangchen. He accepted the splendid needle box, a slight smile gracing his lips. This woman is indeed a well-educated and refined lady. Every word, every action, every gesture is so delightful. Indeed, she is the type of woman I, Yi Liangchen, admire. Opening the needle box, Yi Liangchen was met with an exceptionally fine array of meticulously arranged silver needles, prompting him to nod in satisfaction. Elder Zhong, please relax. I shall begin the needling now. Yi Liangshan confidently selected a needle, his face aglow with assurance. Good. Zhong Yi nodded, taking 2 deep breaths to relax his body as much as possible. At that moment, the assembled crowd turned their attention to Yi Liangshan, all curious about the ghost doctor's 13 needles and their extraordinary nature. Under the watchful eyes of the audience, Yi Liangshan discreetly channeled his energy and inserted the silver needle into Zhong Yi's Dazui acupoint. Rather than withdrawing his hand, he maintained a grip on the needle with his thumb and index finger, pausing for a full 3 seconds. During these 3 seconds, Yi Liangshan appeared as though he were frozen in time. Zhong Yi remained motionless, yet his expression transformed from calm to a burgeoning excitement, culminating in pure joy. Just from the expression on Zhong Yi's face, it was evident that the insertion at this particular acupoint had already yielded remarkable results. Otherwise, he would not display such a reaction. Lu Huayan, a seasoned physician, could discern none of this. The ghost doctor's 13 needles were indeed wondrous, requiring one to hold the needle still with their thumb and index finger. There must be some profound mystery behind it. However, to outsiders, the intricacies remained elusive. Yi Liangshan continued with unceasing speed, inserting the second and third needles into Zhong Yi, taking over 10 minutes to place all 13 needles at their respective acupoints. At this juncture, Yi Liangshan was drenched in sweat, visibly exhausted from the exertion required to perform the ghost doctor's 13 needles. In stark contrast, Zhong Yi's demeanor had shifted from joy to sheer astonishment. The crowd collectively gasped in disbelief, as the scene before them could only be described as surreal. The silver needles piercing Zhong Yi's body were no longer gleaming silver, but had gradually darkened to a deep, inky black. This darkness upon the needles was likely the result of years of stagnant toxins clogging the acupoints. Chapter 72. Wang Ye, it's my turn to take action. Yi Liangshan surveyed the astonished expressions and admiring gazes of those present. Although he felt somewhat fatigued, his demeanor radiated confidence. Especially when he cast a glance at Lu Huayan and Wang Ye, he regarded them with the disdainful gaze of a formidable figure looking down upon mere jesters. As the opportune moment approached, Yi Liangshan meticulously extracted the silver needles and placed them into their case. Old Master Zhong, how do you feel now? How do you find my ghost doctor's 13 needles? Zhong Yi could hardly conceal the delight on his face as he slowly rose, exhaling a breath of relief. Young friend Yi, your medical skills are indeed exceptional. After the application of your ghost doctor's 13 needles, I feel as though I have regained 10 years of youth. It is both remarkable and refreshing. I must say, the reputation of the ghost doctor's 13 needles is well deserved. Receiving Zhong Yi's immediate affirmation, Yi Liangshan's expression brightened even further. Observing the entire process, Lu Huayan's countenance was tinged with complexity. Deep down, he harbored skepticism about Yi Liangshan's abilities and did not believe that the ghost doctor's 13 needles could produce such a significant transformation in Zhong Yi. Had Yi Liangshan performed the acupuncture with his own silver needles, Lu Huayan might have had grounds to suspect that he had tampered with them. He might have thought there were substances on the needles that could chemically stimulate vitality, and that the resulting black coloration was merely a chemical reaction. In his eyes, Yi Liangshan was nothing more than a charlatan, and he would have eagerly stepped forward to challenge him. However, the situation now was that Yi Liangshan had utilized the set of silver needles provided by the Zhong family. Thus, Lu Huayan found himself devoid of any rationale to refute Yi Liangshan's credibility. Ultimately, he was compelled to convince himself that perhaps this young man truly possessed genuine skills and knowledge. Having reconciled these thoughts, Lu Huayan no longer dared to regard Yi Liangshan with disdain. He recognized that if everything was indeed authentic, this acupuncture technique could sufficiently validate Yi Liangshan's prowess and unique methodology. Particularly, the appearance of the black substance on the silver needles must be the legendary shock pulse technique. This ancient method of acupuncture had long been lost to time, yet today he witnessed it once again through the ghost doctor's 13 needles. For someone who had devoted his life to traditional Chinese medicine, this revelation was immensely alluring. He dreamt of persuading Yi Liangshan to impart this technique to him. Even if the secrets of the ghost doctor's 13 needles could not be shared, he would be content with receiving guidance in this realm. Wang Ye glanced at Yi Liangshan's ostentatious demeanor and then shifted his gaze to Lu Huayan. According to the original narrative, it was at this juncture that Lu Huayan would voice his doubts, accusing Yi Liangshan of employing underhanded tactics, demanding a discourse on traditional Chinese medicine to validate his abilities. Otherwise, he would be deemed a swindler. Yet, in the next moment, Lu Huayan stepped forward, bowing in apology to Yi Liangshan. Young friend Yi, it seems I, Lu Huayan, have been rather narrow-minded. Your medical skills are truly exceptional, deserving of the title of contemporary divine doctor. I sincerely admire you. I deeply regret my earlier disrespectful remarks and hope that you can overlook my previous transgressions, showing me leniency. I greatly respect you, young friend. And I invite you to visit my traditional Chinese medicine clinic whenever convenient. My doors will always be open to you." Upon finishing his words, Lu Huayan respectfully handed his business card to Yi Liangchen. "Dr. Lu, you are too humble. You are a venerable figure in the field, highly esteemed in Jiangxing. I shall gladly accept this card and will certainly pay you a visit in the near future," Yi Liangchen replied, a signature charming smile gracing his lips. Witnessing this exchange, Wang Ye felt increasingly uneasy. Damn it, this plot is not unfolding as expected. Just moments ago, it should have been Lu Huayan stepping forward to challenge Yi Liangchen. Yet now he had inexplicably submitted. This thwarted Wang Ye's carefully laid plans to disrupt the narrative. Faced with this predicament, Wang Ye realized that if he did not act soon, he would be rendered irrelevant, standing on the sidelines while Yi Liangchen became an integral part of the Zhong family. He could not afford to let Zhong Yi down completely. Resolute, Wang Ye stood up. Clap, clap, clap. He applauded several times, drawing the attention of the crowd. In this day and age, it seems anyone can become a con artist. With a mere set of tricks, they have completely captivated everyone. Even you, old Lu, have fallen for this nonsense. How laughable, Wang Ye declared, his demeanor exuding arrogance. As anticipated, all eyes turned to Wang Ye. Even Lu Huayan furrowed his brow in contemplation. Have I been deceived? That cannot be. The silver needles belong to the Zhong family. Yi Liangchen could not have tampered with them. During the treatment, he appeared to use nothing but the Zhong family's silver needles, directly applying them to old Master Zhong. How could he have manipulated anything? The ghost doctor's 13 needles must be genuine. Despite Lu Huayan's internal doubts, he found himself lacking any grounds for questioning. Even as Wang Ye made these accusations publicly, he remained convinced of the authenticity of Yi Liangchen's work. The Zhong family members present also held this belief firmly. They had witnessed every step taken by Yi Liangchen, and it was evident that he had exerted considerable effort, as beads of sweat adorned his forehead. After the treatment, Zhong Yi appeared rejuvenated, exuding vitality. He himself remarked on feeling a decade younger. How could this possibly be a deception? "Young Master Wang, what do you mean by that?" Zhong Yi furrowed his brow. Directing his gaze at Wang Ye, Zhong Shetong, standing behind Zhong Yi, bit her lip, her fingers clenched tightly. Her heart raced with anxiety. She was immensely worried that Wang Ye would falter, as Yi Liangchen had already achieved remarkable results. How could Wang Ye hope to turn the tide and truly triumph over Yi Liangchen? In such circumstances, what methods could he employ to win? She felt utterly perplexed and anxious. Chapter 73, Yi Liuli. She is remarkable, and I am not inferior. Indeed, young Master Wang. Old Master Zhong is acutely aware of the state of his own health. He is the most qualified to speak on the effects of my acupuncture technique. You, as an outsider, dare to make unfounded accusations without understanding traditional Chinese medicine? Surely, you cannot be unable to accept defeat? Yi Liangchen glared at Wang Ye. Displeasure etched on his features, his eyes ablaze with animosity. At this moment, every word uttered by Wang Ye filled him with fury. He yearned to rend apart this deceitful, cunning wastrel before him. The little man consistently trips himself up, creating troubles at every turn. He is utterly incorrigible. Faced with the simultaneous skepticism of Zhong Yi and Yi Liangchen, Wang Ye merely smiled faintly and declared, "What nonsense about the so-called ghost doctor's 13 needles. It is all a fabrication. He is nothing but a second-rate traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. As for old Master Zhong, the vitality and energy you currently possess are mere illusions, a facade. The so-called ghost doctor's 13 needles he administered to you are nothing but a set of counterfeit techniques, which not only fail to benefit your health, but may even be detrimental. I, however, possess a far superior method to cure you. No medication, no needles required. If you place your trust in me, Wang Ye, I can restore your health within 2 hours." Upon hearing this, the audience was left in shock, expressing disbelief. No medication? No needles? 2 hours? Were you jesting? Old Master Zhong has been afflicted for so many years. Even Yi Liangchen took 3 days to achieve some miraculous results. And here you are, claiming you can cure him completely in just 2 hours? Is this not sheer folly? Young Master Wang, I understand you have some grievances with Yi Liangchen, but do refrain from making baseless claims about what cannot be accomplished. This is the Zhong family, not your Wang family. Zhong Jinghong cast a disapproving glance at Wang Ye. He was well aware of Wang Ye's extravagant and reckless demeanor. If it weren't for the formidable influence and deep roots of the Wang family, Zhong Jinghong would never consider allowing his exceptionally gifted daughter to partner with Wang Ye in business. The very thought of it left a bitter taste in his mouth. Indeed, when outsiders inquired about his daughter's endeavors, he would merely state that she was involved in a company, omitting any mention of Wang Ye, for that would be a source of embarrassment. Presently, Yi Liangchen, the reputed heir of the ghost doctor's 13 needles, could potentially heal his father from a grave illness, while Wang Ye, accompanied by his old Chinese medicine practitioner, clearly seemed intent on causing trouble. Yi Liangchen had already captivated the audience with his genuine abilities, earning their admiration. And you, Wang Ye, could not bear this? You felt compelled to stand up and slander him? Ah, is this not the consistent behavior of a privileged scion? Anything you dislike, regardless of its merits, must be dismissed. Lu Huayan observed Wang Ye's arrogant demeanor with a sense of incredulity. This is it. There is no hope. Wang Ye, that spoiled rich heir, truly cannot bear to lose. He dares to utter such words, bringing shame upon the Wang family. It seems I, Lu Huayan, must seriously contemplate whether to remain associated with the Wang family. With someone like him as the future heir, the outlook is indeed bleak, youthful, unlearned, and utterly lacking in composure. This lad is nothing but a rotten wood, incapable of being sculpted into greatness. Wang Ye, you claim no medication, no needles, and a 2-hour cure? Haha, very impressive. I, Yi Liangchen, am eager to see how you intend to restore old Master Zhong to full health within 2 hours. Pray enlighten us. Yi Liangchen suppressed his rising ire, regarding Wang Ye with an air of composed challenge. Indeed, young Master Wang, do share. Several younger members of the Zhong family, favoring Yi Liangchen, added their encouragement. Wang Ye surveyed the room with a self-satisfied gaze, locking eyes with Zhong Yi, who appeared intrigued, harboring a flicker of expectation. Could this brash young man truly reveal his genuine skills? Could the talent concealed beneath that haughty exterior actually enable him to effect a complete recovery in just 2 hours? Such a notion seemed incredulous. If that were indeed the case, Wang Ye would surely warrant significant regard in the future, and the relationship with the Wang family would need to be reassessed. Just as Wang Ye was poised to speak, a mischievous smile flitted across Yi Liuli's face from a distance. The earlier performance by Xiao Wanxiu was commendable. Now, it was her turn to take action. Whispering an ancient miao incantation, Yi Liuli quietly chanted, "Ah, it hurts." Zhong Yi suddenly cried out in agony, his complexion paling as he struggled to remain upright. Zhong Shetong rushed forward to support her grandfather, yet Zhong Yi was still racked with pain, his legs buckling. Had it not been for Zhong Shutong's assistance, he would have collapsed to the ground. "Ah, it hurts, it hurts." Zhong Yi's face turned ashen as he coughed up blood. This unexpected turn of events sent the onlookers into a state of panic. They were bewildered, having seen old Master Zhong in good health just moments ago. How could he be in such a dire state now? Wang Ye too was perplexed. He had not even begun to boast, yet old Master Zhong was already in distress. Was this divine intervention aiding him, allowing him to amplify his pretense? If so, Wang Ye could not squander this rare opportunity. Regardless of old Master Zhong's current condition, he was confident in his ability to heal him. The root of his ailment could not have changed. It stemmed from a severe injury in his youth that caused blockage and damage to his meridians, leading to a gradual decline in vitality and even coughing up blood as he aged. My Pure Yang Wujigong is the unparalleled choice for repairing injured meridians. I am quite confident in my ability to treat old Master Zhong, even if his condition is currently dire, as long as I apply the Pure Yang Wujigong. The ultimate result will surely dazzle everyone present. With these thoughts in mind, Wang Ye strode forward decisively. Stand aside. Clear the way. The reason for old Master Zhong's condition lies entirely with Yi Liangchen. It is his fraudulent techniques that have caused old Master Zhong's qi and blood to go awry. Only I, Wang Ye, can save him. Wang Ye shouted, pushing aside those obstructing his path with his Tianshan Wuing hand. The onlookers barely registered what had happened before they found themselves forcefully shoved aside, allowing Wang Ye to advance with audacious confidence. Observing the scene, Xiao Jingluan noted Wang Ye's arrogance, witnessed Zhong Yi's bloodshed, and caught sight of Yi Liuli silently murmuring her incantation. He realized that Wang Ye was undoubtedly the orchestrator of this chaos. Just then, he felt a chilling gaze directed at him. Tang Zimei was glaring at him with a murderous intensity. At the same time, her hands slowly emerged from her pockets, deliberately revealing 6 flying knives. 3 gripped between the fingers of each hand. Xiao Jingluan felt a chill run down his spine. Just yesterday, 1 flying knife had forced him into a corner. Today, she was brandishing 6. If they all flew toward him simultaneously, even with his formidable strength, he could not withstand them. Injury would be inevitable, and should she succeed, it would surely be severe. Coupled with that wretched woman chanting spells, the 2 of them together would make self-preservation a daunting challenge. Alas, how infuriating. I, Xiao Jingluan, have been reduced to a pawn of threats. He longed to rise and expose the deceit, yet found himself utterly powerless. Wang Ye, oh Wang Ye, you cunning little rascal. Your schemes are too insidious, too treacherous. Previously, his grandfather had wished to avoid entanglement in the feud between him and Yi Liangchen, but it was becoming increasingly clear that Wang Ye was an insufferable nuisance. Xiao Jingluan and Tang Zimei locked eyes for half a minute. Eventually, he lowered his head and settled back down. Tang Zimei's gaze was resolute and frigid, entirely devoid of any semblance of humanity. She was unmistakably a desperate outlaw, someone who danced on the edge of a knife. To provoke her would indeed be a matter of life and death. As she observed Xiao Jingluan reclaim his seat, a satisfied nod escaped her lips. She returned the 6 flying daggers to her pocket, extending her hand once more to retrieve her phone, adopting an air of indifference. Meanwhile, Yi Lioli continued to silently recite something, only pausing when Tang Zimei lightly tapped her arm as a reminder. Yi Lioli casually pretended to scratch her nose with one hand, concealing her incantation behind it. This provoked Xiao Jingluan to the point where his frustration was palpable, yet he found himself powerless to act. Wang Ye pushed through the crowd, striding directly to Zhong Yi. He firmly grasped Zhong Yi's hand and said, "Old Master Zhong, do not be afraid. I am here to save you." In the split second before their hands met, Wang Ye had discreetly invoked the pure yang wuji technique. The overwhelming force of pure yang energy surged through his palm into Zhong Yi's. The palms of the human body serve as both the exit and entry for vital energy. Much like the martial arts depicted in numerous novels, where masters transmit their skills while seated face-to-face, Wang Ye employed the same method. With merely a handshake, Zhong Yi's expression transformed. As the boundless pure yang energy flowed into his body, Zhong Yi felt his entire arm enveloped in warmth. Simultaneously, it brimmed with strength, a sensation akin to the first rays of dawn, imparting an endless, invigorating warmth. Although he still felt considerable pain throughout his body, the arm that was now bathed in this energy ceased to feel any discomfort. However, the pace at which this energy traveled was not rapid. It required a gradual passage through each meridian to advance. The human arm is slender, allowing the energy to envelop it in the blink of an eye. Yet, once it traversed the arm and reached the torso, the process slowed significantly. Zhong Yi endured the exquisite warmth of the sun while simultaneously suffering from excruciating pain. This juxtaposition of sensations was driving the old man to the brink of madness. "Xiao Yi, hurry. Faster, it hurts so much." Zhong Yi clutched Wang Ye's hand as if it were a lifeline, his eyes filled with gratitude. To Zhong Yi, Wang Ye was now his savior. In his eyes, Wang Ye's stature had grown immensely, compared to the miraculous effects of Yi Lianshen's ghostly acupuncture. The energy transmitted through this handshake felt like the miraculous awakening of spring after a long winter. The areas nourished by Wang Ye's energy not only ceased to ache, but also felt invigorated. Most astonishingly, the internal energy that had lain dormant since his youth began to stir within him. This was a sensation he hadn't experienced in decades. "Rest assured, old Master Zhong Yi, Wang Ye will certainly save you and give it my all." Wang Ye gazed steadfastly at Zhong Yi, who nodded emphatically. In less than 3 seconds, tears of joy streamed down Zhong Yi's face. "It's here. It has truly come. The feeling has returned. My true essence has awakened." He marveled, "Good heavens. I never dared to dream that I would one day revive the martial prowess of my youth. What manner of person is Wang Ye? Such a technique transcends mere medicine and borders on the divine, transforming decay into marvels. Not only have you cured my ailment, but you have also bestowed upon me a renewed destiny. Wang Ye, no wonder my granddaughter holds you in such high regard. You are anything but ordinary, concealing depths beyond comprehension." From a distant vantage point atop a loft in the Zhong family courtyard, Xiao Wanqiu observed the unfolding events in the reception hall. "My goodness, Wang Ye, you are truly remarkable. What sorcery have you employed to evoke such tender emotions from old Master Zhong, causing him to shed tears reminiscent of first love?" Xiao Wanqiu could not help but exclaim, her admiration palpable. "Cough, cough. Wanqiu, your description is a bit excessive." "Huh, who's there?" Startled, Xiao Wanqiu spun around, her heart racing as she beheld a mysterious figure clad in black, possessing an alluring silhouette and a mask obscuring her features. "Who are you?" "I, Xiao Wanqiu, am quite fearsome, a real menace, the kind that kills without shedding blood." The masked woman's silent approach instilled a sense of unease in Xiao Wanqiu. She sensed that this individual was formidable, likely an ally of Tang Zimei and Yi Lioli, given her stealthy proximity. Chapter 75, I know you've suffered. I am aware of your ferocity. However, I harbor no ill will. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Mei Ying, akin to you and to them. I share your curiosity regarding Wang Ye. Alas, my identity is sensitive, preventing me from revealing myself fully. I have appeared solely to make your acquaintance and forge a friendship." Mei Ying proclaimed with sincerity, extending her hand towards Xiao Wanqiu in an overture of camaraderie. "Huh, concealing your face and still seeking friendship? Your intentions must be dubious. I warn you, should you dare harm Wang Ye in any way, I will not let this rest. He is dear to me. And if even a hair on his head is harmed, I shall strip you of every strand. Believe what you will, I could have remained hidden. but I wish for you and Wang Ye to be aware of my presence. Can you assist me? Assist you? Do we appear to be familiar? We are quite familiar. At least, I am very familiar with you and with them. Don't tell me you're associated with me, Sister Zhong, Zimei, Yilioli. Oh, and that dimwit? Xiao Wanqiu exclaimed incredulously, staring at Mei Ying. Indeed, you guessed correctly from the start, did you not? If I were not affiliated with you, I would not be able to converse in this manner. However, I believe your remark about Bai Shuowei being a dimwit is somewhat unfair. She is indeed a dimwit. By the way, can you tell me your true name? You must want me to assist you in discussing your matters with Wang Ye, correct? Yes. I wish for him to know I exist. In truth, I was already in Jiangcheng before your interaction with him, but I hesitated to act. Perhaps due to my overly cautious nature. As for my true name, Wang Ye is unaware. Simply refer to me as Mei Ying when you speak with him, and inform him of our conversation today. He will comprehend. Oh, Mei Ying. Very well, I shall remember that. But what is in it for me? Facing the somewhat impolite Xiao Wanqiu, Mei Ying's cold gaze behind her mask revealed a flicker of displeasure. Ah, Xiao Wanqiu, you demand compensation for assisting me with a small favor? Here, take this. Mei Ying produced a silver-white dagger from her waist and handed it to Xiao Wanqiu. Upon receiving the dagger, Xiao Wanqiu's eyes lit up. What a heavy dagger. This weight surpasses that of a normal dagger by a factor of 5. Its forging material must be extraordinary. You need not be curious. This is a Xiantai dagger, a rare treasure that is exceedingly difficult for an ordinary practitioner of ancient martial arts to obtain, yet for me, it is as effortless as child's play. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wanqiu's eyes sparkled even brighter. Her gaze towards Mei Ying instantly transformed into that of an enamored young man beholding a wealthy matron. Wow. Sister Mei Ying, you are so extravagant. How many daggers like this do you possess? Could you possibly procure another 10 or 8 for me? With that, she waved her hand in farewell. Whoosh. Mei Ying shot Xiao Wanqiu a speechless glare before vanishing without a trace. What? She just slipped away? Such a method of movement that leaves no shadow behind? All right, Mei Ying, you are undeniably captivating. Xiao Wanqiu was left in utter astonishment. How powerful. This woman is truly formidable. With such strength, it seems even my grandfather at his fullest might be effortlessly defeated. She is yet another presence I cannot provoke. Xiao Wanqiu muttered to herself, delightfully concealing the dagger at her lower back as she resumed watching the unfolding drama. At this moment, Wang Ye and Zhong Yi were seated on the ground, facing one another, their palms pressed together. What did I just miss? Had the tears of first love just dried? And they are now holding hands, repaying the debt to old Master Zhong? How fortunate you are, old Master Zhong. You have finally cast aside Yu Liangqin and found true love in Wang Ye. Look at those tears flowing. Cough, cough. I admit my wickedness once more. My imagination is indeed too fertile, damn it. It's all Wang Ye's fault for having nothing better to do, downloading a plethora of useless resources. After downloading, he doesn't even look at them, but I, being idle, ended up watching them. Sigh, now it seems that anything I come across reminds me of those romantic films, highlighting how innocent the first once was. Curse Wang Ye, it's all his fault, humph. In the Zhong family's reception hall, 1 hour later, Wang Ye slowly rose, feeling somewhat dazed and fatigued. The frantic exertion of pure yang wuzhigong felt akin to pouring water into a desert, utterly one-sided. It was only after unblocking 8 obstructed meridians in Zhong Yi's body that Wang Ye felt the power he had expended could finally return through another palm. This signified that all of Zhong Yi's meridians were now interconnected, and the damaged channels had been fully restored. Zhong Yi promptly stood up, radiating vitality. His gaze towards Wang Yi softened to an extreme. Young Master Wang, you have worked hard. I can never repay your immense kindness. My life is now yours. From this moment forward, the Zhong family shall weather storms alongside you. I feel as if I have returned to my youth, invigorated as though caressed by a spring breeze. Even if I had to climb Mount Tai twice, I wouldn't so much as gasp for breath. Zhong Yi expressed his gratitude with fervor. Zhong Jinghong, witnessing her father's transformation, felt an overwhelming sense of shame. Just moments ago, she had doubted Wang Yi. The gazes of all the Zhong family members towards Wang Yi shifted, their previous skepticism morphing into respect, admiration, and even awe. Who exactly is young Master Wang? He has not employed any medical skills, yet he has cured the illness? Old Master Zhong, you must remember my great kindness. The method I use to save you is a secret technique passed down in the Wang family. This technique, while healing others, inevitably shortens my own lifespan to ensure your complete recovery and your continued practice of ancient martial arts. I have at least lost 3 years of my own lifespan. Now, I feel quite fatigued, and before I faint, I wish for the Zhong family to assist me in a matter, Wang Yi stated earnestly. At that moment, Zhong Shutong felt her heart melt, tears brimming in her eyes. She was an astute woman, fully aware of Wang Ye's sacrifices today. According to the traditional narrative logic, The protagonist in this scene could not be humiliated, and only Yi Lianchun could heal her grandfather. But now, everything had changed. Yi Lianchun and that old man stood there, seemingly frozen in place as if under a spell. Meanwhile, the triumphant Wang Ye exuded an air of solemn determination, akin to a hero prepared for sacrifice. Everything he did was for me. He truly understands me. I had thought he was merely deceiving me. He has neither lied to me nor betrayed my trust. I have staked my fate on him, and now he has prevailed. Yet his face bears no smile, no joy. This foolish man. He must be silently shouldering so much burden. Little Yi, I'm sorry for the suffering I've caused you. Young Master Wang, please tell me, what is it? I will do it immediately, Zhong Jinghong said, her expression resolute as she looked at Wang Ye. The assembled members of the Zhong family also gazed at Wang Ye with unwavering determination, as though they would charge through fire and water at his command. Chapter 76, Struck by Lightning Upon Departure. Wang Ye, unfazed, retrieved a bottle resembling a chewing gum container from his pocket and popped 2 blue pills into his mouth. Under the anxious gazes of the Zhong family members, he pointed towards Yi Lianchun. Do you see that person? Zhong Jinghong nodded vigorously. Young Master Wang, I see him. He is Yi Lianchun. What about him? No. From now on, he shall no longer be called Yi Lianchun. Then what shall he be called? Please refer to him as Sand Sculpture or Diao Mao. I have an incompatible fate with this Diao Mao. If I had not risked my life to save you, old Master Zhong would have perished at his hands. Therefore, I have but one request. Do you understand? Understood, young Master Wang. Zhong Jinghong rose slowly, unbuttoning her suit jacket, removing her watch, and shouted, Zhong family bodyguards, heed my command. Take that sand sculpture. No, that Jiao Mao, and eliminate him. Then throw him out of the Zhong family. With a clatter, over 20 black-clad bodyguards surged into the reception hall, charging towards Yi Lianchun. We shall join in. The younger generation of the Zhong family, filled with righteous indignation, rolled up their sleeves and rushed towards Yi Lianchun. Yi Lianchun's expression shifted through several shades. Though still injured, he was not one to shy away from a fight. What is fighting? Fighting is precisely what I, Yi Lianchun, fear the least. Bang, bang, bang. Fists flew wildly. A tempest of combat ensued. However, it was futile. 2 fists were no match for 4 hands, and he was relentlessly pounded by the Zhong family members, receiving blow after blow. Xiao Jingluan could no longer bear to watch and reluctantly intervened to help Yi Lianchun. Just as he caught his breath, Yi Lioli and Tang Zimei, eager for action, stepped forward. Yi Lianchun panicked, and Xiao Jingluan's expression turned grim. Forget it. This fight cannot proceed. The best strategy is to retreat. Whoosh. Before the Zhong family could finish their onslaught, Xiao Jingluan scooped up Yi Lianchun and transformed into a fleeting shadow. Though Yi Lioli wanted to pursue, it didn't seem appropriate to engage in combat in broad daylight. Moreover, she could not casually expose her poison techniques. If the Zhong family were to discover that old Master Zhong's agony was due to her actions, it would be disastrous. Tang Zimei casually threw 3 flying daggers. One was blocked by Xiao Jingluan, another successfully dodged, yet the third, with Xiao Jingluan unable to manage both, struck Yi Lianchun in the rear, causing him to let out a scream sharper than that of a slaughtered pig. Fortunately, Xiao Jingluan's escape speed was exceedingly quick before Yi Lianchun's cry had fully dissipated. They had vanished without a trace. Wang Ye watched as Yi Lianchun left in a state of disarray, feeling no particular joy. Even though he had consumed the blue pill and restored a significant portion of his strength, an inexplicable sense of unease lingered within him. What on earth was happening? Suddenly, a thunderous rumble echoed from the sky. Wang Ye felt a strange familiarity with the sound of the thunder. Could it be the system's thunder? Was it truly that ruthless? Would it actually strike him down? Wasn't he this a bit excessive? Noticing Wang Ye's anxious demeanor, Zhong Yi approached and patted him on the shoulder, saying, Little Yi, so you're afraid of thunder? No worries, it's perfectly safe here. My family's house is equipped with a lightning rod. But it is strange, isn't it? Why would it thunder on such a sunny day? Old man Zhong, this sudden thunder. Could it be that someone has made a vow? Did you just swear an oath? Wang Ye's question immediately amused Zhong Yi. You young folks really do enjoy saying the most nonsensical things. I haven't made any vows. And what does an oath have to do with thunder? At that moment, Zhong Shutong's cheeks flushed slightly as she looked at Wang Ye and said, Little Yi, I just made a vow. Wang Ye replied, Aunt Zhong, you truly are the most considerate. In that case, I wish you a joyful life. I have some matters to attend to, so I will visit the Zhong family again another day. Farewell. With that, Wang Ye dashed out of the reception hall. However, as soon as he stepped outside, a bolt of lightning descended from the sky, striking him. Boom. The blinding light momentarily rendered everyone present unable to see. Wang Ye experienced unprecedented agony, as if his flesh was being violently torn apart by the lightning, more painful than death itself. Simultaneously, he realized that his head and lower body had not sustained serious injuries, likely due to the protective effects of his iron head and iron egg techniques. His internal organs were safeguarded by the automatic operation of the pure yang Wuzhigong, which greedily absorbed the lightning's power. Consequently, the lightning strike did not inflict catastrophic damage upon him. The instantaneous current, however, charred his clothes and singed his hair, transforming his formerly straight locks into a frizzy mess. After the thunder passed, Wang Ye stood there, emitting wisps of smoke, trembling as pain surged through him, remnants of electricity still coursing within. At that moment, the pure yang Wuzhigong began to operate even more swiftly, absorbing the residual lightning while rapidly repairing the damage caused by the strike. For a brief time, Wang Ye disregarded his physical discomfort, closing his eyes as he focused on circulating the pure yang Wuzhigong. This technique was indeed miraculous. Now, in addition to embodying pure yang energy, it had acquired an attribute of lightning. Wang Ye could distinctly sense and manipulate the lightning flowing freely within his body. Damn, why didn't the system inform me sooner that this lightning power would benefit my physique? Had I known, I wouldn't have been so apprehensive about the plot. Ha. This is rather amusing. Now, he felt liberated, and under the continuous operation of the pure yang Wuzhigong for 5 small cycles, Wang Ye soon felt an invigorating sense of ease wash over him. The torment from the lightning was gone, and he even felt more powerful than before. Truly miraculous. The system was actually assisting me. How delightful. With rising anticipation for what lay ahead, Wang Ye grinned broadly. The first to rush out were Tang Zimei, Yi Liuli, Zhong Shutong, Old Man Zhong, and Zhong Jinghong, all of whom were rendered speechless. What is going on? He suddenly bolted out and was struck by lightning. Yet now he seems to be enjoying himself. Has he been fried silly? Little Yi, how are you? Does it hurt? Can you hear me? Zhong Shutong was the first to rush forward, grasping Wang Ye's hand with great concern. Wang Ye was almost oblivious to the outside world, still engaged in circulating the pure yang Wuzhigong. His body, having been struck by lightning, required multiple cycles of nurturing through the technique. He worried that if any part of him had been affected by the lightning, it could lead to blocked meridians, jeopardizing his happiness and joy. Wang Ye recalled a bloody example. On a rainy day, a little dog lifted its leg to urinate on a lawn light, which was faulty and electrocuted the poor creature. The dog suffered for 3 days without being able to relieve itself. What a dreadful situation. Wang Ye was now uncertain whether he had been similarly affected, and he certainly couldn't test it by wetting himself on the spot. This was quite the predicament. Thus, he resolved to circulate the pure yang Wuzhigong a bit more, ensuring that his entire body was well nurtured, particularly in sensitive areas. Boss, are you still alive? Tang Zimei waved her hand in front of Wang Ye's face. Little master? No way. Have you really been fried silly by the lightning? Wang Gongzi. The onlookers saw Wang Ye merely grinning foolishly without any response, and they began to shout his name repeatedly. It took a while before Wang Ye regained his senses. Upon seeing the crowd surrounding him and feeling his scorched clothing, he caught a whiff of something burnt. After a classic black grin, he realized everyone was stifling laughter, unable to express their amusement while witnessing his expression, which resembled someone in distress. Damn, I'm such a proud person, and you all, I feel so dizzy. Aunt Zhong, please take me to bathe. Wang Ye exclaimed dramatically, collapsing against Zhong Shutong. Little Yi, you scared me to death. You finally spoke. A bath, is it? All right, I'll take you right away. Zhong Shutong said with deep concern, immediately scooping him up in a princess carry and rushing towards her room. The onlookers exchanged glances, and suddenly, uncontrollable laughter erupted, freeing everyone from their restraint. After their bout of laughter, Yi Liuli said, Zimei, what should we do next? What else? We wait. The two then walked back to the Zhong family's reception hall. Zhong Yi promptly signaled his son, Zhong Jinghong, saying, those two are the ones Wang Ye brought. They must be the elite bodyguards sent by the Wang family. Take good care of them and don't neglect them. Zhong Jinghong nodded and led a few Zhong family servants back into the reception hall. Zhong Yi turned to the still-dazed Lu Huayan and reassured him, Dr. Lu, don't worry. Young Master Wang is fine. It's likely just a case of a natural misfire of harmless thunder that he happened to encounter. What a stroke of luck. Young Master Wang might need to rest at my Zhong family for a while. If you don't mind, please stay and share a meal with us. Lu Huayan smiled and shook his head. Old Master Zhong, you are overly courteous. Since my young master is unharmed, I shall return to the traditional Chinese medicine clinic, as there are numerous matters awaiting my attention. Lu Huayan bid farewell to Zhong Yi and departed with 2 students. His emotions were rather intricate. The revelations of the day had been overwhelming. First, there was Yi Lianshan's ghostly medical technique, the 13 needles, which was truly enigmatic and remarkable, a method he had longed to master in his dreams. Little did he anticipate that next, The debauched scion Wang Ye would actually employ the Wang family's ancestral secret art, which was nothing short of astonishing. Although he had never heard of this ancestral technique, Wang Ye did not appear to be lying. From Wang Ye's method of treating Zhong Yi, it was evident that it did not conform to conventional medical practice, but resembled a form of dark arts found in ancient martial traditions. It was indeed a means of extending another's life using one's own fate, a most sinister affair. Ultimately, Wang Ye was struck by lightning, which likely indicated that he had sacrificed his own fate to prolong Zhong Yi's life, an act that was unequivocally defiant against the heavens and contrary to the natural order. In this light, the Wang family's ancestral secret art could be deemed as transgressing the celestial laws. This was most concerning. Even if this secret art were formidable, Wang Ye could not utilize it repeatedly, for a person's life is finite. Such defiance against the heavens is profoundly immoral. This is troubling, exceedingly troubling. By comparison, I find myself more appreciative of Yi Lianshan's 13 needles. Zhong family. Wang Ye merely felt a gust of wind brush past his ears, and he found himself in a fragrant chamber, where warm water cascaded upon him. A pair of gentle hands was assisting him in bathing, an experience of unparalleled comfort. In his excitement, Wang Ye feigned unconsciousness, yet his eyes cautiously opened a sliver. He beheld Zhong Shatong, clad in a white shirt, diligently washing his body with a shower head while scrubbing his skin in an effort to cleanse away the charred remnants left by the lightning strike. From Zhong Shutong's expression, Wang Ye discerned her evident concern as tears glistened in her eyes while she tended to him. In that moment, any sinister thoughts he harbored were overshadowed by a wave of emotion. After bathing him, Zhong Shatong wrapped Wang Ye in a towel and gently placed him on the bed in a bedroom on the second floor of the villa. Little Yi, I have finally cleaned you up. How do you feel? Is there still pain? Zhong Shatong, heedless of her clothes dampened by water, leaned over Wang Ye with a look of deep concern. Wang Ye pretended to be in agony, struggling to open his eyes. It hurts all over, Aunt Zhong. I feel that without at least half an hour of massage, I cannot find relief. It hurts so much. Could you possibly massage me again? Chapter 78, stealthily taking him away. Massage? Very well, I shall give you a thorough one. Zhong Shatong, like unwrapping a zongzi, unfurled the towel from Wang Ye's body and hurried to the vanity, retrieving a bottle of body lotion to commence the massage. Under Zhong Shutong's meticulous care, Wang Ye felt as if every pore in his body had opened, a sensation of pure bliss. Aunt Zhong's hands were akin to those of a goddess, truly extraordinary. After the massage, Zhong Shatong went to freshen up while Wang Ye drifted into a deep slumber. Suddenly, two ethereal figures slipped in, Tang Zimei and Yi Liuli. The duo surveyed the surroundings before swiftly sealing Wang Ye's acupoints and leaping out through the window. Tang Zimei was reluctant to take such action, but the growing intimacy between Wang Ye and Zhong Shatong made it inevitable that some events would unfold that she would rather not witness. Last night, Tang Zimei and Yi Liuli had exchanged numerous speculations, and they were both aware of the matters Wang Ye had recorded regarding Tang Zimei in the reviews. Yi Liuli wholeheartedly supported Tang Zimei's decision, believing that she was truly destined to be Wang Ye's soulmate. If Wang Ye were to knowingly pursue a relationship with Zhong Shatong, it would be akin to brazenly betraying Tang Zimei. This was intolerable. Thus, Yi Liuli proposed taking Wang Ye away. As they departed, Zhong Shatong entered the bedroom, only to discover Wang Ye was nowhere to be found. Little Yi, where have you hidden? Are we playing hide and seek? She searched the room with curiosity, yet found no trace of him. Finally, she sat on the bed in frustration. How vexing. Little Yi, what do you mean by this? Are you toying with me? Am I not attentive enough? The agony I endure. Even in dreams, I must pen this review to document how those two vile individuals, Yi Liuli and Tang Zimei, have thwarted my endeavors. I can envision your return to the room, that beautiful and enchanting side of you, the one that nearly intoxicates me. Yet, alas, I cannot behold it, for I have been taken away. How shall you confront this solitude and desolation without me? Cursed Yi Liuli, how dare you seal my acupoints? You shall regret this when I awaken. As the information surged into her mind, Zhong Shutong's sorrowful disposition dissipated instantly. It dawned upon her that Yi Liuli and Tang Zimei had stealthily absconded with little Yi. Those two wretched heroines had indeed emerged from nowhere, meddling in affairs that were not their concern. How could they be so distraught over little Ye's injury? They have ruined my plans, truly. Nevertheless, while they may disrupt for a moment, they cannot dismantle for eternity. Tomorrow, little Yi and I shall go to work. We can meet in the office to study together. If that fails, we can retreat to a secluded restroom or even the car in the underground garage to study. Regardless, I shall ensure little Yi learns the correct method of tearing stockings. After all, I have purchased so many. Should I not be the one to indulge in the act? Chapter 79, Wang Ye, I was struck by lightning, and my family is overjoyed. Little Yi, do not fear. We shall surely succeed. I will wear them for you every day. I am always prepared. Zhong Shutong clenched her fist, muttering to herself as she retreated to her room to change. Meanwhile, Wang Ye was brought back to the villa by Tang Zimei and Yi Liuli. He slept soundly until the following morning. Yi Liuli had already departed the previous night to attend to matters concerning Wang Ye's underground influence. It was not out of diligence, but rather a sense of foreboding after absorbing the 3 reviews in her mind. It would be wise to lay low for a while. Wang Ye was rather formidable. Tang Zimei also felt a twinge of guilt. However, as Wang Ye's personal bodyguard, she had no choice but to remain at the villa. The next day, Wang Ye groggily opened his eyes. Before he could fully awaken, his phone rang. It was a call from his father, Wang Yincheng. Hello, Dad. What is the matter? Calling me so early when I haven't even fully woken up. You little rascal, how is it that you sleep so soundly? Do you have any idea how worried I have been about you? Why didn't you inform me of such an important matter? I just found out. I heard that you were struck by lightning yesterday. Is that true? Ha ha. Dad. Cough cough, why do I get the impression that you are rather pleased about my misfortune? You're actually laughing. Cough cough. No, your father is genuinely concerned for you. Truly, immensely worried. However, I heard that after being struck, you emerged unscathed and were even whisked away by your future wife for a romantic bath, spending the entire afternoon together. Ha ha ha. You truly are my son, Wang Yinzong. Even being struck by lightning brings you such good fortune. All right, you needn't speak. I understand. You must want to explain something to me, but as a father knows his child, you need not. We, the men of the Wang family, have done what we have done. I have already notified Zhong Jinghong about his daughter. Our family has made arrangements. Dad, I feel. It's nothing. Don't mention your mother to me. Your father is, after all, the head of this family. I am not afraid of her. I have never needed to consult her opinions on matters. Furthermore, I have already informed your grandfather about your being struck by lightning. He was overjoyed upon hearing the news and praised you greatly. Wang Ye, I feel unloved. Dad, is this how a true father speaks? Is this how a father ought to behave? So it seems that my being struck by lightning has brought joy to the entire family. Even my grandfather was elated and lauded me upon hearing about my misfortune. What a ridiculous notion. I am utterly crushed inside. Dad, something is not right with you. I suspect that my grandfather is also not quite normal. I wonder if I am truly his biological grandson. I am genuinely saddened, to the point that no amount of money can cheer me up. Ha ha ha. You little rascal. Even now you continue to play it cool in front of your father. I have heard of your remarkable deeds. Currently, in Jiangcheng, Zhu Wenlong and Zhao Mingcheng are utterly devoted to you, and all their territories have been handed over to your command. No matter how hard Yi Liangchen tries, you have managed to surpass him. Even yesterday, when Yi Liangchen attempted to treat old Master Zhong, you outmaneuvered him. Your methods are indeed impressive. I find myself somewhat admiring you. Dad, the truth is, your understanding is rather one-dimensional. I am not as formidable as you believe. You might not believe it, but it is merely that Yi Liangchen is too incompetent. Ha ha. You are quite something. I love hearing that. The reason I called was to inform you that your grandfather should be arriving in Jiangcheng in the next few days. When you see him, do not hold back. Behave as you ought. You know your grandfather has not returned home in years, and he has come specifically to see you. You must not disappoint him, understood? All right, Dad, I understand. I will make sure to put on a good show. Good. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask Su Qianquan to assist you. I have complete faith in you to carry on the Wang family legacy. Wang Yunzong concluded without hesitation and abruptly ended the call. Wang Yi tossed his phone onto the bed and took a moment to calm his racing heart before heading for his morning routine. Shortly thereafter, he habitually made his way to the dining room for breakfast. Zimei, why did you hit me on the head with a stick yesterday? Please provide an explanation. Wang Yi had only taken a few bites of his breakfast when he cast an annoyed glance at Tang Zimei. I just wanted to see if your head was hard enough. It turns out it really is quite hard. Tang Zimei lowered her head, stirring her porridge with a small spoon, looking guilty as she spoke. Is that all? And what about that incident where Yeli placed a sleeping charm in my nostrils? What were you two conspiring about, and why did you suddenly take me away? Well, Liuli and I were concerned about you. We were afraid that Zhong Shutong would bully you, so while she was distracted, we brought you back. Is there a problem with that? You, Tang Zimei, are lying. You are someone who never lies. The moment you do, it all becomes evident. Tell me, why did you have to knock me out and bring me back? I want the truth. Faced with Wang Ye's furious gaze, Tang Zimei furrowed her brow slightly. Without hesitation, she prepared to reveal the truth to Wang Ye. Although Yeli had taught her many clever phrases to deceive Wang Ye, Tang Zimei found them too insincere and felt unskilled in such matters. Why not just say it as it is? It was because she was afraid of being cheated on. What is there to hide? If it's embarrassing, then so be it. Just tell him. The truth is, Before Tang Zimei could finish her sentence, the door to the villa's living room swung open, and Wang Ye's mother, Zhao Yulan, rushed in energetically, exclaiming, "Yi, my good son, are you all right? How is your health? Is your mind still clear? I heard from your father that you were struck by lightning. Come here quickly so that your mother can have a look. My heart aches for you. How could you possibly be struck by lightning?" Seeing his usually composed and elegant mother rushing towards him, Wang Ye felt a warm sensation in his heart, though he couldn't shake the feeling that something was slightly off. "So it seems I have become a source of concern for the family due to this lightning incident. Mom, I'm fine really. My good son, let me see." Zhao Yulan took several large steps forward, grabbing Wang Ye's arm and inspecting him thoroughly, patting his head and shoulders. Tang Zimei watched in stunned silence. "So this is maternal love? How unfortunate that I lost my family at a young age. My mother is merely a distant memory. I truly envy him for having such a caring and loving mother." After expressing her concern for Wang Ye, Zhao Yulan finally turned her attention to Tang Zimei. "Yi, you little rascal, how could you be so thoughtless? You have a girlfriend, and yet Haven T introduced her to your mother? This girl seems so kind-hearted. She is a good child." Mom, you're mistaken. She is my bodyguard, not my girlfriend." "A bodyguard? Who do you think you're fooling? There's no way such a pure and lovely girl could be a bodyguard. You'd be better off protecting her." Zhao Yulan shot Wang Yi an exasperated glare before glancing at Tang Zimei's face, which instantly softened. "Dear child, I am Wang Ye's mother. What is your name? I hope I didn't interrupt your breakfast. Please continue eating. No need to stand on ceremony." "Hello, Auntie. My name is Tang Zimei." "Tang Zimei, what a lovely name. Far better than my son's rather unfortunate name. I wonder what possessed that late rascal of a father to name him Yi. Your name is truly beautiful. Your family must be cultured." "Thank you, Auntie." "Zimei dear, you seem a bit too reserved. Please tell me, has my son ever bullied you? If he dares to mistreat you, I will have a word with him. You are such a wonderful girl, far more pleasant to look at than that by Shuawei. If that rascal has neglected you because of her, I will not stand for it." "Auntie," Tang Zimei began, "but no need for explanations. I understand. It's natural for a girl to feel a bit awkward when suddenly meeting the male partner's family. Don't overthink it. Our Wang family is not bound by the same rigid rules as other families." Wang Yi observed as his mother devoted her full attention to Tang Zimei, chatting animatedly with her, leaving him feeling quite sidelined. "All right then, you two carry on." In the present moment, Wang Yi grasped his mobile phone and stealthily returned to his bedroom, stooping low. He soon deduced that his mother's visit was not an expression of concern for his recent brush with lightning. Rather, she had come to investigate the circumstances surrounding his potential future daughter-in-law, Tang Zimei, who had been residing in the villa. With a sigh, Wang Yi locked the door behind him and opened his phone to peruse the intelligence sent by the butler, Su Qingquan. As he read through the myriad updates, his expression shifted multiple times, his heart filled with astonishment. Yesterday, the plot involving the Zhong family's visit to the doctor had unraveled so dramatically, yet overnight, it has miraculously returned to its original course. How intriguing, he mused. According to the original storyline, Aunt Zhong was supposed to have a second encounter with Yi Liangchen, leading to mutual affection. Now, however, she has escaped her destined path. Yet, upon restoration, the one who has grown close to Yi Liangchen and developed feelings is none other than a cross-dressing sensation returning from the kingdom of Sawadicap. What an astonishing twist. Moreover, this cross-dresser was the grandson of Lu Huayan. Although he remembered Lu Huayan having a grandson, he never imagined that this individual would be a man, more beautiful than most women, who had even won a beauty pageant for transgender individuals aboard the Princess Cruise in the kingdom of Sawadicap. The most astonishing revelation was that Yi Liangchen had joined forces with this cross-dresser to establish the Ghost Medical Pavilion, which was essentially the Pharma God Society from the original narrative. The roles that were meant for Aunt Zhong seemed to have been seamlessly appropriated by this cross-dressing figure. Furthermore, what astonishes me the most is that Lu Huayan, true to his original character, has allied himself with Yi Liangchen. This baffles me, as I distinctly humiliated Yi Liangchen yesterday. How could Lu Huayan possibly betray the Wang family? As these updates were disseminated by Shuawei, Zhong Shutong, Tang Zimei, Meiying, Xiao Wanqiu, and Yi Liuli all displayed expressions of sheer surprise. Meanwhile, seated on a plane bound for Huaxia, two twin beauties were engulfed in shock. They remained oblivious to the extraordinary tales unfolding in Jiangsheng, Huaxia, yet their hearts raced with anticipation, eager to visit that place and meet Wang Yi, the one who perpetually updated their thoughts. At this moment, the most troubled was Xiao Wanqiu. Perched on the sofa in Yi Liangchen's villa, she absorbed the book reviews in her mind while observing Yi Liangchen and the cross-dresser, Lu Zixuan, with his flowing golden locks and exquisitely beautiful features. Lu Zixuan was more stunning than most women. Standing at 173 meters tall, he possessed long, slender legs, fair skin, and an alluring physique, adorned in fishnet stockings. Although his voice bore a hint of masculinity, his tone was strikingly effeminate. Engaged in conversation with Yi Liangchun, he couldn't resist a delicate laugh, exuding a captivating charm. Listening to Lu Zixuan's words, Xiao Wanqiu felt an uncomfortable shiver run through her. It was as if her grandfather had lost his senses. So enamored was he with Lu Zixuan, praising him as a rare medical prodigy and an exceptional marketing genius. With Lu Zixuan's involvement, the Dragon King's future will surely be bolstered, he declared. Bolstered? What nonsense. I am utterly at a loss for words. I find it nauseating to hear him speak. On the other side, at the Zhong residence, Zhong Shutong smirked slightly, a resolute decision forming in her mind. Is my fate truly being altered in this manner? How delightful. I must remember this Lu Zixuan. It's rather intriguing. Since you and Yi Liangchun have founded the Ghost Medical Pavilion, I shall not allow my Pharma God Society to lag behind. Today, I shall announce its establishment and stand in opposition to you. I am confident that my Pharma God Society will not falter against your Ghost Medical Pavilion. I, Zhong Shutong, shall indeed seek to reclaim my honor for Xiao Yezi. While Zhong Shutong solidified her resolve, she updated her review again. In the coming days, the rivalry between Yi Liangchun and myself will simmer down. During this period, he will swiftly establish his commercial empire, and as the Ghost Medical Pavilion, along with real estate and decoration companies, springs forth like mushrooms after rain, a new cycle of commercial face-slapping will commence. Soon, we shall witness the antics of the dim-witted Bai Shuwei once more, but this time, I shall not play the sycophant. I am prepared to embrace a darker persona, launching a simultaneous attack against Yi Liangchun and the Bai Shuwei clan, employing cunning and ruthless tactics. Oh, the first female lead shall brace herself for my retribution. I shall lay a trap for Bai Shuwei, ensuring she consumes the potion at the opportune moment. I won't hesitate to escalate the drama. Perhaps I should procure a whip or some other implements of torment. This narrative is truly exhilarating. I find myself rather looking forward to it. Of course, in the meantime, I am equally eager for a particular event that is soon to unfold. Merely contemplating it fills me with joy.